Vane's pirate career had a rule as solid as iron. Start work at 9 a.m. sharp to rob, and end work at 5 p.m. sharp to sleep. Thanks to the bizarre settings brought by the good citizen system, this pirate, who strictly adheres to labor laws, can gain comprehensive improvements in physical strength, Haki, and swordsmanship every day. When the crew tries to extend their hours to conquer cities, Vane always raises his pocket watch and sternly warns, violating labor regulations will not be tolerated. Thus, the most peculiar scene appears on the sea, a group of pirates crying and begging their captain to allow them to work overtime to rob. Chapter 1. 9 to 5? A pirate? A brand new vintage tungsten filament lamp hangs from a wire above the room. The orange-yellow light illuminates the entire space. In the center of the room stands a standard one-person wooden table and chair. The polished surface makes it look extraordinarily bright. On the table lies an open newspaper, as if someone had just been reading it. Beside the table, a handsome young man is slumped in the chair, unconscious. He looks almost dead. Bang! Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounds in the clear sky outside. The guy leaning motionless in the chair slowly opens his eyes. His consciousness begins to awaken gradually. After fully regaining awareness, Vane starts to observe his surroundings. Looking at everything unfamiliar, a hint of confusion appears in his eyes. Wasn't I dead? Where is this place? Vane furrows his brows tightly, feeling no sense of security in this completely strange environment. The ground shakes slightly. If it's not an earthquake, then he must be on a ship. But how could he have gone from being inland to the sea in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he has crossed over? But if he's crossed over, why is there no information at all? He was just hit by a big truck, and now he's suddenly on the sea. If it weren't for the truck's enormous kinetic energy that flung him thousands of kilometers away, he might as well have crossed over to AT this moment. He also notices the newspaper on the table. A guy with red hair on the newspaper instantly catches Vane's attention. An answer quickly surfaces in Vane's mind. He quickly picks up the newspaper, but after reading it, the tension in his heart finally eases. This is the world of pirates. This is the world of pirates. A pirate world where people often die or get captured to become slaves. Why did it have to be this one? Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the good citizen system. Host Vane. Gender male. Physical strength 3. Ability none. Evaluation barely able to fight like a civilian. Detected that the host was a law-abiding citizen in his previous life. This system has instantly bound itself to you. One of the most important principles of being a good citizen is labor. The host just needs to strictly follow the labor laws of the summer country and work 9 to 5 to receive rewards for becoming stronger. Job binding in progress. Detected that. The host's current identity. Captain of the white-clothed pirate crew. Your job has been automatically bound. Your profession is pirate. Vane looks at the system panel that appears before him, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is completely stunned. If he is not mistaken, this suddenly appearing system has directly bound him to a permanent profession based on his original identity. Can it really be played like this? Directly chosen as a pirate? But compared to earlier, Vane is not as panicked now. Although this system seems a bit unreliable, it's still a system that AT should be no problem to help him steadily become stronger and live safely in the pirate world. According to the system, he just needs to work 9 to 5 to earn rewards to become stronger. But it directly binds him to a pirate profession. What does that have to do with working 9 to 5? Is becoming the Pirate King treated as a job? Having watched One Piece, Vane naturally thinks of Luffy's kind of pirate. But soon, the prompt given by the system overturns his thoughts. Ding! Currently during working hours, issuing work tasks. Ding! Please go to the village town to rob. Looking at the task before him, Vane is stunned. His first reaction is that something feels off, but the more he thinks about it, the more correct it seems. This appears to be what a pirate should be doing. Is becoming the Pirate King a legitimate pirate? That's a high-end pirate. A real pirate makes a living by robbing, right? A real pirate does bad things, doesn't it? Now, Vane understands what the identity the system has bound him to means. Doesn't this mean he will have to do bad things for the rest of his life? He has to treat robbery and human trafficking as work. And it has to be 9 to 5. Goodness. Now pirates have formal positions too. Being a pirate has also become a job within the system. Ding. Please work hard according to the labor laws of the summer country. Missing work once or slacking off 3 times will lead to the host's dismissal. After the system says this, it disappears. Vane is now in a dilemma. If he doesn't rob, the system will leave. Being dismissed means the system is gone, right? Without the system, relying on his own efforts? Forget it. The original body is so weak he hasn't even started and already hit a dead END that in that case, he can only try robbing to see what happens. After all, it's the pirate world thinking about being a good person, want to help him survive. Vane is not a sentimental person, although the shift in identity is a bit drastic. But in this cannibalistic world, if you don't adapt quickly, you might end up dead. According to the system, he is the captain of a pirate crew. With this body, he can become a captain. There's no need to elaborate on what kind of pirate crew it is. Fortunately, after rummaging around, Vane finds a flintlock pistol. Although guns are common in the pirate world, there aren't many of them in those villages. With it, finding a weaker island to rob should be easy. He doesn't have to kill. Everyone robbing is much simpler. With his understanding of the pirate world, finding a weaker island shouldn't be a problem. Just as he thinks this, a violent shaking comes from beneath his feet. Before he can figure out what's going on, shouts come from outside. "Captain, we've arrived." This statement leaves Vane stunned. I was just thinking about finding a weaker island, and now we've arrived? Where have we arrived? If it's a strong island, that's a turning back would be the right move. Without hesitation, Vane tucks the gun into his waistband and pushes the wooden door open to step outside. What meets his eyes is a vast blue sea, and turning around, he sees a picturesque little village. But Vane has no time to admire the scenery. He's currently on the job. Walking down the wooden steps, Vane quickly reaches the bow of the ship. He casually takes the telescope from the big man, who just spoke, and looks towards the village. The village isn't large, with only about 20 houses, and the streets are filled with elderly folks buying vegetables. He even sees a child's pants being pulled down by a companion nearby. It's a harmonious scene. The most crucial part is that he doesn't see any Navy presence. There are no Navy station on the island. Great. Isn't this a coincidence? This is the island I'm looking for. With his small pistol in hand, robbing them is more than enough. Once he ensures everything is observed and considers all factors, Vane no longer hesitates. All right, let's go rob them. Vane shouts, then jumps down from the ship first. From the big man, referring to him as captain, Vane has analyzed quite a bit of information that at the very least, this useless captain still has some authority. That's enough. Sure enough, after Wayne disembarked, 3 figures jumped down right after him. Wayne was armed with a gun and had a machete at his waist, while the other 3 each held a long knife. Putting aside everything else, just the momentum alone would be more than enough for a robbery. Wayne looked at his decent lineup and thought to himself. Meanwhile, a major event was happening in the village at the village chief's residence. A beautiful woman rushed inside. "Chief, not good. Luffy has been captured by that group of mountain bandits." Chapter 2, Pirate Robbery. Stand at attention. Wayne and his crew did not land at the port. Instead, they came ashore at a beach. Their ship was small, so there was no worry about running aground. The village was not large. All the buildings were in European style, 2 stories high, with gabled roofs. Surrounding the village, apart from the roads, were patches of grass only a few centimeters tall. The grass swayed in the sea breeze, and ladybugs perched on the tips of the grass, swaying as if they were on a swing. A large foot passed over, causing the ladybugs to take flight. Wayne and the others stepped on the grass and soon arrived at the village entrance. A dirt road appeared before them. The tracks of carts were clearly visible on the dirt road, as if telling the tale of past wagon traffic. But at this moment, the place was completely empty. There was no sign of the hustle and bustle Wayne had just seen through his binoculars. This made Wayne frown. Along the way, Wayne had also figured out the backgrounds of his 3 crew members. They were triplet brothers. The eldest was named Jibin, the second was named Jier, and the youngest was named Gigi. The eldest was steady but a violent man, who also worked part-time as a cook. The second was the burly man who shouted, doing odd jobs on the ship. This guy was a bit of a lek. The youngest, Gigi, was a skinny monkey who loved climbing trees and eating bananas, and he was the ship's navigator. Wayne couldn't help but wonder how the original owner managed to convince them to become his crew. "Boss, this time you absolutely have to bring back a woman. The toilet paper on the ship is almost running out." They were standard pirate-minded men. They had done a couple of jobs, but hadn't gained much benefit from them. The original owner had only painted a nice picture for them. "Stop thinking about women. Money is what matters. Let's focus on the robbery first, and we can find you a woman later." "Oh, so we should be able to get some money this time, right?" Last time we only got 2 pairs of underpants, and those were a size too small, making it a bit tight for me. As he spoke, Adhere adjusted himself. Wayne nearly went dumbfounded at this. What did you say? Robbing underpants? It's one thing to rob underpants, but you're actually wearing them? To be honest, Wayne was a bit curious about how they had operated before. But for now, he decided to calm them down. Don't worry. They're all villagers who couldn't even fight a chicken. Once we go in, we'll put on a show of strength. When we get to a crowded place, show your knives, and when I shoot into the sky, you shout robbery. This task is up to you. Can you do it? Wayne's words immediately made Adhere stand at attention. Guaranteed to complete the task. Wayne indeed thought, so these villagers looked like they had no combat ability. They were just ordinary citizens. A pistol would be enough to make them hand over their money. But Wayne was more curious about where these people had gone. Wayne glanced at the sky, although it was indeed getting a bit late. It shouldn't be closing time, right? The clear sky and the bright sun were still hanging there. Ding! Detecting that the host has arrived at the village. Work is about to begin. The system is issuing a beginner's gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate marksmanship. Ability level, trash, beginner, intermediate, advanced. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. As the voice faded, a wealth of knowledge about firearms flooded Wayne's mind. His body also inexplicably developed many unfamiliar, yet familiar muscle memories. Just a moment ago, he felt like he had never held a flintlock before, but now he felt an incredible familiarity with the gun. He could hit anything he aimed at, and it was no joke. A hint of surprise flashed in Wayne's eyes. Was intermediate marksmanship really this powerful? But soon he realized that no matter how good his marksmanship was, it wouldn't matter in the end. In the later stages, it would be all about Haki and observation Haki. Good marksmanship would only be useful now. He could only say it was better than nothing. However, this made Wayne feel even more confident about this robbery. With strength on his side, everything would be easier. He had originally planned to observe first, but now he wouldn't bother. If he found a crowded place, he would shout robbery directly. Who knows? Maybe he would get more loot, and the system might even reward him more. Thinking this, Wayne planned to first wander around the village to see where there were more people. But before he could act, the doors of the houses on both sides of the road suddenly swung open. 3 elderly ladies hurriedly walked out, each carrying a stool, and one of them even had a bag of sunflower seeds. Despite their old age, they moved with surprising speed. Under Wayne's watchful gaze, the 3 elderly ladies hurried towards one direction without even glancing at them. Their walking sticks struggled to keep up with their pace. Over there, it seemed that they could indeed hear some noisy sounds. With Wayne's years of experience in observing people, it was clear that these elderly ladies were headed to eat seeds. Could it be that there were some locals fighting over there? That's why everyone was rushing to watch the show. Great, just when he was worried about finding a crowded place, he had found one. Let's go. Follow them. After calling out, Wayne quickly followed behind them. Boss, this guy's body is really strange. No matter how much we beat him, he won't die. Yeah, he can even stretch. It's a wife's ecstatic physique. In the village square, which had white tiled ground and a small fountain in the center, a large group of villagers was gathered. In their midst, several fierce-looking men were beating a dirty little fellow on the ground with punches and kicks. As their fists continued to fall, the little guy was being beaten into various shapes by those fists the size of sandbags. Even the ground beneath him, which had endured countless years, was cracking under the pressure. The villagers gathered around all showed expressions of sympathy. Although they wanted to help the little fellow, the long knives in the hands of those men and the guns at their waists made them abandon the thought. But over there, it wasn't just punches and kicks. From time to time, someone would pull and tug at him. The little fellow's backside was stretched out 2 meters long. Yet even so, he still acted as if nothing was wrong, continuously shouting something. Don't mention Shanks. I won't allow you to speak of Shanks. You need to apologize to him. But his words only caused the group to erupt in another round of loud laughter. The leader of the group, with a particularly annoying expression, mercilessly mocked. Still protecting them? They're just a bunch of useless trash. Look, you're about to die, and they don't even dare to come to save you. All pirates are as cowardly as they are. Ha ha! This statement infuriated the little guy on the ground. He picked up a stone and smashed it on Sig's face with a thud. Sig let out a painful scream. But this made the hearts of the surrounding villagers rise to their throats. If they angered the mountain bandit, he would dare to do anything. And soon, being hit in the face by a brat in front of so many people pushed Sig's anger to the extreme. He grabbed Luffy by the neck and lifted him up. With a dark expression, he drew his long knife from his waist and pointed it at Luffy's neck. "You made me angry, brat." But this only made Luffy feel more emboldened, and he swung his fist lightly at Sig's face. This caused Sig to raise his long knife abruptly. "You." As he spoke, he was prepared to take Luffy's head. Just then, a figure rushed through the crowd, stumbling into the center of the square while shouting, "Spare him!" The short villager, the village chief, knelt down in front of Sig, raising both hands above his head, holding a considerable amount of money, at least 200,000 berries. Because he ran too fast, his body was shaking uncontrollably. However, Shanks and his crew were watching this from a distance, and upon seeing the old village chief arrive, Shanks stopped his actions and did not intervene to stop Sig. The stack of cash indeed caused Sig to pause. The murderous intent that had been etched on his face was replaced with a smile, as if nothing had just happened. It was simply too much to resist. This money was enough for him to live comfortably for many days. Compared to that brat, he preferred money. He casually tossed Luffy aside and walked over to the village chief, picking up the thick stack of berries. "You old fool, you know your place. Then I'll let you go." Bang! Before Sig could finish a sentence, a stone hit him squarely on the back of the head, completely infuriating him. No amount of money would stop him now. He was determined to kill that brat. He wouldn't let anyone disrespect him. Seizing the money from the village chief's hands and stuffing it in his pocket, Sig charged at Luffy with his long knife raised, ready to strike. The surrounding villagers, Makino, and the village chief all panicked at this sight. Makino, who had rushed over in a long dress, was so frightened she closed her eyes, while the village chief stood up, trying to rush towards them. But it was clear he was too late. The long knife was already above Luffy's head, and Sig had no intention of playing around anymore. But at that moment, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The birds resting on the nearby rooftops took off in a flurry, quickly escaping into the distance. The nearby villagers were also startled, trembling at the sudden gunfire. The noisy environment was forced to hit a pause button due to this gunshot. Before anyone could react, a loud shout echoed. "Pirates are robbing us. Anyone who doesn't want to die, stand at attention." Chapter 3, Robbery. With this somewhat rough voice, everyone's attention was drawn over. What came into view were three young men with fierce expressions, wielding large knives. They looked like trouble. Seeing the fierce-looking self-proclaimed pirates, the surrounding villagers instinctively stepped back, afraid to get too close, their faces filled with fear. The already crowded villagers were now in disarray. They hadn't dealt with the mountain bandits yet, and now a group of robbing pirates appeared. What should they do now? Quickly, they made way, leaving nothing in front of the pirates and mountain bandits. The villagers all turned their gazes to the village chief. Only he could speak now. But what could the old village chief do? After accidentally tripping while rushing at Sig, he couldn't even stand up now. However, this might not be a bad thing. Perhaps the two groups could mutually destroy each other. They could take the opportunity to rescue Luffy. Hopefully, these pirates could hold their ground and not be easily dealt with by Sig's side. The village chief, just by looking at the equipment, felt that the pirates were no match. The mountain bandits had 6 members, all armed with guns. In the village chief's eyes, these pirates were definitely no match for Sig. The right thing to do was to take advantage of the chaos to get Luffy out. With that thought, the old village chief whispered a few words to Makino, who came to help him. Luffy had temporarily saved his life. Sig and his group, seeing the troublemakers arrive, no longer had time to bother with him. Originally displeased, Sig analyzed the situation briefly and concluded that these pirates were fools. They were outnumbered and outgunned. How dare they come to cause trouble? They were clearly asking for death. With his long knife in hand, Sig pointed it at the GI brothers with an annoyed expression. "You pirates, do you know where this is? How dare you come here to rob? This is my territory. Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I might let you leave." After he spoke, the GI brothers did not respond but slowly stepped aside. Then a handsome young man dressed in a white shirt and wearing the universally recognized big slippers appeared before everyone. He held a smoking flintlock gun in his hand and wore a faint smile, as if everything was under control. The worn-out tiles beneath his feet cracked as he walked. He stood at the front while the 3 brothers fell back a step, the 4 of them standing about 10 meters away from Sig, facing off from distance. But But this image of Wayne gave everyone the impression, is this a pirate? He clearly doesn't look like one. However, the three fierce-looking guys were clearly looking to him for guidance. So, he was not only a pirate, but also a pirate captain? Wayne's appearance was really not what one would expect from a ruthless pirate. When Sig saw Wayne's face, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, where did this little brat come from? Trying to be a pirate, like an adult? Hurry back home for your milk. If you're slow, my gun won't be kind to your pretty face. At this moment, Wayne was reloading his flintlock gun while slowly raising his head to look ahead. In this small village, he wanted to see who dared to say he should kneel down and apologize. It would be unreasonable not to shove a gun in their mouth and blow their head off. But just as his gaze locked onto Sig, a look of shock suddenly appeared in Wayne's eyes. Time seemed to stop at that moment. A gentle breeze blew, causing Wayne's clothes to flutter. After a moment, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he spotted a woman who looked just like Makino, followed by a child who resembled a younger Luffy appearing in his line of sight. That shock transformed into disbelief. An outrageous thought popped into his mind. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be Windmill Village, right? Of course, he recognized that the guy in front of him was Sig. And on the ground lay Luffy. Was he really robbing in Windmill Village? Wayne felt like giving himself a couple of slaps. Could it be this coincidental? He had said he found a good village, and it turned out to be Windmill Village. After glancing around at the current situation, Wayne realized what step they were at now, that he had seen this episode before. So, did this mean that Shanks was also nearby? I accidentally robbed Windmill Village, and just so happened that red-haired Shanks was there. Now I'm shouting that I want to rob, but red-haired is right next to me. Is that what it means? Wine's forehead was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. This pirate gig can't end on the first day, right? If things go wrong, it could really be over. Sig isn't that scary with his intermediate gun skills. He feels confident he can kill the 6 big men in front of him with a gun in his hand in 2 seconds. But the problem is, if I rob Windmill Village, will red-haired let me go? Robbing right in front of him. Before Wine could think it through, Kill, who saw Wine hesitating to speak, couldn't take it anymore. This guy actually dared to insult his boss. He stepped forward a bit, positioned himself at the same level as Wine, and pointed his knife at Sig. Shut the hell up, you little cow. This is your territory. I'm robbing you. Damn it. Hand over the money. Or don't blame Uncle for stuffing your lily into your pants. Kill showed no mercy, giving no face at all. He didn't even consider the power difference between both sides, directly launching into a tirade. With a 0-frame start, he gave the opponent no chance to counterattack, killing the match in one blow. Sig listened to the insults that could hardly be called piercing. They were more like being shot through. His laughing expression froze there. But soon, he started laughing again. However, this time it turned into a sinister smile. No more nonsense. If the other side had a heavy machine gun, speaking up would be a bit foolish. Sig shouted loudly, boys. Kill them. Already enraged, Sig, after being insulted, naturally drew his gun and shot. His subordinates also had guns, one for each, and upon hearing Sig's command, they all reached for their guns. Hearing this, the villagers around hurriedly retreated, fearing they would be accidentally harmed. The village chief exchanged a glance with Marcy. Marcy nodded heavily. Still dare to resist. Captain, let's take them down. F you. Don't you even check if we can handle this? Do those 2 eyes on your face only serve to drink rice soup? Kill received a heavy slap from his older brother. Let's retreat, big brother. After slapping Kill, his brother hurriedly asked. The situation was clearly a bit unfavorable for them. No one expected to run into a band of mountain bandits. Even if they didn't succeed this time, it was understandable they couldn't predict such things. For now, it's best to save their lives. But after his brother spoke, Wine remained motionless. This really made his brother anxious. He genuinely wanted to carry Wine away. But at that moment, Wine's lips curled into a faint smile. Kill's words had indeed reminded him, if I can't rob the villagers, then robbing the mountain bandits should be fine, right? Red-haired wouldn't mind if I dealt with the mountain bandits. In fact, he might even thank me. After all, this could be considered saving him an arm. The task was clearly stated. It only asked you to rob, but it didn't specify who to rob. Thinking of this, Wine no longer hesitated. Just as Sig was about to pull the trigger, a bullet had already shot into his wrist before him. The intense pain made him release the gun, and the bullet's force sent his gun flying away. With a splash, the gun fell into the small pool of water. At the same time, Sig's face twisted in agony, the intense pain hitting him in an instant. The pain of his wrist being shot through made Sig start to scream. Along with his miserable cries came a series of gunshots. Wine's hands were incredibly fast, yet smooth to the extreme. Each shot fired had an interval of no more than half a second, in less than half a second. He had completed the actions of loading, aiming, and shooting. Bullets flew swiftly towards the mountain bandits, still reaching for their guns, creating small holes in their foreheads. Each gunshot took a life, in less than 2 seconds. Wine stopped shooting, shaking the smoking gun. Then he started to leisurely reload. After the gunfire, a series of thuds followed. Several figures that were just alive moments ago now lay powerless on the ground, still holding their guns drawn. Sig also fell to the ground. He continued to scream in agony, but his brothers had forever closed their eyes. Wine, with a calm expression, held a flintlock filled with bullets. Under the dazed gazes of his 3 crew members, he slowly walked up to Sig. At this moment, Sig was already terrified to the extreme. This guy's marksmanship was simply inhuman. In an instant, he had killed so many of them. He struggled to move his legs, trying to distance himself from Wine. But in the end, under Sig's horrified gaze, a large flip-flop landed heavily on his chest. Wine slowly pressed the gun against Sig's forehead and repeated that line once more. Robbery. Chapter 4. Moving the head, looking at the gun barrel right in front of him, Sig couldn't hold it together anymore. The guy in front of him was simply a devil. In an instant, he had taken down so many people. At this moment, Sig looked at Wayne's expressionless face and felt that he was a heartless demon. He had killed so many people without even changing his expression. Is this how someone his age should react? I can't just fall here, can I? Sig, sweating profusely, was also thinking quickly, pondering how to survive under Wayne's terrifying marksmanship. It was indeed Wayne's first time killing someone, but he didn't feel much of anything. Perhaps this was talent. Will he fire the gun just now? That familiar sensation was strangely odd. Although it was his first time handling a gun, he didn't even need to look. As he raised the gun, he already knew where the bullets would land. Aim? Not necessary at all. Just by feeling, he could achieve perfect accuracy. This was only intermediate marksmanship. The people around watched in shock as the bandits fell to the ground in just a moment. They were all dumbfounded. But soon, as they regained their senses, they quickly distanced themselves from Wayne by several meters. The looks in their eyes as they stared at Wayne began to fill with fear. After all, he had directly shot those people dead. This brutal method naturally made them afraid of being killed by Wayne as well. The village chief, standing nearby, also widened his eyes. He had initially thought of having Wayne and his group delay these bandits, but now he had taken them out. Not only had he taken them out, but he had done it so easily. It took less than 2 seconds. For an ordinary person, not to mention killing those people in 2 seconds, just being able to fire 6 shots in 2 seconds with that flintlock would be impressive. But this young man not only did it, but hit every shot. He left only one robbery target alive. A small pirate crew, one without any bounty. How could they be so powerful? The old village chief was very familiar with the pirates in this area. This group looked like they had just formed. The captain's strength was surprisingly formidable. With such marksmanship, his bounty should be in the millions. Sig's bounty was 800,000. At the same time, Marcy, who had just arrived next to Luffy and hadn't had time to pick him up, was also stunned. Looking at Wayne, who had his foot on Sig's chest and a gun pointed at him, her eyes were filled with surprise. Who is this person? Marcy searched her mind for information about pirates in the surrounding seas, but found no trace of him. She had thought that with their small numbers and poor equipment, they couldn't possibly be Sig's opponents. But now, it was just this captain alone, and Sig and the others had fallen in an instant. Marcy's gaze towards Wayne began to fill with a hint of fear. Luffy, who was on the ground, had his eyes light up. Is this what a pirate is like? What a powerful pirate. If we set aside the fact that he killed with every shot, Wayne's actions did align with Luffy's fantasies about pirates. But the most dumbfounded of all were Wayne's 3 crew members. Looking at the fallen group of people and at Wayne stepping on Sig, they were truly wide-eyed. Wow, our captain is this fierce. It turns out he was just pretending to be weak before. 1 shot, 1 kill. His concealment was too deep, right? The 3 were indeed a bit dumbfounded because the previous Wayne was just a guy directing from behind. Now they realized that their captain was incredibly strong. Seeing their captain successfully subdue the opponent, Keel quickly began to follow the procedure. He hurried over to the panicking Sig, who couldn't speak. He pulled out an alarm clock. wounded twice, and slammed it down onto the ground next to Sig's head. Big brother. Done. After doing all this, Keel took a step back. Wayne pointed at the alarm clock, looking at the panicked but silent Sig, and said impatiently, "Where's the money? Tell me. If you don't say it before the alarm goes off, your head will move." This made Sig let out a cry on the spot. There's money, money, money. If I say it, can I trade it for my life?" Looking at the bodies of his brothers around him, Sig's body trembled slightly. The person in front of him was really a heartless killer. The gun barrel was pressed against his forehead, and he was genuinely scared. Wayne didn't answer, just quietly watched him. As time passed second by second, Sig thought Wayne was contemplating as he remained silent. But as this little time passed, the alarm clock went off, ringing loudly. The harsh sound echoed throughout the square. At the same time, Sig's pants were scared into a fit. There's money, money, money. It's in the left pocket. I just robbed 200,000. There is nothing else. I spent it all. I'm not lying. I spent it all. Big brother. Please let me go. I was wrong." Sig spoke rapidly, confessing the money he had just stolen. He truly wasn't lying about the rest. He had spent it all. Hearing this, Keel immediately grabbed his belt, lifting him up completely. The belt tightened, and Sig's waist size decreased significantly. In the left pocket, it was indeed bulging. Keel reached in and pulled out the freshly warmed 200,000 berries. After nodding at Wayne, he threw Sig back down to the ground. Seeing the money he had just acquired fly away, Sig felt a bit upset. But the most important thing now was to survive. "Be brothers, you can take the money. Can I go now?" Sig asked cautiously. His expression was extremely timid. After all, he had already given the money, and he had said it was just robbery. "You should be able to leave now, right?" Keel, looking at the money in his hand, was exceptionally happy. They had truly stolen something this time. Before, it had just been a joke. It turned out that robbing money was this simple. But just as he was happily counting the money, he heard a gunshot. Bang! Keel turned abruptly, only to see Sig now helplessly lying on the ground. A gun barrel was stuck in his mouth. Because his mouth was pressed tightly against the barrel, a sizzling sound could still be heard. Looking up, Wayne was calmly watching Sig, who had died with his eyes open. He slowly pulled the gun out and tossed it to Keel. Then he picked up the alarm clock beside him. "I said if you don't say it before the alarm goes off, your head will move. Why didn't you believe me? Go chop off his head." Keel, somewhat dazed, suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing this. Still counting money, he stood at attention. "Yes, boss." The villagers, watching Wayne, who had taken the money but still killed someone, had their expressions filled with even more fear. It was confirmed. This group of pirates was extremely brutal. They had even given money and still wanted to chop off someone's head. But soon they realized, now that he had robbed this group of bandits, wasn't he going to rob us next? Pirates wouldn't just rob and leave. Would we be killed as well? None of these bandits had survived. The villagers immediately panicked. And even Marcy and the village chief's expressions turned ugly. Now Luffy was safe, but if this group of pirates started killing, they certainly wouldn't be able to stop them. Chapter 5. Wrapping up. The village chief trembled as he slowly approached Wayne, looking at the young man tossing an alarm clock in his hand. He also retracted his previous disdain. "This young man is impressive. Dear sirs, if you are here to rob us, although we don't have much wealth, we will definitely hand it all over. Please, do not harm anyone." The village chief's words left the surrounding villagers with no choice but to lower their heads. They were no match for these pirates, and if they wanted to live, they had to give up their money. They hoped that they were only after money and would not take lives. Upon hearing this, the pirate Kill, who had just beheaded Sig, immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha, good. You know your place. Don't worry. As long as you behave, we want to take your lives. Now, everyone line up. Hand over all your money. Big brother. Third brother. Keep an eye on them. Don't let anyone escape." Kill laughed wildly. Finally, he could take revenge for the grievances suffered in other villages. Even if the amount of money was small, robbing this entire village was still a significant fortune. After Kill finished speaking, he and Gigi brandished their knives, intimidating the villagers. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Stand straight. Get your money out. It's too little to buy your lives." The two of them acted imposing, making it seem like they were truly in control. Under their pressure, the villagers had no choice but to stand in a line in the square, obediently pulling out their money. This scene also changed Luffy and Machino's perception of this group of pirates. Luffy no longer thought they were impressive. Pirates robbing villagers. They're all bad guys. He wanted to step forward to stop them, but Machino tightly held him in her arms. He couldn't break free at all. Machino's face was filled with anger. They had saved Luffy's life, and she was still somewhat grateful to Wayne. But once the true nature of the pirates was revealed, all that was left in her eyes was disgust. Not far away, Shanks and the others shook their heads in disappointment. I thought he was a good seedling, but I guess we can forget about that. Jezeb expressed disdain for Wayne's actions without holding back. Wayne's earlier display had indeed amazed him a bit. At such a young age, his marksmanship had a certain flair. Nowadays, Jezeb's marksmanship level was the highest advanced marksmanship. Although Wayne's intermediate level was not enough in front of him, it was still quite strong. At the very least, just from what Wayne had just shown, it made him consider taking him as a disciple. But now forget it. What a joke. Aren't you going to stop them? Haki, who was enjoying a big piece of meat, looked at Shanks in front of him and asked, "Wait a bit longer. That kid hasn't moved yet." "Wait for what?" "If he doesn't give the orders, those 3-1 act, right?" Haki was a bit confused, but since Shanks said so, they didn't argue further. Usually joking around, but when Shanks really spoke, no one would oppose him. Wayne didn't say anything and didn't care about the actions of his subordinates. He was only watching the clock in his hand. At this moment, the time had reached 4:59. He was staring at the second hand, ticking away. 5 o'clock is the time to get off work, which is also a part of labor law. Although in the summer country, getting off work at 5 is considered a crime, the system's guideline for him is to work according to labor law. The labor law states that work ends at 5 o'clock. He must leave work at 5 o'clock. He didn't know what would happen if he exceeded that time, and he didn't want to know. Everyone stand straight. What are you staring at, you little girl? Get over there. Pull out your money. Under Kill's shout. Machino also stood up and joined the line. She took the first position. With a grim expression, she could only comply and take out the money she had on her. After Kill handed the clean gun to Wayne, he was all smiles, ready to collect all the money from the villagers. Looking at the neatly lined up villagers and the more or less money in their hands, his eyes nearly turned into the shape of money. With quick steps, he hurried to Machino's front and grabbed the small amount of money she had. Machino, being a tavern owner, obviously wouldn't carry much money with her. But Machino thought that this guy would take the money and leave, but he stood still in front of her. Looking up, she met Kill's eyes, which had turned into hearts. Just now, Kill had only seen Machino's back. Now, seeing her beautiful face, he immediately reacted. Machino naturally sensed something was wrong and hurriedly turned her face away. But how could Kill, who was already infatuated, let her go? He reached out to touch her fair hand. "You are so beautiful. Do you want to come back to my ship and be a pirate?" This scene made Shanks over there unable to sit still. The reason he could endure not acting here was that these people hadn't done anything to the villagers. But now, wanted to lay hands on Machino, he definitely wouldn't tolerate it. Just as he was about to rush over to cut off that guy's hand, a gunshot rang out once again. It was still that flintlock. It was still that person. Wayne was maintaining the posture of firing. However, the flintlock was aimed at Kill. Everyone was a bit stunned. Basic and Gigi had faces filled with disbelief. Soon, the targeted Kill let out a scream. "Ah, my hand, my finger." Kill's right hand, which was reaching for Machino, had its middle finger partially shot off. The bullet had accurately hit and severed a piece of Kill's middle finger. That severed piece fell into Machino's open palm, and the dripping blood made her hand appear even more vibrant. Boss, what happened?" Basic hurriedly approached Wayne, asking what was going on. The boss looked obviously angry. If he didn't clarify, Kill might just be done for. Kill was also completely puzzled. He had no idea what the boss was doing. The intense pain had caused a lot of sweat to bead on his forehead. Naturally, he had long since thrown any thoughts of revenge out of his mind. Looking at Wayne, who had a calm expression, Kill felt a wave of embarrassment. At such a distance, the shot was too accurate. What does the boss mean? Why is he shooting his own people? Enduring the intense pain, Kill fixed his gaze on Wayne. Wayne put away the gun and had no intention of firing again. Looking at Basic's panicked expression, Wayne calmly said, "It's 5 o'clock. We're off work. We'll rob again next time. As for you, Kill, I mentioned earlier that this time it's just a robbery, right? If they're SA next time, it won't just be a matter of shooting fingers. Now, everyone, off work." After saying this, Wayne turned and left. retracing his steps without stopping or lingering. He had to take that shot. If the captain lacked authority, it would all be meaningless. Chapter 6. The confused crowd, the three brothers, Basic, stood there dumbfounded. It's 5 o'clock, time to get off work? What's going on? Do pirates actually have a quitting time? Didn't we just go through a tough battle to deal with a group of resistance? Why are we suddenly leaving at the stage of harvesting the lambs for slaughter? Isn't this all for nothing? The three of them were extremely perplexed, unable to fathom what Wayne was thinking. Looking at the villagers waiting for their money, the three felt extremely uncomfortable. However, Wayne's gunshot just now made them hesitant to act recklessly. As they watched Wayne gradually walk away, the three of them snapped back to reality. They took one last reluctant glance at the money in the villagers' hands before striding away. Keel, who wanted to grab a handful, felt the dull pain from the injury on his finger and abandoned the thought. The boss had just said to rob again tomorrow. If he acted now, he might really lose his life. Why couldn't he control his hands earlier? He had foolishly lost a finger. Regret surged in Keel's heart. Not long after, the four of them disappeared from the villagers' sight. In the small square, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the surrounding people's breathing was unusually clear. It was silent. They left? Just like that? We all took out our money, and you just walked away? What is going on? What kind of game are these pirates playing? Halfway through the robbery, and now they're off work? Pirates actually have a clocking out time, and it's so early? 5 o'clock, and they're done for the day. Are these people even real pirates? The villagers were dumbfounded. Wayne's actions had nearly made their brains shrink. Not only had they never seen such a robbery style, but they had never even heard of it before. The village chief was also stunned. It's 5 o'clock. We have to clock out. This phrase kept echoing in his mind. The expression on his face grew more and more remarkable. Having lived for most of his life, it was clearly the first time he had encountered such a bizarre situation. Just a moment ago, he suspected these people were playing some trick. But now, after everyone had left, he finally confirmed that they really had clocked out. They really clocked out. Pirates are clocking in and out on time. Has this world gone mad? Even pirates have to clock in and out? The old village chief's worldview was slightly shattered, and his head buzzed. Wayne's actions were indeed quite peculiar, so peculiar that his mind was almost unable to process it. Marikino looked at the blood on her hands and the small half finger she had thrown on the ground. Her feelings were very complicated. Just a moment ago, she had an extreme dislike for Wayne, thinking he was just a brutal pirate. But now everything had changed. The pirate not only helped them save Luffy, but also helped them deal with the bully Sig. In the end, he didn't even rob their money. And the reason was simply because it was time to clock out. Such an oddly behaving pirate made Marikino quite curious about Wayne. What kind of person is he? What is going on? Clocking out on time? He seems like someone I know. Riki's eyes widened behind his small glasses. He truly saw a shadow of Kizaru and Wayne. But do pirates really clock out on time? Isn't that equivalent to contractors and day laborers? Aren't pirates supposed to work for themselves? How come this guy is acting like he's working for others? The other members of the red-hair crew were also stunned by Wayne's actions. Even Shanks himself was slightly taken aback. Sensing that Wayne and the others had left the village, he furrowed his brow. Now, aside from what that guy said about clocking out on time, there seemed to be no other reason. It can't be that they discovered them, right? He didn't sense anything unusual from that young man. If you exclude his marksmanship, he is just an ordinary person. Discovering him? What a joke. With a serious face, Shanks suddenly changed his demeanor. Aha! Clocking out on time. One interesting pirate crew. Since they didn't do anything bad, I suppose we'll just let them be. They left. Ding. Congratulations to the host for outstandingly completing the work task. Salary is now issued to the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 physical strength. 1 clock-in point. Due to the host clocking out on time. Extra reward. 1 physical strength. Due to the host successfully completing the task for the first time. Extra reward. Ability. 1 kick flow technique. 1 kick flow technique level. Deliver a powerful kick, causing 300 extra damage. Note, 300 clock-in points can upgrade the ability by 1 level. The harder the task, the greater the rewards. On the grassy area surrounding the village, Wayne and the 3 walked silently. At this moment, looking at the notifications in his mind, Wayne's face also revealed a smile. His physical strength, which was only 3, had now reached 7. Feeling the sudden doubling of his physical quality, Wayne couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The most obvious change was that the grass he walked over was noticeably deeper than before. This was just the first day of clocking in, and he was already this powerful. Isn't this too abnormal? His physical fitness had directly doubled. This was just a simple robbery of a small village and taking down a petty bandit. Although it might be because it was the first time, so the system gave more rewards, it was still quite outrageous. As for why Wayne didn't count Shanks, it was because if he had, the system's rewards would definitely not be this little. But Wayne was already very satisfied with this. Now his physical quality was almost on par with Keel, the burly man. The improvement was exceptionally rapid. He was also given a seemingly good ability. He would try it out when he had time. This time, he was also given something new, clock-in points. This should be something given every time he clocks in. It takes 300 points to upgrade an ability level, but that's alright. There were no restrictions mentioned, so it should be usable at any level to upgrade with 300 clock-in points. For example, upgrading from level 1 to level 2 takes 300, but upgrading from level 2 to level 3 also takes 300. That's pretty good. The most crucial information was that the harder the task, the better the rewards. How do you increase the difficulty? The system would only issue general pirate tasks. For example, robbery, smuggling, kidnapping, and so on. To raise the difficulty, you would definitely need to go to places with more strong people. That way, the general tasks would naturally become harder. This is truly a case of risk and reward coexisting. But should he pursue high risk and high reward? Wayne thought otherwise. Safety and stability come first. With his current strength, where can he go? No matter where he goes, it's a death sentence. This time, he didn't act against the villagers, and Shanks didn't bother him. Otherwise, it would have been over. Anyway, it's a 9-to-5 job. He'd better just lay low here in this small East Blue for now. Without absolute confidence, Wayne really didn't want to go out. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands was quite terrible. Just now, if Shanks had taken a dislike to him and directly attacked him, he would have been dead. Although such a thing couldn't possibly happen with Shanks. Wayne didn't want to gamble on whether this character matched the personality of those he had seen in anime. His current primary goal was to clock in and build up enough strength in the EC. Hey, can I join your ship as a pirate? At that moment, a childish voice rang out behind Wayne and the others, interrupting his thoughts. Chapter 7 Kizaru, do you have a love child? Hearing that unique voice, Wayne also stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Luffy, who had followed them. The sea breeze blew, and the sun was setting. On the wide grassland, two figures, one large and one small, faced each other. One was puzzled and shocked, while the other was stubborn and resolute. Vane looked down at the short Luffy. His brows furrowed. He truly did not expect Luffy to come and join his pirate crew. This guy, doesn't he prefer pirates like Shanks? Why is he suddenly interested in a pirate crew that engages in burning, killing, and looting? It's no wonder Vane thinks this way. Luffy had only come on a whim. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking that this pirate crew was very annoying. But when he saw that Vane and the others treated piracy as a job, clocking in and out, he found them quite interesting. And since Shanks was unwilling to take him out to sea as a pirate, this crew that he found interesting naturally became his first choice. At this moment, the village chief and Makino, who had noticed Luffy's disappearance, also rushed over. Luffy, come back. Don't be foolish. The panting village chief shouted sternly. After all, this was Garp's precious grandson. If anything happened to him, Garp would probably demolish Windmill Village. Makino also looked at Vane and the others with some trepidation. However, her gaze occasionally darted towards Vane, showing a hint of curiosity about him. I won't. I want to go to sea and be a pirate. I'm someone who has eaten a certain fruit. It's really amazing, Luffy exclaimed, pulling on his arm, which began to stretch like rubber. Seeing this, the three brothers of the G family lit up with excitement. A devil fruit user. This kid is actually a devil fruit user. He will definitely become a great asset in the future. Boss, he is a devil fruit user. He will definitely be strong in the future. Should we recruit him? Basic asked eagerly, but his words made the village chief and Makino anxious. If these pirates really took Luffy away, that would be terrible. This foolish kid. The village chief was ready to grab him, but Luffy directly jumped on Vane, hugging his thigh. I want to be a pirate, Luffy said stubbornly, looking at the village chief. This left the village chief in despair. Makino felt it was over too. For these pirates, picking up a devil fruit user child for free would definitely be welcomed. But Luffy would surely be led astray by them. Just as the two were secretly anxious, Vayne yanked Luffy off his leg. Looking at Vayne up close, Luffy smiled. How about it? Let me join you. I'm really strong. He had heard Basic's words just now and felt a bit inflated, thinking Vayne would definitely not refuse. But Vayne did refuse. No. After saying that, Vayne tossed Luffy onto the ground. Luffy, who fell onto the grass, was momentarily dazed. How could he refuse? Didn't that uncle say I would definitely be strong in the future? Even a village chief and Makino beside him were a bit puzzled. This guy really didn't agree. What was he thinking? After all, this was a devil fruit user, quite rare in the East Blue. Although they were relieved that Vayne refused, they were still curious. How could he refuse? Why? Luffy asked the question everyone was thinking, his face full of disbelief. First, our pirate crew is off work, so we don't handle crew recruitment matters right now. Second, you are a minor, so we don't hire you. Also, your grandfather is an active Marine Vice Admiral. Wanting to become a pirate means your family has a record, and you 1T passed the political review. After saying this, Vayne turned and left with his crew, not giving Luffy a chance to retort. Only 3 days' figures were left behind. Although Vayne said so much, the main reason for refusing Luffy was still because he was a minor. According to the labor laws of the Summer Kingdom, they absolutely could not hire minors here. This was much stricter than any absenteeism regulations. If they hired Luffy, the system might fly away in the next second. Such a thing absolutely could not happen. Even if Luffy would become the sun god in the future, what would it matter? Would his system be more powerful? And even if he was strong, it was his own strength. Relying on others was incomparable to mastering one's own power. The two had no comparability at all. With the bewildered G brothers, Vayne left without looking back. After being in a daze for a while, the village chief finally remembered to catch Luffy. He picked up Luffy, who was still standing there in a daze, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Those people gave up. No, they didn't give up, they refused. That young man actually refused an extremely rare devil fruit user. The reason was also very strange, not hiring minors. He even said their pirate crew was a legitimate pirate crew, and something about having a criminal record. In this day and age, are pirate crews starting to emphasize legitimacy? Aren't there countless pirate crews that kidnap children to work for free? Their pirate crew actually has such rules, not to mention anything else. But the old village chief really noticed one thing. Vayne's pirate crew is indeed quite legitimate, even more legitimate than the Marines. Makino looked at Vayne as he left, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. Not hiring minors. No organization in the world has such a regulation. But that guy spoke so seriously just now. It didn't seem like he was joking. He really doesn't hire minors. What is this man thinking? Makino looked at Vayne's back, her confusion deepening. Luffy was carried away by the village chief. He didn't cause any more trouble. He just frowned and pondered something. Until they returned to the village, Luffy, still in the village chief's arms, suddenly shouted, "Okay, then I'll wait until I grow up to join them, and let my grandpa resign from the Marines. We'll join his pirate crew together." However, this clearly only earned him a stern reprimand from the village chief. The village chief immediately called Garp, informing him of Luffy's plan to join a pirate crew that robs everywhere with this old man. This made Garp decide to come back and give him a good talking to. This is truly his good grandson. As for Vayne and his crew's strange way of doing things, the village chief naturally told Garp about it too. When Garp learned that a group of pirates had a structured schedule, clocking in and out, he was a bit bewildered. Looking at Kizaru, who was trimming his nails nearby, Garp asked with a puzzled expression, "Kizaru, do you have any illegitimate children out there?" "Huh? Illegitimate children? Not that I know of." After saying that, Kizaru focused back on trimming his nails. He didn't even have a partner, let alone an illegitimate child. His blind dates said he was too fast and too slow at times, which made it hard to handle. So Kizaru remained single to this day. But Garp didn't believe it at all. A young pirate in the East Blue working a 9 to 5 job? If you say it has nothing to do with you, I won't believe it at all. Garp's words made Kizaru look up seriously at him. 9 to 5? Pirates? Such unfamiliar terms, such niche vocabulary. Is a 9 to 5 scene now so competitive? Even pirates are working 9 to 5 now. Why am I still working 9 to 6 and often have to stay late? No, I need to work a bit harder. If I keep getting off work 2 or 3 seconds late every day, I'll be eliminated. Saying this, Kizaru raised his hand to check the time. He then got into his starting position. As the countdown of 3, 2, 1 ended, he instantly disappeared from the office and appeared at his home. He truly managed to leave work on time. If work ends at 6, then he would be home at 6. Perfect. Watching the vanished yellow ape, Carp was even more convinced. The village chief said that kid also keeps track of time. The two must be related. Oof. I will go back and see who this guy really is. After saying that, Carp directly stood up and walked toward Sengoku's office. With a bang, he kicked the door open and walked in. Old Sengoku, give me a half-month vacation. Oh really? I thought you were here to collect a reward. What's the difference? You're so arrogant while asking me for help. Get out and knock before coming back in. Chapter 8 time flies back on the ship. Wayne immediately established rules for his crew. We are a legitimate pirate crew. We absolutely cannot act like those unscrupulous pirates. A 9 to 5 schedule is the very least. Sundays are off days. We must not engage in any pirate activities during work hours or holidays. Wayne's words left the three brothers below stunned. This was completely inconsistent with being a pirate. We can't be pirates, not a work like this. Is this what they call getting a job? But seeing the successful robbery and the 200,000 berries they brought back, they had no objections to Wayne's rules. As long as there was money to be made. Working was fine. It was better than making money from a real job. After dinner, after explaining the next island to the third brother Kijiji, Wayne dismissed everyone. Returning to the initial room, Wayne looked at his system panel. Host, Wayne, gender, male, body strength, 7 ability, intermediate marksmanship, 1 kick style, check-in points, 1, evaluation, barely acceptable. He tried out this 1 kick style. It indeed delivered extremely high damage proportional to his body strength in an instant, as described. It was quite a good ability. Now at the basic level, it could already triple the damage. If it were upgraded to a higher level, it would surely be incredible. A true late-game divine skill. And a body strength of 7 should be the limit among ordinary people. If it were Carp, who could easily smash a mountain, his body strength would probably be in the thousands. There was no comparison. Even with this intermediate marksmanship and kick ability, his combat power was still not enough against slightly stronger opponents. At the very least, his reaction speed couldn't keep up. The outside world was still too dangerous. His 9 to 5 system wasn't the kind that could instantly elevate one's power to a terrifying level. It should be somewhat of a development type. If he wanted to grow quickly, he had to rob or do something dangerous. But the risk of dying would also be extremely high. Wayne expressed that he didn't want to test his luck. He decided to work honestly in the East Sea, clocking in and out. Although the rewards wouldn't be substantial, as long as he had enough time, he could still become invincible in the world. To get out of this East Sea beginner village, it wouldn't be necessary to reach the level of invincibility in the world, but he should at least have the strength to be invincible in the East Sea, right? A major general was about right. A lieutenant general would be the safest. Anyway, he would just keep clocking in for now, and when he felt ready, he would lead his crew out of the East Sea, show the world the excellent tradition of the 9 to 5 lifestyle. Having planned his future, Wayne lay down on a small bed and fell asleep. In the following days, Wayne and his crew diligently fulfilled the duties of a proper pirate. They did everything from robbery, bullying, raiding merchant ships, kidnapping for ransom, smuggling contraband, and so on. They engaged in all sorts of activities. As time passed, Wayne's strength grew stronger. Gradually, no one was his match, and no one in the East Sea dared to resist his actions. But due to the restrictions of the good citizen system, their actions were somewhat absurd. For example, after robbing all day, they went through the entire village's houses and ended up with a full haul. But at 5 o'clock, they would leave the valuable things behind and walk away, leaving the villagers in disbelief. Bullying men, they knocked all the men down and took all the women onto their ship, only to release them again at 5 o'clock. Raiding merchant ships, they took down all the guards, and the captain moved everything onto their ship, returning at 5 o'clock for another round. Could they not finish moving everything? They just tossed it all into the sea. For kidnappings, if the ransom was delivered too slowly, They would leave the kidnapped person at the transaction site as soon as they finished work. For smuggling contraband, if the time was up halfway through, they would dump all the contraband into the sea. The fish in the sea, are there any branches? And so on. Wayne and his crew did countless such things. As for why they would take people and then let them go, or take money and then abandon it, it was because the village was not easy to survive in. If they took everything away, the villagers would die off after a few robberies. How would they continue to rob in the future? For the sake of sustainable resource development, they had no choice but to operate this way. This also led to the villagers in this area knowing Wayne's infamous reputation. He was powerful, but his style of doing things was extremely bizarre. Wayne even acquired a title, the king before sunset. This area was nearly ruined by him. Now, whenever he appeared, everyone would cooperate. Even the merchant ships coming to trade wood tea waste any words and would start moving their goods immediately. In the merchant ship community of this area, there was a saying, when encountering the white-clad pirate crew, it's time to test your stamina. Whether they could handle moving the cargo twice with the limited crew on board became the captain's most pressing concern. However, although Wayne was going through the motions of working, if he encountered someone who displeased him, he would indeed kill them. For example, during pirate skirmish missions, if the opposing pirates showed no respect and wouldn't even pretend to cooperate, he would let them know what it meant to kick a ship to pieces. The system only cared about whether you were working properly and whether you clocked out correctly. After work, one could not engage too much in pirate affairs either. So, Wayne would throw away what he needed to throw and let go of what he needed to let go. But due to his immense strength, although the surrounding villagers were not afraid of Wayne, they still held a sense of reverence for him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the work task and clocking out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 body strength and 3 check-in points. Ding! Because the host clocked out on time, an additional reward of 1 body strength. Ding! Because the host strictly followed all laws of the Summer Kingdom during work hours. All the above rewards are doubled. The setting sun's afterglow bathed Wayne's face. Standing at the entrance of Windmill Village, Wayne and his crew had completed today's task of capturing people to make them slaves. He released the kidnapped Marikino from his grasp and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." The kidnapped Marikino waved her hand with a smile, telling Wayne that it was nothing and she would return to her tavern. Looking at the distant sunset, Wayne's face also wore a smile. A few years ago, he discovered that if he strictly adhered to all the laws of the Summer Kingdom during work, his salary for that day would be doubled. The system was called the Good Citizen System, and this setting seemed to pose no issues. As for how to obey the law while carrying out illegal tasks, just take robbery as an example. You robbed him of all his assets, and then finished by pulling a handful of weeds from the ground and handing them to him. You then said, "This is a fair trade." You also did it voluntarily, right? With a knife to his throat, and that was it. Although this transaction looks no different from robbery, what we want is for there to be no difference at all. This is blatant robbery. No doubts about it. Because Wayne's robbery mission was also successfully completed, he is indeed committing blatant robbery. But because you said it was an exchange, the system judged you to be law-abiding. No crime committed. It's quite bizarre. At this moment, Wayne also opened his current system panel. Host, Wayne, gender, male, physical strength, 812, abilities, advanced marksmanship, advanced one-legged kick technique. Observation Haki level, check-in points, 53. Evaluation, strength is impressive. With a physical strength of 800, 2 fully leveled abilities, and the observation Haki awakened automatically due to reaching advanced marksmanship. Daily check-ins only yield 0.2 in physical strength and 0.3 in check-in point rewards. It took him a full 10 years to reach his current strength. Over these 10 years, he diligently worked without a single day off. No tardiness, no leaving early. He arrived on time every day, more punctual than at a regular company. A physical strength of 800 is roughly equivalent to nearing the rank of Major General. And that advanced one-legged kick technique has also become somewhat monstrous. Advanced one-legged kick technique. Deliver a powerful kick, causing an additional 1,500 damage. The kick has a penetration effect, able to inflict damage on organs that ignores defense. Enemies hit will definitely experience a stun effect, duration depending on their strength. The advanced one-leg kick technique has reached such a terrifying level. 1500 damage, ignoring defense on organs, and guaranteed to stun. Just kick away. One kick and they won't make a sound. But this ability has a drawback. Shoes wear out easily. He has already replaced his slippers multiple times. Now, Wayne finally feels that his strength has reached a certain standard. Continuing to stay here, further improvement is not significant. It's time to leave and experience what kind of rewards completing high-difficulty tasks will bring him. Over the past 10 years, he has thoroughly devastated the chickens within hundreds of miles around Windmill Village more than 10 times. He is indeed a bit tired of it. Let's go. It's time to leave. Let's go to the tavern in Marquino for a couple of drinks. There's big news to announce. Boss, it's been 10 years. Are you finally going to find me a wife? My hands are starting to peel. Damn it. Talking about this every day with the boss. I told you next time for sure. Next time for sure. Still asking. Is the boss's voice not working, or did your ears get left at home? Oh, next time is next time. Marquino's Tavern. The bright lights illuminate the entire room. A few tables are neatly arranged. The wooden bar looks somewhat old, but it is spotless. Clearly, someone cleans it regularly. Behind the bar, Marquino is busy moving around. Because Wayne came to their village today for a kidnapping, the tavern is not open today. But with Marquino's return, the place quickly filled with life again. Many villagers who had clocked out at 5, just in time, gathered in small groups at the tables to drink. The wooden fan door hanging in midair was slowly pushed open. Wayne walked in with his crew. He went straight to the bar and, looking at the busy Marquino, said the usual. After getting a response from Marquino, he turned to his 3 crew members. The surrounding villagers were already accustomed to Wayne's appearance. The notoriously ruthless Wayne got along quite well with them. Tomorrow, we plan to leave here. Wayne took a sip of the warm water poured by Marquino and said casually. However, his nonchalant words instantly silenced the entire tavern. The villagers eating and drinking around all stopped talking. The 3 brothers, G, stood frozen in place. Marquino, who was busy behind the bar, also paused her hurried movements. Only Wayne remained calm, drinking water, completely unaware of the shock his words had caused the people around him. Chapter 9. Farewell. The entire tavern was silent for more than 10 seconds before finally making any sound. The stunned G brothers simultaneously let out a cry. Hey, really? Boss, are we finally leaving this little broken place? The 3 of them looked exceptionally excited. They had waited far too long for this day. At first, it was fine, but after working 9 to 5 for a year, they really were hoping to leave this place sooner. But every time Wayne's answer was just 3 short words. Wait a little longer. They had heard those 3 words countless times. Every time it was wait a little longer. This time, G even suspected Wayne was going to find him a wife and never expected Wayne was talking about this matter. They truly dreamed of leaving. They knew who in the nearby village wore what color underwear. They were thoroughly fed up. Now hearing Wayne's words, they were more excited than ever. The 3 of them had also improved their strength somewhat, but their potential was limited, even with Wayne's help. 10 years had only brought them to roughly the strength of Aaron. But in this small village where everyone was just an ordinary person, they had long overstayed their welcome. Seeing Wayne nod, the 3 of them immediately cheered. However, the surrounding villagers were not as happy as the 3 of them. They even found the food in front of them unappetizing. Although Wayne occasionally stirred up some trouble in their village, he had genuinely driven away all the surrounding pirates. There were only 5 or 6 villages in total, all marked with Wayne's tag, which are the main places for him to complete his work tasks. No pirate dared to come and cause trouble here. If he were to leave, it would not be a good thing for the ordinary villagers. Marquino brought a plate of pig's trotter rice that Wayne ordered and gently placed it in front of him, but from her slightly trembling, delicate hands. It was evident that she was not as calm as she appeared. Are we really leaving? When are we leaving? Today. We leave today. I have to go to work at 9 tomorrow morning. I'm afraid I won't make it if I wait too long. Have you packed your things? There's nothing to pack. I could take 2 bottles of your good wine. You could take whatever you want. Seeing Wayne's determination to leave, Marquino didn't say anything more. But the cups she occasionally knocked over and the plates she unintentionally broke indicated that her heart was not at peace. After finishing dinner with his veteran crew members, Wayne settled the bill and left. As he departed, Marquino also gave him the 2 best bottles of wine in the shop, along with 2 barrels of beer that had just arrived in the warehouse. The wine won't spoil. If you run out of water, you can drink it. The starry sky, dotted with stars, the moonlight cascading down. At the tavern's entrance, Marquino absent-mindedly spoke to Wayne in front of her. Behind Wayne, the excited 3 brothers carried the things Marquino had given them and walked toward the pirate ship. Wayne looked at Marquino, who appeared even fairer under the cunning white moonlight, and a smile appeared on his face. He slowly pulled out a black object from his pocket and handed it to Marquino. This is the flag of my pirate crew. When we become famous one day, you can hang it at the highest point in the village. After saying this, the surrounding air fell silent again for a few seconds. A moment later, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Farewell. The gentle evening breeze lifted Marquino's green hair. When she looked up, all she saw was Wayne's departing figure, holding the flag that belonged exclusively to the white-clothed pirate crew. Marquino's emotions were exceptionally complicated. He left, but he had to leave eventually. The ship quickly set sail, heading towards the unknown distance. Captain, where's our first stop? The usually silent Kiji was noticeably more lively at this moment. Wayne had only mentioned leaving, but he hadn't specified where they were going. At this moment, Kiji was looking at Wayne, who was standing at the bow, gazing out at the dark sea. Where to? To be honest, with Wayne's current strength, going directly to the Grand Line would pose no problem at all. There was no need to waste time in the East Sea. However, Wayne's goal was not to become the Pirate King, so there was no rush. He simply felt that he could now protect himself in the East Sea, and his range of activities had expanded. This was also the reason he decided to go to sea, but it was limited to the East Sea. He didn't want to venture into the Grand Line just yet. He couldn't take risks. He decided to take a tour around the East Sea first, and would only consider leaving the East Sea when he was strong enough to protect himself in the Grand Line. As for where to go in the East Sea, Wayne could only say, wherever I'm familiar with. So, where was he familiar with? Naturally, he was most familiar with the route that Luffy took in the original story. He knew exactly who was on those islands and their strengths. So going to such islands would provide a stable environment for his crew. Even in the East Sea, he had to be extremely cautious. There were too many strange occurrences in this world. In the small windmill village, there were both red-haired Shanks and Carp. One couldn't guarantee that similar things wouldn't happen elsewhere. It was safest to go to places he was familiar with. The last time Carp returned, he directly scared away red-haired Shanks. Thankfully, he didn't choose to work in Windmill Village that day. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. If he was nearby, the system might have issued a level 100 major mission. Go take down the marine hero. That would have truly made it impossible to advance or retreat. Now it was 1520, and Luffy seemed to have set sail this year. He couldn't quite remember the exact time. In any case, even if the situations on those islands varied, they wouldn't be too different. As for the first stop, Wayne chose the 163 branch, where the Axe King Monka was stationed. It was a safe place with no strong opponents, making it the perfect choice to test whether the system's missions would change. To Kaz Town. All right, Captain, just sit tight. We'll guarantee arrival before 9 a.m. tomorrow. The next day, Windmill Village. Bang. Makino, is Wayne coming to work in our village today? A young man wearing a straw hat pushed open the tavern door with force and quickly walked to the bar. Inside, Makino was absent-mindedly wiping a glass and didn't answer his question. Seeing that Makino was slow to respond, Luffy looked puzzled. He waved his hand in front of Makino and repeated his earlier question. Only then did Makino stop wiping the glass. Looking at Luffy, her expression was complex as she said, he left yesterday. Left? To another village? No, he went to sea. He might not come back again. As she said this, there was a hint of sorrow in Makino's eyes, and she looked somewhat haggard. But upon hearing this, Luffy was completely stunned. He went to sea? How'd he leave? I'm about to turn 18. How could he leave? This guy, what was he thinking? He wouldn't want to leave me behind, would he? After a moment, he declared, I want to go to sea too. I'm going to set sail today. I want to chase after him. Chapter 10. This guy is a good person. Kaz Town. Port. A large number of townspeople were gathering here, along with many incoming ships. After all, this was the only Navy branch around. Many merchant ships came here to trade. Various sizes of boats were neatly arranged at the port, including quite a few fishing boats. Fishing boats returning at this time usually had good catches because many restaurants came to stock up at this time. There were also many vendors of all sizes around. With more people, there are naturally more transactions. 3 kilometers away from the port. "Captain, we're here." A loud shout made Wayne in the room raise his arm to check the time. 8:54. Very good. He just made it in time for today's shift. In fact, even if he couldn't reach here, it wouldn't be a big problem. The system would issue today's work mission at 8:59. However, this mission was based on the circumstances around him. If there was nothing nearby, the system's tasks might be trivial, like gambling, watching adult films, or getting into fights. Pirates, after all, are criminals. Doing such things is quite normal. Conversely, the pay for the day would be very low. So Wayne made sure to have tasks available around him before starting work each day. Time quickly passed to 8:59, and the system promptly issued today's work mission. Ding! Today's task, child trafficking. This task immediately relaxed Wayne's furrowed brow. It seemed that no matter where he was, the system would only issue such missions. Very vague and not detailed. A good loophole. The task itself wasn't difficult. He just didn't know what the rewards would be after completing it. This was also the first time he received a work mission related to child trafficking. "Today we are trafficking children." "Yes, Captain." Wayne's call prompted immediate responses from the 3 others. This had become muscle memory before starting work. Every day, except for holidays, everyone had to gather on the deck at 8:59. Once Wayne gave the order, they would begin a day's hard work. Following the entry channel, the ship quickly arrived at the harbor, which was where the ships docked. On one side of the ship, there was an extended wooden platform that allowed people on the ship to get on and off more easily. The appearance of a pirate ship caused quite a stir. After all, this was a Navy branch. Pirates showing up here was already a bit audacious. Over the years, due to Wayne's unique methods of plunder and violence, most people in the Navy knew his name, but it was limited to the Navy. He had been holed up in a few villages in the East Sea and hadn't displayed much strength, so his current bounty was only a meager 10 million berries. He had no notoriety. After the ship docked, Kiji stayed behind to guard the ship, while the other 3 directly started their work. No matter what, they had to abduct more children today. There should be plenty of kids in town to target. In the village, even if you wanted to do something, the options were very limited. After all, it was just a small village. You could search it thoroughly and only find a few people. But towns were different. The potential targets multiplied several times. Once they disembarked, the townspeople were quite fearful of Wayne. After all, they were armed with knives and guns and identified as pirates. Naturally, people wanted to keep their distance from them. However, when they saw Wayne helping an elderly woman who had fallen and even kindly buying her a cane from a nearby shop, their perception of him began to change slightly. This pirate seemed not so bad after all. This wasn't exactly what Wayne wanted to do. It was simply that doing so made it easier for the system to give him double pay. Good citizens, after all. "Excuse me, ma'am. Do you know which family around here has children? We're here to bring warmth." Wayne finished speaking with a smile on his face and took out a basket of candies to show the old lady. Then he pulled out a piece and gently stuffed it into the old lady's mouth. Looking at Wayne's sincere smile and his very loving gesture, the surrounding vendors were even more convinced. This is a good person among pirates. "Hey, young man, the cutest little girl in our town is the daughter of the owner of Asian restaurant. She loves candy, why not give her some?" A kind-hearted aunt nearby smiled as she introduced Wayne. When she said this, she was already thinking about how she would make that little girl thank her when she went to the restaurant later. Such a good deed. She was even thinking of her. "All right, Andy, let's go." Wayne replied. "Oh, never mind. It's not far from her house. I'll take you there. Don't want you to get lost. It wouldn't be good if you give it to someone else." "Oh, I'm really troubling you." Not at all, not at all. Let us go, let us go. A young man like you is really hard to come by these days." "You flatter me, haha." The few of them quickly left and headed to the Asian restaurant mentioned by the aunt. But even after Wayne left, the vendors here were still praising him. "This young man is really handsome. They can't be fake pirates, can they? How can someone be so kind-hearted? I think it's likely. This young man is really nice. At my old age, I really encountered a good person today." Even the old lady beside them was chattering away. Meanwhile, at the Asian restaurant, the situation was not looking optimistic. The tables and chairs that should have been neatly arranged were now in disarray. The decorations on the walls were scattered all over the ground. The wooden counter had been smashed to pieces, with numerous clear bullet holes on it. Around the counter, a mother and daughter were hugging each other tightly, their faces showing extreme fear. In the center of the restaurant, several Navy soldiers were continuously attacking a swordsman wielding 3 swords. But in just a moment, all the Navy soldiers were taken down by the 3-sword swordsman, crashing heavily onto the floor. You can still leave now. Zoro viciously pointed his sword at Balumabur, who was trembling in front of him. The current situation was not much different from the original story. Balumabur, the son of Monka, was bullying others after being scolded by the restaurant owner's daughter, Li Xiang. For eating without paying, he was furious. He threatened to have Li Xiang arrested. But Zoro, who happened to be dining in the restaurant, dealt with him. Now, seeing all his men taken down with one move, Balumabur was beginning to panic. But he wasn't foolish. He knew Zoro just wanted to save the little girl. Don't come near. I'm Colonel Monka's son. What you're doing now is hurting her. Once you leave, I can still do whatever I want with her. And not just lock her up, I'll execute her, shoot her. Balumabur's sharp voice was quite annoying to hear, but his words caused Zoro to frown. This was indeed a tricky situation. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner, holding Li Xiang, was already terrified beyond measure. Balumabur's infamous reputation was well known in their town of Cass. Everyone knew his character, and now, upon hearing that Balumabur wanted to execute her daughter, her emotions finally began to unravel. But she still held back, not daring to cry out loud, fearing it would anger the privileged second generation in front of her and lead to even worse consequences. However, her grip on Li Xiang's arm tightened a bit more, and her body trembled uncontrollably. If you want to help them, I'll have you dragged to the execution ground and exposed for half a month. If you can withstand it, I'll let her go. Seeing Zoro's expression, Balumabur knew he had the upper hand. A little bounty hunter dared to oppose him. It wouldn't be right not to torment you. Watching Balumabur's arrogant demeanor and the restrained expression of the restaurant owner, Zoro ultimately conceded. Clang! The long sword fell to the ground with a soft chime. This made Balumabur break into a triumphant smile. Ha ha ha! Now come with me. As long as you obey, I guarantee I won't harm them. And take this child with you. We need to take a statement. With that, Balumabur laughed and reached out to grab Li Xiang. This immediately made Li Xiang burst into tears. Balumabur's malicious intent frightened Li Xiang into tears. 2 streams of tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. The restaurant owner's hands, gripping Li Xiang, turned slightly pale from the force. But she didn't dare to utter a word of protest. Balumabur had enough power in the town that the small restaurant owner didn't dare to resist. The outcome of resistance would be even worse. Even though she felt grateful to Zoro, she knew that even if he really did something, her and her daughter's fate would still not be good. He wasn't someone who kept his promises. Pulling Li Xiang's arm, Balumabur was ready to yank her out of the restaurant owner's embrace. This filled the restaurant owner's face with despair. But just then, the already dilapidated restaurant door was pushed open again. Accompanying this was the sound of friendly conversation. This is it. Go bring warmth. Li Xiang loves candies. Their family runs an old restaurant, and the door is indeed a bit broken. Oh, Auntie, it's nothing. Huh? What happened? Auntie, you weren't exaggerating. It really is a bit old. It's about to collapse. As Wine entered, he looked at the chaotic situation and the sagging beams, and couldn't help but speak up. Chapter 11. Justifiable defense. As Wine entered, he briefly scanned the room and quickly assessed the situation. His gaze then fixed on the little girl. Good, the target for abduction is here. He hadn't seen a single child on the way here. Glancing at Balumabur in front of him, Wine had a rough idea of the reason. With such a guy around, who would dare let their children run outside? That meant his abduction plan might be hard to execute. Never mind. Let us first abduct this little girl in front of me. He instructed his 2 brothers to wait at the door while he walked inside. The aunt who brought Wine also spotted Balumabur in the restaurant. After a moment's thought, she realized that the current situation might not be good. But seeing Wine actually daring to go in, she wanted to remind him, but it was already too late. Such a good person was going to be harmed by that second generation. What should she do? The aunt began to worry for Wine. Zoro recognized Wine at a glance. He was a bounty hunter. Zoro had some understanding of Wine. A bounty of 10 million was quite a lot in East Blue. It was said that this guy was a ruthless character, constantly committing atrocities against nearby villages, using extremely brutal methods. How could this guy appear here? It couldn't be true, as that ant outside said that he came to bring warmth, right? How could that be? This guy definitely had ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Zoro tightened his body. If Wine intended to do something bad to the mother and daughter in front of him, he would definitely make him realize that 10 million was nothing in his hands. But Li Xiang and her mother found Wine somewhat familiar. Whether it was the charming smile on Wine's face or his earlier conversation with the ant, both made them feel quite friendly. The boss lady had even started to unconsciously fantasize about Wayne being able to save her daughter. But she also knew how foolish this thought was. She hoped this young man was really just here to offer warmth and would leave after that. Otherwise, it would only make the situation worse. Barumbar did not know Wayne. Seeing him dare to enter the restaurant at such a time made him immediately unhappy. What kind of dog are you? Can't you see this lord here? Moi Fuder Wang Minka. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Barumbar pointed at Wayne with a big, imposing gesture, but Wayne, who had just entered, didn't even glance at him. He went straight to Li Xiang, which made the boss lady's heart race again. Watching Wayne squat down in front of Li Xiang, Barumbar was indeed unhesitating and began to shout, "You little brat! What do you want? How dare you ignore me?" He raised his gun and pointed it at Wayne, his expression extremely angry. Accustomed to being arrogant, he couldn't tolerate such treatment. No one had dared to be so rude in front of him. This scene made Zoro's heart skip a beat. Regardless of what this person wanted to do, it would be bad if he wasted the opportunity he had fought hard to get. Zoro, at this moment, was still a bit naive. He really believed what Barumbar had said. But Wayne squatted in front of Li Xiang, completely unconcerned about the cold gun barrel behind him. He took some candy from his basket and directly placed it in Li Xiang's hand. This inexplicable action made Li Xiang show a dazed expression. She now felt that this person in front of her was very kind, but even she, despite her young age, knew that this was not the time for such things. So her eyes were filled with confusion. Zoro, seeing that Wayne really gave Li Xiang a handful of candy, also looked somewhat dazed. Could this guy really be here to offer warmth? Zoro was a bit confused. A pirate offering warmth? This seemed a bit off. But Wayne's actions were indeed genuine. He was indeed offering warmth. At this moment, Zoro found himself at a loss. His already not-so-good brain was now completely malfunctioning. The boss lady looked at Wayne in a daze as well. Although she hoped Wayne was just here to offer warmth and would leave quickly after that. When she actually saw him do it, she felt it was unbelievable. In such a dangerous situation in the restaurant, he took such a big risk just to give her daughter some candy? What on earth was this person thinking? The boss lady was greatly shocked. She really couldn't understand the meaning behind Wayne's actions. But Wayne's complete disregard for others immediately enraged Barumbar to the extreme. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? I'll give you 3 seconds. Kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll kill your whole family." This loud shout made Zoro frown. That was a ruthless pirate. After being humiliated like this, could he hold back from killing this guy? But if he did kill him, the mother and daughter would definitely suffer terribly because of his actions. At this moment, Zoro was even preparing to step in to save Barumbar if Wayne really intended to attack him. But to his surprise, Wayne not only ignored him, but also took Li Xiang from the day's boss lady and held her in his arms. "Little girl, do you want him to take you away?" Wayne asked softly. Li Xiang slowly shook her head. "Then do you want to come with me? I can guarantee you won't be caught." Whether it was the effect of the candy just now or Wayne's highly deceptive way of acting, Li Xiang actually felt that he could really do it. Strangely, she slowly nodded. This seemingly warm scene truly left Zoro bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to be a brutal pirate? Why did he seem a bit gentle? And he spoke so gently too. You tell me this is a brutal pirate? A pirate who does evil without restraint? At this moment, Zoro doubted his intelligence and even questioned whether Wayne was just putting on an act. It was simply because Wayne's performance was so good that it didn't seem like an act at all. Whether it was his gaze, demeanor, or tone, it was all genuine concern for Li Xiang, showing no signs of pretense. This also made the boss lady look at Wayne with a hint of gratitude. Although she still did not agree with Wayne's actions, believing that he would provoke that guy and meet a terrible end, nonetheless, in this situation, he was willing to come in and lend a helping hand, which was enough to make the boss lady feel grateful towards Wayne. "You little brat. Since you want to die, then go die." Boom. After saying that, the furious Barumbar directly fired a bullet at Wayne. The sound of the gunshot immediately caused panic on Zoro and the boss lady's faces. Zoro was panicking because the guy in front of him didn't even move before firing. How could such a useless person have a bounty of 10 million? At least try to dodge. Zoro had already developed a favorable impression of Wayne, and he rushed towards Wayne, wanted to save him. But time was clearly not on his side. He could only watch helplessly as the bullet headed towards Wayne's head. A flash of unwillingness crossed his eyes. Was another good person going to die under this guy's gun? Why can the Navy do whatever they want while good people have to die tragically? At this moment, a surge of anger rose in Zoro's heart. In his view, Wayne was definitely doomed. But just as the bullet was about to hit Wayne's back of the head, Wayne suddenly tilted his head. The bullet grazed past his ear, hitting the wooden counter with a muffled sound. A few strands of hair also fell to the ground. And with the falling of those few strands of hair, a faint smile appeared on Wayne's face. A murmur echoed clearly in the small restaurant. Well then, that counts as self-defense, right? Chapter 12. Is my daughter being sold? Wayne's sudden head movement silenced the entire restaurant. Zoro's face was filled with disbelief. The boss lady's eyes widened. Even the ant outside was a bit surprised. They all thought Wayne was doomed, but unexpectedly, he managed to dodge. Now, hearing his clear murmurs, everyone was unable to regain their composure for a long time. Zoro's brows furrowed. Just now, Wayne had dodged at the last moment, but he was clearly facing away from that guy. How'd he dodge? Did he grow eyes on the back of his head? But just from Wayne's quick movement, Zoro could tell he was not simple. And what did that last sentence mean? Self-defense? What does that mean? Zoro, who had never heard that term before, was also a bit confused. However, Zoro noticed that Wayne didn't seem to intend to cause more trouble. He just wanted to protect that little girl. As long as he stopped that guy and let the pirate take the child away first, it would be fine. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the child being taken by that guy. Zoro's thoughts were good, but he hadn't considered whether the child would be taken by the pirate. The boss lady also came back to her senses, her legs weak as she sat on the ground. She gently tugged at Wayne's pants, her eyes constantly signaling him to leave quickly. The ant outside also found a corner and was waving at Wayne. Hurry up, you need to leave. The meaning was very straightforward. You dare to hide. You hide again, and let me see. With that, Barumib was ready to empty his magazine. At the moment he spoke, Zoro had already lunged at him. While pouncing toward Barumib, he shouted at Wayne, "You take the kid and get out of here." But upon hearing this, Wayne not only did not leave, but turned to face Barumib, who was so close behind him, and showed him a standard smile. Before Barumib could curse again, Wayne lifted his foot. There were no fancy moves, just a plain and unremarkable kick aimed straight at him. A hint of disdain appeared in Barumib's eyes. What is this? You think you can kick me? Just wait until I shoot your head off. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The landlady on the ground trembled in fear, and Zoro, rushing towards Barumib, felt a jolt in his heart. This guy, why isn't he running away? Just as this thought crossed Zoro's mind, he suddenly felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Where was it coming from? All over his body. Just then, at the same moment the gunshot rang out, a dull thud also echoed. Wayne's supreme flip-flop accurately stamped on a Barumib's chest. Barumib, who had initially looked disdainful, suddenly began to change his expression. In a brief moment, confusion, astonishment, disbelief, and finally despair flashed across his face. That's right. Wayne's kick had literally blown him apart. A large amount of blood shot out like bullets towards the back. Everything other than the blood was turned to dust by that kick. The massive blood spatter instantly painted the area behind Barumib a vivid red. Tables and chairs, the beams of the room, all became stained with copious amounts of ketchup. But the biggest victim was still Zoro, who had turned into a tomato person. Everything in front of him turned into a sea of red. At this moment, Zoro stood dazed in place, his blood-red eyes unable to close. Looking at the completely vanished Barumib, Zoro's mind was already struggling to comprehend. Dead? Killed? By this gentle guy in front of him, kicked into pieces? Didn't he say he didn't want to stir up trouble? Isn't he's supposed to be kind to people? Isn't he a good person? How could he have just blown this guy apart? Not a single piece left. Was this what he was supposed to do? Zoro was dumbfounded, truly dumbfounded. This sudden and drastic change felt like a high-speed motorboat had crashed into his head. To say his mind short-circuited was an understatement. Wayne had actually wanted to take him down for a long time, but if he did it directly, it would be illegal. That would be provoking trouble. That would be intentional murder. That was absolutely not acceptable. But if he took the initiative to attack you, great, then he wouldn't have to worry about breaking the law, because that would be self-defense. In that case, his end-of-shift settlement would still count as double. This was something Wayne had figured out after so many years of work. No matter what job, as long as you could stick with it for 10 years. Even if you were slow, you could still find a way. But this scene directly made the landlady scream. The scene was just too horrifying. When had she ever seen such a thing as a restaurant owner? Not fainting on the spot was already quite good. She really didn't expect that this gentle-looking man would decompose a person with a single move. The aunt outside even plopped down onto the ground, her face showing sheer terror. Looking at Wayne's expressionless face, the aunt was almost dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on here? This young man, did he just kill Monka's son? He is not like this. He didn't say this when he came to me. Wasn't he here to bring warmth? How could he suddenly take away a person while delivering warmth? Is this still the kind young man? The aunt leaned against the doorframe, barely supporting her body from collapsing. It was evident how much psychological damage Wayne's sudden outburst had caused her. Little Li Xiang, in Wayne's arms, looked at the room full of red and heard her mother scream. She also sensed that something was wrong. This big brother seems like a bad person. She slowly looked up in a daze and made eye contact with Wayne, who had an expressionless face. Afraid, she trembled and asked, "Big brother, you want to hurt me, right?" Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Wayne's face once again broke into the gentle smile he had just shown. He then replied in the softest tone, "What are you saying, little silly? I'm a pirate. I came to abduct you. Now that I've abducted you, it's time to abduct other kids." As soon as Wayne finished speaking, just as the three onlookers were still dumbfounded by his words, they heard a whoosh. Wayne's figure vanished from the room. Along with him disappeared the terrified little Li Xiang he was holding. Silence. The scene was extremely quiet. In the entire restaurant, only the sound of ketchup dripping from the beams onto the wooden floor could be heard. Covered in ketchup, Zorro stood with his mouth agape, staring at the direction of the door. The landlady had also stopped screaming, her terrified expression frozen on her face. The aunt outside widened her eyes in shock. After a full minute, a sound finally broke the silence in the restaurant. Did my daughter just get abducted? The landlady's extremely uncertain voice slowly rose. Her gaze also turned towards the door, but there was no sign of Wayne and the others anymore. It seemed so. Zorro's already battered brain took another heavy blow. The child really was dumbfounded. At this moment, the three of them vividly depicted what it meant to be dumbfounded, like dumb fruit on a dumb tree. You and I beneath the dumb tree. Chapter 13, Zorro, I knew you were here all along. After repeatedly thinking about what had just happened, Zorro finally came to a conclusion. Just now, that guy named Wayne seemed to have killed Byrumeeb right in front of him. Then in front of him, he boldly abducted that little girl, and he had always thought of him as a good person. At this moment, Zorro wished he could pick up the knife on the ground and hit his head with it. What kind of nonsense was filling his head? That guy's a pirate. A pirate. How could he actually believed him? I was fooled. I was deceived by that ruthless pirate. Zorro was bewildered. He thought he was pretty good at reading people. He could see through them at a glance. But that guy clearly looked like a good person. What was the result? A villain through and through, right? From now on, I have to trust information. Trust my own judgment. The landlady beside him opened her mouth, but didn't make a sound. Her mind was still echoing with the concerned face of Wayne as he took Li Xiang from her arms. Didn't Aunt Wong say he was here to bring warmth? Didn't she say he was here to give candy to the children? But now, not only did he kill Byrumeeb and provoke a huge mess, but he also took her daughter right in front of her. Is this bringing warmth? Is this about taking me away? The landlady's emotions began to crumble at this moment. Her child had just been taken away, and she couldn't go to the Navy because they would take her down first. This situation immediately plunged the landlady into despair, and she began to wail uncontrollably. Aunt Wong outside the door was already so angry that she was pounding her chest and stamping her feet. That guy turned out to be a real pirate. He really came to do bad things. I was actually deceived by his appearance. It would have been one thing to be fooled, but I even warmly guided him and enthusiastically let him kidnap Li Xiang. I was originally thinking of having little Li Xiang thank me. Now it's good that she isn't thinking of killing me. What have I done? I'm simply a terrifying whale. Aunt Wong outside was pounding her chest and stamping her feet, while the boss lady inside was also crying in despair. Zoro looked at the tearful boss lady and secretly made up his mind. No matter what, he had to capture this group of rampant pirates. They actually dared to brazenly abduct children in a town where the Navy was stationed. As a pirate hunter, he absolutely could not stand by and watch. I'll go get the children back. With that said, Zoro pushed open the already broken wooden door and disappeared around the corner. Only the boss lady, whose eyes had regained some color, and the continuously shaking wooden door were left behind. What? My son was killed? And he was a pirate? A bounty of only 10 million? What a bold move. Such a weak pirate actually dared to come on my territory to kill. And he killed my useless son. Where is he now? At the Navy base, in square. Monka stared angrily at the soldier who rushed over to report in a panic. The axe that replaced his entire right arm, and the steel armor that covered his shattered jaw, made Monka look exceedingly frightening. It was obvious that the soldier was also scared. He is still in the city capturing children. It seems he intends to sell them. Many townspeople have come to request us to send troops to capture the pirates. The trembling tone made Monka frown, but as the base commander, he certainly knew the character of these soldiers. Hearing that a large number of townsfolk were blocking the base entrance, Monka became furious. These people are really bold. Tell them all to go home. When did it become their place to dictate how we in the Navy do our jobs? Now everyone get moving. Capture that wild spawn daring to wreak havoc in my territory. Yes, Colonel. Soon, the townspeople at the base entrance were forcibly dispersed. But when they saw that the Navy had deployed, a glimmer of hope appeared on their desperate faces. Many followed the Navy, hoping that after they rescued their children, they could be the first to hold their kids in their arms. Most of them were women. They thought with so many Navy personnel, surely they could rescue their children. Right? There were only 3 of them. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't be a match for so many guns. The residents of the East Sea, when calculating combat power, clearly only counted the number of people. The sunset's rays cast a reddish hue over the entire town. Even the sea seemed to change color. At this moment, Wayne and the others reappeared at the spot where they had helped the old lady in the morning. However, behind them, there were now more than a dozen small figures. The townsfolk who had set up stalls had long received the news and left. Wayne and his group were now absolutely dangerous individuals. This huge port now seemed a bit empty. Looking at the distant sunset and feeling the gentle sea breeze, Wayne turned around to glance at the spoils held by the child with a lollipop in hand, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This trip really yielded a lot. The rewards from the system shouldn't be too little either. A true bumper harvest. The children behind, although some were still young and didn't understand, only knowing that those who gave them candy were good people. There were also quite a few who had grown tall and looked quite mature. They formed a stark contrast with the truly small children around them. One side was happily eating candy, while the other side was filled with fear and despair. They knew very clearly that being taken away this time meant they really wouldn't come back. Li Xiang still clutched the candies that Wayne had first given her. Not a single one was missing. Throughout the day following Wayne, she had thought more than once. If only everything the big brother did was just an act. If only he was still the gentle, kind big brother like at the beginning, then perhaps he would let her go. But this was ultimately just her fantasy. Along the way, she had witnessed Wayne use the same trick to deceive 7 or 8 children. By the end, it wasn't that his tricks weren't working. It was that the town already knew about his character. So the remaining children were all negotiated with peacefully. Now, seeing that huge pirate ship, Li Xiang's fantasy finally shattered. She was truly going to be sold. Occasionally, she looked back, hoping that figure would appear. But she never saw it. All right, load the cargo. It's almost time to get off work. Everyone, work well. Yes, boss. With that, Keel and Basic each grabbed a child and headed towards the ship. But at that moment, a green-haired guy suddenly dashed out from a nearby alley. He was running so fast that he almost fell into the sea. He barely stopped in time, leaning on his knees and panting heavily. While catching his breath, he looked around in confusion. At that moment, he noticed Wayne and the others' actions. Originally still gasping for air, he immediately straightened his posture. Facing Wayne, he drew out the long knife at his waist. "Pirates, I've known you were here all along. Put down those children. You can't escape." This guy spoke as if he had GPS, arriving here without any deviation. But both his earlier near dive into the sea and his panting indicated that he had been aimlessly running for a whole day. Chapter 14, he said he would protect me. Upon seeing Zoro, Li Xiang, who had been filled with despair, immediately showed a look of joy. She knew how powerful Zoro was. After all, Zoro had easily dealt with 3 Navy soldiers right in front of her. And after Wayne captured her, he had also fled directly. He must be afraid of this uncle. I might be saved. The other children didn't know Zoro, but seeing him with 3 swords, they also thought he looked quite powerful. Wayne slowly put down the child in his hands, choosing not to continue taking them onto the ship. Heel and Basic also stopped their actions. It wasn't that they were obedient. They were just thinking it would be troublesome to take them aboard only to have to throw them back later. Now that someone had come out to stop them, they were more than happy about it. The sea breeze blew, and the waves crashed against the rocky wall of the port, making a rustling sound. In the brilliant sunset, Wayne looked at Zoro's serious expression and couldn't help but smile. Has this guy really gotten this lost? This town isn't that big. How did he end up running around for a whole day just to find this place? You want us to let them go? What a joke. This is the result of our hard work after a whole day. Who do you think you are? You say let go, and we let go. Firepower output king. Keel directly started to lash out in anger. He wasn't familiar with Zoro, so he didn't hesitate at all when it came to cursing. It was obvious that this annoyed Zoro, and he also knew that he might not be able to win in a verbal sparring match against the other side. Their firepower seemed a bit strong, but Zoro was planning to rely on words to save people. He immediately stopped talking nonsense, and after putting a knife in his mouth, he quickly ran toward this side. But just halfway through, a large group of people rushed out from a small alley not far ahead, completely blocking the way. It was a group of people dressed in Navy uniforms, each holding a gun. Some even carried cannons, including some that were push-type. The first impression of this group of Navy was that their weapons were well equipped. Behind the Navy, more than 10 women closely followed, and Li Xiang's mother was among them. Even Aunt Wang was there, perhaps feeling partly responsible for Li Xiang's abduction. She came along as well. When Zoro saw the Navy arrive, he also stopped in his tracks, his anxious heart finally settling down. He was actually a bit afraid that he wasn't a match for the captain on the opposite side. But now that so many Navy personnel had arrived, it should be fine, right? There were only 3 people on the other side, and the big guy leading the Navy looked quite strong. They should be more than enough to deal with these pirates. If they couldn't, he could step in again. Zoro also sheathed the knife he had just drawn. When the restaurant owner saw Li Xiang, her expression became a bit agitated. Not just her, all the mothers who came along felt the same. Looking at their children who were so close yet seemed so far away, their feelings were exceptionally anxious. But they could only turn their hopeful gazes toward the Navy over there, hoping they could save their children. Some even began to shout excitedly, "It's them! It's these 3 beasts! They took my child! Officer, you must publicly execute them!" Angry curses immediately erupted, as the families of the abducted children would not give any good face to the criminals. Li Xiang also noticed her mother's figure and immediately showed a happy smile. Monka did not pay attention to the shouting women. At this moment, he was looking at Wayne in front of him, his face showing an expression of rage. It was this guy. Not only was he wreaking havoc on his territory, but he also showed no regard for Monka. He had already checked the situation at the restaurant, and the room full of ketchup made him hate Wayne to the extreme. Now, it was a case of enemies meeting with particularly red eyes. Without any hesitation, under the watchful eyes of many onlookers, Monka immediately issued an order. "Everyone, fire at them. Blast that guy to pieces." This order instantly silenced the women who had been angrily cursing Wayne, when they realized that the order was to fire at their own children. Disbelief was all that remained on their faces. Zoro, who was watching from the side, was also shocked. His expression, which was originally prepared to enjoy the show, froze. What did this guy just say? Fire? There were so many children over there. What did firing at them mean? Did he want to blow up those children too? Is this guy insane? How could he give such an order? Zoro's eyes widened, completely losing the previous ease. The knife he had just returned to his waist was once again gripped tightly. The women over there began to cry out loud. "Officer, no, our children are still over there. You can't fire. Please, please save my child. The children are innocent." The cries of pleading instantly filled the air, and many even knelt down before Monka. The restaurant owner was one of them. Initially, they thought the Navy would be the saviors of the children, but now they had turned into the slaughtering knives aimed at them. This disparity was enough to shatter a mother's heart. The owner cried in despair, and in the distance, Li Xiang looked at her mother's sorrowful expression, her smile finally slowly fading. She had thought that the Navy was there to save them, but now they were going to fire at them. Behind them were the vicious, evil pirates, and in front was the Navy's artillery fire. At this moment, Li Xiang truly felt despair, but the cries of the surrounding women made Monka frown. Save people? He had never thought about saving anyone. He was only there to kill the murderer who had harmed his son. What did these people's children have to do with him? His son was dead, and you still want children? Seeing the soldiers around him hesitating to act, Monka raised the axe in his hand and chopped down on a Navy soldier in front of him. "Now, fire immediately, otherwise you'll all die." Looking at the fallen comrade and the blood that sprayed out, those soldiers, after struggling in pain, still opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons wildly unleashed their fury towards Wayne's location, the dense artillery shells capable of flattening dozens of meters around Wayne. But this scene nearly cost the lives of the mothers of those children. Watching the shells fly out, they screamed in agony. But it was all in vain. Zoro intercepted 2 shells with his sword, but in the face of such a massive quantity, he felt somewhat powerless. Zoro was now filled with extreme anger. These Navy personnel, they really fired. They fired at a group of defenseless children. Damn it. Damn Navy. The children were also scared and closed their eyes, not daring to look at the incoming shells. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously, and the ground seemed to tremble from the tremendous noise. The continuous explosions lasted for a full 5 seconds before finally stopping. Whether it was Zoro, the soldiers who fired, or those mothers, none of them dared to look over there, fearing to see the ground covered in mangled limbs and severed arms. They feared to see the children with unseeing eyes. In the vast port, only the sound of waves and the desperate sobs of the mothers could be heard. Only 2 people had their eyes wide open. One was Monka, and the other was Li Xiang. Li Xiang looked at Wayne, who was not far away, holding a handgun in one hand and still maintaining the posture of firing. The expression on her face was also frozen there. It was him who saved me. It was him, once again, who saved me. He said he would protect me. Could it be true? Chapter 15. I saved an egg. Li Xiang saw with her own eyes that just as the artillery shells were about to strike, Wayne raised the handgun. He fired several shots at the shells in the sky, blasting them all in midair. Not a single one fell, but the Navy had fired so many shells at once. How could he block them all? Li Xiang looked at Wayne's back, her cute little face showing a clear expression of surprise. Compared to her, Monka was more violent. He had just witnessed the entire process of Wayne blasting the shells. How could this be possible? I fired so many shells. How could this guy do that? Monka's eyes widened, and his expression became somewhat dazed. He wondered if he was seeing things. How could a guy with a bounty of 10 million possess such strength? It must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. His shout also caused the surrounding cries to immediately stop. The families of the children, along with Zoro, who was trying to suppress his anger, slowly turned to look ahead. Could there be a turnaround? Amid such a barrage of shells, could someone have survived? When they saw the unharmed children over there, the expressions on their faces froze. Not a single one was dead. They were all alive and well. What was going on? Everyone was a bit dazed. But when they saw Wayne slowly lowering his gun, the answer seemed quite obvious. It was him. He had saved those children. After coming to this conclusion, Zoro's heart was in turmoil. The Navy had ordered to kill everyone, but the pirate had stepped in to save those children. Is there really a distinction between good and evil in this world? Is the Navy truly just? At that moment, the inexperienced Zoro began to realize something. But he also knew that although Wayne saved those children, it was probably just to avoid losing money, right? Those were just his assets. The dead children were worthless. The parents of the children obviously knew this too. If Wayne's goal wasn't to take these children away, then it wouldn't be too much to bow and thank him. But he wasn't doing that. Right now, they would rather Wayne die sooner. Just when everyone was frozen in place, Zoro had already charged towards Wayne. If the Navy continued to handle this matter, who knew what the outcome would be? If he could directly take this guy down, wouldn't everything be resolved? Since the Navy was useless and unreliable, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Watching Zoro rush out, the people around him looked at him with hopeful expressions. They were already cheering him on in their hearts. Even Monka didn't act rashly. He also found Wayne a bit strange. It was just right to let this bounty hunter test Wayne's strength. He had a bit of understanding about this green-haired guy. His strength wasn't too much weaker than his own. It was enough to see. If this guy turned out to be incredibly strong, then fine. I'll just bail. Can I ask for help from headquarters? Why should I fight him head-on? If I can't beat him, I'll just call for help. But this grudge must be avenged. At this time, Wayne remained calmly standing there, occasionally glancing at his watch. The two brothers beside him showed no signs of worry, just watching with interest as Zoro charged at Wayne. Soon, Zoro's imposing attack arrived up close. Tiger Hunt. With his 3 swords crossed, Zoro, now at a suitable distance, shouted out the name of his technique. I don't even know why he bothers to call out the name after biting the sword. His legs slightly bent. Then he burst forward. In an instant, the long sword was already at Wayne's chest. The speed was so fast that even Monka was taken aback. This bounty hunter seemed to be no simple character. Monka underestimated Zoro's strength, and from this strike, it was clear that this guy's strength was absolutely on par with his own. Then Monka fixed his gaze on Wayne. Can you block this? Just as the long sword was about to pierce Wayne's chest, Wayne, still watching his watch, finally made a move. His speed was still so fast that Zoro's eyes widened slightly. Wayne merely tilted his body slightly, and all 3 of Zoro's swords passed right in front of him. The whistling wind indicated it wasn't that Zoro was too slow. It was just that Wayne was too fast. But just as Zoro prepared to adjust his stance and launch another attack, a finger suddenly appeared. It lightly tapped his sword at the correct angle. A drop of crimson appeared on that finger. Just as Zoro was puzzled by Wayne's actions, that familiar phrase rang in his ears again. Time's up for self-defense. In an instant, Zoro's hair stood on end. His eyes widened to the limit. An extremely dangerous feeling suddenly emanated from Wayne in front of him. Zoro felt something was off. He retracted his sword and prepared to defend. But in the moment that thought crossed his mind, a slipper had already appeared before him. The speed was so fast that Zoro's pupils didn't even have time to fully constrict. That slipper heavily struck his face. With a loud bang, Wayne's kick sent the charging Zoro flying far away, faster and with more force than when he came. Feeling the intense impact on his face, Zoro's consciousness began to blur. He flew backward for hundreds of meters, finally stopping at the alley he had just charged out of. The fiery pain on his face made it impossible for Zoro to open his left eye. Struggling to slowly open his right eye, he looked at Wayne, who seemed nonchalant and as if he hadn't used any effort, and his heart was already in shock. Had he been defeated in one blow? Couldn't he even withstand a single move? Did he not even qualify to make Wayne go all out? He realized he was still too weak. Was he just going to watch him take those children away? Zoro tried to get up, but he simply couldn't do it. His head felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, making it extremely difficult for him to even lift it, let alone getting up. Wayne hadn't used any skills. Otherwise, Zoro's head would have exploded on the spot. Wayne's standard for his strength was casual. If I want you dead, I'll kill you. But if you're decent, Wayne wouldn't go all out to finish you. Of course, there had to be necessary lessons. Just the slipper mark on Zoro's face wouldn't disappear in 10 to 15 days. As Zoro landed, the entire area fell into silence again. Even the sound of breathing was gone. Among those present, except for Monka, others couldn't discern any professional insight. They only knew it was over. A look of despair appeared on everyone's faces. Unafraid of guns, and with such high combat power, how could this be resolved? But if it couldn't be resolved, the outcome was already in front of them. Those children would be taken away right in front of their eyes. And all they could do was plead with the Navy present. But at that moment, although Monka remained expressionless, his heart was already in turmoil. This guy, absolutely not someone to be reckoned with. Even if he went up, the result would definitely not change. If it weren't for some concern for his face, he would have left long ago. That guy has the strength to take him down with one blow. What a joke. Chapter 16. My head itches a bit. It seems I'm about to grow a brain. Listening to the annoying pleas around him, Monka was truly fed up. It was like they were begging him to die. For the sake of face, he planned to wait for Wayne to take people away before leaving. Otherwise, it would look bad if the Navy directly fled in front of the pirates. If that got out, where would Monka's face go? Even if he watched Wayne take people away from here, it was better than leaving directly. At that time, he could just change the story. Say he fought to the end, but was overwhelmed. Perfect. His plan was well thought out. But Wayne had no intention of letting him have his way. A bullet whizzed past Monka's ear. The airflow made his not-so-long hair sway. Feeling the Reaper pass him by, Monka's forehead broke out in a fine layer of sweat. His eyes trembled slightly. Just now, he didn't notice anything wrong at all. By the time he realized Wayne was raising the gun, the bullet had already whizzed past his ear. At that moment, Monka had no doubt that the bullet could pierce through his skull. If the guy in front of him wanted, he could die in the next second. This result immediately made Monka's face turn ugly. In front of him, after firing that shot, Wayne raised his watch again. After glancing at it, he said in a deep voice, 30 seconds, anyone who doesn't leave will die. After saying that, Wayne shifted his gaze back to the watch. Watching the second hand tick, the muzzle was also pointed forward. The current time was 4:59:25 p.m. In 35 seconds, he would be off work on time. After finishing work, he was not allowed to participate in any matters related to pirates. Off work means to rest. If he did too much, the system would issue a warning. During this period, just before finishing work, he generally wouldn't let anyone at the scene have the chance to stop him from clocking out or force him to work overtime. That would be very dangerous behavior. So, in the minute before his shift ended, Wayne would usually clear the area to ensure he could clock out at 5 o'clock p.m. And now, with this group of Navy soldiers, Wayne couldn't guarantee they wouldn't disturb him after 5 o'clock p.m. Since he couldn't be sure, he would make it certain. If they all left or all died, wouldn't that become certain? Giving them 30 seconds. The remaining 5 seconds would be enough for him to take out everyone in front of him. Their earlier round of cannon fire had already been deemed self-defense for Wayne, so he would hold back. Time ticked away, second by second. The Navy soldiers were all sweating, drenched in perspiration. They had no doubt about the truth of Wayne's words. First of all, he was involved in child trafficking, which already indicated his malice. Killing these Navy soldiers would definitely not be a problem. In fact, it was only natural. And did Wayne have the capability? That was no longer in question, right? They anxiously stared at the visibly distressed Monka, waiting for his orders. If he didn't speak up, no one would dare to leave. The soldier lying on the ground, eviscerated, was the example. Monka was now in a dilemma. He had just been thinking about saving face, but now he was about to lose all of it. There was no way to save even a bit. Monka wasn't a fool who would sacrifice himself for the sake of the Navy's face. He thought that was what Sabo would do. In this situation, of course, saving his life was the priority. After a moment's thought, he turned and ran. No, it couldn't even be called walking. He was already running, completely ignoring the heart-wrenching cries around him. Retreat. With his shout, all the Navy soldiers felt as if they had been pardoned and fled. Because time was running out. The mothers of those children watched as their only hope ran away from them. Gone. Everything was gone. After the cries and despair, only a dead silence remained. They watched as Wayne and the others carried several children, walking on the dock supported by rows of sturdy wooden piles. The mothers of these children were already in extreme sorrow. There was probably nothing that could make a mother more devastated than the scene before her eyes. Watching her child disappear right in front of her. Zoro, who had collapsed, was filled with unwillingness. He looked at the smiling girl who used to serve him food in the restaurant, now devoid of any smile, her face ashen. A whirlwind of emotions surged in Zoro's heart. Self-blame, sadness, anger, unwillingness, and finally, powerlessness. Right now, he could do nothing but watch everything be taken away by that guy. At this moment, Zoro truly hated the pirate group to the core. Li Xiang looked back at the mothers who were already sobbing uncontrollably, her expression gradually filled with despair. Understanding, she slowly lowered her head, not wanting her mother to see her sad face. Wayne walked on the wooden dock, each step echoing with a thud. Each sound made Li Xiang even more frightened. She knew she was getting closer to that ship. Once she boarded, she would never be able to come back. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, a rapid ringing sounded. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Li Xiong was even startled into a shiver. No one knew what the sound represented. Perhaps they needed to quicken their pace, or perhaps those people were going to kill them all. Just as Li Xiong closed her eyes in fear, she suddenly felt as if she was suspended in midair, and she began to fall freely. It wasn't tea until she felt a pain in her, but that she mustered the courage to slowly open her eyes. But what she saw was just children lying everywhere and the 3 figures boarding the ship. This sudden situation left Li Xiong a bit dazed. She could clearly hear the conversation between those people. Finally off work. Big brother, what shall we eat? I want barbecue. Can you arrange that? Eat, eat, eat. Just off work and already thinking about food. Boss, what do you want to eat? Let us arrange it for you. A bowl of pig trotter rice. Okay. It wasn't until the pirate ship left the port that Li Xiong finally reacted. They had left. They abandoned us here and then left. Did she perhaps get saved? The tear stains on Li Xiong's delicate face were still very clear. Coupled with her dazed expression, she looked somewhat cute. But now was clearly not the time to care about that. Li Xiong was truly stunned by Wayne's sudden actions. On the shore, the mothers of the children were also silent. Each one had their mouths slightly open, their eyes filled with confusion. Zoro, lying on the ground, was even more so. He was truly showcasing what it meant to stare with the maximum limit of his eyes. He now felt that the head that Wayne had kicked earlier seemed to be a bit itchy. It was as if he was about to grow a brain. Chapter 17. Recruitment conditions ruthless? Not just Zoro. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the children or their mothers, they were all dazed. Just a second ago, they were desperately calling out in their hearts, and the next second, it seemed their children were saved. That group of pirates just tossed the children on the dock like garbage. They had just been afraid of hurting them and had acted to protect them, but now they discarded them. What on earth was going on? The entire scene was silent for over a minute before someone remembered their child. They had thought they would never see them again, but the heavens had played a huge joke on them instead of those pirates. They all rushed toward the dock, tears once again pouring out. But this time it was tears of joy. Zoro watched as mother after mother embraced their children tightly. Although he was still utterly confused by Wayne's actions, the weight on his heart finally lifted. No matter what, the outcome was good. That was enough. Hey, what are you doing lying on the ground? Is this a place to sleep? A somewhat dazed voice rang out behind Zoro. Have you ever seen a pirate who clocks out at 5 o'clock? I chased him for a day. Could he not be here? Navy base. Commander's office. Monka plopped down onto the genuine leather chair. His big feet, which were over 50 yards, thumped heavily onto the tidy desk. He was panting heavily, feeling as if he had just escaped death. This wouldn't he do. With such a pirate around, he really couldn't he eat or sleep in peace. If he didn't deal with him, wouldn't he be unable to even step outside in the future? Monka immediately picked up the phone and called for help from his superior. Wayne's strength was just too formidable. Monka had no desire to fight him at all. His marksmanship was simply outstanding. He could hit the target from such a distance with deadly precision. Although Monka was quite arrogant, he had to yield under the death threat from Wayne. I can't beat him, so I'll call for backup. Soon, he managed to get someone, and they sent over a stronger force with a higher rank than him. However, it would take 3 days for them to arrive. After hanging up the phone, Monka finally breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days wasn't too long. During these 3 days, as long as he didn't go out, he would be safe. Get the dozens of cannons from the warehouse. Prepare for battle at any moment. Yes, sir. Indeed, the defensive power of their naval base was quite good. As long as he didn't go out, that kid wouldn't be able to do anything to him. And if that guy dared to come to him, those dozens of cannons would make him understand what despair truly meant. Can you defend against cannons? Let us see if you can defend against so many cannons of mine. Lock the main gate. No one is allowed to go out for the next few days. Townspeople are not allowed to enter. No matter what happens, no one is allowed in. Monka issued his orders one by one. The pressure from Wayne was just too great for him. He had even considered running away. But when he thought about the consequences of running away, which would mean losing control over this town, he naturally wouldn't agree to it. With so many cannons around, he didn't believe that Wayne could attack him. Today, he truly didn't dare to step outside. What if that guy left? But tomorrow, he indeed had some matters to attend to. That was to capture the mother and daughter who had caused his son's death. But he wouldn't go personally. He would send his subordinates to do it. He absolutely wouldn't leave this place in the next few days. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the work task and successfully clocking out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining 5 points of physical strength. 10 clock-in points. Ding! Because the host clocked out on time, an additional reward of 3 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly adhered to the laws of the Xia country during work, all the above rewards are doubled. Ding! Due to a decrease in the number of workers, the salary has decreased. After drinking some alcohol and having a barbecue with the three brothers, Wayne returned to his room. Looking at the system panel in front of him, his expression became serious. First of all, the rewards were exceptionally abundant, far exceeding the rewards he received while working in that village. It would be an exaggeration to say it was 10 times more, but correspondingly, he had done much more. Whether it was the number of kidnapped children dealing with Balumeb, resolving Zorro, or scaring off the Navy, all of these should be the criteria for measuring rewards. More rewards, but the risks were also much higher than in the village. If he couldn't beat Zorro, if he couldn't fend off the Navy, then he would lose this job, and it would be gone for good. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Once an unexpected situation occurred, his system could disappear. If he was weaker than Zorro, he would be intercepted when he attempted to kidnap the first one. In the end, he could either be handed over to the Navy for money or be tied up by Balumeb. In short, his work task would fail. It would be as if he hadn't worked that day at all. That would be considered absenteeism, and absenteeism would lead to immediate dismissal. Wayne was somewhat relieved, thankful that he wasn't like other transmigrators who, upon obtaining a system, acted as if they were invincible. Steady development was the way to go. After all, he had no upper limit. Thinking of this, Wayne opened his system panel. Host, Wayne, gender, male, physical strength, 828. Abilities, advanced marksmanship, advanced kick techniques, observation Haki, clock-in points, 253. Evaluation, strength is not bad. Minimum physical strength for Rear Admiral, 1,000. Fore Admiral, 5,000. He had increased his physical strength by 16 points, which was already equivalent to the rewards he received from clocking in for over 10 days in the village. It was indeed worth coming out. The system also provided a standard. With the Rear Admiral at 1,000, he would indeed reach that soon. But was the requirement for Admiral too high? And this was just the minimum. The weakest Admiral had at least 5,000. That was simply terrifying. Wu-Nti's slightly stronger admirals start at 6 or 7,000. Wu-Nti Garp start at 8 or 9,000. Wayne looked at his physical strength of 828 and figured he could still hold on a bit longer. The outside world was still too dangerous. Today, a new item appeared in the system prompt. The number of workers. Today, due to Kijiji guarding the ship, the number of people working was indeed down by 1. Fewer people meant lower wages. This was the first time Wayne learned about this, because previously in the village, he didn't have to worry about the ship, so there wouldn't be any need for a guard. Only after guarding once did this information pop up. But if fewer people would reduce wages, then if more people joined, would wages increase? If that were the case, then he could just recruit like crazy. If he had 10,000 people working together, and the salary was all given to him alone, wouldn't he be invincible in no time? The system's recruitment limitation was probably just not allowing child labor, right? There weren't any other labor laws mentioned. Ding. Maximum number of recruits, 15. To recruit pirates, the other party must have the ability to meet the requirements. The system will verify and approve. Recruitment standard, extremely wicked. As soon as Wayne thought of this, the system prompt popped up on its own. After glancing at it, Wayne understood what it meant. Because they were brutal pirates, the people recruited must be capable of committing acts of murder and plunder. Therefore, the recruitment standard was extremely wicked. This seemed to be completely reasonable. The maximum limit was actually 15 people, which he had never known before. If he filled that up, it would be equivalent to what he earned in 5 days in 1 day. This recruitment had to be prioritized. It could even be regarded as the main task. The more people he had, the more rewards he would receive. Speaking of wicked, there was just the perfect candidate here. That guy Monka seemed to fit those 4 words perfectly, right? If he could bring him over, the system would likely approve. This was great. There was nothing more to say. Wayne originally planned to head to Buggy S side, but now it seemed he couldn't rush it. He would work for another day and see if he could recruit Monka during work. He was indeed a very wicked character, and Wayne was 80 sure that he could pass the system S review. Such a talent was rare, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. After all, this was all his salary. The more he could recruit, the better. At worst, he could just kick him out later and replace him. For now, he absolutely needed to recruit people first. No more delays. He would go find him tomorrow. Third brother. Turn around. Huh? Oh, all right, boss. Chapter 18. He just came to work. Yes, a good person. Vane's off-duty time is quite leisurely. He sleeps in, basks in the sun, and enjoys the sea breeze. The weather in the East Sea is decent, unlike the unpredictable conditions of the Grand Line or the New World. Today is another beautiful day. The warm sunlight shines on him as he lies comfortably in a deck chair at the bow of the ship, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze while sipping an iced drink from time to time. After sleeping soundly last night, he feels full of energy today. The three brothers over there are constantly exercising in various ways. Vane can get stronger just by lying down, but they can't. They have to work hard. Vane is the supervisor. He raises his hand to check the time. It's already 8:30 in the morning. In half an hour, they will start working, and he can vaguely see the outline of Kaz Town ahead. It won't be long before they arrive. Watching the three of them over there lifting a huge iron ball as part of their workout, Vane gets up and waves his hand. All right, everyone, clean up and get ready for work. Kaz Town, Asian restaurant. The boss lady finished tidying everything up yesterday. The restaurant has returned to its original state. The tomato sauce has been wiped clean. Usable tables and chairs are set up again. And those that are broken and cannot be repaired have been taken out to be discarded. With the help of Zoro and Luffy, this little task was completed quickly. Yesterday, Luffy found Zoro and asked him about Vane's whereabouts. Zoro, on the condition that Luffy helps clean up the restaurant, informed him about Vane. Upon learning that Vane had worked a full day in Kaz Town, Luffy felt extremely frustrated. He had missed him by just a step. He was so close. Just a little bit. This immediately made Luffy feel disheartened because he knew that Vane generally wouldn't work in the same place consecutively. He seemed to have mentioned something about it not being safe. Now that he has left, does that mean Luffy can never catch up with him again? Plus, his wooden barrel ship is broken, and he can't even set sail. After helping the boss lady tidy everything up, Luffy and Zoro also got a temporary place to stay. Now, looking up at the sky, Luffy is scratching his head, truly at a loss for how to pursue Vane since he has no tools left. He has to think of a way. He really needs to think of a way. Luffy furrows his brows, constantly contemplating. Meanwhile, Zoro still has injuries on his face. Seeing Luffy's troubled expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What do you want him for?" "I want to join his pirate crew." "What? That kind of pirate crew? Do you really want to be that kind of pirate?" Zoro looks at him incredulously. This straw hat-wearing guy doesn't seem like a bad person at all. How could you want to join that kind of crew? They kidnapped a bunch of kids on the island yesterday. Don't you understand them? They're not good people. Remembering how Vane had boldly taken Li Xiang right in front of him, he gets angry. You don't know him. He's a good person. He just came to work. Upon hearing someone speak ill of Vane, Luffy can't hold back. He has admired Vane for a long time. Initially, he thought the Pirate King was the most free person in the world. But now, he believes that Vane is the most free person in the world. Although he works every day, his job is very interesting. Plus, it's very strict. He only works for a little while each day and has Sundays off. To Luffy, this is just fun, and more fun. He really wants to join Vane's pirate crew. However, now that Vane has set rules, this clueless guy definitely can't get in. No matter how you look at it, Luffy doesn't have a single trace of the words ruthless on him, although he hasn't been able to join. His admiration for Vane has not diminished at all. Hearing Zoro dare to say something bad about Vane, he immediately retorts. Zoro is momentarily taken aback. Good person? Working? Initially, he also thought Vane was a good person, but his actions have contradicted that. He is the type that makes you bleed just by looking at him. Not only did he grab Li Xiang right in front of him, but he also casually disposed of Barumabur right on this land he loved. You call that a good person? How can I believe that? Working? He did seem to say something about being off work. Could there really be a connection? Zoro furrows his brows. He kidnapped the children surely because his job yesterday was to kidnap children. So did he just throw them away at 5 o'clock? Luffy's words leave Zoro stunned again. Yeah, it really was 5 o'clock. He even heard the alarm go off. He just tossed the kids aside and walked away, as if those children were completely irrelevant to him. Now, thinking back to how Vayne and the others casually talked about what to have for dinner that night, Zoro seems to understand something. They really were in a state of being off work. That's how those just off work act. Could it really be that they just came to work and were just killing time? When the clock strikes, they just leave. This time, Zoro truly has to think. Pirates. Clocking out? Damn. Is there anything more absurd than this in the world? The Marines aren't even this punctual, right? The key is that they clock out and don't take their spoils with them. What's the point of working like that? Is Vayne here just to be funny? Such powerful combat strength appearing in the East Sea is already a bit unreasonable. But his actions are also extremely unreasonable. Is this guy really just an office worker? Zoro is shocked once again, and he develops a strong interest in Vayne's pirate crew. Will he come today? He won't work in the same place consecutively, so he should have left by now, right? Bang! Just as the two were discussing this, the door of the temporary residence arranged for them by the restaurant's boss lady was kicked open. Zoro squints and sees that the person entering is someone he recognizes. Isn't this Aunt Wong who came with Vayne yesterday? Seeing her flustered appearance, Zoro's brow furrows. No, this is bad. Li Xiang and her mother. They've all been captured by the Marines. Aunt Wong gasped for breath, hurriedly telling them. What? Before Zoro could respond, Luffy jumps up. Without a second thought, he runs out the door, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Zoro is dumbfounded watching him. This guy has an even bigger reaction than I do. What are you going to do? To save them. Damn Marines. How could they capture good people? They treated me to a meal. Luffy's standards are very clear. You treat me to a meal, then we are friends. For friends, Luffy would really go all out. Hearing Luffy say this and watching him run off, Zoro couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. But after that moment of shock, he picks up a nearby sword and quickly chases after him. However, Luffy's image in his mind has already risen considerably. The Marines have captured civilians and even children. A shadow gradually fills Zoro's eyes. Remembering the decisive bombardment order from yesterday, Zoro is completely disappointed in the Marines here. If the Marines are just this kind of scum, then they truly have no reason to exist, even if he is wanted as a pirate. He must rescue Li Xiang and her mother today. Zoro and the others head straight to the Marines base, vowing to give Monka a good beating and rescue the mother and daughter. Meanwhile, on Vayne's side, today's work task has finally arrived. Ding! Today's work task: eliminate the Navy in Kaz Town, destroy the Navy base. Chapter 19. Wayne is slightly flustered. Eliminate the Navy in town? Destroy the Navy base? Looking at the task in front of him, Wayne was somewhat taken aback. Usually, the tasks are about normal pirates doing things to civilians. This is the first time he has received a task targeting the Navy. Perhaps it's also because there were no Navy personnel in his village at all. This task looks quite challenging at first glance. Without some strength, it can't be done. The key point is that the system's issued task is a bit lengthy. It can already be divided into two parts. Eliminate the Navy, destroy the base. This has never happened before. Previously, the tasks were always singular. Now that the task requirements have increased, the rewards are definitely going to be greater. And the task itself is more difficult. It also happens to be related to Monka, so he could try to see if he can recruit him. This is simply a 3-in-1 deal. With Wayne's current strength, completing this task is almost like child's play. But he must pay attention to moderation. He can't solve everyone too quickly. If he finishes too fast, he won't have anything left to do. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Because once you perfectly complete the task too early, what will you do with the remaining time? Nothing. No matter what you do, it will no longer be related to the work task. And if you do things unrelated to work during your working hours, what will the system judge? Slacking off. Slacking off 3 times will get you fired. So although Wayne has the strength to finish everything directly, he also has to take it slow and resolve things gradually. He must ensure that right up until the moment he finishes work, he is still diligently working. Today, let's take down all those Navy personnel on the island. Slow and steady. Understood. Don't worry, boss. Wayne's words were naturally well understood by the 3. And today, Wayne did not plan to leave anyone to guard the ship. He had already made a name for himself yesterday, and he believed that no one would dare to touch his ship. One less person means one less salary. If possible, everyone must be on duty. As the pirate ship docked, the situation was indeed as Wayne expected. The vendors at the port immediately packed up their stalls and ran away. They didn't dare to linger for even a moment. The incident where Wayne had kicked Barumabur to pieces had already spread throughout the town. Now, no one dared to approach him. The port quieted down in a very short time. Not a single person was there. Wayne on the ship frowned. His expression was not very pleasant. Their reaction was not a problem, and Wayne found it quite reasonable. But the issue was that there were too few people here. Where did everyone go? There was at least a significant reduction compared to yesterday. Was there something going on the island today? Thinking of this, Wayne hurriedly disembarked and quickly headed toward the Navy base with his crew. He didn't care about anything else. He only cared about whether he could do his job properly. Any problems don't matter, but the Navy base must not have any issues. The Navy base. From a distance, it looked like a school. 3 or 4 stories, lined up in a row. A drill ground also separated the buildings from the heavy iron gate. In the center of the drill ground stood a Navy flag. As a gentle breeze blew, the flag kept fluttering. But at this moment, the entrance of the Navy base was surrounded by people. The huge and heavy iron gate was now covered with scars. There were marks from slashes and dents from being struck with blunt objects. The townspeople were gathered at the entrance, blocking it tightly. And at the center, right in front of the gate, a straw hat-wearing man and a green-haired man were confronting the Navy in front of the gate. Inside the drill ground, under the Navy flag, Rika and her mother were tied up there, looking at the townspeople outside and the ones just now punching and kicking the iron gate. The boss lady's face was filled with anxiety. It was one thing to be captured herself, but if so many people got involved, that would be a sin. But she still had some other thoughts in her heart. If only they could rescue her daughter. Whether she lived or died didn't matter, but her daughter was still young. She shouldn't die here like this. The tied-up boss lady was also holding on to Rika's little hand. She had anticipated this moment long ago, even when Barumabur died. The townspeople outside were all there to stand up for the mother and daughter. Rika was a very likable girl in town. Get back. They are good people. How can you capture good people? Luffy shouted angrily at the few soldiers holding standard Navy long swords in front of him. But although they looked terrified, they did not retreat. This iron gate was extremely hard, yet it was still being smashed into one big dent after another by Luffy. This also indicated that the young man on the other side, although looking young, was definitely not someone they could handle. But Monka's orders forced them to stand their ground. Seeing that they were reluctant to move aside, Luffy could no longer wait. Gomu gomu no pisted. Luffy raised his right leg, got into position, and swung it fiercely. His leg instantly stretched to a length of 4 to 5 meters, immediately sweeping all the obstructing Navy soldiers in front of him away like a whip. This immense power caused them to lose consciousness on the spot, collapsing to the ground. Having easily resolved the obstacle in front of him, Luffy also fired a rubber bullet at the gate. With a loud bang, the large gate instantly caved in by a large chunk. A couple more hits, and the gate will break. The surrounding crowd, as well as Zoro beside Luffy, all looked at him in astonishment. This person could stretch his arms. His hands and feet could stretch. This is a devil fruit user. In an instant, the townspeople around, as well as the tied-up boss lady, all showed expressions of surprise. The townspeople realized what was happening. This is a devil fruit user. Even if the Navy doesn't hand over the people, they can forcibly take them back, right? In a moment, everyone was filled with anticipation for Luffy. Even Zoro was a bit surprised. It was his first time seeing a devil fruit user. Luffy hadn't used his powers before, so Zoro had only just found out. Originally, Zoro was a bit worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat Monka due to his current injuries. But now, seeing Luffy's strength, he felt relieved. In the base commander's office, Monka was also a bit surprised to see this scene. In this small East Blue, he unexpectedly encountered a devil fruit user. What kind of ability is it? Elasticity? Umph. Monka sneered. Elasticity has no advantage against cannonballs. They dare to cause trouble on my turf. Those townspeople are incredibly bold. They actually dare to resist me. Once I take care of these 2 troublemakers, none of them will escape. Bring out all the cannons from the rooftop. Let us see if I can blow them up today. Chapter 20. Great. It's Wayne. We're doomed. Once Monka's orders were given, They were quickly executed. On the rooftop, cannon after cannon was pushed to the eaves. These had all been arranged by Monka yesterday. Moving these cannons to the rooftop was no easy task. Looking at Luffy and Zoro below, Monka's face also revealed a smile. They were originally prepared for that guy, but since you two are so eager to die, let us test the firepower on you first. Bang! With a loud bang, the heavy iron door was smashed to pieces by Luffy's punch. As the door fell, they saw a perfectly aligned row of cannons, an entire line of them. Zoro's expression darkened. He knew that this battle might turn into a hard fight. He took off the headband from his left arm and silently put it on his head, his gaze sharpening. The townspeople around them also saw the cannons on the roof, their faces full of fear as they retreated over 10 meters, afraid of being caught in the aftermath of the cannon fire. But when the cannons were brought out, they'd already lost hope. With so many cannons, what could withstand them? This was no joke. Even if one of them had a devil fruit ability, it wouldn't be enough. There were dozens of cannons. The landlady had already started shouting for them to leave quickly. She no longer hoped for anyone to save her daughter. Their willingness to help was already enough. If they lost their lives in the process, it wouldn't be worth it. You guys should go. Please just go. The landlady shouted. But neither Zoro nor Luffy moved. Under Monka's orders, 7 or 8 Navy soldiers charged at them. Seeing the Navy soldiers wielding long swords with fierce expressions, Luffy silently lowered the brim of his hat. Although he could bounce cannonballs away, the sheer number before him was clearly beyond his capability. Knowing the danger, the two still chose to face it head-on. The Navy actually prepared such a grand gift for us. They really think highly of us, Zoro remarked as he slowly drew his sword from his waist. He raised it effortlessly, clashing with the attack from the approaching Navy soldier. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Just as Zoro prepared to counterattack, the sound of cannon fire made him widen his eyes. All the cannons on the roof had fired in unison. A flash of fire illuminated the area as large cannonballs whizzed downwards at high speed. Luffy and Zoro's eyes widened in shock. Had they gone mad? Did they not consider their own men? There were so many Navy soldiers here. They had actually opened fire. The landlady, hearing the deafening cannon fire, was so anxious that she wished she could shield the two from the cannonballs. But tightly bound, all she could do was squirm a bit. With no time to think, the barrage of cannonballs was already overhead. Zoro was about to dodge to the side, but the Navy soldier in front of him suddenly lunged at him with a frenzied expression. On Luffy's side, several Navy soldiers also recklessly tried to pin him down. Monka had threatened their families, turning them into a suicide squad. Although they couldn't last even a second against Luffy and Zoro, their delay cost the two a chance to escape. As the cannonballs were now only 4 or 5 meters from the ground, the landlady closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her face. The townspeople turned their heads, unwilling to watch. Zoro crossed his arms protectively over his chest, but Luffy suddenly lunged towards him, shielding him. Boom! 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 The explosions sounded rapidly. In less than half a second, all the cannonballs detonated. A fierce wave of heat instantly blew Luffy and Zoro away. They slammed hard against the wall behind them before finally coming to a stop. The Navy soldiers who had just been groaning in pain also crashed into the wall with them, moaning in agony. A wave of pain surged from Zoro's back. The violent impact had jolted his insides. But beyond that, he felt nothing else. Zoro quickly realized something was off. The power of the cannons was clearly weaker than expected. Otherwise, with over 40 cannonballs, he would have at least been severely injured if not dead. Luffy also felt something was wrong. Aside from a bit of warmth on his back, he had no other sensations. He wasn't even injured, just as they were filled with confusion. Distant gunshots finally echoed in the air. Everyone heard them. Although the sound was faint, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet training ground. Someone was shooting? Could it be that the shooter was saving us? This thought crossed Zoro's mind, but was quickly dismissed. The sound was clearly coming from a super far distance, several kilometers away. At least. What a joke. Before he could think further, another round of gunfire came. Monka, issuing the cannon fire command again, wore an expression of extreme terror. He had just seen the cannonballs explode a few meters above the group. Connecting it to the distant gunshots, a cold sweat trickled down his cheek. No way. Could it be him? But how could so many cannonballs explode simultaneously? What kind of gun did you have? A Gatling gun? Otherwise, where did all those bullets come from? Monka shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his chaotic thoughts. It must have been a coincidence. This time, you two kids are going to die. Another round of cannon fire began, the same ominous sound echoing. The moment the cannon fired, Luffy grabbed Zoro and started to run, trying to escape the bombardment zone. But the previously moaning Navy soldiers unexpectedly grabbed Luffy's feet once again, catching him off guard. Zoro was stunned. Weren't they on the brink of collapse? How could they still fight? Hiding in this small Navy base, they were truly wasting their talents. But no matter how he complained, the cannonballs were coming again. As they watched the cannonballs approach, this time they clearly saw how they exploded. A figure suddenly appeared before them, like a flash. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of bullets was unleashed, 7 bullets in total, each striking a cannonball precisely, causing it to explode instantly. With its explosion, nearby cannonballs were caught in the chain reaction. This kind of operation could only be done when the cannonballs were very close to the target. Otherwise, the distance wouldn't be enough to trigger another cannonball's detonation. Still at that height, these 7 bullets forcibly detonated over 40 cannonballs. The intense explosion generated a strong wind, and a wave of heat rushed towards them. However, this temperature was nothing compared to what Wayne could handle. It felt like a mere warm-up. The heat quickly dissipated. Zoro and the others looked at Wayne in shock. The landlady recognized him too, her face displaying an extraordinary expression of surprise. Why was he here? Why was he saving them? Could it be that he wasn't that kind of pirate after all? He had saved those 2 young men upon his arrival. If it were him, perhaps they could really be saved. At that moment, the landlady's perception of Wayne shifted once again. In such a moment, appearing here and standing against the Navy, if he wasn't here to save them, what else could he be doing? Zoro was also in shock. He never expected that Wayne was the one who saved them. Looking at it this way, the earlier gunfire must have been him too. In just a short moment, he was actually saved twice by him. But how did he manage to cover several kilometers? At such a distance, how could he maintain such precision? He crossed over so quickly from so far away. Just how strong is this guy? Similarly, Zoro at this moment also completely believed Luffy's words. This guy doesn't seem to be bad after all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up at such a time and saved them. He was just about to express his gratitude when Luffy had already dashed toward Wayne, his face filled with excitement, jumping up and ready to ride on Wayne's back. But just as his fingertips were about to touch Wayne's body, boom! A loud noise erupted. Zoro's eyes went wide, and his mouth dropped open in shock, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Just a moment ago, Luffy had jumped up, but now he had vanished from sight. Zoro saw with his own eyes that just as Luffy was about to land on Wayne, Wayne suddenly performed a 360-degree spinning kick and struck Luffy in the stomach. In an instant, Luffy flew off like a cannonball into the distance. The immense force even created a noticeable shockwave at the point where they had made contact. This was truly a kick meant to kill. Zoro, now, looking at Wayne who was slowly approaching him, was utterly panicked. Didn't he come to save us? How could he have killed someone in an instant? Everyone around widened their eyes in shock, with Monka's eyes nearly popping out. The landlady almost had confusion written all over her face. Wayne's actions had successfully overloaded everyone's brains. Chapter 21. Who told you to fight the Navy? Zoro was so scared that his face turned green, matching his green hair. Yet he still held onto a glimmer of hope. What if he just thought that was an attacker, right? That guy had just lunged at him. How presumptuous. If it were me, I might have kicked him too. Now that he recognized me, he shouldn't attack, right? After all, he must have shown up here to save people. It seemed he really wasn't that kind of person. To appear here at such a time to save people, he definitely wasn't a vicious pirate. Thinking this, Zoro hurriedly planned to clarify his identity and eliminate any misunderstanding between him and Wayne. You came to save them, right? We're also here for that. We took down these Navy guys. After speaking, fearing Wayne wouldn't believe him, Zoro hurriedly pointed to the Navy soldiers knocked down by Luffy outside. But the moment he spoke, it only made Wayne's mood even worse. Approaching closely, Wayne didn't do anything to Zoro. He simply raised his hand and gently touched the sword in Zoro's hand. It was really just a touch. Zoro was completely baffled. What was this guy doing? Why was he touching my sword? He wouldn't want to steal my Emma? Would he? Thinking this, Zoro tightened his grip on the long sword, a defensive expression forming on his face. This sword I bam. Zoro's words were cut short as a foot slammed into the other side of his face. He didn't have time to react before that big foot was already on his face. Bang! It hit hard against the sturdy wall behind him, and Zoro couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. The shoe print from yesterday had barely faded, and now there was another one. One left, one right. They matched perfectly. Slowly sliding down to the ground, Zoro's eyes were filled with confusion and shock. That kick had left absolutely no trace. Just how strong is this guy? Not even a trace to catch. How is that possible? Last time, I could say it was a sneak attack. I wasn't paying attention. But this time, I was on guard, yet I still saw nothing, just a slipper appearing on my face. Holding his throbbing half-face, Zoro was in disbelief. This guy is ridiculously strong, and it's fine that he is wandering around in such a small place. But why are you hitting us? We're here to save people too. We're allies. The extremely angry Zoro was just about to question Wayne when Wayne preempted him. Who told you to fight the Navy here? Wayne said one sentence, but Zoro was once again left dumbfounded. Huh? What? What's going on? Zoro was bewildered, staring with wide eyes, his residual anger still visible on his face, now frozen in a strange expression. The townspeople around felt something was off upon hearing this. It's over, the pirate is back. They initially thought he was here to save them, but now it sounds like he is with the other side. And he took out the two who were ready to break through and save people right away. Isn't this the end? Some timid ones had already started to sneak away. Wayne's reputation for leaving no survivors had already spread throughout Kaz Town. If they stayed any longer, they feared he would take out everyone here. But a few people remained, all close friends of the landlady. The landlady, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He wasn't here to save people. Not only was he not here to save people, but he was also helping the Navy. A pirate helping the Navy? What is this guy doing? Just a moment ago, the landlady even thought about kneeling to Wayne. After all, if he was willing to come and save, it meant they would all be saved. No one in the Navy could match this young man. But now, it was a stark contrast. She almost twisted her knee on the ground. Young man, so I misunderstood you? You were here to stop this? Thank you. What is going on? In the base commander's office, Monka suddenly stood up, pressing his face against the glass. Watching Wayne effortlessly take out those two guys, Monka was the most confused. Not only did he take them out, but he also asked, who told you to fight the Navy? What the hell? When did we become his allies? Did I sleepwalk last night and apologize to him? What the hell is going on? Monka truly couldn't understand the current situation, but he also didn't dare to act rashly. However, after a moment's thought, he still issued the order to fire, because no matter what, he could never forgive the other side's actions. Since he had to avenge his son sooner or later. He would wait for you, damn it. Just fire. Blow them all up. Fire together. Keep firing. Don't stop for me. Monka opened the window and shouted loudly upwards. But this left everyone below dumbfounded. Isn't this guy on our side? How is it now that the Navy is ordering to take him out too? What the hell is going on? Without subtitles, it's impossible to understand. Zoro looked at Wayne in confusion. Before he could ask, Wayne impatiently glanced at Monka and the cannons all over the roof. As he locked eyes with Wayne, Monka sensed something was off. But before he could think of anything, Wayne had already vanished from his sight in an instant. He disappeared. Monka was immediately startled. Before he could find Wayne's figure, an abnormal wave came from above him. At this moment, Zoro looked at Wayne, who had suddenly appeared on the rooftop with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. Zulfust, this guy's speed is incredible. Under his gaze, Wayne, who appeared on the side of the rooftop, lifted his foot towards the large cannon in front of him. With an ordinary-looking kick, bam! A huge sound erupted. What? From Zoro's perspective, Wayne kicked the push cannon in front of him away. Immediately after, the cannon that was kicked away quickly knocked over the entire row of push cannons. More than 40 cannons. All of them flew away. Bam! Bam, bam, bam. The cannon cars flew out of the training ground, landing outside the walls with a series of thunderous crashes. The ground shook continuously as those cannon cars fell, and it took a good 10 seconds for all the cannons to finally hit the ground. Zoro looked at Wayne, who reappeared in front of him with a calm expression. His heart was already in turmoil. What is this? What kind of person is this? kicking away more than 40 cannons with one kick. Is he even human? Wayne slowly grabbed Zoro by the collar, lifting him up completely. Then he gently tossed him over the wall. Today, no one is allowed to step in here. After Wayne said this, the three brothers who had rushed over lifted the large door that had been knocked away by Luffy and placed it back across the entrance. Looking at the unconscious Navy soldiers at the door, Wayne felt a pang of regret. These were all his rewards. But what happened? They were taken away by that guy Luffy. Giving him a kick was already light. Anyway, he was immune to blunt damage without Haki. He wasn't trying to save those two idiots. He was trying to save those who dared to die. There were only a few of them. And if a few more died or fainted, where would he go to get his salary today? That guy Luffy was simply causing trouble. Chapter 22. Zoro, I understand. I understand. Meanwhile, the gunners on the rooftop were filled with questions. Huh? Where's my cannon? My cannon is gone? How could such a big cannon just disappear? All 40 of our cannons just vanished from one kick. Was that kick a bit too strong? Some people above were still holding cannonballs, but their cannons are gone. Looking at the empty rooftop, they were somewhat at a loss. But below, watching the cannons continually fall, the landlady was once again bewildered. Isn't he part of the Navy? How did he kick away all the Navy's cannons? What's going on? The landlady, who had just straightened her legs, now felt like kneeling again, because it seemed like he was here to save them, but it was also a bit unclear, although she felt extremely conflicted. The landlady thought to herself that this really wasn't her fault. That person was just doing such things. Mommy, that big brother isn't here to help us, right? Rika also asked uncertainly, but her mother was already in a state of confusion. She couldn't understand. The only person who understood the situation was Monka. When he saw the cannon car rain falling on the right, he clearly understood that he was probably done for. The other side wasn't human at all. He had done everything right, his judgment was correct, and his cannon fire was flawless. However, he had underestimated the strength of the opponent. Brother, if you had said you were this strong earlier, we wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. I spent a whole day transporting 40 cannons. But you cleared them all with one kick. Are you unloading cargo here? Rooftop cleaning master, huh? Monka immediately couldn't sit still anymore. He really couldn't stay any longer. Retreat. We must retreat. If we don't retreat now, we won't be able to escape. With this guy's strength, it would be easy for him to kill him. Even if he hated Wayne, he could only set aside his grievances for now. I have to save my life first. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. Monka got up and ran downstairs. Their base had a back door. As long as he could run to the seaside, he would be safe once he got on a boat and left. The sea was so vast. They probably wouldn't go through the trouble of finding him. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong, even though he had thought about it. He hadn't acted on it. For example, waiting for reinforcements to come and then capturing Wayne to torture him. So far, he had only fired at Wayne and his group twice. These people shouldn't be able to catch him. At worst, he could wait for reinforcements to come back. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the middle-aged poor. At that moment, Zoro suddenly thought of something because of Wayne's previous words. If that straw hat guy was telling the truth, then Wayne and the others must be on the job right now. Their job must be to take down these Navy soldiers. Our previous actions were just stealing his target. That's why he was attacking us so fiercely. Now that the door is sealed, it's clear he doesn't want anyone to interfere. Doesn't that further prove that their job today is to take down the Navy? This makes sense. It seems very reasonable. Zoro felt he had figured it out. If that's the case, then next, it would be Wayne sweeping through the entire Navy base. With his strength, the battle would probably end in 2 minutes, right? Once he took down the Navy, wouldn't Rika and her mother be saved indirectly? Good. Zoro felt that his reasoning was well-founded and very reasonable. Looking at Rika and her mother, who were tightly bound, Zoro shouted loudly, "Wait a moment. You'll be saved soon." His words brought a look of doubt to Rika and her mother's faces. Saved soon? Who will come to save us? Does he have a backup plan? The landlady looked at Zoro, who was full of confidence, and could only think this way. Everyone, follow me. For the justice behind us. Let us take down this group of pirates. When he got downstairs, Monka shouted loudly. Hearing this, the Navy soldiers immediately felt a sense of déjà vu, as if they were being told to take down the Tang Sung and his disciples. Soldier, me? They had seen clearly what outrageous things Wayne had just done, and now they were being told to go. Whoever hesitates, I'll kill their whole family. Monka shouted with a red face. He was really anxious. If these people didn't attract firepower, how could he, the base commander, escape? As for their lives, what does that have to do with him? First, save his own life. Under his loud shout, the soldiers had no choice but to move. Monka was really someone who meant what he said. Of course, only in this kind of situation. Soon, a large number of Navy soldiers charged towards Wayne and his group. Each one of them was like a suicide team, looking extremely excited. Looking at the Navy soldiers charging in, Wayne's face showed no change. Now there were only him and the basic Kiji left. Kiji had gone to destroy the Navy base. They had two tasks today. They needed to take down the Navy and also destroy the Navy branch. Let us slowly deal with these Navy soldiers for now. The slower the fight, the harder they work on the tasks, the system would reward them a bit more. This was something Wayne had figured out over the years. He planned to destroy the Navy base together when it was almost time to get off work. There was still plenty of time. He would play with them for a few hours first. Seeing this scene, Zoro immediately showed an expression of anticipation. These people couldn't even defeat them. Now that they had lost the cannon as a weapon, they wouldn't even stand a chance in front of Wayne. They probably wouldn't last a second. This guy's job is pretty good. He has really been a big help, Zoro thought to himself as the Navy stood before Vayne. Each of them wore a look of determination, having come with the intention of not surviving. After all, Vayne's strength had already been demonstrated in full view. No one could live, but for the sake of their families, they could not die easily. They could only fight to the end. Pirate, I will kill you. Oh, I will chop and chop and chop again. Their fearless demeanor moved everyone present. But in front of Vayne, all of this was ultimately futile. Even the devil fruit user had been easily dealt with by him, and these people were even less of a challenge. Just when everyone thought Vayne would sweep through the hunger and reclaim his former self, the two sides clashed. Clang! Dozens of long swords struck Vayne's simple sword, producing a series of light, ringing sounds. However, the figure that everyone had high hopes for was now slightly hunched from the impact of the long swords, appearing somewhat strained. In an instant, Zoro's eyes widened, but he did not rush to conclusions. This might just be Vayne's delaying tactic. But delaying what? Zoro himself did not know. The suppressed figure quickly launched a counterattack, but his target seemed to be only the swords in those people's hands. Each strike landed on their blades, as if his sword was magnetically attracted to theirs. The force was just right. It caused his opponents to stumble, but did not send them flying away. After watching for 10 full minutes, Zoro finally confirmed, "Damn, this guy is acting. This guy's an actor." He had been fighting a group of small fry for 10 minutes, yet still appeared to be using all his strength without being able to take them down. I did my best, but they're too strong. This didn't seem right. Where did the strength that had kicked me 2 miles away go? Was the gun at his waist out of bullets? Why wasn't he using the sword in his hand to cut anyone? Was he afraid of blood? Were his legs sealed? Was he worried about ripping his shoes? Questions kept popping up in Zoro's mind. Yet, Vayne's appearance of giving it his all did not seem fake at all. It was as if he truly had done his best. This left Zoro even more confused. Could it be that he was in a weakened state? Was all of this not an act? Was he already in a weakened phase? To be honest, Vayne's acting had reached its peak. Over the years, through his battles of wits with the system, his acting skills had undoubtedly been honed to perfection. If Kizaru were present, he would definitely want to record this with a snail camera and take it back for frame-by-frame analysis. This would be an unexpected windfall for Kizaru. Perhaps he might even want to have a good exchange of insights with Vayne, as such like-minded comrades were truly rare. Chapter 23. 5 hours, 0 casualties? The Navy members who had been locked in a stalemate with Vayne for over 10 minutes now truly felt they were capable. This guy doesn't seem so impressive after all. I can hold my own against him for this long. The more they fought, the more confident they became, and soon they even began to suppress Vayne. Nearby, Jin and Kiji were also surrounded by more than a dozen Navy soldiers, and they were similarly struggling to cope. It seemed extraordinarily difficult. This scene left the boss lady and the others puzzled. Was their pirate crew supposed to be strong? Why did it seem like they were just average now? They couldn't even handle these ordinary Navy soldiers. Was there something wrong? But no matter what, Vayne had already helped to stall all the Navy forces. So, The green-haired young man's backup could surely unfold more smoothly, right? Thinking this, the boss lady turned her gaze towards Zoro. But she only saw Zoro's not-so-bright expression. He was still focused on analyzing Vayne. The boss lady thought he had forgotten that this was a great opportunity, and if they missed it, there might not be another chance. Although she didn't know what Zoro's backup plan was, she intended to remind him. She twisted her body a bit and successfully drew Zoro's attention. Seeing this, the boss lady hurriedly urged in a normal voice, "Hurry up." Upon hearing this, Zoro knew exactly what the boss lady was referring to. But his backup plan was Vayne. Vayne seemed to be blocked right now. It was absurd, but he was indeed being held back. Other than watching, he really didn't have any other way. What? You say to jump in and save him? I can only say you're crazy. Even though that guy was being held back, who knew if he was acting? I just said that no one could step in here today. Zoro really didn't want to test what the consequences would be. His entire face was subtly pained. But the boss lady's urging gaze made Zoro feel a bit embarrassed. He shrank his head, hoping to reduce his presence. The expression on his face was naturally as awkward as it could be. If he had known, he would have said it later. Why did he rush so fast? They would be saved soon, but at this rate, they wouldn't even reach the donkey. Meanwhile, Monka, who was preparing to flee, also noticed the situation over here. Watching Vayne battling those weaklings, Monka's eyes widened instantly. What's going on? My subordinates are actually this powerful? Just a few of them can already overpower that guy? Is this even reasonable? This scene left Monka's mind a bit overwhelmed. But he was not ready to gamble whether Vayne was acting. He still thought it would be better to flee first. If he foolishly rushed in thinking Vayne was weak, that would truly be stupid. With that thought, Monka prepared to escape without hesitation. His massive figure, while fast when running, was particularly eye-catching. The entire field saw Monka running toward the other side of the training ground, which was like a playground with no cover. As soon as he appeared, he was spotted. Everyone's eyes were focused on this culprit, their expressions filled with resentment. Zoro naturally noticed this too. He immediately prepared to shout at Vayne, but before he could, a figure appeared at the doorway. It was one of Vayne's other subordinates, right? There were 4 of them in total, and this person had shown up yesterday. But he actually went over there to block Monka. Wasn't he this ridiculous? Monka's huge size was already twice that of the subordinate, right? Wouldn't this act split him in half? Watching the situation over there, Zoro began to worry. Monka was the root cause of this incident. If he wasn't eliminated, Kez Town would never find peace. Therefore, Zoro definitely could not let him escape just like that. Seeing that Vayne still showed no intention of exerting himself, a hint of anxiety appeared on Zoro's face. Monka naturally did not care about the subordinate in front of him. Vayne was impressive. He admitted that, but a mere crew member dared to show off in front of him? In that case, he would just have to collect some interest first. Killing you should cause that guy some pain. As Monka was sprinting, he suddenly leaped into the air like a warrior, swinging his massive axe straight down towards the unmoving subordinate blocking the door. But just as the axe was a few centimeters above the subordinate's head, he abruptly dodged to the side. Then, right before Monka's bewildered eyes, a leg came flying towards his chest. Monka had initially looked dismissive, thinking that even if the subordinate dodged, it was merely a coincidence. But when he was ejected into the air, he no longer thought so. Under Zoro's astonished gaze, Monka was kicked by Keel and flew over 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. It was truly the war god jumping and landing to sleep. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were genuinely stunned. Zoro was so shocked that he almost couldn't hold onto his sword. What's going on? What is happening? Wayne's subordinate kicked Monka unconscious? What is this all about? It turns out that your pirate crew has more than just one strong person. They are all talented. Is it true that anyone you pull out is this strong? Looking at the fallen Monka, Zoro once again shifted his gaze to Wayne, who was practicing Tai Chi over there. Come on, man. Are you really pretending? Your subordinates are this strong, and you're still engaging with these small fries? You're even being suppressed by them? Do you see the river here? Does it look like a painting? I admit you're pretending quite well. But he really doesn't look like it, bro. You've already been exposed. But no matter how much Zoro shouted in his heart, Wayne was still struggling to deal with the Navy in front of him. This truly left Zoro in a daze. Time kept passing, and in the blink of an eye, 5 hours had gone by. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But Wayne and the others were still fighting, still fighting. Some onlookers had even gone home to eat and then returned. Yet, Wayne and the others were still at it. Luffy had also come back, and he and the bewildered Zoro were leaning against the wall, watching Wayne fight back and forth with interest. To be honest, Zoro had truly gained a lot of knowledge today. It was his first time seeing someone fight Navy soldiers for 5 hours. The key point was that after 5 hours, there were 0 casualties. 0 casualties. What the hell were you guys fighting? A banana stick. How can you fight for 5 hours and not have a single injury? Zoro was deeply shocked, but Luffy seemed used to it. He had seen this kind of scene many times before. Once, Wayne had fought with him, Ace, and Sabo for several hours without a clear winner. That time, their work was supposed to involve kidnapping them, but they ended up fighting for several hours instead. How long did you fight him? Zoro asked in disbelief. And then what? Did he successfully kidnap you? He did. What? How'd you lose? Zoro asked in confusion. But this time Luffy didn't answer. Instead, he directed Zoro's gaze back to the scene. As soon as Zoro turned his gaze, he saw a large number of Navy soldiers continuously falling down. Dozens of Navy soldiers fell one after another. Suddenly, there was a sound of bodies hitting the ground. 2 minutes later, only the 3 guys practicing Tai Chi remained standing. Zoro felt like his brain was about to explode. What is going on? Did they all just tire themselves out? Fighting the Navy. I've seen many ways to fight. I've seen many ways the Navy can die. But what is this exhaustion death? How can it be like this? Zoro truly felt an itch in his brain, as if ants were crawling on it. The scene before him was crazily impacting his worldview. He felt like his small brain was somewhat atrophied, almost completely stunned. Great. Finally dealt with this group of Navy soldiers. They were really too difficult to handle. Wayne wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and said with a tired expression, Zoro, mules and donkeys can sing, but you're outrageous. Chapter 24 off work. Is this how he kidnapped you? Yeah. He even turned me into a racket along the way. And Ace and the others got slapped a few times. Their heads almost got knocked off. Luffy said with a face full of familiarity. He was truly used to it by now. At that moment, Monka, who had been tied up by Keel, had already woken up. Looking at Wayne, who had managed to exhaust all of his subordinates, he felt a bit regretful. If I had known, I would have just gone straight up. The guy must have some weak period. He fought those useless guys for so long. It had been more than 5 hours. This definitely couldn't be acting. That guy was just unable to continue. If I had rushed up to give him a flying slash, wouldn't he? I have knocked his brains out? But why did I choose to run away? I really should have gone up and hit him. Monka felt miserable and deeply regretted it. Bang! At that moment, a loud bang suddenly echoed from not far away. Monka, who had been feeling miserable, suddenly widened his eyes. He saw Wayne suddenly launching an attack on their base building. He lightly kicked the outer side of the building, but this kick seemed a bit heavy. The 3 or 4-story building, which could hold over 40 cannons, actually collapsed halfway under his kick. He kicked half of their building down. Monka gasped sharply, and all his regret disappeared. What regret? I should be grateful. I saved my life. Is this guy really that reckless? One moment he was fighting like Tai Chi, and the next he kicked down half a building. If I had gone up, wouldn't I have ended up like my unlucky son, spilling blood on this land? In a physical sense, Monka felt a wave of fear, his small face turning pale. Zoro nearly fell off the wall. This kind of guy had just fought a group of Navy soldiers for 5 hours. 5 hours. Can you believe it? He even thought he performed quite well. Doesn't he consider whether it's reasonable? Kicking down half a building in one shot. Isn't that faster than an explosion? At this moment, Wayne looked at the huge building that had instantly collapsed halfway and felt a wave of regret. Why did I unleash my powers? This was a bit too fast. He truly didn't expect the Navy's base to be so fragile. Such a large building was almost leveled with one kick. Slow down, slow down. Looking at the 2 people on the other side who were constantly damaging the building and Keel, who was tearing down the city wall, Wayne shouted. This part was completed, so it indeed needed to be slower. As long as it was ensured that it could all be demolished before 5 o'clock, it would be considered destroyed, right? Move aside. Move aside. Don't block me from tearing down the wall. Keel growled at Zoro and Luffy, who were leaning against the wall. Hearing this, Zoro hurriedly moved down. He still remembered clearly how Keel had kicked Monka away just moments ago. This guy's strength was definitely not simple. Uncle Keel, I'll be of age this year. Can I be an intern crew member on your ship? You think that S useful? They're S no egg. Get out of the way. Don't block me from working. If Uncle Wei cuts you later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Keel shouted and began to swing a hoe at the wall. Luffy didn't mention anything about helping this time. The last time he helped, he almost got whipped to death by Wayne with a little whip. The kind that hangs you up and whips like a top. Having worked there for 10 years, Keel and the villagers from the surrounding villages were quite familiar. And Luffy was no exception. Watching the wall in front of them being torn down, watching Keel step by step moving aside, watching the nearby walls also falling piece by piece, the two of them fell silent. They all know that the few of them are at work now. If they dare to disturb them, it may indeed lead to a bad outcome. If there is anything, let us wait until after work to talk about it. As time goes by, the buildings at the naval base are collapsing one after another. The canteen, training ground, watchtower, reception area, and office buildings, all are falling down in an orderly manner with a steady rhythm. The sunlight is gradually weakening, and the glow of the sunset spills over the busy figures and the collapsed buildings. Before long, it reaches 4:57. In 2 minutes, Wayne will be off work. He first scans the surroundings as usual, confirming that no one can threaten him after work, then kicks down the last building. At this point, there are no longer any buildings in the entire naval branch. In just one day, what seemed like an imposing naval base has turned into a wasteland. Monka looks at the collapsed buildings, feeling no waves in his heart. Once they leave, he can rebuild. From their appearance, they are not here to cause him trouble. As long as they finish smashing and leave, everything will be fine. Just as Monka thinks this, Wayne strides over to him. Without a word, he presses a gun directly against Monka's forehead. He glances at his watch. 4:59:30. There are 30 seconds left until off work. The alarm clock that was once used on Sig is once again taken out by Wayne. He twists it 2 turns with a creak. With a clang, it crashes beside Monka. You have 25 seconds to consider whether to join our pirate crew. If you can't say it before the alarm rings, it's goodbye. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand moves forward little by little. But Monka is completely dumbfounded. What? What is this person saying? Join their pirate crew? Aren't we enemies? You want me to join your pirate crew? I am a navy. I am a navy. How could I possibly become a pirate? Monka shouts excitedly, but Wayne pays him no mind. One hand holds the gun to his forehead, while the other watches the clock, showing no sign of wanting to acknowledge him. The ticking of the second hand has now become a death knell. Fine beads of sweat appear on Monka's forehead, and his back is already soaked. He has no doubt that this guy will shoot him. He is definitely not joking. At this moment, the thought of being a navy and a local emperor gradually fades away. If he had a choice, he would definitely not want to be a pirate. But now, do you see that I have a choice? Wayne had just asked the system, and the review result was, Monka, you pass. You fit the description of extremely vicious. Completely meets the requirements to board the ship. Staring at the watch in his hand, Wayne begins to murmur. Each word sounds like a demon's whisper, clearly resonating in Monka's ears. 3, 2, I'll join. Monka, with a face full of fear, interrupts Wayne's murmuring with a loud shout. The alarm clock beside Monka and the watch in Wayne's hand both emit sharp ringing sounds. Let him go. Off work. Wayne pats Monka on the shoulder and smiles reassuringly at him. Then he turns and walks toward the ship. All right, Captain. Chapter 25. Monka, you guys are really pirates. Uncle Wei, this isn't fair. Why can he join your pirate crew? At this moment, an untimely voice rings out. Luffy's figure appears beside Wayne. His face looks exceptionally grim. It's obvious he is feeling very upset. The thing he has pursued for 10 years has easily been obtained by that bad navy. Anyone would feel unbalanced in their heart, and Luffy is no exception. Wayne walks ahead, and Luffy follows beside him, looking unconvinced. They pass through the crowd and walk down the street. The glow of the sunset shines on the two of them. Wayne doesn't say a word, but Luffy continues to follow him. They eventually arrive next to the pirate ship, and Wayne stands on the wooden plank, looking back at Luffy, who still wears an unconvinced expression and impatiently says, You don't have a chance. Give it up. If he can join, why can't I? I said you can't. So you can't. After saying this, Wayne leaps onto his ship. Holding onto the ship's railing and looking down at the somewhat exasperated Luffy, Wayne feels helpless. This kid has been chasing him for 10 years. 10 years. Now that he has set sail, he didn't expect Luffy to follow him. If it were before, he could wait until Luffy was of age and then take him along. But now the system says that those who cannot pass the review cannot join. Wayne had just asked the system to review Luffy. The conclusion was, Luffy, absolutely not. He completely does not meet the requirements to join. Extremely vicious has nothing to do with him. He will never be able to join again in his lifetime. Below, Monka reluctantly walks over, and the three brothers of the base tightly follow him, fearing he might run away. Now this guy is considered their crew. The captain must have his reasons for recruiting him. If he runs away, it will definitely be a disaster. Monka looks at Luffy beside him, and the two exchange glances, seeing a foolish expression in each other's eyes. Monka thinks, this fool, trying to join such a pirate crew. Luffy thinks, this pirate crew actually let him in. After exchanging glances, the four quickly board the ship. The sea breeze blows Luffy's straw hat and flutters Wayne's collar. Looking down at Luffy, Wayne waves his hand, signaling him to hurry up and leave. The anchor is lifted and the sails are lowered. The sea breeze immediately fills the sails, and the ship begins to gradually leave the port. Soon, it disappears from view, but that figure remains standing there, with an expression full of unwillingness. No. Suddenly, Luffy shouts, it must be because I'm not old enough. Once I'm of age, I can definitely join. Before that, I absolutely cannot let him leave me too far behind. Luffy clenches his fists tightly. Then he turns and rushes back along the path he came from. He needs to find a way to get a ship. You are now one of us. I hope you understand the rules on the ship. We work from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, with Sundays off. I will tell you the work content in the morning. However, during work hours, you must not violate any of the laws above. If you want to escape, I hope you consider the consequences. On the deck of the ship, Wayne looks expressionlessly at Monka, who is sitting obediently like a good child in front of him, and he speaks word by word. His tone is somewhat unfriendly, clearly not treating Monka as a crew member right away. After speaking, he raises his hand and hands a piece of paper to Monka. The paper clearly lists the laws that good citizens of the Summer Kingdom should abide by. Monka looks at Wayne with great confusion, and after confirming he is not joking, he silently takes the paper. He actually planned to find an opportunity to escape on the ship. Staying on the ship is just a temporary measure for him. Whenever they split up or when they all fell asleep, he would sneak away. But now, listening to Wayne's implied threats, he temporarily gives up this idea. However, what Wayne said about work hours makes him feel a bit puzzled. When did pirates also have to follow working hours? Aren't pirates supposed to be reckless representatives? How did it come to this with you? 9 to 5 with rest days. To be honest, we in the Navy don't have such a system. This pirate crew seems a bit strange, huh? What is this captain thinking? At this moment, Monka, looking confused, shifted his gaze to the paper in his hand. What the heck is this? Pirates can't just rob directly? They have to exchange? Pirates can't just hit people? They have to get hit first? Pirates have to pay for meals? Pirates should try to speak politely? What is all this? Monka stared at the full page in front of him, his mind immediately struggling to comprehend. There's nothing wrong with pirates having some rules, but aren't there a bit too many? It's a full page. Isn't that a bit excessive? Plus, this doesn't look like pirate rules at all. If they follow this, wouldn't they be more law-abiding than the commoners in his town? What kind of pirates are they? Tell them not to mess things up tomorrow, Vane casually said to the three brothers. The three brothers naturally understood and took Monka aside for some legal education. What does a pirate first need to experience? That's right, it's legal education. Seeing this scene, Vane nodded in reassurance and turned to step up the wooden stairs. He felt relieved to return to his room. He needed to check what rewards he got for today as shift. There were quite a few items, and he hadn't had the chance to look yet. It couldn't be too bad. Back in his room, he sat down on the wooden chair and poured himself a cup of tea, taking a sip. Then Vane also opened the system panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the work task, successfully clocking out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of physical strength. 18 clock-in points. Ding! Due to the host clocking out on time, an additional reward of 5 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly adhered to the laws of the summer country during work, all of the above rewards are doubled. Number of employees on duty, 4. Wow. 30 points of physical strength. That a direct 30 points of physical strength. 36 clock-in points. Looking at the somewhat explosive rewards in front of him, Vane was a bit surprised. Today's task was relatively complex, but the rewards turned out to be so plentiful. This improvement is quite significant for him at the moment. It's the kind of change that can be clearly felt. What does that mean? No need to elaborate, right? Indeed, after receiving the rewards, a warm current flowed through Vane's entire body. His body began to uncontrollably emit a dull, cracking sound. The muscular yet not bulky muscles have become even firmer, and a distinct sense of strength emanated from him. Vane even felt a bit unsteady on his feet, needing a moment to regain control. This made a faint smile appear on Vane's face. He opened his character panel, and his data was fully displayed. Host, Vane, gender, male, physical strength, 858, abilities, advanced marksmanship, advanced kick technique, observation Haki level, clock-in points, 433, evaluation, notable strength. His physical strength had already exceeded 800. If he continued like this for another 5 or 6 shifts, he could reach the level of a lieutenant general. Of course, this only refers to physical strength, but that is already quite strong. As for the clock-in points, Vane's thought was simple. There aren't too many now, just over 40 points. And it takes 300 points to upgrade an ability. He would consider enhancing an ability only when he had 300 clock-in points. Although he currently has only 1 observation Haki, there's no telling whether he might acquire other more useful abilities later. At this stage, observation Haki doesn't help him much. After organizing everything and fully adapting to his body, Vane felt in a good mood. Their next target is the nearest orange town. Not Nami's home, but Buggy's territory. That guy Buggy might also pass the systems review. Recruiting crew members is the priority. First, they need to gather those notorious guys on the nearby islands. Buggy is the closest, and that guy might work out. But it's not guaranteed that just anyone can join. To avoid a wasted trip, relying on his memories from his past life and understanding of these characters, Vane would prioritize heading to the locations of pirates he felt had a high probability of passing the system review. Buggy is the first. It's also the closest. The main purpose this time is to see if he can recruit Buggy. However, Orangetown is still a bit far from here. It might take several days to get there. But there's no rush. Vane has been traveling for 10 years, so he wouldn't mind a few more days. Chapter 26, Kizaru. So, speechless naval base. Vane has left, but the townsfolk here are still a bit dazed. They look at the ruins in front of them, at the fallen Navy soldiers. Although they are moved, their emotional fluctuations are not great. What excites them the most is, of course, that Monka has been taken away. Monka has been taken away by that group of pirates. No matter what they take him for, he won't be coming back. We seem to be free. The townsfolk gathered at the base entrance. Unknowingly, their eyes were already red. Moments later, tears streamed down like a floodgate bursting open. We are saved. Accompanied by a loud shout from the crowd, all the townsfolk also shouted excitedly together. Monka has finally fallen. He will never come back. It was that pirate. He saved us. Vane. Long live the white-clothed pirate crew. Excited shouts echoed throughout the naval base. Moving outsiders Zoro and the returning Luffy. Their expressions were not good. Just looking at the townsfolk's current state, one could already imagine how much suffering they had endured. In that case, it seems Vane really did something good. The two thought to themselves. Coming back to his senses, Zoro immediately went up to rescue the shopkeeper and her daughter. The shopkeeper thanked Zoro profusely. "Thank you so much. Without you, my daughter and I might." With a voice somewhat choked with sobs, the shopkeeper spoke, tears falling. She knew very well that if no one came to help them, she and Rika would have died at the hands of the Navy. Monka would never show mercy just because one was a woman and the other a child. She was truly grateful to those who were willing to help her. These two young people in front of her were undoubtedly the most helpful. But the one she should really thank is that pirate who has already left. Monka has been taken away. He probably won't come back. Even if she wanted to thank him, there would be no chance. In the shopkeeper's heart, there was also a hint of regret and loss. Without Vane, there would be no them. Clearly, she hated him to death yesterday, but now she felt sad because she couldn't thank him in person. Beside her, Rika looked at Luffy, who had just returned after leaving with Vane, and gently asked, Will that big brother come back? Her clear and somewhat sweet voice rang out, and Rika looked at Luffy with a hint of expectation. But clearly, Luffy's answer would disappoint her. He might come back only after traveling around the world. Uncle Vane is a strange person. I don't know what he wants to do. Luffy scratched his chin and seriously pondered before answering little Rika's question. Upon learning that Wayne might not return for a long time, Rika's gaze also dimmed. She silently lowered her head and looked at the few pieces of well-wrapped candy in her hand. Those were used by Wayne to trick her, and she had no mood to eat them yesterday. However, now she couldn't bear to eat them. 2 days later, the colonel sent by the Navy finally arrived here. After learning about the various misdeeds of the previous base commander, Reyes was filled with righteous indignation. He never expected that this small branch commander could almost enslave the entire town. What a bold move. Reyes immediately reported everything about Wayne and Monka. The result of this was that he became the new branch commander here, while Monka was wanted and officially became a pirate. Even Wayne's bounty was raised, reaching an astonishing 12 million berries. That's right, it increased by 2 million from before, and Monka's personal bounty was also 2 million, meaning the Navy valued Monka at 2 million. This bounty was as meager as it could be. Not long after, Luffy and Zoro set sail together. They were on a small boat prepared by the landlady, a very shabby little boat. But this was the limit of what she could help with. Luffy's thoughts need not be mentioned. As for why Zoro chose to set off with Luffy, it was somewhat casual. He felt that if he stayed in the East Blue, his growth would be limited. Coincidentally, he thought Luffy was a decent guy, and they quickly hit it off, choosing to set out together. Zoro aimed to become stronger while Luffy chased after his dreams. After being beaten by Wayne twice, Zoro felt his strength had visibly improved. In fact, he had another purpose, which was to spar with Wayne when he caught up to him. It was a great opportunity to quickly improve his strength, so why not? Thus, the two set sail with nothing on board, relying entirely on luck for survival. Meanwhile, news of Wayne had again reached Carp's ears. Upon noticing Wayne, he had instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on him. However, for the past 10 years, Wayne had been wandering around the village, seemingly doing bad things. Yet also not. This left Carp completely puzzled, unable to figure out what Wayne was really up to. But now, looking at the intelligence from Kaz Town in his hands, Carp excitedly slapped his thigh. That kid has come out. He finally left the village. Sitting on the sofa in Sengoku's office, Carp's loud shouts startled both Kizaru, who was drinking tea, and Sengoku, who was buried in work. What are you going crazy about now? Sengoku asked, looking speechless. But before he could finish his question, Carp, acting unusually, got up and hurried over to Sengoku with the information in hand. This left Sengoku confused. What is this guy up to? Why does he look so energetic today? Normally, he's just a lazy old man. What's going on? Should I give him a urine test? Remember that pirate who clocked in and out? Yeah, what about it? He's not working in the village anymore. He's moved to the town. Carp's words immediately darkened Sengoku's expression. If you're sick, go get treated. What's the difference between the two? Get out of here. Don't disturb my work. Sengoku's loud shout not only failed to wipe the smile off Carp's face, but made him grin even wider. Sengoku, this guy will definitely achieve great things in the future. When he reaches the Grand Line, I'll personally help you capture him. Look, he can already beat a branch colonel. This made Sengoku's face darken even more. And before he could shout, Carp had already turned around and left. This made Sengoku want to punch Carp in the face. What does it mean to beat a branch colonel? Can you even measure that fighting power? Is it necessary to bring this up? What is this guy's relationship with that pirate? I feel like I've only heard him brag about his grandson like this. I really can't understand what this bastard is thinking. After giving Carp a good scolding in his mind, Sengoku continued to focus on his work. What bad intentions does Carp have? He just wanted to get the job of capturing Wayne and then slack off with him. It was Wayne's interesting lifestyle that made him envious. He really wanted to participate. But after waiting for 10 years, Wayne finally came out today. However, with the strength he had accumulated over 10 years, he should soon reach the Grand Line. Just don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll smash your head open to see if you really have a human brain inside. Who would have thought of being a pirate while working a 9-to-5 job? Holding the information, Carp couldn't stop smiling, occasionally gesturing to Kizaru, who was drinking tea and reading the news, and cheerfully saying, "Your illegitimate son is doing well. He's already beaten a colonel. Isn't he about to become a general? You need some awareness of danger, Kizaru. Kizaru. It's really speechless when a person is speechless. Wayne might never have imagined that the old man who had chased after him twice and failed was still thinking about him. If only he knew, he would definitely think that he wouldn't enter the Grand Line until he became a general, and he could stay low for a few more years. He just wanted stability. But unfortunately, he didn't know that he had already arrived in the territory of Orangetown. Chapter 27. Monka makes dumplings. The ship slowly approached the shore, with the gentle morning sunlight pouring down. The entire small town was clearly visible. However, strangely, the town appeared completely deserted. A serious-looking Wayne stood at the bow of the ship, holding a cup of milk, dressed in a white shirt. He looked at the situation below and fell into deep thought. Wayne naturally knew the circumstances here. The townspeople had all been forced to leave because of Buggy, with only one mayor remaining. Buggy occasionally tested his powers in the town using his buggy balls. The current state of the small town, indeed, seemed riddled with holes, having been ruined by Buggy. Glancing at the time, there were still 2 minutes until the system would release today's mission. However, seeing the empty town, Wayne frowned. The system wouldn't give him a mission to kidnap the townspeople again, would it? The situation in the town clearly wasn't suitable for such a task. But Wayne didn't dwell on it too much. The system was generally quite humane. Meanwhile, on the deck, 4 figures were lined up neatly, waiting for Wayne's work assignment. The newly arrived Monka now wore a determined expression. They had taken 2 days to arrive here. During these 2 days, Monka had honestly worked for 2 days. On the first day, perhaps he was unaccustomed, or perhaps he was unconvinced and looked down on it. In any case, because of him, Wayne lost the chance for the daily double reward for good citizens. Although the tasks issued during the voyage at sea wouldn't give too many rewards, Wayne still gave him a good scolding. He didn't do much, just hung him at the back of the ship and left him soaking in the sea all night. The next day, the kid immediately became obedient. After all, being soaked in the cold and dark seawater all night, and even worrying about whether something might suddenly come out and eat him, was an experience Monka said he really didn't want to try again. Time quickly reached 8:59 in the morning. The system released the mission on time. Ding! Today's work mission, Black Eats Black. The task of robbing the belongings of fellow travelers on the island made Wayne's expression change. It seemed there was only one choice for black-on-black crime on the island. After all, the only ones who could be considered as engaging in black-on-black crime with him were the pirates. And the only pirates on the island were Buggy and his crew. The idea of robbing them completely seemed to have some logic to it. Isn't Buggy the guy who enjoys finding and hoarding treasures? He should have quite a bit of money, right? Of course, it might not be much. After all, he hasn't found much. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, my task is to rob him of all his existing treasures. As for the robbery, their pirate crew has quite a bit of experience in it. After all, over the years, they have had quite a few robbery missions. To rob Buggy clean would be a piece of cake. Today's content is black on black. Rob the fellow travelers and take everything. Understood. The 4 of them shouted in unison with determined expressions. Even Monka shouted with great enthusiasm, clearly adapting quite quickly. Wayne, after placing his empty cup on the nearby table, looked down at Monka and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He's really adapting fast. Monka, what do you think of this job? Let us hear it. Wayne's question caught Monka off guard, and then he snapped a salute, shouting, I think this job is great. Pirates, you have to rob at all times. You can't not rob. Otherwise, you could be caught at home while eating hot pot and singing. I think this is a really good job. Monka's loud and passionate shout made Wayne feel a bit embarrassed. The 3 brothers around him also glanced at him with strange expressions, secretly admiring how this guy dared to speak his mind. But regardless, he was a good candidate, and Wayne was already very satisfied that he could work normally now. Ahem, let us go. With Wayne's loud shout, the 5 of them jumped off the ship. The time officially reached 9 o'clock. In a deserted street corner, the stone-paved road was neatly laid out on the ground. On both sides of the road, there were rows of streetlights. Next to one of the streetlights, a large green mailbox was particularly eye-catching. The mailbox reflected light, appearing exceptionally shiny under the sunlight, clearly indicating it was frequently used. Even the mailbox's opening, a corner of a letter could be seen. A figure, stealthy and sneaky, was currently crouching low, carefully hiding behind that not-so-large mailbox. A loud bang echoed. A baseball bat struck the green mailbox hard, and the once pristine mailbox was instantly dented. Behind a mailbox. A slender girl with a beautiful appearance was startled and jumped up. "Little sister, hand over what you stole, and I might consider letting you off easy. Hee hee hee." In front of her, several burly men with sticks and other weapons were glaring at her menacingly. While the leader was speaking, the other men had already surrounded the girl, each wearing a malicious grin. It was clear that this girl was too striking. Nami, seeing the current situation, knew she couldn't keep her treasure safe. She had just stolen the navigational chart of the Grand Line for Buggy and was now trapped here. The chart was still clutched in her hand, but it was obvious that even if she handed it over, these people wouldn't let her go. Just as she was preparing to pull out her big stick from her mysterious space, an untimely voice rang out from behind the group. "Hello, are you the subordinates of Buggy the Clown?" The voice was very friendly, and the words and tone felt quite out of place in the current situation. The men turned their gazes toward the back, looking at the unfamiliar figures. Nami's eyes brightened. A turning point had emerged in this situation. No matter what these people were here for, as long as they could distract the others, it would be enough for her to seize the opportunity to escape. Although these people didn't look like bad guys, and the leader was so amicable, the others were definitely not formidable characters. How foolish to still have such gentle people in this world. It would be strange if these pirates didn't take them out. Leaving them behind would likely get them caught or killed. But now was not the time for sympathy. It was better to protect herself first. With that thought, Nami tensed her body, ready to sneak away at any moment. "What are you doing?" The burly leader looked at Wayne and the others with an unfriendly expression, his fierce tone contrasting with the brightness in his eyes. "How dare anyone come here? If I can catch you, the boss will definitely reward me. They're in desperate need of manpower, and that big guy looks pretty good." The burly leader thought to himself, "We are here to bring warmth. Are you Buggy-S subordinates?" Wayne-S friendly, hipster smile stunned the burly man in front of him. "Bringing warmth? You're here to bring us warmth? Is this group out of their minds?" Without thinking much, the burly man immediately revealed his identity. "That's right. We are Buggy the Clown-S subordinates. You want to send?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wayne-S emotionless voice rang out. Monka, looking fierce, stepped in front of the burly man just as Wayne's words fell. He didn't say a word, but took one step at a time toward the burly man. His massive frame exuded a strong sense of intimidation. "What are you doing? I warn you. Stay right there. Do you hear me? If you come any closer, I want to hold back." The leader's face turned anxious as Monka kept approaching. He raised the baseball bat, tried to intimidate Monka, but Monka remained unfazed, continuing to advance step by step. Finally, the man couldn't hold back any longer. Bang! Crack! With all his strength, he swung the bat down on Monka's arm, the tremendous force even breaking the bat. "You big idiot. Get lost. Otherwise, the next swing will smash your head." The leader, having taken another bat from his subordinate, tried to maintain his composure while shouting. But Monka, who had just been hit, not only didn't retreat, but even revealed a twisted smile. Then, suddenly Monka erupted, swinging an axe and splitting the guy in front of him cleanly in half. But it didn't stop there. Even after the guy was clearly dead, Monka continued to bring the axe down repeatedly. His smile grew increasingly deranged, and he muttered something to himself. "In self-defense, kid, I'll chop you to death. You beastly pirates. I'll kill all of you pirates." The massive axe kept falling, as if he intended to turn the other side into dumpling filling. Chapter 28. Good citizen Monka. The scene was drenched in tomato juice, splattering everywhere as Monka continued his frenzied chopping. The juices sprayed all over, splattering onto him as well, making him appear even more terrifying. The pirates over there were trembling with fear at the sight before them. Although the one who was chopped was their leader, they truly didn't dare to approach. This guy's a madman. The one who just spoke was so gentle. How did this big brute turn out to be so ruthless? He is still chopping when the person is already dead. Has he lost his mind? How much does he hate pirates? No one dared to step forward. Just a moment ago, they had looked down on Monka, this big fool. But now they truly wish they could run away on the spot. However, their task was not yet complete, and the painting had not been retrieved. If they went back now, they would definitely be dead. This dilemma was driving them to the brink of collapse. Some of the more timid ones even had red eyes from holding back their tears. Even Nami, who was preparing to escape, was stunned in place by this scene. Completely forgetting her intention to run, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief. The speed at which the opponent struck was simply too sudden. It was a zero-frame attack. In an instant, that person was cut in half right before their eyes. But the key was that they didn't stop at killing the person. They even planned to chop him into minced meat. Wasn't this a bit too cruel? What on earth were these people doing? Why was there such a huge gap between the leader and this subordinate? They attacked right away. Nami really wanted to get away from this extremely dangerous guy as soon as possible. But now she was still trapped in the encirclement and couldn't escape. Were these people insane? Didn't they know how to run? Were they just waiting in line for someone to come and chop them? Nami was anxiously looking at the pirates surrounding her, but they made no move. Nami was truly about to go crazy. After Manka finished chopping that guy into pieces, he wiped the blood from his face, making him look even more terrifying. He looked up at the crowd ahead, his eyes still filled with residual anger. He didn't even know where that anger came from. He just felt angry. Without saying a word, he charged forward with an axe. He looked like a beast, extremely frightening. The small fries around him realized that this guy had no intention of letting them, the silent onlookers, go. They immediately hardened their expressions, grabbed their weapons, and charged at Manka. But unfortunately, within 3 seconds of contact, those pirates who dared to rush at him each received a blow from his axe. They fell to the ground, blood gushing from their chests. Those who didn't die immediately wouldn't last long. Only one guy holding a gun remained behind Nami, frozen in fear. Manka, now bloodthirsty, raised his axe and swung it towards Nami, who was closest to him. Threatened by the guy with the gun behind her, Nami, unable to escape, watched in horror as the bloodied axe came down towards her. Her small face turned pale from fear. She instinctively prepared to raise her hands to block it, but she didn't have time. The bloody axe was already in front of her face. Manka! A shout caused the axe to halt just in front of Nami at the last moment. Looking at the axe that was so close and still dripping blood, it was truly Nami's strong psychological quality that kept her from fainting. Otherwise, she would have been scared out of her wits. But even with her good mental state, she still felt her legs shaking, her eyes filled with fear. Manka slowly lowered the axe, looking at Wayne, who was walking this way, his eyes full of confusion. He didn't understand why Wayne was stopping him. Was it just because this little lady looked good? Wasn't it said that one shouldn't do anything unrelated to work while on the job? Did he want to hit on her? Frowning, Manka slowly stepped aside, but kept a close watch on Wayne's every move. If he didn't follow the rules, why should others? As Manka stepped aside, Nami saw Wayne approaching. She recalled his gentle words from just now. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. From the tone of his voice, he shouldn't be a violent guy. He should be gentler and kinder. Moreover, he had just intervened to stop this big guy, which must be because he was attracted to her beauty. Fighting was definitely out of the question for her. But if that were the case, things would be much easier. As long as she handled it well and managed to charm this guy, she could not only escape but also have a chance to steal their money. This group didn't seem poor at all. Each of them was wearing a watch that looked expensive. Nami had already figured out her plan. She just needed to wait for Wayne to get closer, then she would launch her charm offensive. Wayne, with a calm expression, walked past Manka and approached Nami's side. He casually glanced at her before turning his attention to the trembling guy holding the gun. To Nami, it looked like he had taken a close look at her and was stunned by her beauty. Having never seen many women, he shyly turned away. Nami had seen plenty of men like this. "Hey, handsome, can you?" Nami, with her head lowered in a seductive posture, looked up at Wayne. But just as she was about to finish her sentence, there was a loud bang. Immediately after, something flew out and crashed against the wall, creating a cacophony of sounds. Her movements froze, and the words she was about to say were swallowed back. She slowly turned her head, but what she saw was not the guy who had been pointing a gun at her from behind. Instead, it was a blood-red wall. Staring at Wayne, who was expressionless and had just retracted his right foot, Nami was dumbfounded. Where did that person go? That big guy from just now? He must have some invisibility technique, right? Otherwise, how could this guy have kicked him into the wall and made it blood-red? Holding a gun and not shooting, Wayne muttered to himself, then redirected his gaze to Nami. "What were you just saying? Can you do something?" His tone and voice remained the same. But Nami now felt a bit terrified. Her dazed expression gradually collected itself, and in the end, she silently lowered her head, using her actions to express that she was fine and just wandering around. Seeing that Nami didn't say anything, Wayne called Monka over. Monka, looking somewhat unconvinced, strode up to Wayne and stood firm. You were just going to chop her, right? Wayne's words made Monka even more convinced of his assumptions. That's right. Rule 534 states that if one person attacks me, I can retaliate against everyone on their side, right? Monka said proudly, puffing out his chest. Okay, but did she hit you? No, but she... And Monka's voice grew smaller until it eventually faded away. Yeah, this person seems to not be with those guys. If I had chopped her, it would have been a disaster. How could I have lost control like that? How did I become a mad dog while chopping? A hint of regret appeared on Monka's face. Apologize to this lady. Although intentionally scaring someone wouldn't necessarily cause the good citizen reward for the day to disappear, there was still a chance. But as long as you gained the other party's forgiveness, that chance would drop to zero. This job was clearly not simple. He couldn't let Monka's negligence cost him double rewards. Apologizing was a must. Wayne's words didn't seem to affect Monka much, but Nami, who had her head down, suddenly looked up. Her expression was even more confused. Huh, this person is asking the one with the axe to apologize to me? At that moment, Nami was truly a bit bewildered. Chapter 29. Nami's breakdown. What is going on? Could it be that they're not the ruthless villains I thought? Just because I was scared, now I have to let that tough guy apologize to me? This really doesn't seem like something a bad person would do. And what was that about ship rules? Over 500 of them. What kind of serious ship has more than 500 rules? These people really don't seem to be bad guys. Does that mean I'm saved? I must have been rescued by them, right? Once this big guy apologizes, I should be able to leave, right? Nami's eyes sparkled again. They're good people. I misunderstood everything. Monka over there didn't hesitate at all. With a face covered in blood, he immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry, ma'am. I was reckless just now. I'm really sorry for scaring you. Please forgive me. Monka was sincerely apologizing because he knew what kind of suffering he would endure if he didn't get her forgiveness. His huge frame bowed deeply, creating a gust of wind that made Nami's hair sway. Listening to his sincere tone and watching his perfectly executed action, even if Nami didn't want to believe it, she couldn't help but feel convinced. They're truly good people. Only a bad guy wouldn't go through all this. With that thought, Nami's anxious heart finally calmed down. It's okay, I'm fine. Nami smiled, waving her hand and saying with a beaming smile. After receiving forgiveness, Monka finally stood up. Nami still had a smile on her face and turned her gaze to Wayne beside her. She then said casually, since it's all a misunderstanding, you can go back to what you were doing. I won't disturb you. Maybe we'll meet again. After saying that, Nami bent down to pick up a wallet that belonged to some unfortunate soul lying on the ground. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. She'd make a profit. Having been saved by Wayne and the others, not only did she keep the stolen map, but she could also take a little something with her. Nami felt quite pleased. But just as she was about to leave, 3 burly figures blocked her path. However, Nami was not flustered. Instead, she happily asked, do you think just apologizing isn't enough? Do you want to compensate me? Although I find it a bit offensive, I wouldn't refuse if you insist. Nami's words made the GI brothers struggle to maintain their composure. Their lips twitched violently. Our boss didn't say you could leave, Gil said expressionlessly, looking at Nami with a very serious tone. Hearing this, a look of confusion appeared on Nami's face. Their boss didn't say she could leave? Didn't they just finish apologizing? Were they really going to give her some compensation? With a beaming smile, Nami turned around and bumped right into a cold gun barrel. Following the barrel, Wayne's emotionless gaze was coldly staring at her. Nami's smile immediately froze on her face, looking very strange. Let me introduce myself. We are pirates. Now we're robbing you. Wayne's casual tone sent chills down Nami's spine. The incredulous expression gradually appeared on her face, and her eyes reflected undeniable shock. What? What did this person just say? They're pirates? Nami had even doubted if they were Navy, but never considered they could be pirates. Their demeanor had nothing to do with pirates at all. But now, Wayne's words made her feel like her mind was on fire, even though Nami didn't want to believe it. The dark gun barrel in front of her and Wayne's expression that clearly showed he wasn't joking were constantly warning her that this was real. They are really pirates. Once she confirmed this, Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. No, what kind of pirates are you? Which pirate crew has over 500 ship rules? The Navy doesn't even have your level of discipline. Nami felt her head buzzing. This news was too sudden for her. Looking at the dazed Nami in front of him, Wayne's expression remained unchanged. If Nami did nothing, he certainly wouldn't make things difficult for her. Letting her go wouldn't matter. But now it was different. She had taken Buggy's navigation chart and now had the wallet of Buggy's subordinate. These items were stolen and did not belong to her. They were still considered Buggy's property. If she took them, that would mean a complete failure of his mission. Wayne, who had been cautious for 10 years, would never allow such a thing to happen. Not only did Wayne want to take back everything related to Buggy from Nami, but he also wanted to keep her by his side. If he let this little wildcat loose, he couldn't guarantee she wouldn't go steal from Buggy again. No matter what it was, if she took it away, it would count as a failure of his mission. So, keeping her was essential. Killing her seemed unnecessary. Keeping her would be perfect for guidance. Now, I'll count to 3, and you will place all the stolen items on the ground. 1, 2. Wayne's voice was devoid of any emotion, making Nami's heart feel like it had fallen into an icy pit. With years of experience in the underworld, Nami could tell at a glance that Wayne was serious about shooting. He really would kill me? A hint of panic flashed in Nami's eyes. She never expected that the gentlemanly man from earlier could now ruthlessly kill her without hesitation. This change was a bit too drastic. Nami felt a bit broken inside. But in the current situation, it was clear she had no choice. Just from the kick Wayne delivered earlier, she didn't dare to resist at all. Listening to Wayne's countdown, Nami finally reluctantly handed over all the stolen items she had on her. Originally, she wanted to only put down the money, since a navigation chart wouldn't be of much use to them. Normal pirates wouldn't go after such things. But she had a premonition that if she only placed the money on the ground after Wayne finished counting, she would end up with a hole in her forehead. Although it was just a feeling, it was better to heed the warning of danger. Looking at the pile of items on the ground, among them a large amount of money, about over 100,000, along with some jewelry and other valuable items. Of course, there was also that navigation chart. Nami felt reluctant. But at that moment, Wayne approached her and casually pulled out a hair and handed it to her. Under Nami's confused gaze, Wayne, with a serious expression, said, "We are culture pirates. This is your exchange. Take it." Listening to his tone that didn't sound like a joke at all, and looking at the hair in front of her, Nami furrowed her brow tightly. Her mouth slightly agape. The look of curiosity on her face was unmistakably evident. "What? You're giving me a hair as an exchange?" After years in this world, this is the first time I've heard such an incredibly rude statement. They could have just taken it directly, yet they even offer me a hair. I'm really, thank you, gritting my teeth. At that moment, Nami seemed to begin to understand the feelings of those she had stolen from. But she could be sure that those people were definitely not suffering as much as she was now. What kind of pirates are these? How can they be this despicable? Nami's silent roar was of no use. In the end, she had no choice but to reluctantly take the hair. Then, with a fierce expression, she stuffed it into her pocket. "Can I leave now?" Nami forced down her displeasure and asked Wayne. "No, you can't leave. I declare that you are now kidnapped by us." Nami? Chapter 30. You came to join us, right? On the rooftop of a tall building. The gray-white roof, under the sunlight, made the air even hotter. Due to the large size of the building, the rooftop was very spacious. A temporary green tent occupied most of the rooftop space, providing a spot to escape the scorching heat. Inside the tent, about 20 people were standing with their heads bowed. In front of them, on the main seat, sat a sulky-looking figure dressed in a despair outfit, wearing a despair hat and despair shoes. "Where's my map? Have you found it?" Suddenly, the despair figure erupted, slamming his hand on the armrest beside him, producing a dull sound. This question made everyone bow their heads even lower. "Captain, we only know that it was stolen by a woman. We have sent someone to pursue her. A guy on a unicycle, wrapped in a scarf in the hot weather," answered Bucky's question. But this only made him angrier. "A woman. So many people couldn't keep an eye on my map. That's the Grand Line nautical chart. Damn it. Damn it. Go chase her down. I want to dismember that woman. Just as Bucky was in a rage, a hurried figure rushed in. Without catching his breath, he quickly reported, "Captain, we have found the woman's trail. She is currently with another group of pirates." This news stunned Bucky, and his expression darkened. "Oh, so that woman took my map and handed it over to others, huh? You better not let me catch you. What do we know about the other party?" Although furious, Bucky remained rational. If the other party was strong, he would have to accept the loss. But if they weren't strong, he would capture them all. The white-clothed pirate group, led by the King of the Sunset, Wayne, with a bounty of 12 million berries. What? 12 million berries? After confirming, Bucky jumped onto a stool, his face revealing a frenzied smile. "Ha ha, only 12 million. A garbage pirate group. Go capture them all for me. I must stuff my buckyball into their mouths today. Speak quickly. Captain, that pirate group and that woman don't seem to be on the same side." "What do you mean?" "It seems that the woman has been trying to escape, but that pirate group has been catching her back, and their direction seems to be towards us." This statement stunned Bucky again, but he quickly realized, aren't they here to join us? Otherwise, why would they keep helping to catch her and come this way? If they aren't here to join, what are they here for? All right, 12 million might be small change, but if they come to be my subordinates, that's more than enough. They even know to bring a gift and not come empty-handed. Not bad. Captain, that guy isn't really coming to join us, right? Below, on the unicycle, the serious strategist Kabaji also shared the same thought. Bucky laughed heartily again. Ha ha ha. No matter what he's here for, he can never be my match. Just wait for them to come. If they're here to join, that's fine. If not, I'll personally take him down. Yes, Captain. On the cobblestone road, laid with many stone slabs, Wayne walked leisurely. Not far ahead of him was Nami, who had just been caught again. She looked very unhappy, kicking and stomping as she walked, clearly showing her resentment. Wayne glanced at the sun overhead. The light was already somewhat weak. Right, it was afternoon now. Under Nami's guidance, they had practically toured the entire small town. Nami led the way, going everywhere except to Bucky's location. She thought Wayne wouldn't notice she was taking a detour. But in fact, everyone knew. Only the system was oblivious and didn't mention her slacking off. The system's silence made Wayne, who was not in a hurry to begin with, even less anxious. At first, it was fine, but after several hours, Nami finally started trying to escape. She fled, and he chased. She couldn't fly away. It was already past 3 o'clock, and she still hadn't managed to escape. That had already been her 47th time being caught. Feeling a bit resentful was normal, and Wayne didn't mind. But as time passed, Wayne realized he couldn't just sit back and watch anymore. If they kept playing like this, the sun would set, and Nami would have to go, whether she wanted to or not. Ahead, he could see the only lively place in the small town. Under the afternoon sunlight, the Bucky cannon on the rooftop looked imposing. It was getting late. If everyone was there was no need for small talk. They could just rob them all and be done with it. If someone happened to be in town, carrying out a mission, it would still be timely to find them at this hour. However, as Wayne looked at the atmosphere on the tall building, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Why do I feel like they're welcoming us? Had he seen Bucky before? No. Wayne's face showed some confusion, not knowing what Bucky was up to. But his strong capabilities made Wayne feel unconcerned. Whatever he's playing at, his split fruit can only immunize against slashing attacks, but he surely can't withstand my kick. In front of Wayne, Nami, full of resentment, also noticed the unusual scene on the rooftop. Her brows furrowed immediately. These pirates, did they know Bucky's pirate group? What they said about not knowing each other was just a lie to me. Are they, in fact, in cahoots with the clown Bucky? This thought crossed Nami's mind, and it immediately sent her heart plummeting. If they were in cahoots, then being caught and taken back would mean certain death for her. Bucky would absolutely not spare her. Nami was at a loss for what to do, caught between a rock and a hard place. She had already tried 47 times and couldn't escape from this guy behind her. She never imagined that this guy behind her was actually deceiving her. Pirates were indeed all bastards. Captain, they're coming. With a shout from his subordinate, a smiling Bucky slowly turned from his throne, looking at the calm expression on Wayne's face. He nodded in satisfaction, maintaining composure while deep in enemy territory. Very good. He's material for a good subordinate. The other 4 were also no pushovers. They looked like they could fight. Very good, very good. Bucky nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Wayne and the others in front of him, he immediately asked, "You came to join us, right? And you even helped me catch that thief. Very good." Chapter 31. Aren't you the one here to join us? Bucky's words made Wayne instantly understand what the situation was. When they went upstairs just now, the little brothers helped open the door and guided the way. He was really exceptionally courteous. Originally, Wayne couldn't figure out what was going on, but now he knows. That guy Buggy actually thought they were here to join him. This really left Wayne at a loss for words. I won't watch Daydreamer without you, but since he thinks he's here to join, you might as well go along with what he said and find out if their people are all here. If they resort to violence right away, even if they take him down and interrogate him, what they get may not be the truth. Buggy has seen a lot of big scenes and has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Since this is the case, following his lead is indeed a good choice. However, Buggy's words made Nami's expression turn exceptionally grim. The look in her eyes when she glanced at Wayne was filled with shadows. If Wayne really came to join Buggy, then she would definitely not escape death. Saying something like "we'll release you by 5" was definitely just to placate her. Although she was extremely displeased with Wayne, she was now silently praying that he would reject Buggy's words. Because she didn't want to die. There was still a village waiting for her to save. She didn't want to die just like this. And in Nami's shadowy gaze, there was now a hint of hope. That's right. We're here to join you. This woman here is the one who stole your stuff, and I brought her to you. Wayne's words immediately made Nami's expression turn exceptionally ugly. Her cheeks, which were slightly flushed from the hot weather, quickly turned pale. The look in her eyes was filled with anger. You actually lied to me. We're pirates. How can you trust a pirate? Wayne's merciless words filled Nami's eyes with disbelief. She didn't expect that this guy was just putting on an act. Everything was a disguise. She felt so foolish for believing a pirate. Even if she couldn't escape, he still made up such a lie to deceive her. Perhaps he just wanted to see her in this state. Nami's eyes turned slightly red. She had suffered too much on this journey. Originally, she was filled with hope, longing to regain her freedom, but now everything turned to ashes with Wayne's words. Good job. Put this woman in a cage. Later, let her taste a Buggy bomb. With Buggy's command, the surrounding lackeys immediately moved forward. They grabbed Nami and locked her in the cage where Luffy was imprisoned in the original story. Nami never resisted, but kept her eyes fixed on Wayne. If looks could kill, Wayne would have died 1,000 times by now. Wayne didn't pay any more attention to Nami. He glanced around and saw quite a few familiar faces. The beast tamer Machi and his big lion, the unicycle-riding Kabeji. Buggy's 2 main generals were all present, and there were quite a few other lackeys as well. But Wayne couldn't be sure if everyone from the Buggy Pirates was here. His mission was to loot everything, so it had to be completely emptied, leaving nothing behind. All right, where are my things? Hurry up and bring them to me, Buggy said, extending his hand towards Wayne. He really reached out his hand, floating towards Wayne, looking extremely abrupt. It was as if a ghost had appeared. The 3 brothers and Monko were somewhat surprised. They had only seen Luffy as a devil fruit user until now, and they didn't expect to encounter another one so soon. Buggy and the others looked at their surprise with a hint of disdain. They were really a bunch of bumpkins, having never seen this before. Our Captain Buggy makes a move and immediately intimidates the opponent, truly worthy of being the captain. A group of pirates looked at Buggy with a bit more admiration. But Wayne did not move when he saw the outstretched hand. Captain Buggy, we're here to join you. You should at least tell us about your strength first, right? Wayne, who showed no reaction to the scene before him, asked expressionlessly. His demeanor not only didn't anger Buggy, but made him appreciate Wayne even more. Good kid. You didn't show any reaction upon seeing my devil fruit ability. Your psychological quality is really good. You're a talent worth cultivating. At this point, Buggy already had a vague tendency to view Wayne as his 3rd major general. Newcomers should indeed show their strength first to intimidate. If he doesn't know our strength, how can he willingly join? Buggy didn't think much and directly started introducing himself. He first talked about his 2 generals around him, followed by a long self-introduction about himself. Finally, he shouted out his bounty. And then it was over. The only prominent figures in their pirate crew were the 3 of them. How about it, kid? Bow down at the feet of the great Captain Buggy. What about the others? Is this everyone? Our crew has a total of 31 members. If you count you guys, that's 36. There are still 6 who went to catch this girl and haven't returned yet. By the way, Hurry up and find them. Let them come back. They don't need to look anymore, Buggy said as he remembered his few subordinates who had gone out, and he immediately waved his hand to send someone to look for them. This statement made Nami in the cage suddenly think of something, right? That group was all killed by Wayne and the others. I almost forgot about that. Well, since you deceived me, don't blame me for exposing you. But just as she was about to speak, Wayne had already raised his hand to stop the two who were about to go downstairs. No need to look. We encountered them on the way here. They have already been turned into meat paste. What? Wayne's words made Buggy stand up immediately. His expression exaggerated to the extreme. Someone actually dared to kill my men on my territory. Who did it? I must kill him. I did it, Buggy. Wayne did not hesitate at all, directly admitting to his actions. His words also left Nami in a state of shock. She really couldn't understand what Wayne was playing at. Did he know she would definitely expose him? So he directly admitted it to see if it would make Buggy not pursue it? After holding in a belly full of anger, her only outlet was just blocked by Wayne. Nami was feeling extremely uncomfortable. You? Why did you kill my subordinates? Didn't you come to join us? Was it intentional or accidental? Wayne's fearless demeanor made Buggy believe there should still be a turning point in this matter. Yes, it was intentional, but when Wayne casually said this, there was no turning back. However, Buggy still found it hard to believe. What is this guy doing? He came to join me, but it seems like he doesn't want to join me. Could it be that he came to challenge me? Buggy's brows furrowed, but when he thought of Wayne's 12 million bounty, he immediately calmed down. If this guy dared to make a move, he would definitely let him know what the gap was. Kiji, guard the door, basically prevent jumping off the building. You two, bring everyone here. All right, time to start working. Yes, boss. As soon as Wayne's voice fell, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Buggy immediately widened his eyes. What is going on? Where did he go? Before he could react, Wayne was already next to the big lion, raising his hand for a quick strike. His hand brushed against the lion's teeth. In that instant, when the conditions for self-defense were met, 3 muffled sounds of impact echoed. When Buggy turned around again, he saw 2 incapacitated subordinates and 1 lion. What the hell? Buggy shouted frantically with his duck-like voice. What did he just see? That guy worth 12 million actually took out his 2 subordinates in an instant? You're telling me he's worth 12 million? Buggy's eyes widened, his expression one of utmost surprise. How could someone like this even think about joining me? Buggy was already somewhat shaken by Wayne's displayed strength, but he wasn't panicking. He had seen his share of big scenes. As long as he operated well, he still had a chance to ambush and take down this guy in front of him. His opponents usually couldn't adapt to his fragmented body, and this guy shouldn't be an exception. No matter what, he had to kill him today. Buggy was furious to the extreme. He hated being deceived more than anything. It was because Shanks changed his mind and decided not to search for treasure that Buggy fell out with him, thinking he was tricked. Now, after saying he would join, it turned out to be just a ruse from Wayne, who had naturally made it on a Buggy's kill list. Chapter 32. Buggy's breakdown. Meanwhile, in the cage, Nami watched as Wayne, who had just been joking with Buggy, suddenly exploded and took out his 2 generals. Nami was stunned. Huh? Was he not really going to join Buggy? Was everything just a play he acted out? Nami's face showed her confusion. She realized she might have misunderstood Wayne. His strength had shocked her greatly. Is he really that strong? In less than a second, 3 people had already fallen over there. How'd he do it? Nami couldn't see Wayne's movements clearly. She only felt a flash in front of her, and then those 3 people were all on the ground, without a trace. She had thought his calm demeanor meant he wouldn't be too strong, but this scene had slapped her in the face. How could someone like him be here to join? I'm such an idiot for not seeing this. But that guy is a devil fruit user. Could Wayne really be his match? Nami couldn't help but feel worried. It wasn't about Wayne's safety. She was just thinking that if Wayne lost, she would be doomed. If he won, then perhaps she could still be saved. At this moment, an enraged Buggy glared at Wayne, his teeth grinding in hatred. You little brat. How dare you deceive me? I'll make sure to kill you. Buggy immediately charged at Wayne with 4 daggers, his expression filled with fury, which seemed somewhat intimidating. But when Wayne grabbed Buggy's head and landed 2 heavy punches on his nose, he immediately became obedient. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was my fault for speaking loudly. His already red nose became even redder. Buggy, who was being pinched like a dumpling, had his mindset completely shattered. What the hell is this? Buggy was dumbfounded. He hadn't seen anything, and in the blink of an eye, Wayne had already grabbed his head. What kind of strength is this? You're telling me this guy is worth 12 million? Not even 120 million could be this badass. His bounty isn't even higher than mine. How can the strength difference be this vast? Do those Navy idiots even know how to set bounties? Why can't I even put up a fight in front of him? This is it. I'm finished. Buggy was starting to panic. He couldn't fight back at all. What is this guy's purpose? With such a huge power gap between us, he must not be here just for fun, right? He wouldn't want to kill me, would he? Buggy was genuinely a bit scared. After all, his life was already in Wayne's hands. With that kind of strength, if he wanted to kill him, it seemed like there was no escape. Buggy's flushed face showed signs of anxiety. Don't panic. At this time, holding Buggy's head, Wayne comforted him. We're not here to kill you. This immediately relieved Buggy. As long as they weren't here to kill him, that was good. He still had so many treasures to find, so many treasures to collect. He couldn't just die here so carelessly. We're here to rob your treasure. What? Wayne's words made Buggy scream in shock, and his expression instantly exaggerated to the extreme. Treasure. His treasure was more important than his life. These people actually came to rob his treasure. Buggy immediately refused. His face filled with anger as he twisted his head, his fragmented body preparing to fight to the death. Even if I die today, I won't let you take my treasure. Bam, 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 bam. A series of sound from fists and feet clashing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken so loudly. Buggy's face, now swollen like a pig's head, saw his anger rapidly dissipate with every punch that landed. There's nothing that can't be solved with a punch. If there is, then it's just that there weren't enough punches thrown. Don't worry. We'll take what we want and leave. We definitely won't hurt you. Now, tell us where your treasures are. Wayne looked at the head in his hands with ill intent. If Buggy didn't talk, the consequences were already clear. Nami, standing nearby, was now gaping in disbelief. Just like that, one grab, and it was over. She thought the two would engage in a grand battle, but Buggy chose to comply just like that. This was too quick. Was the strength gap really this big? Nami was genuinely a bit shocked. Wayne's strength seemed limitless, taking everyone out with just one move. It was simply outrageous. Just a moment ago, he had kicked a small minion to pieces, and now he was still taking down one after another. With such immense power, was there really a need to play games with him? He even tricked him into thinking he was coming to join. I was fooled too. Nami didn't understand Wayne's actions. Buggy, held in Wayne's grip and looking miserable, heard Wayne's words and felt his already terrible expression worsen. You robbed my treasure, and now you want me to take you to find my treasure? Isn't this a bit too much? Aren't you too lazy to do it yourself? Buggy was about to explode. These people were simply robbers, bandits, even worse than bandits. But in front of that fist the size of a sandbag, Buggy seemed to have no choice. Before long, a huge pile of treasures was all brought out by Wayne's team. Everyone on the roof was now standing there. Seeing their boss taken down instantly, those minions knew they had to run. If we can't fight the boss, what are we still holding on for? But the door was blocked, and they couldn't jump out of the window. The two who captured them were far too strong for them to handle. The surviving members of the Buggy Pirates are all here, lined up neatly without a single one missing. In front of them, the vast amount of gold, silver, and jewels illuminated by the setting sun sparkles brilliantly. This has left Nami, who is standing nearby, dazzled. Her gaze has completely transformed into a vision of berries from the very beginning. She is so excited that she can hardly contain herself. Thankfully, she is locked in a cage. Otherwise, she would have rushed over to hug them tightly. The two awakened admirals and the lion are also standing there obediently. They had just attempted to resist, but upon witnessing their captain's miserable state, they chose to submit. Buggy is now standing beside them, behaving like a well-behaved child. With an innocent smile on his face, he looks more like someone trying to hide their sorrow. He gazes at all his possessions on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. In just 1 hour, he has truly experienced the most painful thing in the world. He initially thought an admiral had come to join him, only to find out that the admiral was just toying with him. Then he realized he was no match for them and was forced to hand over everything. Listen, that's the sound of a broken heart. But no matter what, he has survived. That's what matters. Buggy claims that he doesn't care much for treasure. He just enjoys the process of searching for it. Yes, really, tears streaming down. Wayne and the others are packing everything up in large and small bundles, arranging the boxes neatly. Looking at this immense wealth, Wayne is somewhat surprised. This little buggy has amassed so much money. If converted into berries, this must be worth at least tens of millions, right? It doesn't seem like much, but in the East Blue, it appears quite substantial. This is also why Nami's eyes are sparkling. If she could get her hands on even a little of this, she could achieve her goal of 100 million berries and buy the village from Arlong. Buggy watches the group fiddling with his treasure, cursing them in his heart. Get lost. Can't you take it and organize it later? Why do you have to do it right in front of me? Moreover, they not only stole his money, but also took 2 of his boxes. What does that mean? But regardless, they've stolen the money, so they should be leaving, right? Just as Buggy thinks this, Wayne, who has almost finished packing, shifts his malicious gaze to him. Buggy's heart skips a beat. What does that mean? What are they planning? 5 minutes later, Buggy, now bare, stares intently at what should have been an empty box. However, at this moment, the box is stuffed full of various clothing items. Buggy's expression is somewhat dazed. No way. After a long while, he finally comes to his senses, incredulously muttering to himself. The empty box was actually used to store clothes? At this point, Buggy can no longer suppress his inner anger. His eyes widen, and veins bulge on his forehead. Damn it, you despicable pirates. Not only did you steal the treasure I worked so hard to find, but you even stripped us of all our clothes. Have you become so desperate and insane that you have to clean out even the smallest things? Buggy simply cannot imagine how there can be such stingy and miserly pirates in the world. He has encountered many stingy individuals before, but he has never met anyone as miserly as these people, who seem to pluck feathers from passing geese. They are simply bandits, even worse than bandits. But if they're going to rob everything, how can they leave clothes behind? If they leave clothes, what kind of robbery is that? Not just clothes, but anyone wearing anything with a nail or earrings. Kill, and the others were all stripped bare. Now that's what you call a thorough robbery. With several boxes on his shoulders, Wayne smiles faintly at the sight of the Buggy pirates, who are now all tightly squeezed together with nothing left to steal. Today's mission has been successfully completed. Before preparing to leave, Wayne strides up to Nami's cage and kicks the incredibly sturdy cage. With immense force, the cage immediately collapses, scattering the iron bars everywhere. However, due to Wayne's good control, Nami is not affected. Nami, looking at Wayne, who has turned to leave, has a somewhat astonished expression on her face. He really kept his promise to let her go at 5 o'clock. It's almost 5 o'clock now, and he has truly followed through. Nami's eyes reflect a hint of shame. Just a moment ago, she was about to point her finger and scold Wayne. But now she realizes that it was all just an illusion. This makes Nami feel a slight fondness for Wayne, but just a little. If Wayne hadn't robbed her of her money, her fondness might be a bit stronger. Seeing Wayne reach the stairs, Nami hurriedly chases after him. No matter how you look at it, he is a temporarily trustworthy guy. If he leaves, she will definitely be torn to pieces here. On the side, Buggy watches Nami escape, but feels nothing. He is still immersed in the emptiness of losing all his possessions in an instant. That feeling of emptiness is something no one can understand. Watching Wayne's back, he wishes he could call him back, but doing so would only make the swelling on his face worse. Just then, a sharp alarm suddenly rings out, followed by the sound of numerous boxes hitting the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 33. They are pirates? With a loud thud of the boxes falling, a cloud of dust rises. The rapid sounds of boxes hitting the ground soon cease, leaving only a haze of smoke before Buggy and the others, obscuring their view of the situation ahead. As the dust gradually settles, Buggy and the others widen their eyes to look ahead. At the stairway, there is no trace of Wayne and his crew. Only a large pile of discarded boxes remains. A significant amount of treasure has also spilled onto the ground, making the floor appear somewhat golden. This chaotic scene, along with the seemingly heartlessly discarded treasure, leaves Buggy and the others stunned in place. They maintain their careful gaze forward, but their eyes carry a hint of confusion. The scene before them leaves them somewhat at a loss. Buggy's face is filled with question marks, his curiosity nearly overflowing. What's going on? Where are the people? Where do they go? The treasure is still here, but where are the people? Confused, Buggy's red, nose seems to be on the verge of bursting out with question marks, giving him a somewhat silly appearance. Completely bare, he is yet to see Wayne and the others, so he slowly stands up and moves toward the edge of the rooftop. This scene is too bizarre. He fears it's yet another trick from them. But even when he reaches the edge of the rooftop, nothing frightening happens. This only deepens Buggy's confusion. Looking down toward the stairs, he finally spots Wayne and the others. At this moment, they are leisurely walking toward the sunset, looking relaxed. Wayne, dressed in white, no longer carries the seriousness from before. He casually walks at the front of the group with one hand in his pocket. There was not the slightest hint of fierceness or intent to scheme against him. The scene before him left Buggy utterly bewildered. The question marks on his face grew even more pronounced. He simply couldn't comprehend what Wayne and the others were doing. Weren't they here to rob him? Why did they leave? Didn't they already steal everything? What does it mean to steal and then abandon it? After a whole day of work, were they just trying to tell him that his little money wasn't worth their time? Did they steal it just to throw it away and humiliate him? Buggy felt like his brain was filled with mush. Thinking was proving to be quite difficult. His mind really wasn't functioning well. But below, a conversation suddenly made Buggy widen his eyes in surprise. If we've all stolen it, why not take it away? It's time to clock out, Wayne casually responded. A faint smile on his face, the sunset casting a beautiful glow on him. Feeling the now comfortable sunlight, Wayne felt quite at ease. His mood was good because the rewards had arrived. But didn't we steal it while we were working? We need sustainable development. Wayne's words plunged Monka into deep thought. Sustainable development? Were they afraid the other party would run away? But wouldn't this also mean they would run? Their strength was so much greater than theirs. What were they waiting for? He had suffered the consequences of not running away back in the day. However, this pirate crew seemed pretty decent. Clocking out meant it was time to enjoy life. Looking at it this way, joining this pirate crew didn't seem so bad after all. Although life wasn't as carefree as before, it wasn't too shabby either. As for the grudge against his son, that ungrateful brat deserved to die. Let him die. Buggy certainly didn't want to die yet. Did Wayne not know they would run? Just cut off their escape route, and that would be fine. Buggy could definitely join. When he did, all those things would belong to them. For now, they could keep it as a memento. Wayne had just asked the system, but it said the review would take 12 hours. That was why Wayne hadn't recruited anyone immediately. If he took him away now, it would be considered kidnapping after hours. That was absolutely not acceptable. Meanwhile, Buggy upstairs had his eyes wide open, his confusion turning into disbelief. His mouth was almost agape. What was going on? What the hell was going on? Did he just hear what he thought he heard? They said they were off work. The pirates are robbing, and halfway through, they just clocked out and left, taking nothing with them. Just walked away. How could it be like this? This profession of piracy. Can you really play it like this? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? A group of pirates is robbing. Do you know that? Can you at least have a bit of professionalism? Who clocks out halfway through a robbery? Is this reasonable? Do you think this is something a pirate should do? Are you really pirates? Does a pirate ever claim to be a model citizen? If you want to be a model citizen, go be one. Why come be a pirate? Now, halfway through robbing money, you just walk away like this. Have you thought about my feelings? Although he felt insulted, no, it was outright humiliation. Heartbroken, Buggy began to criticize Wayne and the others in his mind. But seeing the pile of golden treasures, Buggy's face broke into a long-lost smile. My aura is too powerful. This group of people was scared off by me. My treasure. My little babies. Buggy laughed heartily and dove into the pile of treasure in front of him, touching and kissing the gold and jewels inside. This was truly a treatment akin to that of a wife. Meanwhile, the others, although momentarily dazzled by Buggy's name being flipped, erupted into cheers after hearing his words. The boss is amazing. The boss is a big cow on a rocket. Awesome. Even the strong on the opposite side had to bow down to the boss. And it was all thanks to his aura. So incredible. Buggy and his crew, you have to say, were indeed a perfect match, born to be a pair. Buggy was responsible for boasting, and the crew just had to believe. One dared to boast, and the other dared to believe. Even if Buggy claimed that the rising sea levels were due to his frequent urination, his crew might actually believe it. At this moment, Nami had long since escaped, but she still caught sight of Wayne and the others casually discarding everything. The sight of them throwing it away without a care almost broke her heart. The key was that after throwing it away, they really left not wanting anything. So much money, so much money. It truly left Nami dumbfounded. Honestly, in her life, she had never been so shocked by a man to this extent. They threw away money. They actually threw away money. So much money. The reason was simply that they were off work. You are pirates. Do you even understand what it means to be a pirate? Pirates don't clock out. And it's only 5 o'clock. Even the Navy wouldn't clock out at this time. You bunch of pirates. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? After the shock, tears sparkled in Nami's eyes. Money, a large sum of money, just disappeared before her eyes. That kind of pain, who could understand? Do they have no conscience at all? Just throwing it away like that. It's not just money that has thrown away. It's quality. In the corner, Nami looked at Wayne, who was walking away, her mouth almost pouting to the ground, tears glistening in her eyes. Of course, it wasn't tea that she was reluctant towards Wayne. To her, who was obsessed with money, losing money was like losing her life. But thinking from another angle, they didn't care so much about such a large sum of money. Could mean they were very rich. At that moment, a bold idea arose in Nami's mind. Nami, I have a bold idea. Chapitre 34, Knif Cultivation Technique, Ding. Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the work task. Current perfect completion count, 3. Obtained 1 ability draw opportunity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the work task and successfully clocking out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 11 points of physical strength. 15 clock-in points. Ding. Due to the host clocking out on time, an additional reward of 5 points of physical strength. Ding. Due to the host strictly adhering to the laws of the summer country during the work process, all the above rewards are doubled. Number of people working, 5. Back on the ship, looking at the system prompts appearing before him, Wayne frowned slightly. The first prompt gave him 1 ability draw opportunity. And indeed, there were 2 spinning wheels appearing in his system space. What this represented was self-evident. The reason Wayne frowned was naturally because of the timing of this feature's appearance. He had been clocking in for 10 years. Not to say he perfectly completed every task, but he had certainly achieved perfect completion numerous times over the 10 years. Yet this feature only appeared now and indicated he had perfectly completed it 3 times. If there were no accidents, it would be the 2 times in Kaz Town and the 1 time today. The answer was clear. Working in the village had too low of an intensity, and the system automatically defaulted it as not counting. Now that he had finally broken through, this feature finally surfaced. Although a bit late, it wasn't too late. Only 3 perfect task completions were needed to gain a draw, and the abilities on it were diverse. There were 2 spinning wheels in total, one containing various devil fruit abilities. On one side are various skills, such as swordsmanship, the 6 styles, kicking techniques, and even Conqueror's Haki and Haki binding are included. There are also powerful skills like the 1-foot flow kicking technique. There's a bit of everything, truly everything, no matter which one is chosen. It costs 1 spin of the wheel. Below the wheel, there's a line of small text. Working in the same place more than 3 times will not count towards perfect attendance. Working in a location deemed too low level will not count towards perfect attendance. The small text is very clear, but Wayne was still speechless at the system's operation. Couldn't it just appear directly? Or at least give a hint from the start? This thing was something he stumbled upon by accident, which is quite absurd, but it's also fine. Even if it had appeared from the beginning, Wayne wouldn't have left the novice village. With his weak strength, he wouldn't go anywhere. Without much thought, Wayne directly chose to draw skill. The abilities of the devil fruit are too numerous, and the probability of drawing something good is extremely low. Since he finally had a chance to draw, Wayne wouldn't gamble on his luck that comes and goes. But skills are different. They're all practical. Drawing. As Wayne's thoughts moved, the wheel on the skills side began to spin. A dazzling array of abilities continuously flashed before Wayne's eyes. After a moment, the wheel stopped, and a system prompt sounded in Wayne's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ability. Blade Maintenance Technique, Trash Level. Blade Maintenance Technique. Trash level your blade can gradually enhance while sheathed, causing your next strike to greatly increase in power. Each day of maintenance adds 20 total damage. The maximum is 800. Note, the newly acquired ability comes with a bonus of 30 days of maintenance. Looking at the system panel in front of him and the ability that appeared, there was a hint of surprise in Wayne's eyes. This was the first time he had heard of the blade maintenance technique. He only knew about the draw sword technique. But now this ability in front of him can only be described as exceptionally powerful. As long as you don't draw your sword, your next strike will become increasingly stronger, with a maximum potential of 800. What does this mean? Wayne currently doesn't know any sword techniques. He only knows how to swing his sword with brute force. Usually, he relies on his legs, and the long sword at his waist is merely a decoration. But now, with this ability, he can still use his legs. However, when he does decide to draw his sword, the opponent may be in serious trouble. This strike is not to be taken lightly. As the system's voice faded, Wayne felt an unusual fluctuation from the plain sword at his waist. The plain sword is the same one he had when he crossed over. It's just an ordinary item. But when Wayne picked it up now, he found its luster had brightened somewhat. For something he carries closely, Wayne can easily notice its changes. Could this blade maintenance technique also enhance the quality of the sword? Wayne frowned slightly, but this guess should be pretty close to the truth. After the system's 30 days of maintenance days were credited, the sword began to undergo subtle changes. With a calm expression, Wayne gently gripped the sword's hilt. A different sensation immediately appeared in his mind. His aura also suddenly became somewhat sharp and domineering. A glint of sharpness and dominance appeared in his eyes, and the surrounding air rippled slightly. Wayne now has a feeling that as long as he draws his sword, it could split the entire ship in half. You have to know that he currently doesn't know any sword techniques. Achieving this with just his brute strength, which is not even at the mid-admiral level, along with a plain sword that couldn't be more ordinary, is already quite absurd. The key is that this ability can still be enhanced. Right now, it's only at the trash level. When it gets upgraded to a higher level, it will be truly monstrous. A single strike could potentially take down the entire Navy headquarters. Releasing his grip on the sword, Wayne's face couldn't hide the shock in his heart. This ability is indeed impressive, paired with the 1-foot flow kicking technique. He now has 2 major weapons. These can serve as trump cards. Not flashy at all, but very practical. With this in mind, Wayne opened his character panel. Host: Wayne, gender, male, body strength, 892, abilities, advanced gunmanship, advanced 1-foot flow kicking technique, trash level observation Haki, trash level blade, maintenance technique. Clock in points, 733. Evaluation: strength is not bad. The improvement in body strength is rapid. He's only been working a few days, and his body strength is about to reach 900. The clock in points are also increasing quickly. There's no need to say anything. The ability to prioritize for improvement is definitely the blade maintenance technique. After upgrading the blade maintenance technique, it will likely increase the maintenance limit. Just not sure where the highest limit is. Currently, he definitely cannot leave here. At the fastest, he will have to stay here for another day. He'll wait to see the system's buggy review results. If he's capable, he will accept him. If not, he will hurry to the next island. Recruiting talent is his top priority. With Monka joining work today, the rewards have significantly increased. The strategy of recruiting talent is undoubtedly correct. They will rest here today. The ship doesn't need to move, and everyone will still work tomorrow. There is no one here anyway, so there's no need to worry about anyone doing anything to their ship, mainly because there's really nothing on their ship, just some pots and pans. At most, there are a few small props in Kill's room. They live quite frugally, but the feeling of steadily increasing strength has not caused any complaints among them. In such a shabby place, surely no one would have their eyes on them, right? Chapter 35, Buggy. Once I had a dream on the roof. In front of the green tent, a bonfire rises slowly. The light of the fire illuminates the faces around. Buggy's expression is heavy, his brows tightly furrowed. Seeing their usually cheerful captain in this state, no one dared to speak. In this silent atmosphere, the crackling sound of the bonfire is exceptionally clear. Bang! Let us go. Let's make a few small boats tonight. We leave tomorrow. Buggy slapped his thigh and said resolutely. Wayne's ship is parked not far from Buggy's pirate ship, and it's clear that they cannot leave under Wayne's nose. But now they have to leave. If that guy doesn't leave, it's exceptionally dangerous here. Buggy's words did not elicit much of a reaction. The people around looked reluctant. But ultimately, Buggy is the one in charge, and despite their unwillingness, they can only get up and comply. Before long, only Buggy remained here. The dim firelight shone on Buggy's sullen face, and his thoughts drifted back to a rainy night long ago. I've changed my mind. Now I want to travel the world. Shank's casual tone and playful smile are still deeply etched in Buggy's heart. Once, he gave up his dignity to seek out Shanks, wanting to join his pirate crew and find Captain Roger's treasure to fulfill Roger's wish. But Shank's words shocked him greatly. Captain Roger cared for him so much, yet he said such things. This was something Buggy, who was on the fringes of Roger's ship but deeply admired him, simply could not accept. Clearly, Captain Roger treated him so well, yet after Roger's death, he said such words. Instead of fulfilling Captain Roger's wish, he turned to travel the world. What does he really think of the term pirate? Does he see pirates as just a game? Shank's sudden change of heart has caused Buggy's resolve to shatter once again. This is already the second time his resolve has been broken. The first time was also because of Shanks when he accidentally ate the devil fruit because of him. This is also why, after seeing Shanks' hat in the original story, Buggy harbored a deep hatred for Luffy. With his resolve completely shattered and with no hope of finding treasure due to his meager strength, Buggy came to the East Blue to rule over a territory. And he stayed there for 22 years. Now, being so easily trampled by Wayne, Buggy's long-dead heart finally stirred a little. No matter what kind of person Wayne is, at least Buggy has a good impression of him, because he is truly doing what a pirate should do, unlike Shanks, who wears the guise of a pirate and spends his days wandering the world. Buggy's view of pirates is quite righteous. He despises those who are pirates but don't act like pirates. However, even though he thinks Wayne is not bad, he still needs to run. It's precisely because he is a real pirate that if he were to take action, he definitely wouldn't give himself a chance to escape. Buggy doesn't want to gamble on Wayne's thoughts. After struggling for so many years, he only trusts himself. Looking at the burning campfire, Buggy's heart also felt a slight stir. Shouldn't he make some changes? Does he really want to continue like this? Does he really want to remain a failure? A clown? Buggy's expression changed slightly. But in the end, he returned to calm. Come on, everyone. Let's find another island. We'll still be the kings of the mountain. Buggy's loud shout echoed in the silent night, but his voice was not as carefree as usual. On the other side of the town, in a relatively spacious cave that was now brightly lit, many people, mostly men, were gathered there. We need to take back our hometown. Tomorrow, everyone grab your weapons. We're going to fight those pirates. For our families, for ourselves. We've run out of food. We can't go on like this. The town mayor shouted excitedly at the crowd of men. His face showed anger, as Buggy and the others' actions were indeed very pirate-like. They had almost driven the townspeople to their deaths. Kill all the pirates. Take back our homeland. Let us wipe out those bastards. If this continues, we'll starve to death. Tomorrow. It has to be tomorrow. We can't delay any longer. That's right. We would rather die at the hands of those pirates than starve to death. The townspeople responded with righteous indignation, shouting in agreement with the mayor. At the entrance of the cave, 3 familiar figures appeared. Luffy wore an expression of righteous indignation. Zoro frowned, but showed no other signs. Nami, on the other hand, looked speechless. Just moments ago, Nami encountered Luffy and Zoro. After suffering from getting lost, when Luffy learned that Nami was a navigator, he immediately made a recruitment request to her. Nami could tell at a glance that Luffy was easy to fool and not weak. So she agreed to cooperate with them in exchange for one condition. They would go with her to Wayne's ship tomorrow to load goods, acting as her bodyguards and porters. She was only thinking about how Wayne's ship must be filled with gold. Nami said that they were a group of evil pirates, and Luffy agreed without hesitation. The reason they appeared here was that Nami saw someone sneaking away from the town and thought it was another pirate crew, hoping to make some profit. So she brought the 2 along. But the current situation proved her wrong. These were just the townspeople. She was about to signal Luffy and the others to leave when a loud voice came from the cave. Damn it! How can there be such bad pirates? I'll help you drive them away. Nami thought the voice sounded familiar. Turning to look, she was almost dumbfounded. At that moment, she started to doubt whether she had found the wrong person. She really thought Luffy's intelligence was a bit concerning. But fortunately, Zoro was a normal person. Even if they needed one porter, she didn't know what kind of trouble that guy would cause. Thus, Luffy joined the townspeople's group, while Nami prepared to team up with Zoro. Zoro also wanted to find a navigator. The 2 of them were just drifting at sea based on luck, and he was getting a bit fed up with it. But if he knew that the ship they were getting goods from was Wayne's ship, it might be quite amusing. Chapter 36. Demolition Team Ding. Today's work task: destroy the entire town. The morning sea breeze and sunlight were exceptionally comfortable. Many seagulls circled in the sky. Today was another good day. Wayne looked at the work task that had just refreshed in front of him, and his eyes were somewhat astonished. Turning to look at the not-so-small town, the workload was already overwhelming. Destroy the entire small town? Such a large town. This is definitely the largest scale work task yet. But this is indeed very pirate-like, no doubt about it. However, Wayne's brows were still tightly furrowed, and the milk in his hand no longer tasted good. If he just wanted to complete today's shift, this task could be described as exceptionally simple. Because with such a large town, if you just demolish it, you wouldn't finish in a day. But now, it's not just about completing the work task. If possible, Wayne definitely doesn't want to miss any perfect work opportunities. That means he has to level this enormous town to the ground. Only then can he achieve the level of perfect work. If relying solely on the few of them to act as a demolition team, they wouldn't finish in a day. But since relying on themselves to demolish it won't work, then using some tools should be fine. Today, they would demolish the entire town. Before that, I'll go borrow some tools. You all wait a moment. Saying that, Wayne put down his cup, picked up a shirt, and walked toward the storage room on his ship. Yes, boss. Although they didn't know what their boss wanted to borrow, demolishing the entire town seemed a bit difficult. The four of them all wore bitter expressions. Today looked like it would be hard labor. As for what tools Wayne mentioned, that would naturally be Buggy's buggy cannon. Their ship didn't have any powerful weapons. They didn't even have a single cannon. But Buggy had it. He had the professional cannon for demolishing towns. Buggy cannon plus buggy bomb could take out a good portion of the town in one shot. 5 or 6 shots could roughly demolish the entire town. After all, there were no townspeople left. They were just demolishing some houses, so it wouldn't take long. But before that, you all take a bucket of paint each and write demolish on every house, and make sure to write it large. Wayne pulled out several buckets of bright red paint from the storage room and placed them on the deck. After giving instructions, he jumped off the ship and gradually walked away toward Buggy's location. Why do I need to paint this? Because we are good citizens. If we demolish so many houses all at once, we would definitely be charged with a crime. At that time, the naval base considered the Navy's actions as legitimate self-defense. Demolishing their homes was reasonable. But these houses, their owners hadn't done anything to you. If you just demolished them, it would also be a crime. Painting a red word, although it can only trick the system, is exactly what is needed to fool the system. Very perfect. More importantly, not long ago, the system's review results for Buggy were out. Buggy, you passed. As a genuine pirate, Buggy easily passed the review with the system. In that case, Wayne had to talk to him about dreams and long-term development. Wayne thought Buggy was a decent guy, so he was willing to chat with him first. If the conversation didn't go well, they would naturally follow the normal process. Meanwhile, downstairs, the street, which was not wide to begin with, was now crowded with people. Buggy, who had just come down with a large pile of treasure and was ready to flee, was a bit confused by the scene before him. The townspeople looked just as bewildered as Buggy. They weren't stupid and could see at a glance that Buggy was preparing to run away. The villagers, holding various weapons and looking angry, were momentarily at a loss. Should we fight or not? It seems like he's about to leave. If we fight, wouldn't that be a bit unnecessary? But if we don't fight, how do we break this awkward situation? What do you guys want? Get out of the way for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for blasting you all to pieces. Buggy, already in a bad mood, shouted with a twisted face when he saw the townspeople he had just chased away daring to come back and cause trouble. The townspeople, having seen Buggy's strength, instinctively stepped aside. Seeing this, Buggy nodded in satisfaction. With dozens of people carrying large bags, they marched forward. Mayor, should we fight? A burly young man asked the frowning mayor beside him. After a moment of thought, the mayor shook his head. Although he didn't know what was going on, it was best if they left. Ross, tell everyone not to take action. Got it, Mayor. After saying that, Ross turned to shout. Everyone calm down. Guns. Suddenly, a guy wearing a red vest and a tattered straw hat jumped out of the crowd. His arms stretched out suddenly and slammed into the unsuspecting, smug Buggy. The powerful impact sent Buggy flying across the street. Boom! It was T until he crashed heavily into a nearby wall that Buggy finally stopped. This unexpected turn of events left the mayor and Ross dumbfounded. The surrounding villagers widened their eyes, all tensing up. Ross, huh? Mayor, damn. Buggy's subordinates were also shocked. The speed at which Buggy flew away was enough to prove how powerful that punch was. They looked at the assailant in panic. Seeing how young he was, they didn't dare to act rashly. A group of them hurriedly went to help their captain up. At this point, Luffy's strength was definitely greater than in the original story. Wayne occasionally went to the village to fix him up. It wasn't that Wayne wanted to. It was just that this kid was too annoying. When he got too bothersome, Wayne would naturally step in to teach him a lesson. Over time, Luffy's strength had improved significantly. Buggy now felt a dull pain in his chest, but the injury only fueled his anger further. Damn it! Which son of a gun dared to sneak attack me? Young people these days have no honor. Furious, Buggy got up and saw Luffy in front of him. Just one glance, and he was captivated by the straw hat on Luffy's head. His expression instantly changed. After a brief moment of shock, a genuine, nameless fury welled up inside him. Originally bouncing around like a clown, venting his anger from the sneak attack, Buggy's face suddenly turned cold. Where's my buggy ball? Bring it here. Buggy's tone suddenly calmed down, and his expressionless face coldly spoke. He didn't confirm Luffy's identity, nor did want to know who he was. He only knew that the guy wearing that hat had to die. Boss, how many do we take? All of them. Chapter 37. The Misfortune of Buggy. Getting hit, online Buggy's roar left all his subordinates frozen in place. They had never seen Buggy like this before. Whether it was his icy tone or serious expression, they had never witnessed such a side of their captain. Buggy's sudden change left his subordinates stunned, and no one moved to carry out his orders. However, under Buggy's gaze, which was chilling enough to make one feel uneasy, they suddenly snapped back to reality. In a flurry, they quickly rummaged through the stored Buggy balls. Buggy stared at them intently, but a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he felt that his subordinates were somewhat useless. But he didn't say anything. He just glanced and refocused his gaze on the straw hat. In an instant, surprise, shock, anger, resentment, and finally confusion flashed in his eyes. He never expected that after so many years, he would see that straw hat again. It was the hat that Captain Roger had given to Shanks. But now that hat was on this kid's head. Buggy only wanted to tear Luffy apart and burn Shanks' hat to ashes. Since you don't want it, I'll help you destroy it. As Buggy prepared his cannon, the crowd clearly couldn't sit still anymore. They began to stir, wanting to rush forward. But the red cannonballs, like whips controlling livestock, made them too scared to take a step. They knew that once the cannon fired, they could all die. When Buggy first arrived, they had witnessed the cannon's power. It was something they couldn't withstand. If they weren't absolutely desperate, they wouldn't dare to show up here. Now, looking at those bright red cannonballs, fear gripped their hearts, destroying their resolve. After all, they were just ordinary townspeople. There was no passion, no warriors among them. At most, they just had gentle and kind hearts. Just a moment ago, Buggy was about to leave, but because of Luffy, yet another battle was about to erupt. However, they didn't harbor any resentment towards Luffy. How could they resent a friend willing to help them? They could only lament their bad luck. Now, it seemed the only thing they could do was run. With a loud sound, the buggy ball was loaded. The sound was like a starting gun. Once it rang out, the townspeople began to flee in a panic. But how could they outrun a cannonball? Without any hesitation, Buggy lit the fuse at the very bottom. Boom! A flash of sparks, and the bright red cannonball shot forward in an instant. Skipping the long fuse burning, the cannonball was fired immediately. Buggy's face was filled with a manic expression. The moment that cannonball was fired, he picked up another one and began reloading, determined not to stop until Luffy was blasted to pieces. Luffy watched the villagers who were running away, but found they couldn't escape and stopped. He looked a bit confused. It's just a cannonball, right? Is it really that scary? Luffy shouted, it's just a cannonball. Watch me knock it away. After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath, and his body quickly swelled up. Soon, a huge human balloon appeared out of thin air. The townspeople looked at Luffy, who had suddenly grown larger, and a glimmer of hope appeared in their previously desperate eyes. He's a devil fruit user. Ross shouted excitedly. It seemed they were really saved. A strange light flashed in Buggy's eyes, but his speed in loading the cannon did not diminish at all. Just as the first cannonball reached Luffy, about to crash into his belly, a figure cut through the air and instantly appeared in front of Luffy. Wayne's expression tightened as he raised his foot and kicked under the cannonball. Under the force of this kick, the red cannonball shot rapidly into the sky, followed by a deafening roar from above. Boom! A powerful shock wave slammed down, centering on Wayne, and the area within 100 meters instantly became exceptionally clean. Not a speck of dust could be found. Even a nearby large tree was blown into a severe tilt. As they looked at the suddenly appearing Wayne, the surroundings immediately fell into silence. Buggy's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He never expected that, just as he was about to leave, after finally preparing the ship and packing up, he would be blocked by this guy right at his doorstep. But now, what Buggy cared about was not being blocked. What he was concerned about was why Wayne wanted to save that guy. If he wanted to protect him, then he would never be able to kill him. Damn it. He came at just the wrong time. Buggy's mind raced, thinking about how to escape. He no longer hoped to kill Luffy, as that was impossible. The most important thing now was to get away from here, regardless of whether Wayne's target was him or not. With this thought, he quietly began to retreat, his movements very subtle. Meanwhile, Luffy looked at the suddenly appearing Wayne, a joyful expression spreading across his face. Uncle Wayne is actually here. I can't believe we're so lucky that we can catch up to him just by drifting around. Moreover, he just saved me, which means he might change his mind. With this thought, Luffy's excitement was impossible to hide. He opened his mouth to verify his guess. Uncle Wayne, you bang. Luffy's words were cut short as Wayne kicked him against the nearby wall, but the force was not great. Wayne didn't want to kick the entire row of houses down. None of these had been marked for demolition. Knocking them all down would be illegal. When he kicked the cannonball just now, he had also controlled his strength very precisely. If he had blown up the cannonball, he would not be able to protect the surrounding houses at all. Such a thing was absolutely not allowed to happen. No one could stop him from getting the perfect work reward. Luffy was really getting on his nerves. Every time he showed up, things went a bit beyond expectations. If it weren't for his sneak attack, Buggy wouldn't have even thought about using the cannon. Now seeing Luffy gave him a headache. What? Kill Luffy? His brother didn't want to die yet. The townspeople, watching Wayne suddenly appear and knock down the devil fruit user, also became tense. This guy, could he be with Buggy's pirate crew? From their perspective, Luffy's balloon completely blocked Wayne. They hadn't clearly seen what had just happened. But Buggy, who was secretly thinking about escaping, saw Wayne kick Luffy down and his eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Weren't they on the same side? He had just helped block the cannonball, and now he had kicked him down. It seemed they really weren't on the same side. Did he have a grudge against that guy? If so, then he had to help. Escaping was not as important as killing that guy. Thinking of this, Buggy's hunched back gradually straightened. Looking at Wayne ahead, he also intended to ask a question. But just as he was about to speak, a figure had already appeared in front of Buggy. Before Buggy could react, a fist had already smashed down hard on his head. The powerful force made his body show signs of falling apart. His head made a deep contact with the ground. Bang! Buggy's head hit the ground with a muffled sound. Immediately after, it hurts. It hurts like hell. Everything happened too suddenly. Buggy didn't even see Wayne's attack clearly, but his head was already on the ground. The intense pain made him unable to bear it, and he kept shouting. This scene instantly left the surrounding villagers dumbfounded, and Buggy's subordinates also stared wide-eyed. They had thought Wayne was there to help Buggy, but now he had almost killed Buggy in one blow. This sudden situation nearly caused everyone to snap their backs. Chapter 38. Nami. Is this really necessary? The villagers looked at Wayne with increasingly favorable eyes. As long as he was there to help them, he was a good person. Beat him up. Kill that pirate who only knows how to burn and pillage. Don't leave any survivors. Make sure to take him down. Watching Wayne display his extraordinary strength as soon as he made a move, the villagers kept cheering for him in their hearts. They hoped he could directly eliminate this menace. Buggy's subordinates, on the other hand, were terrified and quickly retreated, wanting to distance themselves from this dangerous figure. Soon, the area around Buggy and Wayne cleared out. Buggy was still rubbing his head, and his screams continued. Buggy was truly defeated. He was really defeated. This guy had tricked him again. He was fooled again. What do you mean he has a grudge against that guy? He was clearly here to help these silly villagers. He was about to leave, but he was tricked back. Then a punch almost knocked his brains out. What did I do? Do we have such a big grudge? You came right at me. If you're going to do it, why hit me so hard? If someone didn't know better, they'd think I slept with your wife. Buggy was furious, but he didn't dare to speak. In the face of absolute power, talking more would only get you killed faster. After giving Buggy a punch, Wayne also raised his hand and extinguished the lit fuse. If Buggy had only fired one shot, he really wouldn't have hit him. But since he was here and still wanted to fire, that was a bit too much. Who else would he hit if not him? Wayne looked around. In a nearby box, cannonballs as red as Buggy's nose were neatly arranged. The cannon was also set up, and one was even loaded inside. Now he just needed to wait for his crew to come back to fire. Meanwhile, by the seaside, two sneaky figures appeared. Nami was hiding behind the bushes, holding binoculars and observing the pirate ship that was still standing on the sea. She had been squatting here for 3 hours, from 7 in the morning until now. Behind her, Zoro, yawning and feeling bored, simply started doing push-ups. Nami had already noticed when Wayne and the others left. But as a top thief, she naturally had to ensure everything was safe before starting her work. After observing for a full hour after they left, Nami finally felt it was time to go. Safe. Safe. Move quickly. We'll run after we finish moving. Putting away her binoculars, Nami urged. After she finished speaking, she crouched down and quickly moved forward. Zoro, looking speechless, also helplessly stood up and followed quickly. He is a bounty hunter, yet now he's fallen to the point of stealing from pirates. To be honest, Zoro feels a bit awkward about it. But since it's for the sake of having a navigator, and he's already here, he might as well go through with it. After all, the woman said those pirates are a bunch of ruthless and brutal pirates. Stealing from them doesn't really weigh on Zoro's conscience. Besides, everything they have was stolen in the first place, so taking it back doesn't seem like a big deal. Little does Zoro know that his thoughts align perfectly with Nami's for the past decade. They really do make a good match. Nami walks ahead quickly. She has already observed that there are only 5 people on the ship. All 5 have just left, so there's definitely no danger in stealing now. Not even a guard is left behind. That guy must not be very smart. They are now very close to the ship. Nami wants to turn back and remind Zoro a couple more times, but before she can, she hears Zoro's slightly trembling voice. Hey, you don't mean this ship, do you? Zoro stares at the familiar pirate ship in front of him, completely stunned. He didn't look this way from a distance, but now, looking at the ship, Zoro can only ask, are you kidding me? This is Wayne's ship. Has this woman lost her mind? Does she really need that little money that she's willing to risk her life? Zoro is already thinking about leaving. He really doesn't want to play with this woman's life. This is no joke. People can die. Wayne absolutely won't tolerate something like this happening, right? It's just a little island. He could easily find her later. You're going to steal from him? Have you lost your mind? What's wrong? Do you recognize this ship? I advise you to think carefully before you act. I want to accompany you, Zoro said seriously, his expression exceptionally grave. If this woman wants to steal, he won't stop or help her. At this moment, staying alive is more important than anything. He wants to spar with Wayne, but not be killed by him. Seeing Zoro refuse immediately after recognizing the ship, Nami guessed that Zoro might know Wayne. But isn't he just a bit stronger? I'm a professional thief. He won't catch me, right? Since Zoro won't go, she'll just go by herself. Fine. Then don't expect me to help you sail the ship, Nami said before turning and quickly heading towards the pirate ship. Zoro just calmly watched. He thought Wayne wouldn't really leave the ship completely unguarded, would he? Don't normal pirates take some precautions? Watching Nami sneak up to the ship, Zoro furrowed his brow. Could it really be this simple? Just as the thought crossed his mind, boom, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from afar. Nami and Zoro both turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw something flying towards them at high speed, destroying all the houses along the way. Zoro's face changed dramatically. Before he could react, a cannonball exploded not far away. Bang! A massive explosion sounded among the houses by the beach. The blast flattened everything within dozens of meters. A strong wind swept through, and houses collapsed. The huge shockwave knocked Zoro, who was closer to the ground. Nami, being further away, escaped unharmed. But now her eyes were filled with shock and amazement. She stared blankly at the ruins that led straight to the town's center, dumbfounded by the cannonball's immense power. Her mouth slightly agape, her face full of disbelief. She was stunned. She never expected Wayne would be this ruthless. Not only was he keeping constant watch over his ship, but he also had such powerful cannons. But I'm just trying to steal some money. Do you really need to use such powerful artillery against me? Is it really necessary? Chapter 39. Is he really going to fire? The scene shifts to the center of the town. Time moves slightly forward. Holding Buggy in one hand, Wayne leans against the still warm cannon, waiting for the arrival of the letters. Occasionally checking his watch, but not in a hurry. Checking the time seems to be just a habit of his. The sunlight shines on the dark cannon, making it exceptionally bright. It's clear how much Buggy and the others love this cannon. Buggy, who is being held by Wayne, is starting to feel numb. Why does this guy like to pick on him the moment he arrives? Why is he grabbing his head? Buggy is now in a panic because he has no idea what Wayne wants to do. The moment he arrived, he shot his cannon away and punched him, then just leaned there looking cold and intimidating, making people feel scared. Occasionally glancing at his watch, no one knows what he is waiting for. Everyone is here with him, but they have no idea what he intends to do. The unknown is what is most terrifying. Hello. The mayor of the town, unable to wait any longer, steps forward cautiously, looking at Wayne, who is calm and collected, and speaks very carefully. Seeing the mayor, who had just run away in a hurry, Buggy shows a face of disdain. Trying to get close to him? He is not as easy to deal with as me. This guy's a real tough guy. What is the matter, old man? Huh? Buggy looks at Wayne, who is speaking very gently, and sees the smile on Wayne's face. His little eyes widen in surprise. What is going on? What is happening? Why has this guy suddenly become so approachable? Weren't you cold and indifferent just a moment ago? What is the real you? Buggy, who has never seen that gentle smile on Wayne's face, is now completely dumbfounded. How can this guy treat us pirates so differently from these civilians? Dude, you're a pirate. How can you be like this? Wayne's demeanor immediately makes Buggy think of something. Oh no, he can't be in cahoots with these townsfolk, right? He is not planning to help them kill me, is he? You could say, just based on Wayne's attitude, Buggy is already starting to panic. Meanwhile, when the mayor sees Wayne's kind demeanor, he hasn't even said anything yet, and his pressure has already decreased by more than half. At least, this is a good person. Hello, I'm a mayor of this town. Are you here to help us deal with the pirates? If so, I thank you on behalf of the whole town. While speaking, the mayor also slowly bows to Wayne. Seeing this scene, Wayne smiles and steps forward to help the old mayor up. Oh, mayor, you're too polite. Please get up. Once the mayor is helped up by Wayne, he naturally assumes that Wayne is here to help. He immediately expresses his gratitude even more. Thank you so much. You're truly a good person. Without you, we wouldn't be able to survive. Come on, everyone, thank our benefactor. The old mayor becomes more and more enthusiastic, even calling over the other townsfolk nearby. The men of the entire town quickly come forward, and the voices of gratitude immediately start to rise. They are truly thankful because without Wayne, with just that devil fruit user, they might not be able to match so many opponents. Wayne's arrival has helped them solve their biggest problem. Otherwise, even if Buggy just fired the cannon, they might still suffer heavy casualties. The surrounding houses would also be severely damaged. Fortunately, the benefactor arrived in time. Otherwise, many people might have died. Just then, a few guys carrying paint buckets turned out from a small alley. As they walked, they wrote a large character meaning demolish on the nearby wall. However, their handwriting was somewhat ugly. The combined educational level of the group didn't even reach elementary school, so it was already impressive that they could write it all. Upon seeing the situation around the corner, the four immediately stood at attention. Boss, this side, where our ship is docked, has been completely painted. We checked, and there's no one. Good, but you're a bit slow. It's already been almost an hour. Don't let it go unfinished today. It doesn't need to be too detailed. Just like that character will do, make it casual. All right, boss. We'll pick up the pace. After saying that, the four directly grabbed their buckets and ran off, painting the characters much faster than before. Watching the departing four, everyone was a bit puzzled. Looking at the huge character on the wall, the mayor asked, "Are they your subordinates?" "Yes, old man, don't panic. Come on, everyone. Move to the side." Saying this, Wayne gestured for them to step aside. Although they didn't know what Wayne was planning, he was their benefactor now. Since the benefactor spoke, they naturally had to comply. Hey, all right, everyone move this way. Under the mayor's call, the originally scattered townspeople gathered together. With a beaming smile, the mayor got everyone to stand still and was just about to turn around and ask Wayne if he had any other instructions when suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in his ears. Almost at the same moment, a powerful shell flew past him with a thunderous roar, smashing into the building about 20 meters wide in front of him. In an instant, flames soared, smoke billowed, and a large number of buildings collapsed under the terrifying force of the explosion. All the buildings in that straight line were not spared. They turned into ruins under the impact of that shell. Looking ahead, the coastline, which had been obscured by the houses, was now fully revealed. Waves crashed against the rocks on the shore, and the place where many houses once stood was now just a pile of rubble and thick smoke. This sudden situation left everyone behind in shock, frozen in place. The squinting mayor's eyes were now wide open in disbelief, and all the townspeople had their mouths agape. The visual impact of this scene was too shocking. For a moment, they couldn't come to their senses. The old mayor slowly turned his head, looking at Wayne, who was smiling and operating the cannon in the back. His mind was racing, trying to comprehend what was happening. Just now, did our benefactor fire a cannon over there? Am I seeing things? One shot completely destroyed such a large part of the town. What is he doing? And Bucky, who was being held by Wayne, was nearly terrified to death. Huh, Buggy, aren't you with them? You were just smiling at them. Why did you turn around and blow their house up? One shot and it was all gone? Which side are you on, man? You're all over the place. My brain is a bit itchy. Chapter 40. What dreams do you have? Everyone stared at Wayne, who looked casual, as if the cannon wasn't fired by him at all. Oh, old man, what is going on with you all? Seeing the townspeople below who were dumbfounded, Wayne smiled broadly. His tone and manner hadn't changed. But hearing it again made the mayor's feelings completely different. Why did you do this? Was it an accident? The mayor forced a smile and asked Wayne, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. What if he just slipped? Surely it wasn't intentional. The mayor didn't want to believe it, but if Wayne wanted, they had no right to resist. The entire town would be wiped out. Now, all they could do was hope that Wayne didn't do it on purpose. The others in the town also became tense, sweating in their palms. If that shell had hit them, nothing would have been left. Watching the mayor forcing a smile, Wayne calmly said, "What are you talking about? I'm a pirate. Demolishing your house isn't a problem, right?" His words stunned all the townspeople once again. Looking at Wayne, who was smiling, they panicked. They were truly scared. The men showed expressions of fear, and the mayor was no exception. His eyes were filled with panic as he took a few steps back unconsciously. He never expected that this seemingly familiar young man was actually a pirate. No matter how much they didn't want to believe it, Wayne had just proven it with the facts. He was a hardcore pirate, and even stronger and more ruthless than Buggy. It was over. It was completely over. They thought he was here to help them get rid of Buggy, but in reality, he was here to replace Buggy. The key was that he showed no mercy. They might all end up dead. He started destroying the town right away. If it continued, wouldn't that mean killing people? The worst part was that he wasn't after wealth. He was just seeking pleasure. Such pirates were the most terrifying. With a thud, the mayor lost his balance and fell to the ground. But that didn't stop his determination to distance himself from Wayne. But where could he retreat to? Wayne didn't speak, and no one dared to move a step. His single shot that took care of Buggy and the smoking cannon in his hand were enough to intimidate everyone. Little Buggy, load the cannon. Wayne glanced at Buggy's head in his hand, which immediately broke out in a bit of sweat. Someone, load the cannon for the boss. Buggy shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, no one moved. His subordinates had long since run off. When Wayne fired the cannon, Buggy's men had already abandoned him and fled in fear of being blown up by Wayne. Seeing that no one responded, Buggy turned around in disbelief. Where are my brothers? They just ran off like that? Not even a bit reluctant to leave their boss behind? They just abandoned me? Buggy's face was filled with disbelief. He usually treated them well. Why did they all act like this when he needed them? Honestly, anyone would feel disappointed in such a situation. After suffering a huge blow, Buggy could only manipulate his broken body to pull out one of the buggy bombs from the box. But seeing his slow movements and gloomy expression, it was clear he was deeply affected. After loading the cannon, Wayne looked at Buggy's head with interest. Little Buggy, what dreams do you have? Wayne's sudden question stunned Buggy, almost leaving him unable to process what was happening. Wait, I just loaded a cannon. Why are we talking about dreams? But did he have a dream? Of course, he had dreams. His dream is to find the great treasure. However, he hasn't thought about this dream for a long time. But no matter who asks him, he will speak about it without hesitation. Although it is basically the same as the dreams of all pirates, what he wants is different from theirs. Buggy's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "My dream is to find the great treasure." All right, stop there. Can you still achieve your dream? Wayne's sudden interruption almost made Buggy choke. He had been serious, but now he looked confused at Wayne. Hey, buddy, are you polite? Are you really polite? You asked me about my dream, and don't even let me finish, right? Can you show some respect? This is too much. I swear, if I don't answer your question properly today, I'm not human. No, Buggy answered honestly. Then join me, and I'll help you achieve your dream. Wayne's words once again left Buggy confused. Huh? So you want to recruit me? Huh? All right, after all this time, it turns out that's what this is about. But Buggy the Clown, will never team up with a small fry from the East Blue with a bounty of just 10 million, let alone become his crew. If I want to find it, I'll find it myself. I refuse. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on Buggy's nose. The intense pain made Buggy scream, my nose. First, you need to know that I'm not discussing this with you. I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to achieve your dream? Or do you want to die here? Wayne, who had been joking, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. His tone left no room for doubt, and there was no way out. With only one head, Buggy couldn't even cover his nose. Looking at Wayne's serious face, he froze again. But after that moment of daze, he felt panic. Because he saw the killing intent in Wayne's eyes, he clearly felt that if he shook his head, everything would end. Dreams, future, it would all have nothing to do with him. He really was going to make a move. He wasn't joking. At that moment, Wayne lifted him slowly, and after releasing his grip, he began to fall freely. Below, Wayne's right foot was already poised to strike. A kick was charged with a terrifying aura, gently moving towards Buggy's head. Feeling the overwhelming sense of impending death, fear completely consumed Buggy. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his eyes trembled wildly. A flood of fear seemed ready to drown him. He was really going to die. If that kick landed, he would truly die. Facing that incoming foot, Buggy's consciousness finally snapped back from the fear of death. I will join. A shout powerful enough to shatter hearts erupted from Buggy's mouth. He truly used all his strength for those two words. His face turned red, and he was hoarse. That foot, after he shouted, stopped right in front of his red nose. All sensations faded instantly, body temperature returned, and air smoothly filled his lungs. Everything that just happened felt like a mere illusion. But Buggy clearly knew that he had just come within a step of death. Chapter 41. Nami's Misery Bang. Buggy's head hit the ground with a muffled thud. He was gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. His eyes were filled with lingering fear. He almost died, as in having his head kicked off. If he hadn't shouted in time, he might have ended up with his head completely blown apart. This guy really had the ability to kill him with one blow. And he would really make a move. Now, Buggy looked at Wayne with a sense of dread. This guy wasn't playing around. He really meant it when he said he would kill you. After calming down a bit and taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, Buggy regained his ability to think. He looked at Wayne, whose warm and gentle face had returned, and he surprisingly felt a sense of familiarity. This was all an act. At his core, he was just an evil and ruthless pirate. But it was precisely because of this that Buggy truly decided to follow Wayne. Not to mention anything else. At least this captain was a pirate, just like him. If it were a pirate crew that was essentially an adventure group under the pirate flag, Buggy would only be able to survive for a while and then look for a chance to escape. But Wayne's actions over the past 2 days made Buggy feel a strong connection. This guy could really handle things. He was strong, and his values were right. Perhaps he could indeed help him fulfill that dream from over 20 years ago. After Buggy agreed, Wayne was in a good mood. His smile grew even wider. No matter if he truly joined or not, as long as he was around, Buggy wouldn't escape. As long as he could show up for work every day and give out rewards normally, that was enough, whether he truly wanted to join or not. Wayne didn't care at all. If he did, that would be great. If not, it didn't matter. With Buggy's addition, the strength of his crew had grown a bit. The onlookers, seeing how easily Wayne had subdued Buggy, looked at him with even more fear. The mayor's eyes were filled with terror. He didn't expect this new pirate to have such strong methods. Right from the start, he had managed to recruit Buggy. This was simply unbelievable. But with these two pirates combined, wouldn't it make things even more dangerous for them? If either of these two got unhappy, they could wipe them all out. Panic and worry spread among the crowd. Everyone stood straight, not daring to make a sound, fearing that they might upset the two powerful pirates and get killed. Wayne, why did you recruit another person? Luffy, who had been silent on the ground, could no longer hold back after seeing Buggy join. He immediately shouted. All eyes turned to him, and Buggy's face turned sour upon seeing Luffy. It sounded like this kid had a deep relationship with his captain. If that guy joined, he definitely wouldn't stay. The one chosen by Shanks was definitely not a decent person. He didn't want to work with someone like that. But that guy was also a pretty good devil fruit user. That punch he landed earlier really hurt. He wondered how his captain would choose. Buggy put his head and body back together. He seemed unconcerned, but he had actually placed his hands in the wrong position. Under his nervous gaze, Wayne's originally warm expression gradually faded, replaced by a look of helplessness. He stepped forward to Luffy and gently patted his head. Buggy's face immediately darkened. Luffy showed a hint of surprise. Could it be that this time he could really join? Just as Luffy, full of joy, was about to say something, his body suddenly folded in half at the center of his chest. At that moment, a foot was deeply embedded in his chest. Moments later, bang! Under Buggy's shocked gaze, Luffy was sent flying backward, disappearing at the end of the street, and the side of that straw hat was no longer visible. Buggy turned to look at Wayne. His expression extremely exaggerated. He really hadn't expected that. He just got knocked away like that. You two seem quite familiar, don't you? One moment you're patting each other's heads, and the next moment you're kicking him down? This sudden situation really caught everyone off guard, didn't it? After kicking Luffy away, Wayne returned to the cannon. He no longer needed any justification to hit Luffy, as that guy had been harassing him for a full decade. The system directly determined that hitting him was normal and not illegal. Aren't you going to say anything to him? Buggy asked, his hands trembling slightly and his face not looking too good. Wayne's recent kick was a bit intimidating. In response, Wayne patted Buggy's shoulder and said in a deep tone, "We are a serious pirate crew, and that guy is not a serious pirate. You are an elite among serious pirates. Work hard, and if you perform well, I'll make you the vice captain." Wayne's words struck a chord with Buggy. The fear in his eyes was replaced with recognition. This guy really understood him. He spoke so well. This pirate crew seems like a good place to be. Maybe they could really make a big impact. At that moment, Buggy felt like he could truly see his future. He finally had a bit of motivation, no longer feeling like he was forced onto the ship. "Today is your first day joining. You don't have to work, just watch," Wayne said, giving Buggy's shoulder another encouraging pat. Wayne was satisfied to see the spark in Buggy's eyes. Good, he's a great employee. He'll definitely be a good worker in the future. During the following time, whenever the brothers appeared with their red barrels, Wayne would fire a cannon. Each shot would make the townspeople's hearts tremble. The massive booming sound would erupt in the small town from time to time, causing intense vibrations. Many houses would be reduced to ruins in an instant. The view from where Wayne and the others were would also become clearer. Meanwhile, on the coastline, Nami, who had given up trying to steal from Wayne, was now sitting on the beach in disbelief. She looked at the enormous gap leading to the town center, the collapsed houses, and the piles of rubble. She was numb. She couldn't believe it. She wasn't even stealing. Why was that guy still shooting at her? She just wanted to steal, but didn't even get anything. Am I really going to die today? Can't there be a little chance of survival? Feeling a huge sense of grievance, Nami lay on the ground and stopped running. This was already the third buggy bomb that exploded in front of her. Each one had nearly cost her life, each one just a little too close. At this moment, she just wanted to say, "I'm tired. Let it all be over quickly." Following her, Zoro, who was always keeping a safe distance, also showed an expression of as expected. He crossed his arms over his chest and watched Nami, who lay on the ground looking lifeless, with interest. Luckily, he hadn't gone to steal. Otherwise, he might have been obliterated by now. Wayne was really ruthless. He had fired several shots and was still going. The precision of his aim was astonishing. The kid was almost hit. Chapter 42. Time to wrap up. The blazing sun began to lose its strength, and the scorching stones by the roadside became milder. The dim yellow sunlight shone on the ruins of the town. and the dust that occasionally stirred was clearly visible under the light. "Come on, old man, move over there," Wayne's warm voice echoed, causing the mayor in front of him to shiver again. Wayne had already aimed the cannon while speaking. The mayor was genuinely afraid that if he didn't handle it well, they would all be blown up. With his little mouth trembling slightly, he could only lead the townspeople to move to the other side for the 8th time, clearing the only intact house. It was almost time to clock out, and the task of demolishing the houses was nearing completion. It was expected that one last shot would take down the remaining buildings. Buggy was happily chatting with his comrades from his old crew. Setting Monka aside, the four of them really hit it off. If it weren't for the G3 brothers being on the clock, they would have thrown down their paint buckets and gone for a drink with Buggy. But since it was work time, doing anything else was absolutely not allowed. Boom! With a loud bang, the last cannonball was fired. Immediately, a massive roar echoed from afar. Turning to look, the remaining row of houses had all turned to ruins. Not a single one left standing. Smoke filled the air and dust swirled. Just like that, the entire small town was obliterated, leaving only fragments of bricks and tiles. Even after witnessing the power of Buggy's cannon many times throughout the afternoon, the townspeople were still shaken by its terrifying force. Looking at the town that had no houses left, having witnessed the entire day of destruction, they were now completely in despair. Those were all homes they had worked so hard to build, and in one day, they had all been destroyed. And their opponent was an existence they couldn't defeat at all. They could do nothing but watch. Even now, it was possible that none of them would survive. While they were on edge, suddenly, the sound of an alarm clock rang out. Everyone was startled and shivered. They turned to Wayne in shock, fearing he was preparing to take action against them. But when they turned, they saw Wayne and his crew leaving. They were loaded down with bags and looked unusually bulky. Even the big cannon was being dragged away by the large guy. Everything Buggy had just piled up was now completely cleared away, not a drop left behind. "Buggy, it's time to clock out. We can't linger any longer. Let's hurry back. We need to celebrate properly. That's right. We must hold a welcome ceremony. Welcome, Big Brother Buggy. By the way, why is your name reversed? Didn't your family name you properly?" Everyone was laughing and chatting, gradually leaving as the sun set. But the townspeople were left dumbfounded. Some were in disbelief and rubbed their eyes. They left? Just like that? What about us? They haven't arranged anything for us. So why did they just leave? They even mentioned clocking out. Looking up at the bright sky, they were even more confused. What kind of clock is this? How could it be so early? When pirates reach this stage, don't they usually deal with us civilians? Why did you demolish the town and just leave? Are you pirates or a demolition crew? The intent to work is so obvious. Did you really just come here to blow up our homes? What's going on? The townspeople watched as the group gradually faded from view, their shocked expressions lingering for a long time. They really couldn't understand the strange actions of these people. Not all. But the good news was that it seemed they had left. They really left. The ship had already set sail, and everyone had boarded without a single person left behind. They seem to have really gone. Those pirates have all left. The town seems to be safe now. After a moment of shock, everyone erupted into joy. Although the surroundings were nothing but ruins, and they couldn't find a single usable material, at least their land had returned. Rebuilding was all that was left, though it would be much harder, but everyone was incredibly excited, because they had really taken back their town. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the work task and successfully clocking out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 12 points of physical strength. 18 points for clocking in. Ding! Because the host clocked out on time, an extra reward of 8 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly adhered to the laws of the summer country during work, all the above rewards are doubled. Number of workers, 5. On the deck. The sails captured all the sea breeze, and the afterglow of the sunset fell upon the 6 people on the ship. In the center of the deck lay all the wealth that Buggy had lost to theft yesterday. Now that he has joined Wayne, his money can no longer be considered stolen. This is indeed a considerable amount. If not 100 million, then at least several tens of millions. In addition, Buggy's cannon has also been incorporated, making this a significant profit. Today's clock-in rewards are similar to last time, just a bit higher. This should be due to the difficulty being about the same as yesterday. Still perfectly clocking in and out, there are no issues. After 2 more times, He can draw abilities again. Abilities like the blade cultivation technique are indeed more than welcome. Wayne has also opened his system panel and looked at his attributes. Host, Wayne, gender, male, physical strength, 932, abilities, advanced gunmanship, advanced one-leg kick technique, observation Haki level 1, blade cultivation technique level 1. Clock-in points, 1093. Evaluation, strength is not bad. The clock-in points have exceeded 100 this time, and the rewards are also considerable. The upgrade for abilities is not far off either. The priority for upgrading will definitely be the blade cultivation technique, as it holds a higher priority. As for the observation Haki, Wayne can only say its utility is not significant. He can wait a bit longer. He is currently progressing methodically, and the opponents he encounters do not require the use of observation Haki at all. Upgrading it would indeed be a waste. The next stop is Usopp, right? The combat power over there doesn't seem high. Aside from that Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, there aren't many strong characters. However, Kuro's bounty used to be 16 million, which is higher than Buggy's, so perhaps there could be decent clock-in rewards. The key point is that this guy might also be able to come on board. Chapter 43, Akijiha. Moreover, mainly with his strength, there is no need to worry about any emergencies while working in Syrup Village. This is also the primary criterion for Wayne's choice of route. From here to Syrup Village, where Usopp is located, with their speed, it would only take a little more than 10 hours to arrive. If they hurry, they can make it in time for tomorrow's working hours. That island is the closest one to here. Wayne looked at the busy crew on the deck preparing for the welcoming ceremony and shook his head helplessly. Why is there still a difference in treatment? Old Monka is feeling wronged. Monka is indeed a bit upset now. Why was there no welcoming ceremony when he arrived? This is simply bullying. They are bullying me. Looking at this lively scene, Monka couldn't take it anymore. Why didn't I have a welcoming ceremony? I demand a redo. Slamming the table, old Monka stood up abruptly. Looking at the smiling GI brothers over there, he shouted loudly. But 5 minutes later, Monka was beaten up in turns by the GI brothers, and he successfully ended up with the task of steering the ship. It was truly a miserable situation. He still wanted to compare with Buggy. Buggy came with capital. What does he have? Just his mouth? What can he compare? Why should he compare? After Wayne and the others left, the residents of the town began the reconstruction project of the town in full swing. They initially thought everything would go smoothly, but there were still pirates on the island. The little brothers left behind by Buggy posed a significant threat to them again. Finally, with the strong assistance of Luffy, Zoro, and others, the little brothers were all driven out of the island. The townspeople, finally at peace, treated Luffy and the others with the little supplies left behind by Buggy amidst the ruins. Now, by the campfire, Luffy looked at Nami, who appeared dejected and haggard. And while eating meat, he curiously asked, "Nami, what's wrong? Did you steal money from that bad pirate?" But Luffy's words made Nami, who was already struggling to eat, lose her appetite completely. She was almost at the point of mastering the art of remaining calm in the face of adversity. She had been bombarded too much and was close to suffering a concussion. Her small mouth, which was already pouty, now curved even more. What she wanted to steal was Wayne's ship. Zoro took a sip of alcohol and, looking comfortable, spoke up. "What? Wayne's ship?" Upon hearing this, Luffy, shocked, immediately stood up and worriedly circled around Nami. He even lifted Nami to take a closer look at her backside. After receiving a 3-hit combo to his head, Luffy, looking obedient, sat back down, his face written with apologies. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." After a moment of silence, Luffy weakly asked again, "How come you didn't die?" As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room fell silent for a few seconds. Then, bang, bang, bang. "If you can't talk, just shut up." With Nami's angry shout, Luffy's face also swelled up. Just like that, a night passed, and the three successfully formed a team. The reason for forming the team was quite bizarre. Nami initially didn't want to have anything to do with them. After all, the two seemed exceptionally unintelligent, and Zoro did not help her steal anything. So even if she refused to be a navigator, Luffy and the others would have nothing to say. But the next day, when Nami was ready to leave, she found that her ship was gone. She couldn't leave. Reluctantly, she had to board Luffy's ship. Initially, she only wanted to hitch a ride and find transportation again in the next city. But watching the two argue about going east and west, Nami finally couldn't sit still and took action. She directly pulled out a map of the surrounding sea and chose the closest island. Turning, raising the sail, and observing the weather, she forcefully seized control of the small boat. The small boat, which had been swaying left and right, finally confirmed its direction, speeding towards the nearest Korab village. Navy headquarters. Marshal's office. Sengoku was writing furiously while Karp was relaxed. The door swung open, and a tall, thin figure walked in. Sengoku glanced up, his expression somewhat displeased. "Akiji, where have you been today?" "Only just back." "Alala." "Sorry, Marshal Sengoku, I seem to have overslept." Akiji scratched his head and casually replied before sitting down next to Karp. Sengoku did not say anything further, appearing to be numb to it all. "What? Is there news?" Drinking the freshly brewed tea, Karp turned to Akiji and asked. Akiji did not respond, but handed Karp a document. It contained Wayne's whereabouts over the past few days. To be honest, Akiji did not understand. He had carefully investigated. Wayne was just a rookie pirate who had just emerged in the East Blue for a short time. However, since Karp had instructed him to keep a close watch and report every few days, this person must be extraordinary. But Akiji truly couldn't see it. Mainly, Wayne was too ordinary, the kind that wouldn't stand out even among pirates. "What did this kid do to offend you?" Akiji, with an eye patch on his forehead and lazily leaning against Karp, asked softly. "He didn't offend me. It's just that my grandson has been wanting to join his pirate crew, so I need to keep track of whether he succeeds. If it succeeds, then I would have to go directly to pack everything up and take it back." While drinking tea and looking at the documents, Karp casually replied. But this left Akiji somewhat confused. "Your grandson wants to be a pirate, and you don't even bother to educate him. Yet you're chasing after the pirate crew. Isn't this a bit off?" Akiji couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. But he knew Karp's temperament. Daring to say more would definitely lead to a beating. So he kept silent. After Karp finished reading the documents, he nodded in satisfaction. The corners of his mouth also curled up. "Ha, good. That kid is pretty perceptive. It seems he rejected again. But did he recruit a new member? That clown Buggy's little brat also joined his crew? Why does he also like the 9-to-5 life?" Buggy can't help but love it. However, at that moment, Wayne's strength caught Karp's attention. That kid, how could he easily deal with Buggy? Didn't he just burn, kill, and plunder around Windmill Village for 10 years? His strength shouldn't exceed 10 million by much, right? The bounty given by the Navy is still reasonable. But now it seems his strength is far beyond 10 million. Forget it. It doesn't matter. As long as this kid doesn't let his grandson become a pirate, then let him be arrogant in the East Blue. We'll deal with him when he comes to the Grand Line. He has even started blowing up towns. It seems his crew is getting bigger and bigger. But if he has harmed civilians too much, then it's still acceptable." Karp muttered to himself, but Akiji furrowed his brows. He clearly didn't quite understand Karp's words. "What crew? Huh? Oh, the documents didn't mention it. This kid is a 9-to-5 pirate. You didn't know? Did you?" Karp said as he directly put down the documents and hooked Akiji's shoulder, starting to explain. Listening to Karp's narration, Akiji's frown deepened. "Pirates? 9-to-5? 6 days on, 1 day off? Law-abiding? No tardiness? No early leave? Leave right on time? Were these strange terms? How pirates come to play like this now?" Chapter 44. Upgraded version of Kidnapping and Extortion Syrup Village. The waves crashed against the shore, shining on the stones in the morning light. With the sea breeze blowing, the green leaves by the shore swayed continuously. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. But this tranquility was quickly broken. Bang, 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 bang. A tight drumbeat quickly echoed across the island, soon spreading throughout the small village. The villagers had long since gotten used to it. No one cared or paid any attention. Accompanied by the drumbeats, for figures, 3 small and 1 large, quickly ran along the village paths. "Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming! The pirates are really here!" While running, they shouted, but the streets remained empty, and no one paid them any mind. After a while, after wandering around the entire village, the group immediately dispersed, as if this was just their job. "Well done!" The great sea warrior announces, dispersed. The leader, Usopp, shouted and then turned to rush towards the home of his childhood sweetheart, Kaya, the daughter of the richest family in the village. but both parents had passed away. A standard protagonist template. Usopp promised her he would come over early today. But Kaya's house was located closer to the sea. The scenery was beautiful, but seemed a bit out of place. A large tree stood tall in front of Kaya's window, serving as a bridge for the childhood sweethearts to communicate. At this moment, the beautiful but pale Kaya was leaning against her bed, looking at the book in her hands. However, her brows clearly showed her melancholy and helplessness. With both parents gone, she was now left with just a butler and a servant. But she was also ill and couldn't go out. This was definitely not good news for a young girl. Kaya frowned gently. Recently, she always felt a bit restless, as if something bad was about to happen. Crack! A light sound came from outside the window. Kaya's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Putting on a smile, she got out of bed and opened the window, which had to remain tightly shut due to her illness. As soon as she opened the window, she saw Usopp's figure. He was on a large tree across from her, but at this moment, he looked unusually panicked. Kaya's heart suddenly sank, and her weak voice immediately followed. What happened? Usopp. Standing at the top of the tree, Usopp was now looking at the distant sea with a terrified expression. And there, a pirate ship was slowly approaching. The pirate flag fluttered in the wind, the massive ship. He could even see several fierce-looking pirates at the bow shouting with knives raised. It was obvious they weren't coming to their village for a friendly chat. Pirates! Pirates are coming. Kaya, you must get someone to take you away from here. I'll notify everyone in the village. There aren't many of them. As long as we unite, we can definitely drive them away. Usopp said in a panic and quickly climbed down. He then rushed towards the village. Kaya leaned out to look and also saw the approaching pirate ship. Her already pale face turned even paler. Turning around, she prepared to go downstairs to tell her butler to escape quickly. But when she opened the door, a figure with slick-back hair stood at the entrance. He was Kaya's butler, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Clow. At this moment, his expression was very calm. The panic Kaya almost bumped into him. "What's wrong, miss?" Clow asked in a flat tone. Hurry, hurry. Pirates are coming. I saw it with my own eyes. They're about to land on the island." After just taking a couple of steps, the panic Kaya was already breathing heavily. It was evident how serious her condition was. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Clow's eyes. But that was it. There weren't any formidable pirates around. Even if pirates did come, he could easily handle it. "Miss, in your condition, you won't be able to run far. Stay inside. I will protect you. Trust me," Clow said in a gentle tone, then forcibly pushed Kaya back into the house. A hint of joy also flashed in his eyes. The worse Kaya's condition was, the happier he was. His goal was to wait until Kaya died so he could reasonably inherit all the wealth. He had been lurking for many years for this purpose. Seeing success so close, he didn't want to be disturbed by pirates that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Locking the door, Clow quickly walked to the entrance. Looking up, he saw the pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Clow, who had a detailed understanding of this group of pirates, immediately recognized them. The white-clothes pirates. Captain Wayne, the king at sunset, with a bounty of 20 million. Clow's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed. A hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Before going into hiding, his bounty was 16 million berries, and that was the result of him deliberately concealing and masking his strength. The goal was to avoid drawing too much attention from the Navy. His true level should be above 20 million. It was normal to look down on Wayne. At this moment, he was thinking that if Wayne could be sensible and not come here to cause trouble, just robbing the village over there, then he would honestly continue to be a good butler. But if he didn't then he would have to let him experience what despair truly meant. Ding! Today's work task: kidnapping and extortion. Kidnap the rich young lady. Demand all the money from the other party. The system's voice echoed. The ship slowly docked. Looking at today's task, to be honest, Wayne had some suspicions. After all, it seemed that the only notable person in this village was the young lady, Koya. It would be unreasonable for pirates to come to this village and not target her. However, after working for 10 years, Wayne immediately noticed that today's mission was a bit different. The system had added restrictions. If it were just a kidnapping, it would be considered exceptionally easy. He could finish the job in no time. But now the system actually stated that they also had to demand all of the other party's wealth. It wasn't like before. where it just mentioned kidnapping and extortion. As for whether they succeeded in extorting, the system wouldn't care. If they had to extort all of the other party's wealth, that guy Kuro would be unavoidable. But it didn't matter. In the face of absolute strength, he would have to pay whether he wanted to or not. Kidnapping today. Let's get to work. Yes, boss. Chapter 45. Ambush the boss? It's over. Big brother, aren't we supposed to kidnap the people from that villa over there? Can we just go straight up? Balki asked, looking confused at Wayne, who was taking a detour without turning back while stepping on the uncomfortable stones at the cliff's edge. Old ball, you don't understand. Our boss prioritizes stability. How can we charge straight into the enemy's lair right away? Keel explained from the side. Upon hearing this, Balki was taken aback. What do you mean? Stability? With his ability to instantly defeat anyone, you tell me he needs stability? This is the East Sea. With his freakish strength, he can walk sideways anywhere. What is the need for stability? Is this the gap between me and a top expert? Is stability the way to go? Balki looked puzzled. He had roughly understood the rules on the ship yesterday, but time was tight, so he didn't grasp much. He only knew that work started at 9 a.m. and ended at 5 p.m. Everything else was half understood. Wayne's requirement for him was that he didn't have to do anything today, just watch. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. Just watching wouldn't go wrong. As a newcomer, he needed an adjustment period. Even pirates have a probationary period. It's not that easy to become a pirate. Everyone except Balki knew Wayne was rationally and legally stalling for time. He could go straight there, but he chose not to. He wanted to take a big detour. Otherwise, if they just went up to grab someone and extort money, what else would they have to do? Nothing. The old employees all knew that this was absolutely unacceptable. The approach of taking a long detour was also deemed reasonable by the old employees. Although Balki found it unnecessary, he was here to learn today, so he naturally didn't say anything more. He just wanted to see how stable this guy, who could dominate the entire East Sea, could be. Listening to their conversation, Wayne also remained silent, but his actions were not solely for the sake of stability. Although that was part of the reason, it wasn't the main one. He just wanted to see if there would be another rich young lady in this village. Although the original work only showed Koya, it was always better to be cautious. These were all key aspects concerning a perfect workday. How could he not be meticulous? Watching Wayne and the others walk far away, Kuro at the top of the cliff also curled his lips in displeasure. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He initially wanted to see if their blood was hot enough, but since their target was here, he didn't need to alert them. He would just remain a good butler. Koya would be gone in a few days. At this time, he didn't want to expose his identity because of these foolish pirates. However, just now, he seemed to have vaguely heard those guys mention a villa. The distance was too far, and coupled with the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, he didn't hear clearly. Originally planning to go back directly, he pondered for a moment and decided to follow them to see. With the strength of those pirates, it would be impossible for them to discover him. He didn't even need to take action. He just needed to figure out what they were up to. A gentle breeze swept by, and Kuro had already vanished from his spot. His naturally suspicious personality made it hard for him to feel at ease if he didn't clarify matters. After he disappeared, Wayne, who had already walked quite a distance, casually turned back and glanced in that direction. Seeing where Kuro had vanished, Wayne's lips curled into a faint smile. The observation Haki provided enough perception for Wayne to notice someone was watching them. Just in time, now that Kuro had shown himself. Wayne could also let the system start the detection. He needed to check if Kuro was wicked enough. Before long, they arrived at the village entrance. From here, looking ahead, the buildings in the village appeared rather ordinary. They were mostly single-story, small brick houses, and he could even see some mud houses. This formed a stark contrast to the large villa on Koya's side. It was quite challenging for a wealthy person to emerge from such a place. Wayne surveyed the surroundings and could only say the scenery was decent. Besides that, a rich young lady? Don't joke around. If there were a rich young lady in such a place, Balki could become the pirate king. In that case, there was no need to linger here. They should head straight to Koya's place. But just then, suddenly, a stone came flying towards Wayne at an extremely tricky angle. The group, who seemed relaxed and felt like they were on an outing, noticed it, but it was clear they didn't have time to stop it. They hadn't expected someone could launch a sneak attack without them noticing, and it was aimed at their boss. What audacity! But they were not worried that Wayne would get hurt. If they were worried, that would be strange. Sure enough, just as the stone was about to hit Wayne, he raised his hand and caught it. Then he threw it back with force towards the direction it came from. The stone instantly transformed into a projectile, smashing into a large tree at 5 times its original speed. Boom! After a loud crash, the tree fell to the ground. Behind the tree, a guy wearing overalls and goggles was staring in terror at the fallen tree. Usopp was dumbfounded. A stone thrown by hand broke a tree? This was a tree thick enough for 3 people to hug. This person, what kind of ridiculous power is this? Usopp was immediately frozen in place, his legs shaking uncontrollably, and his pants were also starting to feel a bit loose. The scene before him was too shocking. He had just come to get help, and those villagers had almost killed him first. He had knocked on doors frantically, irritating the villagers to the point of impatience. They had surrounded him with weapons, beaten him up, and only then let him go. Every day, he shouted that pirates were coming, and now that they truly had come, no one would believe him. Seeing that no one believed him, Usopp decided to run first. He couldn't care less about anything else. But upon seeing Wayne and his group appear at the village entrance, he suddenly found a burst of courage and actually shot at Wayne. Now, looking at the fallen tree, he felt like running, but his legs wouldn't listen at all. He couldn't move a bit. Keel and the others, seeing the tree fall and Usopp exposed, were filled with anger. This guy actually dared to ambush their boss. Now that self-defense was established, it would be strange if their boss didn't take him down. What audacity! Balky, on the side, also looked like he was enjoying the show. Back when he was in Orange Town, everything was fine, but then Wayne came and took down his lair. Now, they were being bullied to this extent. Wouldn't they beat him to the ground? On a nearby rooftop. Kuro also noticed this scene. Wayne's strength surprised him a little, but that was about it. The strength freak was only destined to be beaten here. Now that he was provoked right in front of him, why wasn't he dead yet? If Wayne and the others took action and helped deal with Usopp, it would definitely be a good thing for Crocodile. He had long been at odds with Usopp. Without Usopp, Kaya would have already taken root and sprouted. Thud! Usopp fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Wayne. Wayne, with a dark expression, stepped closer to him. Chapter 46. Merchant? Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Wayne approached Usopp. Looking down at his disheveled appearance, Wayne suddenly waved his hand and slapped him on the shoulder. Usopp immediately let out a shrill scream, filled with despair and terror. Crocodile watched this scene, his eyes shining with excitement. Yes, that's it. Kill that bastard. Crocodile's face was full of excitement, but soon the excitement on his face froze. After slapping Usopp, Wayne actually pulled him up. Not only did he not harm him, but he also smiled and brushed the leaves off his body. "Young man, did I scare you?" Wayne said with a smile. The terrain of this village was a bit complicated. After coming up from here, he didn't know where the villa was. Moreover, there was no one in the village, and he didn't know where they had gone. Just as he was about to knock on doors like a monk seeking alms for someone to guide him, this kid Usopp jumped out. He dared to ambush him, so he definitely had to be dealt with. But Wayne was genuinely worried that if he applied even a little force, Usopp would fall apart. He was just an ordinary person, the kind that breaks easily. If he broke, it would be a hassle to find someone else. Let's have him guide the way first. However, Wayne's actions almost left everyone behind him with their jaws dropped. What? What is happening? The boss not only didn't harm him, but also helped him up? No, boss. We are acting in self-defense. There's no need to be so gentle. When did the boss become so easy to talk to? The other side ambushed you. Gil and the other's eyes widened in shock. Monka expressed that he had never seen such treatment in his life. He only knew that if you made a mistake, the gun would be pressed to your forehead, and then the countdown would start. Even joining this pirate crew followed that procedure. But now, their boss was actually being polite to this ugly stranger. The other side even ambushed him. What the hell is going on? Not just Monka, but Buggy was also confused. He was minding his own business at home when trouble came from the sky. That Bigfoot was only 0.01 millimeters away from his red nose. He almost earned the title of exploding into brilliant fireworks with his life. How come with this guy? Not only did you not deal with him, but you also spoke nicely? Do they know each other? Buggy was feeling very unbalanced. Crocodile didn't need to say much. He had already begun to greet Wayne warmly in his heart. What kind of pirate is this? Truly a garbage pirate, not even taking action. Are you afraid of your mom? This kind of pirate actually managed to survive until now. It's simply a miracle. Usopp's mind was blank, and his head was buzzing. With disbelief on his face, he trembled, staring at Wayne, who had a friendly expression. The hand holding the slingshot was visibly shaking. He didn't understand what Wayne was doing, nor did he grasp the situation. This pirate felt nothing like the others. Was he not here to cause destruction? I had already attacked him, and he was still smiling while helping me up, asking if I had any business. Is this what a pirate should do? Absolutely not. Usopp, already frightened by Wayne, hadn't regained normal function in his brain. Now, looking at Wayne's bizarre actions, his mind was almost in knots. "Tell me what are you here for?" Usopp stammered. In response, Wayne gently patted Usopp's shoulder and smiled. "We are here to procure supplies. I don't know if there's a place here where we can buy things. Don't worry. If you know, we definitely won't let you run for nothing." After saying that, Wayne directly waved his hand at the people behind him. Among the still-dazed crowd, Gil was the first to react. As he quickly stepped forward, he took out a gold bar from his pocket. Wayne took it and placed it directly in Usopp's hand. Then, with a shrewd smile, he said, "Don't worry. That pirate flag on our ship is just a decoration to avoid being robbed by pirates. We are actually merchants." Wayne spoke without any script, saying whatever came to mind. This almost left the others behind him with their backs breaking. "Not Big Brother. When did we change professions? When do we stop being pirates? You should at least inform the brothers, right? You can't just silently change our company. One moment we're pirates, and the next we're merchants. This is a bit sudden for us, bro. Your thought process is moving a bit too fast. We can't keep up." On the roof, Crocodile almost lost his balance and nearly fell off. "What the hell? You say you are a merchant?" Crocodile quickly pulled out a few wanted posters from his pocket. Flipping through them quickly, he found the one with Wayne's clear photo on it. After comparing it carefully, he slammed the wanted poster to the ground. "You pirates are too outrageous. Just taking advantage of the fact that no one recognizes you, huh? You even say that the pirate flag is just a decoration. How ridiculous can you be?" Crocodile was truly seeing things for the first time. He had never encountered such a pirate before. Wayne's words completely left Usopp in a state of confusion. His small eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Huh, they're merchants?" Usopp, with a blank expression, turned to look at Wayne's group of extremely fierce-looking big men. The equally confused crew, seeing Usopp looking this way, had to quickly and forcefully make themselves appear more gentle to match Wayne's words. They had to look a bit more like merchants, but their hurried demeanor looked a bit abnormal. Usopp swallowed hard. Feeling the heavy gold bar in his hand, he looked at Wayne with half-belief. To be honest, Wayne did look like a merchant, but what about those people? They really didn't look like merchants at all. Even the clown was there, and that axe guy looked like trouble. Wayne naturally noticed his doubts. Without wasting any words, he waved his hand again. "Here, I'll give you another one. But no more than that. We are merchants. Giving you this much money for guiding us is already a loss. These are all hired laborers. They may look rough, but they do hard work." After Wayne finished speaking, the people behind him also revealed an awkward smile again. Yes, we are laborers. What about the clown?" "The clown? The clown is the dog raised on the ship." Chapter 47. "I'm a dog, so it's reasonable?" Everyone was dumbfounded. This was their first time changing professions, so they had no experience at all. It feels really unfamiliar to do this, but I have to cooperate. The new guy, Buggy, is wide-eyed and completely bewildered. He vividly and dramatically demonstrates what it means to be a king in Gotham City. He really didn't expect this. It's only the first day. The very first day. He has already become the dog raised on the ship. Is there still any law? Is there still any justice? I'm such a handsome guy, and you dare to call me a dog on the ship. You really have no words left. If you have no words, don't force it, buddy. Buggy naturally realized that Wayne was just making things up. The purpose was merely to have this guy in front of them lead the way. But what he couldn't understand was, why can they be the laborers while he couldn't? He also wants to be a laborer. You actually assign me a dog role. You really are a talent. Or in your eyes, am I just the dog on the ship, and you took this opportunity to speak your mind? Buggy's fragile heart, which is already over 40, was severely hurt. His little mouth involuntarily pouted. If it weren't for the crowd around, he would have wanted to punch Wayne in the chest. After hearing Wayne's explanation about Buggy, Usopp immediately believed it. "Oh, so you guys are the dogs on the ship. I thought you were here to restock, but we actually have nothing to sell. Everyone just has enough for themselves, and there's nothing extra. But if you really need it, Kaya might be able to sell some to you. But the price. Wayne's generosity naturally made Usopp think twice. He really believes that Wayne and the others are merchants now. After all, where can you find such polite pirates? Not only do they pay, but they pay a lot too. Having Kaya sell them some supplies should definitely bring in a good amount of money. Kaya still has quite a bit of stock. Usopp's words shattered Buggy's fragile heart into pieces again. Damn it. You think it's reasonable that I'm a dog? You think it's reasonable? Buggy really wants to rush up and tear Usopp's little peach-like mouth apart, or give him a taste of Buggy's cannon. Don't worry. The price will definitely be generous. We came with plenty of sincerity. Now, Your Excellency, please lead the way. Time is running out, and we don't have many people. We still need to move back to the ship later. Just follow me. The truly convinced Usopp tucked the 2 gold bars into his pocket and turned to lead Wayne and the others towards Kaya's villa. At this moment, he was still thinking that he had really helped Kaya land a big deal. Such a generous merchant is bound to pay Kaya a lot of money. Watching Wayne and the others leave, Kuro was truly speechless. There are actually people who can believe this. This is completely out of this world, right? How do you even think? Is your brain made of pig brains? After calming down, Kuro also felt a bit of regret. He was quite displeased that those people didn't kill Usopp. Now that they were heading to the villa, they definitely weren't there to buy supplies. What kind of pirates buy supplies? Who doesn't just steal? But this group of people was indeed a bit different. It was simply like a lame person trying to poop. It was strange. In Kuro's view, their need for supplies might not be fake, but they definitely wouldn't buy them. Besides that, it was naturally about killing and plundering. He had heard a bit about this gang of pirates. They were extremely brutal and basically left no survivors. A large number of pirates had perished in their encounters. But for him, this was actually good news. Kill and plunder. They would kill Kaya and then steal the goods. Once Kaya was really taken out, he could step in and deal with this group of pirates. Wouldn't that directly achieve his goal? With this thought, Kuro's mouth also curled into a smirk. He quickly disappeared from the spot and rushed towards the villa. In Kaya's room, a girl with light yellow hair and exceptionally fair skin was lying on her bed, looking very weak with a worried expression. She had just stood by the window for a while and felt weak all over. In the end, she could only lie back down on the bed. But her gaze was always directed at the window, her heart hanging in suspense. How was Usopp? Why hadn't he come back yet? Why was there not a sound outside? Were the pirates just passing through? Kaya had a stomach full of questions, but all she could do was think aimlessly on her bed. Suddenly, there was a sound at the door, the sound of a key turning. Kaya looked towards the door in fear. Knowing nothing, she naturally worried that the person coming was a pirate. Soon, the door opened. It was Kuro. At this moment, his face was full of spring light, looking quite excited. Miss, those people are not pirates. They are merchants here to purchase supplies. Kuro's words left Kaya stunned. Merchants? Just now, she clearly saw the pirate ship. How could they possibly be merchants? Before Kaya could ask, Kuro immediately explained everything to her. Moments later, Kaya understood everything. Although she found the pirate flag a bit abstract as a decoration, they had also given 2 gold bars to the one leading them. This really didn't seem like a pirate. How could pirates do such a thing? With this thought, Kaya's anxious heart finally calmed down a bit. No matter if they were merchants, as long as they weren't pirates, that was good. Before Kaya could think further, Usopp's voice called out from outside. Kaya, some merchants want to see you to sell some things. Hearing this voice, a smile reappeared on Kaya's face. The earlier gloom was swept away. Perhaps this is the charm of childhood friends. She forced herself to hurry to the window, but when she looked down, her smile froze on her face. Usopp was still the same Usopp, but the people behind Usopp didn't look much like merchants. Usopp and the butler couldn't have been tricked by them, could they? The appearance of Wayne's crew completely overturned the little trust Kaya had just had. Her brows furrowed tightly. Kaya, they really are merchants. You should prepare some supplies. They are really here to buy things. Seeing Kaya's expression, Usopp naturally knew what she was worried about, but he now felt that Kaya was a bit too suspicious. These people were all brought by him. How could he possibly do anything harmful to her? Usopp maintained a smile on his face. Chapter 48. Friend, you have been kidnapped. But Kaya didn't change her opinion because of Usopp's words. Until this beautiful lady, we are passing merchants looking to buy some supplies. You don't have to worry about us defaulting. This is a deposit. You could take it first. Wayne said gently, taking out 2 gold bars from his pocket and tossing them out. The gold landed steadily on Kaya's windowsill, but Buggy was silently lamenting. Those were all his. All the money he brought with him, all the money he invested in this venture. How could it be wasted like this? Buggy's heart ached so much it felt like it was bleeding. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, it's just for fun now. Soon they will kidnap her. After they kidnap her, they could take it back from her. Big Brother is about to make a move, right? There is absolutely no one here who can match him. As long as he wants to kidnap, it will be an easy task. No one could stop him for a moment. The people behind, like Kuro and the others, were more professional than Buggy. How could they just tie her up? They had to first ensure self-defense. After a while, the guard from the other side came down, and I directly admitted my identity as a pirate. The other party was so frightened they nearly wet themselves and then launched an attack. At that moment, it would be the right time to strike. Acting now would not be appropriate. Kaya looked at the gold bars falling right in front of her, listening to the pure sound they made. There was no doubt that this was gold. Kaya was a bit stunned. They really were merchants here to trade. Both their actions and their attitude were nothing like pirates. Perhaps they just looked a bit intimidating. She couldn't judge people by their appearance. Moreover, they were brought by Usopp, who definitely wouldn't harm her. Thinking of this, Kaya finally lowered her guard. She turned to Kuro and whispered, "Go help them prepare some supplies. They seem like decent people. Let us give them the remaining rations we have." Kaya's gentle voice made Kuro below feel a flutter in his heart. He was really hungry. Wayne had never fed him, and the child was almost starving. Kuro, still in a daze, could only comply and turn to prepare. A flicker of doubt shone in his eyes. What were these pirates up to? They were actually paying. They were pirates. Why bother with all this? Just kill them. All the food and drink here belong to you. What were they thinking? Did they want me to set everything up before they struck? To kill people and save themselves the trouble of searching for it? Fine, just wait. I'll give you a hard time later. With a gloomy expression, Kuro quickened his pace. He called over a few servants, and they all got busy. Before long, various boxes and crates were moved out and piled up on the small path outside the courtyard. Wayne and the others stood under the big tree, stepping on the soft grass, quietly watching them work. While Kuro was busy, Kaya took the rare opportunity to step out of her room. She breathed in the fresh air outside and felt the gentle sunlight. Kaya's mood naturally brightened. Wearing a white dress, she lightly stepped on the grass, her hands clasped behind her back, resembling a graceful princess. She stood beside Usopp, enjoying that moment of beauty. Usopp looked at the items being moved out, pride written all over his face. This was a big deal he had negotiated. Soon, most of the items were moved. A large amount of supplies nearly blocked the entire path, and the servants were exhausted. Kuro was also panting a bit. Now, when he looked at Wayne, a hint of concealed hatred appeared in his eyes. Everything was moved. What price were you going to offer? Kuro asked with a darkened face, but still relatively politely. I've asked for the price. You don't need to pretend anymore, right? Start killing. He was now eager to see Wayne kill Kaya. Then he could quickly capture Wayne and have his fun. The brothers behind him also revealed cruel smiles upon hearing this. The people were right here. Now they could reveal their identities. The boss even had them do hard labor for free. Those 4 pieces of temporary gold were well worth it. But now, it was time to reveal our pirate identity and capture people. They were right there, easily within reach. There was no one to protect them. The smiles on their faces gradually became more unrestrained. Seeing this scene, Kuro also smiled. Yes. This is the feeling. Show your pirate spirit. You fools. After using your grandpa for so long, you'll have to pay for it later. The cruel look in Kuro's eyes became more and more evident. Just then, a bulging bag was casually thrown over by Wayne. Caught off guard, Kuro didn't catch it. The bag fell to the ground, spilling all the gold inside. Is this little bit of money enough? If not, I can add more. Wayne's calm voice echoed. But aside from the 2 young people nearby, everyone else was dumbfounded. They all stood frozen, staring intensely at the bag of money on the ground. Kuro really felt a bit dizzy. It took him a long time to recover. What did you say? Is this little bit enough? If not, I'll give you more. I must ask, are you really a pirate? What the hell are you doing? Is this something a ruthless pirate would say? Kuro's imposing figure trembled at Wayne's words. Wayne's actions completely overturned all the information he had about him. Kidgel and the others were also left with blank minds. Big brother, my dear brother, do we really need to do this? Isn't it time to strike? It's really unnecessary to go this far. They were genuinely a bit dazed by Wayne's operation. The boss really saw himself as a merchant. Yes, even giving out money. Speaking of giving out money, Buggy couldn't hold back anymore. He was genuinely scared. Wayne wouldn't really use this much money to buy things, would he? Is this pirate crew really serious? I joined this crew because they were serious. You're not tricking me, are you? Buggy nervously started to fidget. But Wayne had his reasons for doing this. Being a generous citizen, engaging in proper business transactions. What is wrong with that? Doing more of what a good citizen should do can't be wrong, right? Anyway, he would extort all back later. Not a single penny would be lost. While Kuro was in a daze, Usopp had already quickly run over to pick up the bag of money from the ground. Although he didn't care much about money, this was for Kaya. With a broad smile, he handed the bag to Kaya. Kaya, equally in disbelief, accepted it. With as much money, of course, it was enough to buy their goods, and even more than enough. Under Usopp's urging, Kaya finally snapped back to reality. She looked at Wayne with gratitude. Leaning slightly towards him to express her thanks, Kaya spoke excitedly. This is enough, plenty enough. And there's even more left over. I'll return the excess to you later. No need to return. The extra can be considered their labor fee, Wayne replied. Thank you so much, Kaya said with a look of surprise. She hadn't expected Wayne to be so generous. It was simply unbelievable. At that moment, Wayne asked her a strange question. So, are we friends now? Kaya was slightly taken aback, but then slowly nodded. After she spoke, Wayne stepped closer to her. With a gentle smile, he softly said, I'm sorry, friend, but you've been kidnapped. We are pirates. The score for today is 63 points. For every increase of 0.3, the author will add a chapter, and everyone can supervise. Once again, I urge everyone to move their little hands and give a good review. Chapter 49. Are there really kidnappers who care about their captives? Wayne's calm voice suddenly silenced the entire area. Kaya looked at Wayne, who was smiling gently, and her smile froze. A hint of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Wayne's words struck her like a thunderclap. The gratitude she had felt towards Wayne vanished in an instant, and her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. Yet, she still found it hard to believe, whether it was Wayne's earlier actions or the feelings he had given her from their first meeting until now. She didn't think of the other person as a ruthless pirate. This should just be a joke, right? Koya, whose heart was slightly lifted by Wayne's words, thought the same. Usopp was also stunned in place. He couldn't believe Wayne would be a pirate. After all, how could a pirate be so easy to talk to and so generous? The key point was, pirates don't obtain supplies by buying them. They must be joking. Usopp's gaze was fixed on Wayne, trying to find any flaw in him. But all he could see was Wayne calmly staring back at them. Panic finally appeared on Usopp's face. Could this guy really be a pirate? Wouldn't that make him the sinner who brought the tyrant into the village? Usopp was starting to panic because Wayne didn't seem like he was joking. The crew behind Wayne also breathed a sigh of relief. The boss really knows how to play, doing this back and forth. We almost got caught up in it too. Why not just kidnap her directly? Why make it so complicated? Ha ha ha. All right, grandpas, no more pretending. Let's get real. We are pirates. Kidnapping. We don't want to hurt you. Just hand over all your money. Not a single drop can be left. All of it. I'm a pirate. Whoever wants to be a dog can be one. As Wayne spoke, Buggy and the others finally released their long-repressed frustration. They had just put on quite a show, although Buggy didn't intentionally act like a dog. Ever since Wayne said that, he looked like one no matter how you looked at him. Now that their pirate identity was revealed, they stood up on the spot. With a few jumps, the courtyard was thrown into chaos. The servants who had just been resting after moving supplies were startled by their loud shouts and jumped up. Watching those laborers who had just looked harmless now, wearing cruel smiles, they finally panicked. Each of them, with faces filled with fear, searched for weapons. But their trembling legs caused them to keep falling down, because Buggy had now become a dismembered figure, looking exceptionally terrifying. Koya was also frightened by the scene before her, her complexion paling. Her gaze towards Wayne had changed a bit. She even unconsciously took a step back, almost falling to the ground. How could this be? How could he be a pirate? Whether it was his work style or the tone of his speech, he seemed very much like a businessman. Plus, he looked quite gentle. How could this possibly be a pirate? How could a pirate act like that? Moreover, The most crucial point was that they were brought here by Usopp. How could Usopp possibly harm her? Thinking of this, Koya's panicked gaze also turned to Usopp, who was equally frozen in place. Koya's heart was filled with mixed feelings, not knowing what expression she should have. Don't be afraid. Miss, we're just here for the money. Just cooperate, and we won't hurt you, Wayne said as he reached out to grab Koya, preventing her from falling to the ground. Gently patting her shoulder, Wayne spoke in a very soft tone. His intention was naturally to get a little more familiar with Koya, so that when they kidnapped her, nothing would go wrong. Wayne knew her physical condition. If he just jumped in and tied her up, the child might really get scared to death. This was a real possibility that had to be considered. If she died right away, that would be the end. You want to kidnap her, but you ended up kidnapping a dead person. And if she died, how could they extort money? Right now, although she still felt a bit surprised, at least she wasn't as afraid of him. And indeed, although Koya was very panicked now, after hearing Wayne's words, she felt a sense of disconnection. Though his words calmed her slightly, the question arose in her heart again, because she sensed the gentleness in Wayne's tone, which seemed to be deliberately meant to reassure her. How could someone like this possibly be a pirate? Koya's wide eyes were filled with disbelief. She truly couldn't perceive a hint of a pirate from Wayne. It was as if he was just a friendly older brother from the neighborhood, completely unlike a pirate who came to kidnap her. Usopp beside her also couldn't believe it at all. Wayne was the one he brought here, and he was completely convinced that he was acting like a businessman. How could he not be? Absolutely impossible. Those people must just be cooperating with him. He just wanted to scare us. I'm the bravest warrior of the sea. How could I be scared by such tricks? You, stop pretending. I know you're not pirates. Usopp shouted, trembling. But his loud shout only earned him a side kick from Wayne. An invisible sense of pressure suddenly appeared in front of Usopp. Wayne, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, directly took action. He felt that Usopp was a bit confused about the situation, and there was no need for self-defense. This guy had just ambushed him. Usopp couldn't react at all and was hit in the blink of an eye. This kick sent him flying. Although Wayne held back his strength, Usopp still bent at the waist. Bang! A dull sound of impact echoed. He crashed hard against the wall, and a mouthful of blood immediately spurted from Usopp's mouth. A sharp pain surged from his side, and cold sweat covered his face. His expression was now filled with fear, and his gaze towards Wayne was trembling incessantly. That kick had inflicted too much damage. He had never suffered such a serious injury in his life. At this moment, he was completely awakened. The guy in front of him was really a cold-blooded killer. He had brought such a demon to Koya's side. Usopp slumped weakly to the ground. Although his injuries weren't life-threatening, they certainly wouldn't feel good. His whole body trembled with fear. He had thought he shouldn't be this weak. But now it seemed that it was all just his imagination. In front of him, he could die at any moment. Koya beside him also widened her eyes, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands. She looked at Wayne, whose smile had disappeared and whose expression was slightly displeased. She was completely scared. These people weren't joking. They were really pirates, and they were cold-blooded pirates. Fear gradually crept into her heart. Wayne's right hand, which was still resting on Koya's shoulder, could clearly feel her shoulder starting to tremble slightly. His expression shifted, and he spoke to reassure her, "Don't worry, you're safe." Then he turned to Crow, casually glancing at the incapacitated Usopp on the ground, and he no longer paid him any mind. Looking at Crow, Wayne said leisurely, "Go prepare the money, little butler." Crow, with a gloomy expression, suppressed his displeasure and asked, "How much do you want?" "All of it." Chapter 50. Crow takes action upon hearing Wayne's words. Crow's fists clenched tightly. He truly didn't expect that this guy came here just for kidnapping and extortion. Was there any need for that? Why not just kill her? Everything here would belong to him then. What was the point of kidnapping? Now he even dared to command him in such a tone. He really thought too highly of himself. A mere bounty of 12 million, and he dared to boast in front of him. Crow was already struggling to hold back his anger. His gaze began to gradually turn dangerous. In Wayne's eyes, he now looked like a small-time clown who had just achieved some success. But he remained relatively calm and did not act directly. There were too many of them, and from the kick Wayne had just delivered, he sensed something was off. Wayne's strength didn't seem too weak. If he wanted to eliminate Wayne, the best way would be to launch a sneak attack. Take him down before he was on guard. Engaging in a direct confrontation might take some effort. He decided to follow Wayne's lead and have everything moved out. When they were immersed in the joy of harvest, that would be his perfect opportunity. As for Kaya, it would be just fine if he accidentally killed her, right? He was saving her after all. Even if he accidentally killed her, it could be justified, couldn't it? The remaining servants definitely wouldn't dare to say anything. With this resolution in mind, Chloe also temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. He allowed Wayne to command him and called the servants to turn around and bring everything out of the house. Wayne and the others quietly watched them move everything under the relatively pleasant sunlight. Wayne even worried that Kaya might get tired, so he had Jill bring her a chair to sit on. As a gentle breeze blew by, Wayne took off his coat and draped it over Kaya's shoulders. This was truly exceptional treatment. She absolutely could not have any issues, at least not today. Kaya was completely bewildered. Although Wayne and the others were undoubtedly pirates, their actions were always quite bizarre. Who treats their kidnapping target so well? They didn't even sit down themselves, yet they let her sit first? Seeing that she was a bit cold, they took off their clothes to give to her. This pirate crew felt really strange. Kaya furrowed her brows, her confused gaze constantly drifting towards Wayne. Looking at Wayne, who wore a smile and seemed quite interested in watching the servants move things. Kaya surprisingly felt that he wasn't that frightening, even though he had just kicked Usopp. Feeling a slight weight on her shoulder, Kaya wrapped Wayne's coat a bit tighter around herself. After basking in the sun for several hours, everything was finally moved out. Aside from a few boxes of belly, the rest were all rather precious items. They had spent the entire afternoon moving these things. During this time, Wayne had even called Buggy and the others to help. There was simply too much stuff, and relying solely on them, they wouldn't finish before 5. But he had to extort everything, so it wouldn't do to leave anything behind. Now, everything was here. It really resembled a small mountain, even blocking the sunset shining down on Wayne. The temperature had dropped slightly, but Kaya didn't feel cold, because in front of her, a bonfire was emitting warmth, naturally dispelling the chill. This bonfire had just been lit by Wayne, even though he felt a bit hot. Kaya's increasingly pale face and the tighter wrapping of her coat made Wayne feel compelled to set up a fire for her. Chloe was now staring intently at Wayne. He held something resembling a property deed in his hand. This document was proof of ownership of the house. There was also a ship at sea to the north. And there were only these items. Good, well done, let me take a look. Wayne, who had been standing next to Kaya, spoke with satisfaction. Hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Chloe's eyes. The cat claw he had hidden beneath his cloak was already poised to strike. As soon as he had the thought, the sharp cat claw blade would instantly be drawn, and at the same time, deep blood marks would appear on Wayne and Kaya's necks. Suppressing his excitement, Chloe walked steadily towards Wayne. The firelight illuminated Kaya's face. She looked at the mountain of possessions, but felt no stir in her heart. Those were not what she wanted. The sea breeze rustled the only large tree in the yard, and a few scattered leaves gradually fell. Chloe handed the proof of ownership over to Wayne. Wayne casually picked it up and glanced at it. Just as Wayne was scanning the text in front of him, Chloe suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Kaya was the first to catch this scene, but before she could think, Chloe had already disappeared from her sight. Yet Wayne continued to look at the paper in front of him, seemingly oblivious. Buggy and the others noticed this scene and immediately panicked. "Boss, be careful." Hearing their shout, Kaya's heart suddenly skipped a beat for some reason. As she quickly looked up at Wayne, she saw Chloe appearing behind him, along with the long, sharp cat claw. The claw was aimed directly at Wayne's head, as if it intended to pierce through the back of his skull entirely. The falling leaves along the way were easily sliced through like thin paper, proving the sharpness of the claw. Kaya was startled, but the cat claw had already reached Wayne's nape. Chloe's face revealed a triumphant sneer. "Spoon," he spoke slowly, feeling confident of victory. Just at that critical moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out, cutting through the air and swiftly echoing in everyone's ears. The sense of crisis that had enveloped Wayne's head vanished instantly. Along with the disappearance of a threat, a spray of blood blossomed. Blood dripped onto the grass, and a figure fell to the ground right after. At this moment, Chloe was clutching his right eye tightly with his right hand. Blood was continuously flowing out from his right eye, and he felt excruciating pain. The crimson blood streamed down his face, and his still functioning left eye was now filled with terror. Just moments ago, as his cat claw was about to pierce Wayne, A fierce glint flashed in Wayne's eyes. He swiftly drew his gun, loading it with one hand, and decisively fired a shot from his right shoulder toward the back. The bullet whizzed out. Although Chloe reacted quickly, immediately abandoning the attack and dodging to the side, he was still grazed by the bullet as it flew past his eye, leaving his right eye covered in blood. While it wouldn't cause him to go blind, it still bled profusely. This was the result of Wayne showing mercy. If he had wanted to kill him, with his advanced marksmanship and observation Haki, there would have been nowhere for Chloe to hide. Wayne didn't kill him, but he wouldn't go easy on him just because he might be summoned onto the ship. He had been displeased with that guy's gaze for a long time. Chapter 51. Change your clothes, will you? Chloe's golden-rimmed glasses fell to the ground, and his heart was filled with shock. He stared in fear at Wayne's back. Even the cat claw in his hand that had cut through his scalp was forgotten. In that moment, he clearly understood that if he took just half a step forward, the bullet would definitely have blown his head off first. The cat claw wouldn't even have a chance to touch that guy. How could he remain calm after such a result? Wasn't this guy just an East Blue pirate with a bounty of 12 million? How could he have reacted to my sneak attack? Not only did he react, but he also launched a sharp counterattack against me. Just a step away, and I would have ended up with a shattered head. Who exactly is he? What is his true strength? How could there be such a person in the small East Blue? Chloe could confidently say that no one in the East Blue could easily deal with him. Yet this guy in front of him had done just that. The very person he had just looked down upon, the one he had been thinking of torturing, had almost taken his life. What was at stake was just that ordinary flintlock pistol. At that moment, a storm surged in Chloe's heart, and a hint of panic appeared in his eyes as he looked at Wayne. With just that one shot, he clearly sensed the gap in strength, a chasm that was impossible to cross. If this guy wanted to, he could end his life right then and there. In the face of death, even Chloe couldn't maintain his elegance. Kaya, seeing Chloe fall to the ground in an instant, was also filled with astonishment. Just how did this pirate manage to move so fast? That claw was so close to him, yet he merely fired one shot to resolve the crisis. What kind of speed was required to achieve that? Kaya had initially thought Wayne was just a small pirate living off robbery, but the strength he displayed shattered that assumption. This raised a deep sense of doubt in Kaya. If he was that strong, why rely on robbery to survive? There was absolutely no need for it. With his strength, he could easily obtain a large reward no matter what he did. Why become a pirate? Kaya, wrapped in Wayne's coat, looked at him with confusion in her eyes. The Gi-San brothers over there also breathed a sigh of relief, although they knew that in this little East Blue, no one could harm their boss. Chloe's explosive speed still surprised them. The other two didn't worry too much, as they had no emotional ties. But Monka, at that moment, was unusually wide-eyed. He stared intently at the fallen Chloe, his face filled with fear. The claw brought back his buried memories. The owner of that claw had once crushed his chin and arm. But wasn't that guy already dead? He had personally sent him to his end. How could this person be him? Monka was now certain that this person was Chloe, because both the iconic claw and the signature ability made him very sure. Back then, their entire crew perished at that spoon sound. In an instant, they were wiped out, with only him surviving. Could it be that he merely faked his death back then? Was this guy the real Chloe? If that were the case, Monka's fearful gaze slowly shifted toward Wayne, and the fear began to gradually fade. Initially, Monka didn't know much about Wayne's strength, only that he could defeat him in one move. But now, he was able to kill that devil with ease. It was still that old flintlock pistol, looking like it could fire at any moment. But no one could stand against it. What kind of terrifying marksmanship was this? At that moment, Monka's thoughts began to change, all because of Wayne's displayed strength. With a captain of such strength, following him seemed to be somewhat of a climb. At the very least, it was definitely better than being a small base commander in the Navy. Monka was genuinely starting to consider joining the white-clad pirates. Wayne swung the gun in his hand twice to cool it down, then tucked it back into his waist. He turned around, slightly lowered his head, and glanced at the fallen Chloe. Wayne spoke calmly, suggesting that this level of strength should rest for a while. After saying that, he ignored Chloe, leaving him lying there questioning his life. He placed a hand on Kaya's shoulder. But this time, wrapped in Wayne's coat, she no longer trembled. "Would you swap this coat?" Wayne casually asked, looking very nonchalant. Monka and the others found it quite ordinary, as they had heard this line countless times. But to others, it was a different story. Usopp, lying on the ground, immediately changed his expression. Ignoring his bodily pain, he shouted, "What do you want? Kaya, don't agree to him." It clearly sounded like he wanted to take her away to be his ship's woman, and there was no other interpretation. Wayne shot Usopp a surprised glance, momentarily unsure why he was reacting so strongly. But he quickly noticed the underlying issue. This was something that had to be addressed. Although he might have been a bit inappropriate in what he said. Up until now, they hadn't truly kidnapped Kaya. They hadn't bound her or taken any other action. It was almost time to get off work. It was time to make a statement. If he successfully exchanged her, it would merely be a fair trade. And after binding her, they could use Kaya to exchange for close possessions. The kidnapping and extortion would then be complete. But if she refused to agree, that wouldn't work. Just as Wayne was preparing to slightly alter his wording, Kaya's voice rang out, "I'll swap." However, it also sounded somewhat somber. Her face was filled with determination. Looking at the fallen Klo and the nearby Usopp, Kaya worried that Wayne would harm them. If she didn't agree, they might face a bad situation. This was also the reason she agreed. Although she didn't understand why their housekeeper was so powerful, Klo's years of accumulated trust made Kaya not suspect him. At that moment, she was willing to sacrifice herself to save them. But in Kaya's heart, it seemed that her feelings were not entirely that straightforward, as Wayne's words carried a clear ambiguity. This was also why her hands were constantly entangled together. Deep down, she was far from as calm as she appeared. After she spoke, Wayne was visibly taken aback. Did she really agree? But that moment of shock quickly turned into joy. Who cares? Just bag her first. After all, she had already agreed. Chapter 52. Off work after Kaya spoke, Usopp's expression turned to one of utmost sorrow and anger. Klo was also somewhat surprised. Kaya kept her head down, her nervousness evident. They all thought Wayne was looking for her to be his wife. But at that moment, look, a sack. They watched as Wayne grabbed a sack from Monka, without hesitation, and unceremoniously tossed Kaya into it. Without a shred of preparation, Kaya found herself inside Wayne's sack. Hoisted over his shoulder, Wayne, carrying Kaya, walked toward a pile of possessions. Klo and Usopp's eyes widened. Wasn't this guy looking for a woman? Did they all use sacks to bring women back to the ship? Although they were confused, Usopp struggled to get up, prepared to stop Wayne. He absolutely wouldn't let Kaya be taken away like this. Klo watched Wayne approach the possessions he had coveted for so many years, his face filled with a look of struggle. What should he do? Should he just watch them take everything away? But aside from that, what other options did he have? That guy's strength was something he couldn't contend with. It was already fortunate that he hadn't been killed. If he dared to act out again, Klo couldn't guarantee that Wayne wouldn't send him on his way. But to just let him watch as everything he had been lurking for years to obtain was easily taken away by the other party. He simply couldn't sit back and do nothing. After all, those were the rewards he had toiled for all these years. The look of struggle in Klo's eyes intensified, but his quick-witted mind constantly stopped him from acting. Buggy and the others had long been waiting to move the goods, but how much they could take depended on Wayne's orders. There was no way they could take everything. Kaya, hoisted over Wayne's shoulder, had already turned bright red. The reason was naturally the position in which she was being carried, her abdomen pressed against his shoulder, her head resting behind Wayne. Carrying someone, of course, the hands would inevitably touch that position. In order to avoid her chest pressing against Wayne's back, Koya was constantly exerting herself to support. But she didn't have that much strength. She couldn't hold on for even a few seconds, and now she was tightly pressed against him. Although she felt very ashamed, Wayne had no feeling at all. It was purely her own problem, because that sack was quite thick, and Koya wasn't particularly well endowed. At this moment, Usopp, whose steps were unsteady and hands trembling, stood in front of Wayne, his eyes fixed on him. Even though he was very afraid of Wayne, he still stood his ground. Just now, with that kick from Wayne, if he had used a bit more force, Usopp would have been finished. In the original story, he could withstand the blows of a 4-ton hammer, but what was 4 tons in the eyes of a strong person in the pirate world? Wayne could casually unleash attacks of hundreds of tons. If he added kicking techniques, a single kick could reach 2,000 tons. The fear of being smashed to pieces by a kick was not an exaggeration. Usopp naturally understood the disparity between them. As long as Wayne made another move, he would most likely die. But Koya was his only friend, and he absolutely couldn't stand by and do nothing. Leave Koya behind. Usopp's body trembled continuously, and he was already struggling to speak clearly. Yet he still dared to stand here, holding up his tiny slingshot, looking like a joke. Wayne didn't laugh. Although he didn't like this guy, he was at least acting like a man. However, he ignored him and continued to step forward. Usopp, suppressing his fear, threw another stone at Wayne. Wayne's gaze shifted slightly. He tilted his head. The stone flew past his ear. When he reached Usopp, Wayne simply stared at him quietly. Usopp looked up at Wayne, who was 2 heads taller than him, and his fear had reached its peak. Ju. Bang! Wayne lifted his foot and kicked him away. He didn't use too much force. It was just enough to ensure Usopp couldn't stand up for a short time. He didn't want anyone to stop him from finishing work. He had naturally considered that guy, Kuro, but with his intelligence, he shouldn't do anything foolish. His only goal was money. He wouldn't stop Wayne from finishing work. Under Usopp's desperate gaze, Wayne brought Koya in front of the goods. Kuro's struggle reached its peak. Wayne first placed the bound Koya on the ground, then began to inspect the large bags in front of him. Suddenly, the NGL. The loud alarm clock rang from the arms of Wayne and the others. Each person had a decent watch on their wrist. Now, those watches began to ring incessantly. This sound made Koya, who was in the sack, feel a jolt in her heart, and Usopp was startled by the sudden noise, letting out a loud scream. Don't hurt Koya! Usopp tightly shut his eyes and shouted loudly. Kuro also suddenly jumped up and lunged toward a nearby tree, because at the moment the sound rang out, he saw Wayne reach for the gun at his waist and look at him. Given Wayne's earlier speed in drawing the gun, he couldn't be calm. He quickly hid behind the big tree, but the gunshot didn't come. Kuro naturally thought this was Wayne's trick, but after waiting for more than 10 seconds, he still didn't hear a gunshot. He bravely poked his head out, only to see the group gradually disappearing into the distance. Cold sweat continued to drip from his forehead, and Kuro was stunned. His hands couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his eyes widened. Because everything was left intact, Koya, who was packed in the sack, had not been taken away and was still quietly waiting. They left. Several question marks slowly appeared in Kuro's mind. He was known as Kuro the Schemer because he was clever. But at this moment, looking at the gradually departing figures, even he couldn't figure out what was going on. Clearly, everything had been settled. Everything was right there. But why did they just leave? Just took one box and left? Kuro couldn't understand. His eyes, without his glasses, were filled with confusion. After a moment, he was left with just one sentence he wanted to say. What are these pirates doing? Doubt, confusion, and bewilderment filled Kuro's heart. He truly couldn't understand. Usopp was also stunned. He had thought they were going to harm Koya, but the current outcome left him bewildered. Why did they just leave? They only took one box of money? What the hell is going on? Koya, who was rescued by Kuro, still had a blush on her face, but she stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with undeniable surprise. Because just now, being the closest, she had heard Wayne and the others' conversation. It seemed like they were off work. With a blank expression, Koya slowly spoke. This statement instantly plunged the entire scene into silence. And Kuro and Usopp both fell into contemplation. They're off work. Yeah, off work. Just off work? Nothing wrong with that. It seemed like there was nothing wrong. It was normal to leave after finishing work. No problem, I asked. They're off work. Off work? Tomorrow, an extra chapter. Chapter 53, The Rules of Reward. Wayne and the others only took a large box of berries. As for why they only took one box, it's because I have been at work for a day. What's wrong with taking something? Not taking more was also because Wayne felt that Koya, this little sister, cooperated well and was very obedient. That's why he didn't take all those boxes of berries. He had just opened it and checked. This box had at least over 10 million berries. Koya's family was indeed wealthy. With so much cash, it's no wonder that Kuro chose their family. Perhaps in the entire small village of the East Sea, Koya's family was the richest, truly the best choice. The group that got the money was quite cheerful. This amount wasn't small in the East Sea. The surrounding area was steep mountains. The scenery of the island was decent, but the road conditions were quite average. Wayne and the others jumped down the cliff. Below was sandy ground, so falling down wouldn't be a big deal. Back on the ship, Wayne first had Gigi steer the ship away from the coast until the people on the island couldn't see them anymore. The purpose of doing this was naturally to make Kuro think they had already left. If they didn't leave and stay by the shore, Kuro, uncertain of their intentions, would definitely choose to leave first. He would hide for a while and come back after Wayne and the others had left. Conversely, if they left, he wouldn't take any action. At least he wouldn't escape. Wayne guessed that this guy was likely going to act directly. After experiencing this today, he would most likely try to take Koya by force, just like in the original story. But this wasn't what Wayne needed to worry about. At this moment, looking at the settlement screen in front of him, his mood improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the work task. Clocking out successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 13 points of body strength. 23 clock-in points. Ding! Because the host clocked out on time. An additional reward of 7 points of body strength. Ding! Because the host strictly followed the laws of Xia country during work, all the above rewards are doubled. Number of workers, 6. The body strength was about the same as last time, even a bit less, but the clock-in points increased significantly. This also gave Wayne a better understanding of the system's reward rules. Both body strength and clock-in points are distributed based on the danger level encountered while working, but the body strength rewards are not greatly affected by the number of workers. Although there was one more worker, the body strength remained the same as last time. The check-in points have significantly increased, 5 more than last time, and if the rewards double again, that would be 10 points. With more people, the acquisition of check-in points becomes easier. It won't be long before I can upgrade my knife skills. Although the check-in points don't enhance my strength as directly as physical training, it's still not bad, and the priority for recruiting new members remains unchanged. I'll decide on the next steps once the system's review results for Crow come out. Regardless of whether he can join or not, Wayne still has to continue working here for a day, since the results will only be out in the evening. Even if I set off immediately, I won't make it to the next island in time. I'll continue my shift and maximize the benefits first. Host, Wayne, gender, male, physical strength, 970, abilities, advanced marksmanship, advanced kick techniques, intermediate observation, Haki, basic knife skills, check-in points. 1553, evaluation, strength is impressive. The check-in points have reached halfway, and after 2 or 3 more days of work, I can upgrade my knife skills. 3 days have passed since I last acquired knife skills, and the knife's damage has reached 660, only a few days away from the limit of 800. I need to upgrade it quickly to break through the knife skill limit. My physical strength is also steadily increasing, and my power has grown by several tons. I feel a bit unsteady while moving, but with previous experience, I adapt relatively quickly. With these thoughts, Wayne prepares to have an early dinner and rest. If tomorrow's work goes perfectly, he will be able to extract abilities again. So he must conserve his energy and avoid mistakes. Meanwhile, after Wayne and the others leave, there are also undercurrents in Kaya's villa. Crow has called in more people to move everything back, but they haven't been placed in their original positions. Instead, everything is piled up in an empty room. This is to facilitate taking everything away tomorrow. Indeed, Crow has decided to take action. Wayne's behavior today nearly foiled his long-planned scheme. The reason he managed to hold on is absurdly ridiculous. It was merely the end of the workday. Although not everything was taken away this time, there's no guarantee there won't be a next time. At this moment, Crow, like a frightened bird, can no longer remain hidden. If he doesn't quickly get his possessions, he won't be able to sleep soundly. The injured Usopp has been arranged to rest at Kaya's home, as he can't go back. Several hours have passed, and although Usopp's condition has slightly improved, he still struggles to get up. He is quite relieved that Wayne didn't do anything bad to Kaya. He has no good feelings towards Wayne now. Although Wayne didn't do anything directly, his malicious behavior is beyond doubt. To come close to Kaya under false pretenses to carry out a kidnapping is something Usopp greatly despises. The once extravagant merchant is now seen by Usopp for what he truly is. He is a pirate, and not just any pirate, but one who plunders and kills. Wayne, as the captain, is an extremely vile pirate leader. Creak. The door to the room was gently pushed open, and Kaya entered with some food. She slowly placed it on the table beside Usopp's bed. Her complexion was noticeably paler, likely due to sitting outside for too long today. Kaya put down the food and was about to turn to leave, but Usopp called out to her. Kaya, are you okay? Under the bright light, a strange glimmer flashed in Kaya's eyes. She didn't turn around, but softly replied that she was fine and walked straight out of the room. She was very tired. Anyone would feel exhausted after everything that happened today, especially since she had been kidnapped and is still a patient. Both mentally and physically, she felt exceptionally fatigued. However, due to Wayne's protective measures, both physical and psychological, she didn't experience any severe negative emotions after her ordeal. She just felt a bit tired because of her physical condition. Lying back on her bed, Kai couldn't help but recall everything that happened today. Strangely enough, she didn't feel disgust towards Wayne, the kidnapper. She only found it a bit hard to understand their strict work hours. What kind of kidnapper clocks out at a specific time and even leaves behind a small portion of the valuables? This was completely inconsistent with the ransom he demanded. Kaya found Wayne quite interesting. Chapter 54. The ecstatic mission. As for Crow, she harbored no suspicions. His explanation was that he had been training hard for many years to protect Kaya and her family at critical moments. And indeed, he acted when Kaya was kidnapped. There were no flaws in his story, and Kaya truly believed him. She didn't know much about strength. She only knew that her butler seemed very capable, so she had no reason to doubt him. In fact, she was somewhat moved. What kind of butler would go to such lengths for their employer? To say he was dedicated and did his utmost would not be an exaggeration. Kaya was too touched to harbor any doubts about him. Night had fallen, and on the other side of the villa, in a room piled high with the possessions moved today, the tall Crow sat on one of the boxes, surveying everything. Looking at the mountain of wealth, a glimmer sparkled in Crow's eyes. He picked up a nearby snail phone, hesitated for a moment, and then entered a familiar number to call. After a long wait, it was answered. "Who is it?" A somewhat sharp male voice came through. Under the darkness, a flicker of emotion crossed Crow's eyes. "It's been a long time, Zango." Zango, the hypnotist from the Black Cat pirate crew. "We're moving out tonight. I'll find you tomorrow." Crow's deep voice came through. Click. After that, he hung up the phone. Sitting alone in the dark room, Crow remained silent, unsure if he was reminiscing or thinking about tomorrow's killing plan. The next morning, the rising sun cast its light. It added some vitality to the lush forest below. Crack! A branch was crushed underfoot, making a crisp sound. Usopp, who had fully recovered, was walking in the forest, looking somewhat unwell, as if he had just suffered some grievance. The reason was simple. He had been kicked out. When Crow saw that he was healed, he ordered him to leave without a word. And he didn't even get to see Kaya. This naturally made Usopp a bit unhappy. The surroundings were exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of the breeze rustling through the trees. However, after walking for a short while, Usopp felt a sudden urge to urinate and impulsively decided to challenge himself to pee into the wind. After taking a detour, he finally arrived at the edge of a cliff. He loosened his pants and was about to relieve himself, but the sounds coming from below almost made him lose control. "In a bit, you guys just kill Kaya." The clear voice was unmistakable to Usopp, and he quickly managed to catch the few drops that threatened to spill. He didn't fall off the cliff. He recognized that it was Crow's voice, but was he really talking about killing Kaya? Crow is bad, but wouldn't go so far as to kill Kaya, right? What is going on? Usopp forced himself to calm down, suppressing his trembling lower half, and perked up his ears to listen carefully. "Aren't you supposed to inherit reasonably? Why are you going to kill her directly? Just kill her, then hypnotize everyone around. Although there might be loopholes, I can't worry about that anymore. All right, I'll go myself then." "No, let everyone from the pirate crew come together. I want to show my face. This time, it must succeed." Hearing this, Zango looked at Crow with a puzzled expression. Crow, who usually emphasized caution, found it strange that he had just said he couldn't worry about that anymore, and now a little girl wanted all of them to mobilize. This was simply odd upon odd. Had he changed after so many years? Or had something happened? Before Zango could ask, a small stone suddenly fell from above, directly landing in front of Crow. The two immediately changed their expressions, realizing something. "Do as I say," Crow said again and quickly rushed up the cliff. There was movement up there, whether it was people or animals. Crow's cautious nature compelled him to investigate. Meanwhile, above, a terrified Usopp was running wildly through the woods, not even having time to put on his pants. He truly hadn't expected that Crow was a pirate, and it seemed he was even a pirate captain. All these years lurking beside Kaya was just for her family's fortune. No wonder. His strength made everything make sense. He was actually the captain of a pirate crew, and now wanted his men to kill Kaya. What should I do? Usopp thought rapidly while running, but the increasingly close sounds made his heart leap to his throat. If he caught up to him, he would be dead for sure. Usopp had seen Crow's strength yesterday and knew he couldn't last even a second against him. Bang! Oh no! Suddenly, Usopp crashed into something hard and fell to the ground. Flustered, he looked up and saw a boy wearing a straw hat standing in front of him. He had just bumped into this person. Beside him were a green-haired and an orange-haired companion, but Usopp didn't have time to chat with them now. Run! Out of goodwill, Usopp shouted a warning and got back up to continue running. But whoosh! A strangely elongated arm suddenly caught up to him, grabbing his shoulder and pulling him back. Where are you running? Do you know where the richest family is? We want to borrow a ship from her. A clear and foolish voice echoed in Usopp's ear. But before he could reply, Crow had already come charging in. The sharp claws of a cat aimed straight for Usopp's head. At that moment, a flash of cold light passed through. Clang! Zoro raised his sword to block it, and the atmosphere on the scene began to shift subtly. At this time, it had quietly reached 8:59, and the Black Cat pirate crew, already on the move, had not noticed another pirate ship slowly approaching. On board, Wayne's expression shifted. He had certainly noticed the Black Cat pirate crew's ship. It seemed that Crow could no longer wait and had called all hands from his crew overnight. To be honest, if possible, Wayne also wanted to save Kaya. That little girl was quite likable. It all depended on what today's task was. No matter what it was, Wayne could easily make adjustments to rescue Kaya. Ding! Today's work task. Plan for forcibly taking a civilian woman. Forcefully take away a civilian woman. Make her the ship's mistress. Chapter 55, Luffy, we retreat. Don't worry about Zoro. Looking at the task in front of him, to be honest, Wayne felt a bit speechless. They had encountered this type of task before, but he had never seen one that involved just taking one person. Moreover, not only did they have to take her, but they also had to make her the ship's mistress. What is this? Although this was indeed very pirate-like, Wayne found it a bit hard to accept at the moment. The task was quite novel, but you couldn't say there was anything wrong with it. Serious pirates did this kind of thing. However, there were also benefits to this task. At least it was simple. As long as they found a woman and took her aboard the ship, his task would basically be complete. There was no need to run back and forth, which was quite good. But if that were the case, couldn't they just head directly to the next island after capturing her? That would save a whole day's travel time. As soon as this thought occurred, Wayne felt that this task was a bit too good to be true. As for the candidate, it seemed that there was no need to choose anymore. The key was that the review results for Crow from last night had also come out. Crow passed. The situation did not exceed Wayne's expectations. It was worth the delay he had caused for him. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to head over to Kaya's side. Since he was going anyway, he might as well just capture Kaya directly. With this thought, the ship slowly approached the shore. Wayne looked at the crew below and announced today's task. Today we are kidnapping a wife. As soon as Wayne said this, there was a moment of silence below, followed by, "What the hell? Boss? Dad? Real dad? Are you serious? Are we finally unlocking a wife?" The others didn't react much, but only Gil nearly knelt down in front of Wayne. His excited expression and trembling hands all expressed his desire for a wife. Even Wayne couldn't help but twitch his mouth, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Seeing Gil calling him dad, he felt it was time to find him a wife. They had been shouting about it for over 10 years. Cough, cough. I'll really find you one next time. Trust me. Today is work. Be serious. All right. No more talking. It's time to set off. After saying that, Wayne was the first to disembark, unable to withstand Gil's overly fervent gaze. Ever since that time he'd been hit just a centimeter away from his finger, Gil had been quite well behaved. Since Wayne hadn't found him one, he had remained single, working diligently and doing his job well. It was indeed time to find him one. Noted, no rush. Second brother, don't worry, a wife is coming soon. Indeed, the boss actually coughed twice first, indicating there was an opportunity. Maybe next time he would really arrange something for him. Hearing the words of his two brothers, Gil's previously dim eyes brightened again. Indeed, previously, the boss would always blur out that next time, but today was so unusual, there must be a chance. Aye. Who wants sand and back? Time to work. Ha ha ha. Today is a good day. Let's do it. Watching the somewhat crazy Gil, The others silently shook their heads. The kid was not far from going crazy. Kaya's villa. The autumn wind blew, and leaves fell to the ground, adding a different color to the earth. In front of the villa's door, Kaya, pulled out by Usopp, looked horrified at the fighting ahead. Luffy and Zoro were each fighting a group. After the encounter in the forest, Crow did not choose to tangle with Luffy. Seeing that the opponent was not too weak and couldn't kill him in one blow, he immediately left the scene. Crow's speed was simply not something the two could catch up to. After Usopp's explanation, Luffy and the others came to block the attacking pirates. Usopp wanted to drag Kaya away, but Kaya had already exhausted her stamina yesterday and found it hard to even move today, let alone run. Now that no one was there to take her away, she could only stand still. It was even a bit laborious to just stand. The sounds of cannons and gunfire around had long since merged into one. Under Zango's hypnosis, these low-level pirates were exceptionally tenacious, fighting recklessly. The Catman brothers were super fighters among the low-level pirates. Their speed was only slightly less than Crow's, and both of their weapons were the claws on their hands. Under their leadership, Luffy and Zoro were briefly held back. Seizing this opportunity, Zango rushed towards Kaya without hesitation. The hypnotic ring in his hand spun rapidly, heading straight for Kaya's neck. If this hit landed, it would all be over. Kaya's eyes were filled with fear, and in her panic, she fell to the ground. However, the ring seemed to be tracking her, still cutting towards her neck. Luffy and the others' expressions changed dramatically. This was his ship. If she died, they would lose their ship. In the forest, Usopp, having witnessed the strength of Luffy and the others, immediately proposed that they help Kaya through her crisis. If successful, he would have Kaya give them a ship. But now, if Kaya died, there would be no ship at all. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Nami pulled out a long stick from her mysterious space and struck the incoming ring. Although the danger was averted, the situation was still grim. While Luffy and the others were fighting here, there was no guarantee behind them. Luffy knew this couldn't continue. If that guy they encountered in the forest showed up again, it would all be over. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately decided to take Kaya away first. Zoro, block him, Luffy shouted and immediately leaped back, his rubber arm reaching out to grab Zango, who was trying to continue his attack. With a pole bang, Zango was sent flying by Luffy. Without hesitation, Luffy wrapped his arms around Kaya. Let's go first. Don't worry about Zoro, Luffy shouted, causing Zoro, who was under immense pressure, to freeze in shock. Hey buddy, you really didn't consider my feelings when you said that, did you? Zoro couldn't help but turn back to glare at Luffy. But when he looked, he was startled. At that moment, Luffy had turned into a pancake, a fist landing heavily on his head. The immense force made Luffy's head connect with the ground in a different way. The ground rippled instantly, with cracks appearing in a small area. Beside Luffy, a familiar figure stood tall. There was no need to say who it was. Kaya and Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. How'd he come here? And after coming, he even attacked the person who was helping them? Could it be that he was with those pirates? Otherwise, there would be no reason to attack this person helping them. If he was also here to kill her. Despair gradually filled Kaya's eyes. The power of Wayne could be seen from that punch. If he also wanted to kill her, she would absolutely have no chance of survival. In the face of death, Kaya was not panicked. But for some reason, seeing Wayne also come to kill her made her feel inexplicably sad. The coat she had draped over her shoulders seemed to have completely lost its warmth. Today's extra chapter was barely completed. Turning to look, it had increased by 0.4. I was stunned. I'll add more tomorrow. Please send some free gifts. Chapter 56. Pirate Helper? Luffy was heavily compressed to the ground and then quickly rebounded. Normally, if someone hit him like that, he would have launched an attack and a rebound. But now, he hesitated to distance himself from the newcomer, as that punch felt too familiar. Once his vision cleared, Luffy saw Wayne over there. His expression changed immediately, and his brain began to race. Uncle Wayne has appeared. Uncle Wayne is also on this island. The current time was a little past 9 in the morning, Thursday. Uncle Wayne's working hours. Luffy's small eyes quickly scanned the scene, searching for Wayne's work assignment for the day. They had been fighting here for a long time, and Wayne hadn't appeared. What had he done before Wayne hit him? Suddenly, Luffy directed his gaze towards Usopp, who was next to Kaya. Could it be? Wayne's target was him. Just now, he was about to escape with them. And then Wayne showed up. It must be this interesting long-nosed guy. He must be protected. After some thought, Luffy perfectly avoided the correct answer. At this moment, Wayne, whose expression was not looking good, helplessly rubbed his forehead. He really didn't expect to encounter Luffy again. How could he not shake him off? Just because I took your old route, you can keep up with me? Clearly, we are well equipped. Well, you have just a small broken ship. How can we still be chased? Moreover, being chased is one thing. Why do they keep thinking about doing bad things? If he hadn't arrived in time, who knows where Kaya would have been taken? It would be a hassle to search for her all over the mountains. Today is a work day on the ship. It's important to hurry up. Wayne glanced at the pale-faced Kaya, then turned to look at the pirate riffraff in front of him. At this moment, the pirates, seeing Wayne smash the most troublesome devil fruit user with one punch, creating significant cracks in the ground, all widened their eyes. Who is this guy? Why is he helping us? And he looks so strong. Wayne's action of punching Luffy immediately made the pirates feel positively towards him, believing he must be a strong ally sent by their captain. This brother, are you a helper sent by our captain? Zango asked with a smile. Although he felt that Crocodile was being overly cautious by not trusting them and sending another expert, he naturally wanted to express his stance since the person had arrived. As soon as he said this, Crocodile's eyes widened, feeling completely blank. A helper? Did I find such a helper because I was afraid of dying too slowly? Why does it feel like my subordinates are a bit slow-witted? Can't they see that that guy's strength is greater than mine? How could he be a helper? He is an opponent. But why has he appeared again? Crocodile looked at Wayne, who remained expressionless, and frowned. Yesterday was a robbery. They took a little and then left for work. Besides robbing, what else could attract this guy? Crocodile couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand what Wayne was here for. But Wayne's terrifying strength forced him to make plans early. No matter what he was here for, it couldn't be related to Kaya. He was a pirate. He must still be here to rob money. Although this behavior was puzzling, these people were not normal anyway. As long as they were not here to help Kaya, it would be fine. When they started fighting, he could take the opportunity to kill Kaya. Once Kaya was dead, everything would be over. After that, he just needed to hypnotize any witnesses except for that group. Thinking of this, Crocodile was also ready to strike at any moment. Hearing Zango's words, Kaya's face darkened. Wayne really was their helper. Usopp was also full of despair. They were here to kill Kaya. If he was their helper, then Kaya was doomed. Wayne's terrifying strength. Even the two helpers he brought would definitely not be able to stop it. He was too strong. Just when they felt that there was no hope left, Wayne, who had been silent, finally made a move. With a blank expression, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This further convinced Zango that he was indeed the helper sent by Crocodile, and Zango's smile became even brighter. But he would soon be disappointed. Wayne smiled faintly, turned his head, reached for his waist, drew his gun, chambered it, and fired. Bang! The bullet shot out. All the movements were fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. Everything came so suddenly. Zango completely failed to react, his smile still on his face, but his hat had quietly fallen. At the center of the hat, a bullet hole was strikingly clear. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at Wayne, who was holding the gun. They never expected he would suddenly launch an attack on Zango. Under everyone's gaze, the smile had vanished from Wayne's face as he spoke again. Now, get lost. His tone was very calm. Yet, such a simple sentence made Koya's eyes widen. He didn't come to help those pirates kill me. He came to protect me. Koya's pale face instantly regained some color, and her previously despairing heart finally saw a glimmer of hope. Her gaze towards Wayne was filled with excitement. Which girl could withstand such a rescue? Watching Wayne, who stood protectively in front of her, his expression cold as he told those who wanted to harm her to get lost, Koya felt rejuvenated. It was as if the illness had briefly left her. That cold outer garment now provided her warmth again, even stronger, yet still gentle. Zango in front of Wayne was now drenched in cold sweat. This guy's such speed, such accurate marksmanship. If that shot had been to the head, I would definitely be dead now. This is no helper. This is an executioner, experiencing Wayne's terror firsthand. He had already started to feel like retreating. He had issued his last ultimatum. If he dared to act recklessly again, this guy in front of him would definitely not show mercy. Zango thought this way, but not everyone thought the same. Those subordinates he had hypnotized were now charging at Wayne as if they were on steroids. The order they received was to take down that woman. Since this guy was not with them, he naturally had to be dealt with as well. Zoro dodged to the side, his gaze towards these people filled with some sympathy. Kill, who had come to Wayne's side, looked at the rushing pirates. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. It had been a long time since they had fought, and they were itching for action. Even Buggy was eager to try. Boss, what's the plan? Kill them all, but let's keep it a bit gentle. Got it. Chapter 57, Kuro Not Bad. As Wayne's words fell, the few of them excitedly charged forward. The fastest of the Cat brothers were moving so quickly that they were about to leave an afterimage, circling around to attack Kill, who was at the front. But Kill wore a cold smile. He grabbed the claws that were reaching for him, and, in front of the shocked gaze of the attacker, Kill snapped the bones of the hand with a crunch. Then, taking advantage of the opponent's daze, Kill wrapped his arms around his neck. Then crunch. The neck broke on the spot, and the head tilted at a strange angle. However, Kill kindly helped the fallen man straighten up and stuff the already twisted right hand under him. As for the one who circled around, he had already been crushed by the brothers Gigi from behind. His heart exploded. Although his death was brutal, his appearance in death was not terrifying. Instead, it was somewhat peaceful. Buggy and Monka also realized, so this is how it's done? Got it. With the strongest Cat brother down in an instant, the rest were naturally swept away. These were not good people, and Wayne had no intention of showing mercy. He intended to kill them all, as it would save a lot of trouble in the long run. Watching the massacre unfold, everyone was stunned. Luffy was fine, knowing the strength of the three brothers. But Zoro and Nami were a bit shocked. Those three, weren't they just Wayne's little followers? How could they be so strong? Zoro had just been evenly matched with the Cat brothers over there. Now seeing Kill come in and instantly take one down, he was naturally surprised to the point of being speechless. Did this mean that he couldn't hold out for long against that lewd giant? Was it really that absurd? This pirate crew was not just strong because of Wayne. Everyone else was not to be underestimated either. Kuro looked at his rapidly falling subordinates and finally couldn't sit still. If he didn't act now, there would be no chance left. While his attention was diverted, he had to act now, slowly putting on his cat claw gloves. His expression exceptionally serious. He quickly moved his feet against the ground and instantly disappeared from his spot. At that moment, Koya was looking at the fighting scene with a heavy expression, but since there was no blood and it wasn't too terrifying, she didn't have much psychological fluctuation. After all, these were pirates who came to kill her. Even if they died now, she certainly wouldn't think Wayne was in the wrong. Yet, she still found it hard to watch. Just as she was about to turn her head away, she unexpectedly caught a glimpse of Wayne reaching for his waist. There was only his plain sword there. Koya frowned in confusion, unsure of what Wayne intended to do. Clang! Suddenly, a sound of metal clashing rang out. Koya's eyes widened instantly, staring intently ahead. Her expression filled with fear. There, the sharp and elongated cat claw was just a hair's breadth away from her eyes. What stopped that cat claw was unexpectedly a plain sword. But the sword hadn't been drawn. It was merely the sheath that blocked the cat claw. Kuro's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Wayne, who was effortlessly holding the plain sword to block his attack. He naturally knew Wayne had that strength, but he was surprised why Wayne would protect Koya. They had only met yesterday, and he had even come to kidnap Koya. What reason could he have? Kuro couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't comprehend. Just now, he had gambled everything he had worked for over the years, betting that Wayne didn't care about Koya. But now, he resignedly retracted the cat claw. He knew he wouldn't have any chances left. Wayne's strength was far beyond his own. Useless struggles would only make him look more like a defeated dog. Watching Kuro slowly put away the cat claw and tuck it inside his coat, a hint of appreciation flashed in Wayne's eyes. This kid is perceptive, not bad. After putting away the plain sword, Wayne also gave Kuro two choices. Two choices. Join me, or die. Wayne's tone remained calm, but at that moment, no one dared to doubt the truth of his words. The corpses scattered on the ground were the best proof. Originally filled with despair and waiting for death to arrive, Kuro suddenly raised his head sharply at Wayne's words. He fixed his gaze on Wayne, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. After a moment, I'll join. Once he confirmed Wayne wasn't joking, Kuro unhesitatingly chose to join. Not for any other reason, but simply because Wayne was strong and he wanted to live. Upon hearing this, Wayne finally revealed a long-lost smile. Talking to intelligent people was easy. No wonder everyone liked smart people. This kid is good, very good. Although he was vicious, he knew how to act with discretion and was obedient. As long as he had enough strength, people like Kuro would generally be loyal. Wayne then looked at the only remaining Zango, his gaze unfriendly. Hypnotize yourself and forget this memory. Before Wayne could speak, Kuro spoke first. Hearing this, Zango, who was still immersed in the fact that Kuro had joined Wayne's pirate crew, suddenly came to his senses. He immediately took out a ring and began to hypnotize himself. I say 1, 2, Zango, forget the memory just now. 1, 2, Zango. Huh? Where's this? Captain, why are you here? Looking at Zango, who had completely lost his memory, Wayne didn't say anything further. This was considered a clever move by Kuro to save his friend. Wayne didn't want the Navy to know about his strength. At this moment, Buggy and the others who had gone to clear the population returned, and upon hearing that Wayne had recruited someone again, they were somewhat prepared for it. Wayne had also told them that he needed to recruit 15 crew members. Among them, only Monka looked a bit upset but didn't say much. He was thinking of telling Wayne about his experience later. That Kuro couldn't even recognize him now. After telling Wayne, no matter how Monka decided, he wouldn't say anything. It was normal for him to think this way. After all, they would be teammates in the future, and if there were still barriers between them, it would definitely not be conducive to development. Luffy and the others were puzzled by the abruptly ended battle. Wasn't this guy supposed to be pretty strong? Why did he surrender without even fighting Wayne? Even more shocking to Luffy was that Wayne had recruited someone again. Koya, who was also startled, was now panting heavily. The gleaming cat knife had been too close to her eyes, and it was entirely normal for her to be scared. Although she didn't understand why Wayne wanted Kuro as a crew member, she was still very grateful to Wayne. If it weren't for him, she would probably have been dead by now. Usopp's opinion of Wayne also changed. He initially found Wayne very annoying, just a pirate who burned, killed, and plundered. But now, seeing him protect Koya time, and again, naturally made Usopp develop a good impression of him. Koya managed to calm her frightened heart a bit, and then looked at Wayne sincerely to express her gratitude. However, before she could finish her thanks, everything before her went dark. The dark surroundings and the sudden feeling of being lifted made her mind go blank. She felt everything happening was so familiar, as if it had just happened yesterday. Was she being kidnapped again? But hadn't she just been saved by him? How could he kidnap her again? Koya's eyes widened, completely unable to understand what was happening. Wayne's strange actions left her completely bewildered. Chapter 58. Where is everyone? I'm asking where is everyone? Meanwhile outside, watching Wayne, who had just been fine, suddenly pull out a sack to put Koya in and carry her away, everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion. What was going on? How could he put Koya in a sack? This wasn't right. While they were still in shock, Wayne was already carrying Koya down the mountain, followed closely by his little brothers, with Kuro wisely following suit. Watching the group gradually walk away, Usopp and the others were completely dumbfounded. No, Koya was kidnapped again? Usopp rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he shouted, Koya was kidnapped by that guy again. He never expected that just when he thought Wayne was a good person who helped protect Koya, he would turn around and kidnap her again. Good person? Screw you. He tricked me again, and I lost my pants too. Wayne's incredible maneuver completely broke Usopp's defenses. Just as he was about to rush up to fight Wayne, Luffy grabbed him. What are you doing? I want to save Koya. I want to kill that guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy actually let go. But after Luffy released him, Usopp didn't rush after Wayne again. Instead, he stared at Luffy in shock, as if asking why he let go. Usopp knew Wayne's strength. He dared to say that, but if he really went, he would have some second thoughts. The corpses on the ground were the best warning. Help me save Koya. Otherwise, she won't be able to give you the ship. Usopp immediately started pleading with Luffy and the others for help, but Luffy remained indifferent. He didn't want to send anyone to their death. Besides, it wasn't necessary to save her. Wayne would release her. Luffy began to explain Wayne's way of doing things to Usopp, and the more Usopp listened, the more confused he became. What? Pirates work 9 to 5? And the ones they capture will be released after work? No. This isn't right. Is there really such a ridiculous pirate? Despite Usopp's disbelief, This was the only way to rescue Koya. The few of them didn't hesitate anymore and immediately chased after them, leaving only some servants in the villa. Koya, who had been thrown over Wayne's shoulder, was now being carried on his back. Wayne was genuinely worried she might get tired. This absolute key protected individual must not have any issues. As for whether directly kidnapping her would be illegal, it wouldn't. Yesterday, he exchanged his coat for Koya, so Koya was considered his. Although he later exchanged for other assets, they didn't take everything, which meant it was a failed exchange. Koya's ownership still belonged to him. All the way, Koya didn't speak, and Wayne could sense that she had fallen asleep. He didn't wake her up, let her sleep for a while, as he would have to force her to be the ship's mistress later. Kuro, Wayne, who was walking steadily, suddenly spoke. "What's wrong? Do you recognize this big guy?" Wayne gestured to Monka. Kuro, frowning, looked at Monka, his brain racing. At first glance, he indeed didn't recognize Monka. Monka was also stunned, staring blankly at Wayne. How did he know? There was disbelief in Monka's eyes. He had never mentioned this to anyone on the ship. Why would he know? After pondering for a moment, Kuro concluded that he didn't know. Monka had changed too much. Kuro really couldn't recognize him. Wayne had no intention of making things difficult for him and directly clarified everything. This guy is the Navy who killed fake Kuro. You crush his chin and arm. But Monka, you have benefited from his fortune. You definitely haven't suffered a loss. Kuro apologized, and the matter ended there. Wayne's slightly cold voice recounted their story. Kuro suddenly understood. Monka's appearance was indeed very similar to the injuries he had inflicted on that Navy back in the day. Without much hesitation, he clearly knew that his apology was necessary, because this guy was now Wayne's crew member, and so was he. I was too heavy-handed back then. I'm sorry. Looking at Kuro, who was apologizing, Monka felt a flicker of emotion in his eyes at the sight of his former nightmare. Wayne not only knew everything about him, but also made Kuro apologize directly. Such a captain, he really had nothing to say. Let's go. Wiping his hands, Monka also shook Kuro's outstretched hand. From now on, we are all on the same side. Just small injuries. It's nothing. Ha ha ha. Small injuries? If they were on me, they would be small injuries. Shattered. Chin attack. Kuro was feeling sentimental, and this was ruining the atmosphere, right? What? Where is the sentimentality? How come I didn't notice? Shut up. We're all big men. What sentimentality is there? When we go back, let's have some fun. Let us have a welcome ceremony today. Let us have some drinks. What? He has two. Why should he? He didn't bring any capital to join. He brought his brain. Kuro looked at the cheerful atmosphere and inexplicably felt a sense of relief. The pressure Wayne had brought him was completely swept away. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Originally, joining this pirate crew was just a matter of survival, but now it seems to be not so bad after all. Soon, everyone arrived on the ship, and Wayne gently placed Kaya inside the cabin, then asked Kiji to set sail. The sea breeze blew, and the sails were raised. The ship began to sail towards the horizon. On the shore, watching the pirate ship gradually sail away, Luffy and his companions were all stunned. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. After more than 10 minutes, the pirate ship completely disappeared from view, and Usopp, who had been dumbfounded for over 10 minutes, finally spoke up. Is this what you call letting people go? Where are they? Chapter 59, Be My Wife. Or die looking at the golden coast illuminated by the sun and listening to the sound of waves crashing against the shore. It wasn't just Usopp. No one here was not confused. Even Luffy, who knew Wayne the best, widened his eyes in surprise. He never expected that Wayne would take Kaido away so smoothly. Usually, Wayne only acted on the island, right? Luffy hurriedly glanced at his watch. That's right. He even wore a watch for Wayne. But it was only a little past 10 o'clock. How could they have left so soon? Today, ISNT Sunday. Uncle Wayne and the others couldn't possibly be off work. Why did they take her away? This had never happened before. Luffy racked his brain, but couldn't understand. While Usopp beside him was on the verge of collapsing. Kaya had been taken away just like that. He might never see her again. And that was a devastating blow for him. His eyes were filled with confusion and despair as he stared in the direction Wayne and the others had left for a long time, unable to recover. Could it be that his job today was to take people onto the ship? Nami suggested after some thought. A glimmer of realization flashed in Luffy's eyes. and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. Yes, Uncle Wayne must be working. His job must be to take people away. But after his shift, he would just throw them away. He doesn't take in strangers on his ship. After Luffy finished speaking, Usopp, still in a confused state, immediately panicked. What does throw them away mean? Doesn't that mean tossing them into the sea? Usopp had completely lost faith in Wayne's character. He was just an outright pirate. No, we have to save Kaya. Usopp shouted anxiously. What are we waiting for? Let's chase after them. However, Luffy and the others displayed a bit of embarrassment. We don't have a ship. Their small boat had already sunk on the way here, permanently submerged at the bottom of the sea. They had even swum a distance to get here. Wait, there's a ship. Kaya's family has a ship. We can use it to save Kaya. Those servants definitely object. Usopp exclaimed, running out while shouting, time is tight. I'll take you to the ship. If they took it slow, Kaya might have to stay in the sea a little longer. Hurry up, we have to be faster. Usopp was filled with anxiety. Naturally, Luffy and the others were overjoyed. They had come to find a ship, and now it seemed they had one. They quickly returned, and upon hearing that Kaya had been taken and might be thrown into the sea at any moment, the servants didn't stop them. Not only did they let them take a ship, but they even provided a box of berries as a reward for helping to save Kaya. We must save Miss Kaya. The servants looked at the departing Mary with worried expressions. The people on the ship nodded seriously. They had taken someone else's ship and received money from them. So they felt guilty not helping. Saving Kaya was a must. Only one person on the ship had a flicker of excitement in her eyes, and that was Nami. Looking at the box of money, at least 15 million berries in that box, Nami struggled slightly in her heart before making up her mind. She was so close to her goal of 100 million. Time quietly passed. The scene shifted to Wayne's pirate ship. The wooden deck shone brightly under the noon sun, and the sea breeze blew the huge sails, making the clothes of everyone on deck flutter. A group of people stood neatly on the deck, including Wayne. But he wasn't standing. He was just sitting aside, waiting. The noon sunlight made everyone sweat, and in front of them was Wayne's captain's cabin. Inside, Kai was resting, breathing evenly. Wayne took a sip of the red tea in his hand, his gaze fixed on the sea view. But he occasionally glanced towards the door of the captain's cabin. They were still on duty. With Kaya sleeping, they needed to do things related to work. They were currently monitoring the captured civilian girl to prevent her from escaping. They stood there for a good 3 to 4 hours, yet Kaya still hadn't woken up. If it weren't for Wayne's observation, Haki, sensing the steady breathing inside, he would have doubted that Kaya had already been gone for a while. Among the neatly standing figures, Kuro's brows were tightly furrowed. The strange behavior of the crew had him a bit puzzled. He had initially thought there would be a welcome ceremony after boarding, but instead, they collectively stood in punishment, standing for several hours without saying a word. Kuro was truly dumbfounded, but he didn't ask too many questions. He just followed along. There must be a reason for doing this, and as long as he obeyed, he couldn't go wrong. After another hour, the door finally opened. With a creak, as the wooden door swung open, a drowsy figure appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the scene outside the door, her sleepiness instantly vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. What is going on? Why is everyone looking at me? It seemed as if they were waiting for her, and they couldn't have possibly waited until now for her to wake up. Could they? Kaya's pale face quickly turned red under the gaze of so many people, feeling embarrassed with so many people waiting for her. She had guessed that Wayne must have brought her onto the ship when she woke up. This didn't make her feel panic or fear. Instead, it excited her. Having lived in that small room of about 20 square meters for so long, she had long yearned for the outside world. This was also the reason she loved to listen to Usopp's stories. All of this was based on her belief that Wayne wouldn't harm her. For some reason, even though they had only met twice, Kaya felt that Wayne was a trustworthy person. However, what Wayne had done both times was not for her sake. So it was indeed quite strange for her to have such thoughts. At this moment, she looked at the neatly lined-up crew, her gaze shifting while also noticing Wayne sitting nearby, feeling the sea breeze. Wayne noticed her too. He withdrew his gaze from the distance, raised his hand to check the time, and walked towards her. Climbing up the wooden steps, he reached the door of the cabin. The already dimming sunset shone on him, giving him a slight reddish hue. As Kaya looked at Wayne approaching, she couldn't help but intertwine her hands, lowering her head. We got closer. Wayne gently spoke. How was your rest? Are you feeling better? Listening to Wayne's gentle words, the feeling in Kaya's heart intensified. Her intertwined hands tightened, and she felt extremely nervous. Much better, Kaya's voice, barely audible, responded, trembling slightly. At this moment, her heart was already in a mess. Why is he so concerned about me? He didn't bring me here because he likes me, did he? Kuya raised her head slightly, wanting to catch a glimpse of Wayne's expression. However, as she lifted her head, she found herself staring directly down the cold, dark barrel of a gun. Wayne's calm voice came again. Be my wife or die. Chapter 60. Again back to work. Looking at the icy gun barrel and hearing Wayne's merciless words, any lingering fantasies Kuya had instantly vanished, leaving her frozen in place. The little thoughts in her heart dissipated immediately. Although what Wayne said wasn't much different from what she had imagined, the method he chose was rather bizarre. Kuya was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process it. After her brain took a moment to catch up, she finally sorted out her thoughts. Wayne was using force. He had even pulled out a handgun to threaten her with death. If she didn't comply, he would shoot her dead. Kuya looked at Wayne's face in disbelief. She never expected him to be this kind of person. To obtain a woman, he would resort to such means. She couldn't understand it. She really couldn't. But suddenly, Kuya was stunned, because her mind, which had just been jolted by Wayne, rebooted, and she realized something was off. If this person truly wanted to forcibly possess her, his eyes would surely be filled with desire. Yet Wayne, in both demeanor and tone, was acting as casually as a villager greeting another, asking if they had eaten. Such an ordinary tone couldn't possibly indicate genuine intent to force her. Could it? Was there another purpose behind this? Kuya's trembling gaze gradually calmed as she quickly thought about Wayne's intentions. But no matter how she pondered, she couldn't decipher the thoughts of the person in front of her. Wayne's actions were too whimsical, leaving no clues to follow. Below, Kluo's eyes also sparkled with unusual light. He was also guessing what Wayne was trying to do, but even he couldn't figure anything out. All current signs indicated that Wayne had brought Kuya back to forcibly possess her, even threatening her life in the process. This was simply the behavior of a fledgling pirate, and Kluo looked down on such actions. Now it was up to Kuya to decide. Although Kluo wanted to kill Kuya for her money, after spending so many years together, he had some feelings for her now that he had let go of all his obsessions. Of course, it was just concern. Kuya's mind was still racing. But Wayne was growing impatient. Speak quickly. Will you do it or not? Can you do it or not? Hearing Wayne's urging words, Kuya's face quickly turned pale. She really couldn't see through this person in front of her. Not all. She had no idea what Wayne wanted. But sensing his growing urgency, she became somewhat flustered. Although she didn't dislike Wayne and even had a bit of a good impression of him, how could she casually become someone else's wife? At that moment, Kuya was only 18 years old. Being suddenly thrust into the role of a wife was something she obviously couldn't accept. But Wayne's increasingly impatient gaze made her struggle even more. Last time, will you do it or not? With Wayne's ultimatum given, Kuya's struggles reached their peak. Her heart was in chaos, and she felt completely at a loss. She had no idea what to do. But as the atmosphere grew tenser and more oppressive, Kuya ultimately couldn't take it anymore. I will do it, she shouted, as if trying to release all the pressure inside her. However, the moment she said that, her face instantly turned bright red. This was indeed a bit too much for her. But the moment she agreed, a smile appeared on Wayne's face. He put away his gun. The crew below also breathed a sigh of relief. Only Kluo frowned. Wayne looked at the gasping Kuya and gently patted her shoulder. Then you're my wife now. Hearing this, Kuya was slightly taken aback. She slowly raised her head, looking at the smile reappearing on Wayne's face and his gentle expression, and she let out a heavy sigh of relief. If Wayne had pounced on her like a vicious dog right after she agreed, she would have been doomed. But now, his demeanor indicated that he had only been trying to scare her. Wayne was still that gentle, sunny man. If it was like this, although the process was a bit too fast, it seemed not unacceptable. Kuya hadn't thought much more when the familiar sound of an alarm clock rang out, the harsh noise echoing throughout the ship. Kuya was momentarily stunned. She suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, just as this thought arose, Wayne grinned. Good. Now you are no longer my wife. Work's over. We're having a feast. Oh, this sun is scorching. I'm getting black as a pig. Finally off work. I'll go prepare some food. Black pig, come help me carry the wine. Aha, bring out my Italian cannon too. Les set off a couple of fireworks later. The crew, who had been standing neatly in a row, instantly dispersed. The tense expressions from before vanished in an instant. They all rushed to prepare for the evening's welcome ceremony. Kuya looked at Wayne, who had a relaxed expression, and at the crew members shouting that work was over. And she was once again stunned. This was already the third time. This ship was a bit too bizarre. She really couldn't handle it. Upon hearing the alarm clock, she had thought of something, but the outcome was exactly as she had expected. Wayne was just at work. Kuya stared at Wayne, her expression somewhat dazed. Kluo was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that everything was just part of work. Watching the team disperse and Wayne, who was in a good mood after work, he felt that his worldview was slightly shaken. What was going on? This kind of thing was also considered work? That guy wasn't a lowly pirate who would forcibly take what he wanted. He was just at work? Kluo was somewhat stunned, really a bit stunned. How could such things be considered work? With his eyes wide open, he stared hard at Wayne above. Wayne, at this moment, looked at Kuya. She was the hero of the day. If she hadn't relented, he certainly couldn't have used any excessive means. She was truly fragile and could shatter with just a touch. If she didn't agree, today's perfect work would fail, so calling her the hero was not an exaggeration at all. But although Wayne had a good impression of her, the identity still needed to be clarified. After all, they were pirates. Chapter 61, Bewildered Wayne. You did well today. I can let you sleep in my room for 2 nights. Don't misunderstand, you'll sleep by yourself. When we reach the next island, I'll find someone to send you back. The space on the ship was not large. If Kuya didn't sleep here, she would have to squeeze with Keel and the others. But that was clearly not ideal. Wayne also realized that the ship seemed a bit small. It was time to change ships. But after all, this ship had accompanied him for 10 years. So he was a bit reluctant to let it go. Wayne's words made Kuya clearly feel the distance between them. Hearing that, Wayne wanted to send her back. Kuya felt a bit unwilling. She also wanted to see the outside world. But if Wayne was unwilling to help her realize this dream, she would have to obediently go back. Yes, who would be willing to carry a sickly person around? There was nothing to do, only weakly walking back and forth on the ship every day. Kuya nodded as if accepting her fate and didn't say anything more. Not long after, the banquet began. Night fell quietly, but the ship was brightly lit. A group of people sat on the deck, eating and drinking heartily while boasting loudly. Wayne didn't like noisy environments, so he just got some food and sat alone to enjoy it. Coincidentally, Kuya was the same. Wayne took 2 of his long sleeves for her to wear and added a coat before letting her go outside. It was still quite cold outside at night. The 2 set up a small table on the side. The others over there were happily explaining the ship's rules to the newcomer Kuro, with Buggy being the most animated. Occasionally, he would make a comment about those rules. Kuro listened seriously, and the more he listened, the tighter his frown became. His expression only made Buggy and the others feel it was very reasonable. There was nothing wrong. They felt the same way when they first heard it. How could there be so many rules on a pirate ship? Kuya was also listening intently. She found Wayne's rules for the ship quite interesting. They were pirates, yet they had to be friendly and smile at civilians and advocate for the principle of exchange. This made Kuya listen with great interest. After resting for a while, Kuya felt less gloomy. It was good enough to be out once. Why should she trap herself in negative emotions? Cherishing these rare 2 days was the right thing to do. While sipping juice, Kuya secretly glanced at Wayne, who was in a daze, wondering what he was thinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the work task. Clocking out successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 12 points of physical strength. Clocking out at 11 p.m. Ding! Due to the host clocking out on time, an additional reward of 6 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly followed the laws of the Summer Kingdom during work, all the above rewards are doubled. Number of workers, 6. At this moment, Wayne was checking his salary for today. Today's task was of average difficulty, and the physical strength awarded was slightly less than yesterday. But the clocking point remained the same, which was still quite good. The most critical thing now was that his perfect work count had reached 3 times, allowing him to proceed to the next round of the lottery. Without hesitation, he chose to draw. Ding! Starting to draw abilities. It was still the physical ability, will, and soon the will stopped. However, What he drew surprised Wayne. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability. Advanced Armament Haki. Yes, it was Armament Haki. Wayne didn't expect to draw the ability he needed most twice. This was simply a pleasant surprise. Now he had the ability to counter natural-type devil fruits. He had been worried about running into a natural type in this small East Blue, but now he didn't have to worry anymore. However, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could walk boldly in the East Blue. His choice for the next destination showed that. Wayne didn't choose to go to Sanji's floating restaurant. Although the combat power there wouldn't pose much of a threat to him, the problem was he couldn't guarantee that Hawkeye wouldn't be there. If he encountered Hawkeye there, everything would be over. His current strength could only be described as just entering the lower ranks of a Navy Rear Admiral, and he had no chance at all against Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye might disdain dealing with such a small pirate, he was afraid that the system would issue a task to take down Hawkeye. Such things should definitely be avoided. So his next destination was Nami's village, Kokoyashi village. He didn't want to gamble on whether he would meet Hawkeye. If he did, he was done for. And if not, the rewards would be similar to going to Kokoyashi village. Did he have any reason to gamble? Absolutely not. Thinking of this, Wayne also summoned his attribute panel. Host, Wayne. Gender, male wife, Kia. Physical strength, 1006. Abilities, advanced gunmanship, advanced one-leg kicking technique, level of observation Haki, level of sword training, level of armament Haki, clocking point, 2013. Evaluation, strong strength. His physical strength had already exceeded 1,000, indicating that he had reached the weakest level of a Navy Rear Admiral. Rear Admirals do have some strength. Even the evaluation given by the system changed from not bad strength to strong strength, which was quite a significant improvement. The clocking points had also reached 201. After another 2 days of clocking in, he could upgrade his sword training. The speed of improvement was not slow either. Wayne didn't plan to upgrade armament Haki first. He didn't need it much at this stage. As long as he had a bit, he could catch the physical entity of a natural type. If he really encountered an opponent with overwhelming strength, the power demonstrated by sword training might not be inferior to that of armament Haki. This was his trump card, and he prioritized its cultivation. According to the current trend, the acquisition of clocking points would only get faster. It wouldn't be long before his sword training was maxed out. At that time, he would focus on upgrading armament Haki. Not bad. Very good. His strength was steadily improving. The strength he currently possessed was earned step by step, with blood and sweat. Deep Blue at points. Wayne, amused by himself, was about to close the character panel with a thought. But suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of something he had never seen before. He focused on it. Wayne was first taken aback. Then he widened his eyes in shock. What is going on? What is this situation? Can someone explain me what wife Kia means? When did Kia become my wife? When did I get a wife? The author with the added chapter gradually put on a painful mask. Chapter 62. Tina Wayne's mind was completely blank now. Who would have thought that the system would add a wife to his character attribute panel? To be honest, it was quite shocking. Wayne sorted out his thoughts. The current situation was somewhat complicated. The system had inexplicably given him a critical hit and a defense break, along with a silence effect, dealing maximum damage. Although he didn't know what was going on, the system had acknowledged Kia's identity as his wife. But Wayne could not take Kia sailing with him. Putting aside everything else, her body simply couldn't handle it. This wasn't helping her. It was asking for her death. If he wanted to change this, he would need to find a doctor for Kia, get her treated, pay money, and so on. In short, he had to take care of her health. But was he sick? He wasn't sick. Why did he have to take Kia with him? Wayne fiddled for a long time, but couldn't figure out what this wife slot meant. He couldn't delete it either. People can get married and divorce. But this system was somewhat inhumane. But just because he couldn't delete it, didn't mean he had to be bound to Kia. He truly had no interest in bringing along a pure burden he had only met twice. Wayne stated that he didn't want to deal with someone who would control him. Bringing someone who contributed nothing onto the ship was disrespectful to all the crew members. Even if you could count as a worker just to fill in, that would be fine. Wayne would be willing to support someone who did nothing. The others wouldn't have any objections. After all, they were working together, doing similar things. But obviously, Kia was not suitable. The plan remained unchanged. After reaching the destination the day after tomorrow, he would find a reliable person to send Kia back. The people in Kokoyashi village were quite nice, so it should be too hard to find someone. As for wife, Koya, let it hang here after all. It doesn't affect him, and only he can see it. Having made up his mind, Wayne no longer paid attention. Glancing at Koya, who was bowing her head to eat, Wayne couldn't help but purse his lips in annoyance. Not long after, accompanied by the sound of Bucky's Bucky Bomb exploding in the air, a huge roar followed. Wayne didn't pay much attention at first, but when he turned around, he saw Koya's lips turning pale from the shock, so he immediately canceled the launch of the second cannon. Everyone reluctantly withdrew. Soon, the welcome ceremony came to an end. Koya returned to Wayne's room to rest, while Wayne squeezed in with his brothers. After Wayne and the others left, the villagers in the village learned that Koya had been captured by pirates, and they could only complain about the unfairness of heaven. As for Koya's villa, with diligent servants like Mary to help manage it, there wouldn't be any problems. Zango, who had forgotten the memory of that time, saw that Kuro had already been taken away and was forced to join the other pirate crew, so he no longer insisted. The pirate crew had already dispersed. There were no more black cats in the world. Feeling a bit melancholic, Zango thought that being a pirate was a bit boring. After so many years as a pirate, he hadn't achieved anything substantial. Finally, he decided to do something meaningful and set out to sea alone. As for what constitutes a meaningful task, that would depend on his own judgment. The scene shifted. At this moment in the Navy headquarters, in the conference room, a huge round table stood in the center of the room, fully occupied. Sengoku was up top, continuously talking about something, holding a document in his hand. As time passed, the document finally turned to the last page, and the meeting was coming to an end. However, upon reaching the last page, even though Sengoku had seen it before, he couldn't help but frown. There was still one issue regarding the Navy branches. I heard that the Navy in the East Sea has been involved in a lot of shady dealings, and after investigation, it turned out to be true. Oppressing civilians, collecting taxes privately, and even colluding with pirates in some extreme cases. Do you have any good suggestions regarding this matter? Sengoku's words concealed an undeniable anger. This was simply tarnishing the Navy's reputation. He was almost driven to fury when he first heard the news. The Navy colluding with pirates? Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Sengoku was furious. And beside him, Carp suddenly chimed in. The Navy in the East Sea has done more good deeds than the pirates. This statement made black lines appear on Sengoku's forehead immediately. If you don't want to attend the meeting, just leave. Don't disrupt me, Sengoku said, suppressing his anger in a low voice. Hey, you won't believe it. Look, that 9-to-5 kid just took care of a bunch of pirates. He saved a village. Carp slapped a stack of photos onto the table. In the photos were the deceased members of the Black Cat Pirates, precisely those taken out by Kuro and his crew. These pirates were eliminated by them. Carp's proud demeanor also attracted everyone's attention. Some of the Cat brothers in the pictures were recognized by a few commanders. They had bounties. But what did it mean that the pirates were dealt with? And it was by the 9-to-5 pirates? What did that even mean? Tina, sitting not far from Carp, stood up and picked up the stack of photos, observing them closely. She concluded that there was a vast disparity in strength between the two sides. This was a massacre. The Cat brothers' strength could be considered decent in the East Sea, right? Those who could massacre them must be extraordinary. Hey, you don't understand, do you? The 9-to-5 pirates just work their shifts. I'm telling you. Carp began. Sengoku's loud shout interrupted Carp's musings. At this moment, Sengoku's expression was rather grim. If he let Carp continue, he could really go on for 2 hours, and Sengoku didn't know why he was so concerned about that kid. But he couldn't allow him to continue. Although Carp hadn't finished his sentence, the idea of pirates working their shift still piqued everyone's interest. Tina looked thoughtfully at the photos on the table. Now let's discuss how to resolve this matter. This isn't a pirate commendation conference. If you interrupt again, get out. Sengoku shouted. Sengoku, I think this task can completely be handed over to me. I'll go to the East Sea and eliminate all those corrupt Navy officers. Carp immediately responded after Sengoku finished speaking. Although he claimed he was going to deal with the Navy, who didn't know what he was truly thinking. It was still all about that kid. Sengoku didn't reply, only tightening his fist even more. Marshal, I think I would be more suitable for this task. A lewd voice made Sengoku's documents turn to dust in his hands. Although this wasn't entirely for that kid, it was close enough. Sengoku felt exhausted. Why was there not a single normal person in the Navy? Although this situation was quite severe, since it was in the EC, none of the big shots in the room spoke much. Marshal, I believe punishment is necessary. This kind of rat droppings must be forcefully cleaned up. Give a warning to other Navy officers who might want to imitate. At this moment, Tina stood up and spoke eloquently, and Sengoku nodded repeatedly at her words. There are still normal people in the Navy. Marshal, just give me this task. I guarantee to eradicate all corruption in the EC. Chapter 63. Robbery. Time always passes quietly while sailing on the sea. Luffy and the others did not catch up with Wayne because they were too far away and didn't know where Wayne had gone. Under Nami's guidance, they headed towards the nearest sea restaurant, Baratai. A day later, they arrived safely. And indeed, they encountered the Krieg pirates and the pursuing Mihawk. Wayne's caution was not misplaced. If he had come here for a day's work, he would definitely be dead. Nami suggested guarding the ship, and after everyone nodded, they disembarked without much suspicion, as they had come to feel that Nami was quite trustworthy. Then it's up to you, Nami. Let's eat. Luffy dashed into the restaurant. Zoro and the others followed closely behind. After they had a hearty meal, they discovered that they had no money when it was time to settle the bill. The group went out to ask Nami for money, but at this moment, looking at the empty sea, the three fell into contemplation. Hey Zoro, our ship was right here, wasn't it? That's right. So where did it go? It didn't just get blown away by the sea breeze, did it? Nami is so foolish. Who are you calling foolish? I'm not saying it. Hey, do you guys even have any money? Without any beauties and money, you can't leave. The Mary, which had just been docked here, had already sailed several kilometers away. Nami took the money and sailed away with the ship. How could she possibly leave behind her village and the simple, kind villagers? This money was too important to her. She had to do this. I am sorry, Luffy. Nami piloted the Mary alone, her eyes filled with a hint of regret as she headed towards her hometown against the vast blue sea. Another day later, a pirate ship slowly appeared off the coast of Cocoa West Village before Nami. Dressed in a white shirt and looking relaxed, Wayne stood at the bow of the ship. The sea breeze lifted his clothing, and the morning sunlight made his eyes look exceptionally bright. Looking at the huge island before him, Wayne felt a bit melancholic. This place should be the largest island he had arrived at since crossing over. This island had more than 20 villages. Cocoa West Village was just one of them. Looking around, it was all lush green. One must admit, the environment in the pirate world is indeed quite nice. Everywhere was green. Looking at the time, it was 8:58. It was almost time to go to work. Behind Wayne, on the wooden deck, Buck and the others had already lined up neatly. But today's lineup was a bit different, because there were more people. Not Chloe, but Kaya. That's right, Kaya was also in the work lineup. Just yesterday, the system had issued them a task to rob a merchant ship, and after some searching, they found the target. Next was just the normal procedure. Kyle went up alone to take care of all the guards, and then started having them move things. The others were just watching the whole time, Kaya included. This continued until 5 o'clock when Wayne discovered something wrong while checking the rewards. Because the number of people working that day was 8. But there were only 7 crew members on his ship, and if it was 8, then Kaya must have been counted too. Wayne was greatly shocked. He never expected that his wife would also be counted as working. What is this? Helping out? His wife helping her husband? The key point was that she actually received a salary. The increase in his clock-in points was the strongest proof of this. Wayne was truly caught off guard by the system this time, but it also made him realize something about the system. If he wanted to recruit Kaya as a crew member normally, the system's review would definitely not pass. This meant she couldn't be allowed to work for him. But now, Kaya wasn't his employee, yet she was still getting paid. At this point, Kaya went from being a burden in Wayne's eyes to a potential employee, someone he could definitely keep. However, just yesterday's discovery was not enough for Wayne to be certain. So today he planned to have Kaya work a day to test it out. If today's number of workers was also 8, then Kaya would really be accepted. He would have to take on the responsibility of finding her a doctor for treatment. It was reasonable for the boss to help the employee maintain their health. It was all to ensure the employee could work well. It was expected. It was necessary. As for Kaya, Wayne simply told her to join for a day. But Kaya immediately lined up with the crew, mimicking them. Her thought was simple. What if? What if Wayne thought she was doing well and decided to keep her? Kaya didn't want to go back. She really liked the atmosphere of Wayne's pirate crew. But since it was her first time, she looked a bit awkward, standing in a military posture. Wayne found it a bit hard to look at. After rubbing his eyes, the system's task was finally issued. Ding. Today's work task: rob civilians. Steal as much money as possible. Wayne's expression changed slightly as he looked at today's task. Today's task seemed a bit different. Robbing civilians wasn't a problem. They had done that thousands of times. The issue lay in the latter part of the system's statement: steal as much money as possible. This kind of task felt a bit like a contracting job. The more you do, the more you can take. To be honest, this was the first time Wayne encountered such a contracting type of task. The system's reward evaluation standard wouldn't change. The more dangerous the task execution process, the more rewards obtained. This task added one more criterion on top of the reward mechanism. The more money stolen, the more rewards would be gained. In that case, Wayne had to think carefully. Previously, he was just a day laborer, casually slacking off, and the day would just pass. But now that stealing more could yield more rewards, he naturally needed to plan. The task also stated to rob civilians. So the richest person on the island, Arlong, could be excluded first. But the civilians on the island were all just scraping by due to Arlong's plundering. So how could they have any money to steal? However, the island truly wasn't completely without money. Nami's savings were probably nearing 100 million by now, at least over 90 million. Such a large sum of money was not insignificant in the pirate world. It could buy a devil fruit. Her money seemed to be hidden in her own orange grove. And once dug up, her salary for today would definitely not be small. The strategy was set. It was time to start working. Today, we rob money. Steal as much as we can. Ooh. As the ship docked, Wayne and the others all disembarked. But they didn't land at Kokoyasi village. Instead, they arrived at another village. Wayne had never been here, so he didn't know where Kokoyasi village was, but that didn't matter. He could just ask for directions. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, a sheep-headed sailboat was also slowly docking. On the boat, Nami wore a smile of relief as she was about to be freed. Chapter 64. He has to calculate separately. The scorching sun poured down, adding some brilliance to the lush trees and flowers below. Kaya, unable to hold on, spoke up, "Don't push yourself." Wayne led the group through the densely wooded forest, and the hot weather made everyone sweat. Walking in the middle of the line, Kaya, who was walking alongside Chloe, was also panting heavily. Wayne naturally noticed she was reaching her limit. Although she said she was fine when he asked, Wayne still helplessly carried her on his back. This island was too big. There was no way she could keep going to the end. If she tried to walk the whole way herself, her life might be at risk. Once they reached Kokoyasi village, he would put her down, but carrying her made it hard for him to do anything. As for what to do, that was naturally to boost his favorability. He had to pretend to be a good citizen in front of the villagers and do some good deeds while looking for the village. The others on the island were not robbing anyone. Currently, the strategy was just twofold. One was to clean out Nami's little treasury, and the other was Arlong. Wayne thought carefully. Just robbing Nami seemed a bit insufficient, and besides, strictly speaking, Nami was also a member of Arlong's pirate crew. She was a pirate, not a civilian. Since all the money on the island was in the hands of pirates, he wouldn't hold back. He would just clean them out completely. It was just right that he wanted to see Arlong to start the system review, so he had to go to Arlong. At that time, all the money they stole would be given to the civilians, and then he would scoop it back from them. Perfect. This was called maximizing benefits. First, find Kokoyasi village. Dig out Nami's money, and she probably hadn't returned yet. After digging it out, they would go find Arlong and hit him hard. Kaya, who was being carried on Wayne's back, felt a bit awkward, but she truly couldn't hold on anymore, even after walking less than a kilometer. The group arrived at a village that looked somewhat dilapidated. The houses were sparse, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Wayne frowned slightly. This wouldn't be an uninhabited village, would it? Before he could think more, a commotion was heard not far ahead. Village chief, are we still going? If we go, we'll die. Arlong has already discovered Kenjutsu's hidden weapons. He is on his way to execute him now. If you don't want to live, you can go try. Kenjutsu was the village guard of Kokoyasi village, the big guy wearing a windmill hat. Upon hearing the voices, Wayne rushed over and saw a group of villagers gathered in an open space. They were all holding tools like hoes, seemingly preparing for a battle. From their conversation, Wayne gathered some information. These people seemed to be planning to rebel alongside Kokoyasi village. But since Kokoyasi village had been discovered by Arlong for hiding weapons, they were about to face severe punishment. They had naturally given up on the idea of rebellion. Wayne remembered that there indeed was a part like this in the original story. He had to hurry if Arlong killed everyone. It would be a bit troublesome to find the villagers. Koko village is the closest village to Arlong's base. Just as the villagers were feeling down and starting to pity the people of Koko village, a calm voice rang out. "Hello, could you please tell me how to get to Koko village?" At the same time, things were somewhat urgent in Koko village. "You old fool, you dare to hide weapons. It's simply unforgivable. Hang him up, beat him to death." In the village square, Arlong, with his serrated nose and shark-like mouth, casually threw the injured Kenji down to the ground, his face showing a hint of anger. Octopus Chopper stepped forward and grabbed the barely conscious Kenji, tying him up with a rope and hanging him from a tree. Surrounding them were villagers watching, but not a single person dared to step forward. They all looked on in fear at this scene. A girl with blue short hair and many tattoos, Nojiko, looked on with anxious eyes. The uncle had always taken care of her and Nami, almost like a father figure. At this moment, she was so anxious that tears were welling up in her eyes. She understood very well who Arlong and his crew were. Pleading was useless unless you had enough leverage, otherwise, he wouldn't even look at you. In that moment, Nojiko was in intense turmoil. The only money was what Nami had saved, but that was meant to save everyone, everything Nami had worked hard for. Just as Nojiko was struggling with what to do, a light figure suddenly dashed out from the side, leaping in front of the tree. With a swift motion, she slashed the rope hanging the uncle. As the rope broke, the uncle fell heavily to the ground. "Nami!" Nojiko exclaimed in surprise. All her struggles and pain vanished, replaced by a smile. Nami was a member of the Arlong Pirates. She would definitely be able to save the uncle. At Nami's signal, the village doctor quickly rushed over with a medical kit to check Kenji's injuries. Arlong looked at Nami, who dared to act so boldly in front of him, his brows furrowing. Although he had high hopes for Nami's abilities, that didn't mean she could openly defy him, the captain, in front of outsiders. "Nami, do you know what you're doing? You think just because I value you, you can do whatever you want?" Arlong asked darkly, his tone becoming dangerous. Hearing this, Nojiko and the uncle both felt their hearts drop, and the uncle felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If he caused Nami to be in trouble, then he would truly be the sinner. But Nami was completely unfazed. She didn't continue to play along with Arlong. Instead, she directly took out a briefcase and walked towards him. As she got closer, Nami smiled slightly and opened the case with a click. "Here is 100 million berries. I am buying back the entire Koko village from you, and from now on, I am no longer a member of the Arlong Pirates." Inside the case were stacks of slightly bloodstained berries. The bloodstains indicated how hard it was to acquire this money. Upon hearing Nami's words, everyone around was stunned. 100 million? Nami really earned 100 million berries, and she wants to use it to redeem us from Arlong. Although they had known about this matter for a long time, when Nami actually did it, they were still shocked. Looking at the blood-stained berries, tears welled up in their eyes. How much suffering had this child endured to achieve this in such a short time? In an instant, a feeling of heartache filled everyone's hearts. The villagers' eyes became moist, and they looked at Nami with sorrow. Nojiko covered her mouth slightly, and the uncle and the village doctor also felt a deep sadness. In the end, their village was truly saved by Nami. She had suffered so much. But at that moment, Arlong, regaining his composure, revealed a smile. "Oh, is that so? 100 million berries can only buy back these people. But the one who angered me is not worth that much. He will cost extra." Chapter 65. Gone. All gone. Arlong was also surprised. He hadn't expected Nami to come back this time with enough money. He had thought she was still about 10 million short. And this sudden news left Arlong without a chance to call people to seize Nami's money. But that didn't mean he had no way. The old man in front of him was a good solution. Hearing Arlong's words, Nami's heart sank, and her smile slowly faded. She had a bad premonition. However, the money she had brought back actually had a surplus of 2 million berries. That should be enough to save the uncle, right? Gaining some confidence, Nami looked up at Arlong and asked, "How much does he want?" Arlong smiled faintly, 100 million. The moment those words were spoken, the light in Nami's eyes instantly vanished, her expression turning ugly as a wave of despair washed over her. Anger surged on the faces of those around her. This was not a transaction. It was merely a one-sided manipulation. He would never let them go. Filled with righteous indignation, everyone was mentally prepared to confront Arlong. Nami had done so much for them. They absolutely could not allow anyone to bully her again. As long as Nami gave the order, they would not let her fall into the enemy's hands, even if it cost them their lives. The old man slowly stood up, but he didn't say much. Just looked at Nami with tenderness in his eyes. Then, in an instant, he pulled out the hidden gun from his waist, aiming at his own head. But just at that critical moment, a long stick flew in, knocking the gun out of his hand. The uncle looked in shock at Nami, who was still in a shooting stance, but moments later, tears began to uncontrollably stream down his face. He understood what this meant. "I will exchange him," Nami said softly, her voice devoid of any emotion. In that moment, time seemed to stop. Everyone in the audience could almost hear Nami's heart shattering. The sound was so clear, so complete. Amidst the laughter of Arlong and the others, her broken heart lost all warmth. Arlong left. He took his men and the money with him. Only Nami's colorless figure remained, sitting blankly on the ground. The scorching sun beat down on her, but she still felt no warmth. "Nami!" Nojiko knelt beside her, gently hugging her, embracing the hopeless Nami. Nojiko's heart ached to the extreme, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Over the years, she had witnessed everything, experiencing the dangers and hardships Nami faced, but in the end, just 2 sentences and everything was lost. Nojiko's heart was filled with extreme hatred towards Arlong, just like the surrounding villagers. "Let's fight him. Damn beast. We won't let him get away with this. Today, no matter what, we will die fighting him." The villagers rose in revolt, ready to risk their lives against Arlong. They were prepared to die without a second thought. But Nami would never let them die in vain. "You all go back. I don't need your help. But there's no but. I can earn another 100 million soon. This time, I have experience, and I will be able to do it quickly. Soon." Nami couldn't help but shed tears of grievance as she spoke. She had spent so many years struggling in the East Sea, but after all her efforts, she was left with such an ending. Everything was gone. Her tears fell silently, and the entire place fell silent as well, the oppressive atmosphere filling the air around them. And no one dared to speak. Their hero needed a moment of quiet. Nami leaned against Nojiko's shoulder, crying silently, despair nearly suffocating her. "Hey, is this Coco Village? Does anyone know Nami? I'm just asking for directions." Just then, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out from the outskirts of the crowd. The voice didn't sound malicious, but it was completely out of place in this atmosphere. However, it made Nami, who was surrounded by the crowd, instantly stop her tears. She widened her eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. As the crowd parted, Vane saw Nami's dazed expression. Observing the villagers' indignant looks and the tear stains on their faces, Vane quickly understood what was happening. He couldn't help but marvel at Nami's speed. She had managed to arrive before them. It seemed that she had lost all her money again, right? All the hard-earned savings over the years had gone down the drain. Otherwise, Nami wouldn't be crying so miserably. This was actually good. He wouldn't have to dig around Nami's house anymore. He could just go directly to Arlong. "What do you want from me?" Nami's suppressed voice came through. "Oh, I'm not looking for you now. I'm looking for the Arlong pirates. Do you know which direction they might be in?" Vane said as he raised his head to look around. Since Nami hadn't been in this state for long, Arlong shouldn't have gone far. Unfortunately, he couldn't find them. "Just go. He's not someone you can handle." As she said this, Nami's face turned pale. She naturally thought Vane was looking for trouble with Arlong. After all, what else could happen between pirates? But in her heart, Arlong was synonymous with invincibility. In her view, even Vane couldn't possibly be a match for Arlong. Going would only increase the casualties. "We're not looking to fight them," Vane replied. But this time, Nami's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. "Not here to fight, then what else could it be?" They actually wanted to join the Arlong pirates. Between pirates, aside from fighting, it seemed like the only option left was joining. After all, they were 2 completely unfamiliar pirate crews. But this made Nami find it very hard to believe. How could Vane and the others want to join Arlong? Were they also as brutal as Arlong at their core? Did they want to join him to experience the joy of oppressing the people? Did they come to find her just to ask her for an introduction? The disdain in Nami's eyes was unmistakable as she casually pointed Vayne in a direction and ignored him. Vayne didn't mind. He nodded and led his group in the direction where Arlong and the others had gone. After Vayne left, Nami looked at the tattoo on her shoulder, a flash of hatred crossing her eyes. Moments later, she stood up and chased after Vayne. She didn't want to stay with the Arlong pirates for another second. She was going to quit the Arlong pirates. Chapter 66. Step aside, Nami. Where are you going? Seeing Nami get up and leave, a furious Nojiko also stood up to ask. The others looked at Nami's back with worried expressions. But Nami didn't answer Nojiko. She just kept walking with her head down, clearly filled with resentment. This made them worry even more. Nami wasn't going to confront Arlong, was she? No, they couldn't let her do something foolish like that. And those guys who didn't look like good people, were they Nami's friends? But Nami's reaction didn't seem like it. However, the leading man did give off a friendly, warm vibe. Why were they going to find Arlong? Could it be related to Nami? After pondering for a moment, Nojiko furrowed her brows and stood up to chase after Nami. Seeing this, the other villagers also wanted to follow. If Nami was going to fight, they couldn't be absent. But Uncle Windmill stopped them. Stay home. Don't you know Arlong's strength? Don't go making things worse for Nami. His words gradually extinguished the villagers' initial fervor. Their eyes dimmed. Yes, with Arlong's strength. Wouldn't they just be causing trouble? They wouldn't even be able to touch him. But letting them do nothing like this left them with an extremely strong sense of guilt they couldn't shake off, and they fell into a struggle. I'll go see. If you need help, I'll come back to get you. You all be ready. After saying that, the uncle turned and chased after them. Only the villagers, tightly gripping their farming tools, remained behind, their eyes filled with reluctance. But for now, this was all they could do. Ahead, Vayne and the others weren't walking quickly. They weren't in a hurry, and Kaya couldn't walk too fast either. If they strolled leisurely, Kaya could still manage for a long time, so Vayne didn't carry her anymore. After about 10 minutes of walking, they could already see the building in the distance that was shattered by Luffy's rubber axe in the original story. Do we have any plans? At this moment, Chloe frowned and pushed up his glasses with his palm, looking somewhat worried. After all, the opponent was a guy with a bounty of 20 million berries, and he was even a fisherman. Shouldn't they plan a bit more carefully? But all along, Vayne had just been asking for directions, and now that they were almost at the enemy's lair, he still hadn't said a word. The opponent's strength was not weak at all. Wasn't there a plan? Just charge in? Upon hearing this, Vayne seemed to suddenly remember something. He almost forgot to arrange it. This made Chloe's tightly knit brows relax a bit. As long as there was a plan, it was fine. Later, you guys will be responsible for bringing out the money and distributing it to the civilians. Chloe, you just watch over Kaya. Vayne said casually. Gillo, who had expected Vayne to say something about battle arrangements, stood there in shock. Vayne's arrangement was something he couldn't have imagined even if he racked his brains. Responsible for bringing out the money, distributing it to the civilians? And I just need to look after Kaya? No. How do we deal with the people over there? They're a strong fisherman pirate crew. This isn't a joke. Why does it feel so casual? Are you sure? Chloe asked incredulously. But his expression left Vayne a bit puzzled. Didn't this guy know his own strength? Why was he worried about not being able to defeat Arlong? What was going on? Just protect Kaya, that's all. Vayne said with some confusion, reiterating that Kaya needed someone to look after her. Otherwise, she could easily die for no reason. After receiving Vayne's assurance again, Chloe's heart stirred slightly. Why was he so confident? Had he already arranged tactics with those guys? Why did I know nothing about it? Chloe remained confused. But since Vayne had said so, he didn't dwell on it anymore. As for Vayne's strength, Chloe thought, I've only seen him shoot a gun once. I really don't know much. At that moment, 3 figures caught up with him. It was Nami and the others. Vayne and his group weren't walking fast, so the 3 quickly overtook them. Nami didn't look at Vayne even once, but Nojiko and Jinzo stared at Vayne with strange looks for a while, their eyes carrying a hint of anger. This left Wayne completely confused. What was going on? Was he also being robbed? What kind of look was that? Before he could think much more, the 3 had already walked away. Wayne also felt a wave of bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the mansion ahead, the Arlong pirates, who were celebrating their unexpected gain of 100 million berries, finally noticed that Wayne and his group were approaching. By a pool connected to the sea, Arlong was lounging on a deck chair, laughing wildly and talking to the fishermen around him, who were feasting. The gatekeeper, Xiao Ba, quickly ran over to report the situation outside. What? The white-clad pirates? What kind of trash pirate group dares to step into my territory? They're asking for death. We'll kill them all when they come. Arlong, holding a bottle of beer, wore a face full of disdain for humans. If human pirates dared to come to his territory, he would just kill them, plain and simple. All right, big brother. Just watch. Let me practice my skills too. It's been a while since I've fought. I'm going to pick a target. Don't you all steal my fun. A few of Arlong's officers, having had a bit to drink, appeared overly excited, clearly not wanting to miss out on the action. But at that moment, the main gate was kicked open. Instantly, the entire mansion fell into a brief silence. Nami, having kicked open the door, walked step by step toward Arlong. Her face showed no expression, but her anger was almost palpable. Oh, I thought someone important had arrived. Isn't this our navigator? Here to draw some maps? Arlong, lounging in his chair, spoke sarcastically. Nami ignored him. Standing in front of Arlong, beside him, her calm voice then rang out. I want to leave the Arlong pirates. I will return your money, but I will no longer help you draw maps. After saying this, Nami turned and began to walk back the way she came. It seemed she was merely delivering a notification. But did she really have a choice? Is that so? Well, we're all feeling a bit restless today. Let's go slaughter a poor village then. How about Cocoa Village? Arlong raised his right hand, rubbing his palm with a smile. He knew Nami too well. It was easy to manipulate her. Even if he exploited her for a lifetime, it wouldn't be a problem as long as that village still existed. Arlong's smile grew more arrogant and his laughter louder. Outside, Noki and Kenj, waiting, felt a flash of intense anger upon hearing Arlong's words. His actions were despicable, using such a method to force Nami into submission. Kenj was even ready to go back and gather people to confront Arlong. Listening to Arlong's maniacal laughter, Nami, who had just reached the doorway, halted in her tracks. Her heart sinking, she seemed to forget that she had no choice. Arlong's words reminded her of a harsh reality, a fact that filled her with despair. Nami's pupils trembled, her shoulders slightly shaking from the mix of emotions. Her expression was unusually dazed. Was she really just going to be controlled by him? This wasn't what she wanted. Why did she agree to be a navigator? Why did she have such talent? Why did she have to draw maps? Why? Nami felt despair, truly despair. Before absolute power, she felt like an ant being toyed with. She had no rights to choose. Helplessness, despair, sorrow, and regret flooded back to her. The overwhelming negative emotions made her eyes unusually red. She wanted to cry. She really did. But just then, a shadow fell, blocking the sunlight shining on Nami. Helpless, she slowly looked up and saw a large hand reaching out to her. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. It was him. Move aside, don't block the way. Accompanied by the voice, Nami was ruthlessly pushed aside. Her face instantly filled with confusion. Chapter 67. Dazed Arlong looking at Wayne, who had just appeared and pushed her aside. Nami's heart broke slightly. Just a moment ago, she thought this guy was trying to comfort her. But the reality harshly proved that he was exactly what she thought. Nami stared blankly as Wayne and his group passed her, her expression filled with astonishment. As she was pushed aside, Wayne and his group of 8 reached the poolside. The pool separated the two pirate crews. Wayne faced Arlong, who leisurely stood up, his disdain clearly visible. Behind him, a group of fishmen officers also looked excited, seemingly ready to act at any moment. Wayne's side, however, was quite different. Apart from Kuro and Koya, everyone else appeared calm, as if they were simply having a meal or drinking water, their gazes toward the fishmen completely unfazed. At the front, Wayne's white coat fluttered in the wind, his demeanor far more relaxed than Arlong's, exuding an air of complete ease. Behind, Nami stared blankly at this scene, her expression changing slightly. Something seemed off. Were they not here to join the Arlong pirates? Or did they just want to showcase their strength before joining? Nami's brows unconsciously furrowed. A gentle breeze blew by, and the playful Arlong spoke first. What do you guys want on my turf? You don't want to join me, do you? He thought Wayne was there to join him. After all, who didn't know he was the ruler of this island? Bringing so many people and looking so relaxed. What else could it be if not to join? Would anyone come to fight with such an attitude? What a joke. But because he guessed Wayne's intentions, Arlong's smile became even more brazen. Would he accept Wayne's allegiance? What a joke. A worthless human wanting to join their powerful fisherman crew. A nobody whose name hadn't even reached his ears. What a delusion. Arlong and his crew had a deep disdain for humans, completely looking down on them. Just as Arlong thought the other side would say some loyalty words before he ruthlessly rejected them, Wayne spoke up. He frowned slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. Have you been underwater too long? Has your brain gotten waterlogged? This sharp remark instantly cooled the atmosphere. Wayne didn't expect them to think he was there to pledge allegiance. Was their side really that lacking in momentum? The other side thought they were there to surrender. Wayne turned to look behind him. Buggy was picking his nose. Monka was bored fiddling with his big axe. Gil was scratching his butt, and Kiji was holding a banana. Wayne's vision darkened, almost making him faint on the spot. No. Guys, no. I don't need you to do anything, but at least have some presence, right? Is this how it's supposed to be? You can't even stand normally? Wayne's words instantly enraged Arlong, his fists clenching unconsciously. But he didn't rush to act. He was curious about what this ragtag group wanted to do. What are you here for? Arlong asked, forcing himself to suppress his anger, his voice deep. Hearing this, Wayne, with a helpless expression, slowly raised his head. The relaxed look on his face gradually faded, replaced by calmness. He drew the pistol from his waist, pointing it forward. Then, looking at Arlong, he said expressionlessly, "Robbery." The sound was not loud, but as it rang out, the entire venue once again fell into absolute silence. Aaron and the others were stunned, clearly not having reacted yet. Nami and Nojiko behind them also widened their eyes in shock. What did they say? They were going to rob Aaron? Nami's heart trembled, and Nojiko even covered her mouth with her hand. They were mistaken. Wayne wasn't here to join Aaron. He was here to rob him. Yes, to rob Aaron. What on earth is this? Has he gone mad? He actually wants to rob Aaron. Doesn't he even bother to gather information before coming here? That's Aaron, with a bounty of 20 million. How could a small pirate like him deal with that? Isn't this just asking for death? Does he even have a brain? He traveled all the way to Aaron's front and opened his mouth to rob him. Is this really happening? Nami was genuinely a bit scared. She was already thinking about how to escape with Wayne and the others. Wayne and his group weren't bad. Just now, Nami had shown them a cold shoulder simply because they seemed to want to join Aaron. But now that they weren't, she naturally didn't want to see them die here like this. Are you crazy? Run, Nami shouted, startling Kaya in the crowd. Everyone turned to look at the anxious Nami, but they only glanced and didn't move. Run. You're no match for them. Run? Where to? How dare you have the audacity to rob me on my turf? This is something new. Get him. Take that kid down. I'll kill you, you little beast. It's already quite impressive that they have survived until now. Sword Tomb. I'll tear your mouth apart. The fishmen were furious. Wayne's actions were too insulting. It was as if they were being pushed down into the dirt. Just as they were about to fly over and tear Wayne apart, Nami suddenly appeared in front of him. Get out of the way. Do you want to die? The Kiss Fish officer shouted in anger. Let them go. I can continue to work for you. Nami's words made Wayne look at her in surprise. Nami's thinking was simple. Wayne and the others had saved her once in Orangetown, and she didn't want to just watch them die. But now, her conditions held no value in Aaron's eyes because it was something that could be easily obtained. The attacking fishmen ignored her completely and jumped forward, all aiming to kill Wayne at the front of the group. The Kiss Fish Jujo thrust his long mouth towards Wayne, while the nearby Fishman Karate Master, Kruby, threw a punch at Wayne's face. Nami's terrified eyes quickly glanced back, but she simply couldn't stop it in time. She had witnessed these two destroy a building with one blow. If Wayne got hit, he would definitely end up seriously injured. It was already too late. But at that moment, under Nami's terrified gaze, Wayne finally moved. Expressionless, he casually raised his hand. Then a gunshot rang out. The bullet left the chamber, instantly embedding itself in Kruby's chest and exiting through his back. At the moment the gun went off, Wayne suddenly lifted his foot. His right foot made contact with Jojo's chest. A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. The right foot that made contact sank in slightly. Then, boom. Jojo was instantly sent flying, brushing past Aaron's shoulder and crashing into the building behind him. Half of the building crumbled in an instant. The whole venue was suddenly filled with dust and smoke. All of this was completed in the blink of an eye. Nami hadn't even reacted, and everything was already over. Nami's face was blank, and behind her, Kruby's eyes flickered with light, while Eren stood frozen in place. The situation seemed to be a bit off. Chapter 68. Is it over just like this? Under the sunlight, the dust particles behind Eren sparkled. With half of the building collapsing, the area behind Eren became empty, and he was shrouded in smoke. Moments later, as the dust settled, Eren was revealed. However, at this moment, there was no longer any contempt on his face, and the disdain in his eyes had vanished, replaced by surprise, pure surprise. He felt that Wayne before him seemed to have considerable strength, and the collapsed building was the best testimony to that. He had originally thought he was just dealing with a fool who walked right into his trap, but it turned out these guys actually had some power. Eren's expression darkened, his brows furrowed, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Losing two of his top subordinates right off the bat was not good news, but that guy's kick just now was not enough to make him fearful, because even he could do that. Although that guy's strength was not weak, it definitely wasn't beyond his capabilities. As long as he was careful, relying on the fishman's innate physical condition, he could absolutely deal with him. If he could drag him into the water, that would be even better. He would definitely win. Even if the other side came at him all at once, it would be the same. As for how to achieve that, Eren thought it would be simple to just throw one of them into the water. With that in mind, a cold smile appeared on his lips. His gaze towards Kaya began to grow increasingly dangerous. Just one look, and he found the easiest target. But he didn't charge directly in, as that might lead to being surrounded by the other side. First, let his subordinates disperse their formation, and then he would take advantage of the chaos to launch a surprise attack. At this moment, the entire venue was still immersed in the shock of Wayne's kick almost demolishing the base. Nami's face was filled with disbelief. The scene she had imagined of Wayne being seriously injured did not occur. Instead, two powerful fishman officers were taken down on the spot. The karate fishman on the ground was bleeding profusely from his chest, panting heavily. It was clear that Wayne's shot had hit a vital spot. As for Jujio, right now, it probably wasn't easy for him to even be alive. Nami turned to look at Wayne in a daze. She only knew that Wayne was quite powerful, much stronger than Luffy and Zoro. But what did it matter if he was stronger than Luffy and Zoro? The two of them couldn't compare to these fishmen. In Nami's impression, Wayne only had a bit of strength. But now, the power of that kick was somewhat beyond her expectations. It had nearly demolished the place. A gun could be said to be lucky, but the force of that kick was genuine. Nami's mind was in a state of chaos. Wayne's formidable strength truly surprised her. Kruby frowned, his face serious. He no longer doubted Wayne's earlier arrangements. It seemed that this captain before him was not just someone who could shoot a gun. Kaya beside him didn't understand any of this. She only knew that Wayne was amazing. Those fishmen, who looked tough to deal with, she had only read about in books. When they suddenly charged at her just now, she nearly fell to the ground in fright. But Wayne easily dealt with them, which further elevated his image in Kaya's mind. At the same time, Kaya was glad she had come out this time and had worked hard to walk this day. At the very least, she had seen a race she would never encounter in her village and had further witnessed Wayne's strength, as well as experienced the feeling of being protected once again. All of this made her feel that even if she had to be taken away by Wayne, it was worth it. Xiao Ba, who was terrified, was standing next to Nami at this moment. He had just not jumped, but had truly stopped because of Nami's words. Now, seeing Wayne's powerful strength, he felt his legs trembling a bit. He was just about to step back a couple of steps to distance himself from Wayne when he heard Eren's loud shout interrupting his action. Turning his head, he saw his companions charging forward again. Each one was fierce and unafraid of death, vowing to wipe out the group of foreign invaders in front of them. It wasn't that they were inherently brave. It was just that in their hearts, humans were not enough to instill fear. They were merely a lowly race. Inspired by his companions, Xiao Ba raised his weapon again and turned to fight. "Captain, do we need to take action?" Klo pushed up his glasses, already wearing his cat claws. But the only response he got was a series of gunshots. Bang, bang, bang. They rang out in unison. Shells were continuously ejected, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Bullets whistled through the air, quickly embedding themselves in the bodies of the fishmen. Wayne remained calm, shooting without hesitation. Each shot aimed directly for the vitals, with no excess movement. In just a moment, the gunfire stopped. Then came a series of thuds as bodies fell, leaving only Xiao Ba standing dazed in place. None of these fishmen were good, and he had no burden in killing them. If they were to be recruited, it might actually work, but the system could only review one at a time. He didn't want to waste time on these useless beings on this island. Given that time, he could already be on the next island. Only one could be reviewed at a time, as multiple shifts on the same island would not yield perfect shift rewards. Slowly lowering his gun, Wayne looked at Chloe. Call the boss. Chloe was momentarily taken aback, just about to respond when he caught a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. His eyes widened instantly, and without fully recovering, he entered a combat stance. He hadn't forgotten his mission. With one hand swinging the cat claw toward the newcomer, Chloe had already positioned himself in front of Kaya. The newcomer was naturally Aaron. Taking advantage of Wayne's gunfire, with his attention elsewhere, he suddenly burst forth with incredible speed, appearing in an instant behind Wayne. Right in front of Kaya, looking at Chloe, who dared to block him, Aaron's expression darkened. But Chloe's build was not enough to stop Aaron with one palm. He would be sent flying. Kaya was also stunned, gazing at the suddenly appearing Aaron, her eyes filled with a hint of fear. Nami shouted loudly, "Be careful." She had a good impression of Kaya. She really liked her for one reason only. Her family was wealthy. Now, seeing Kaya under attack, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Those earlier ones were just small fry. Now that Aaron was on the move, Wayne wouldn't be able to react in time, right? Without time to assist. Nami instinctively shifted her gaze to Wayne. But what she saw was Wayne, looking somewhat displeased. Why wasn't he worried? Was Kaya really just his kidnapping target? Nami clenched her fists tightly, filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, Nami's pupils constricted, because Wayne had disappeared. But immediately after, Nami's eyes widened. The vanished Wayne was now gripping Aaron by the back of his neck, with Aaron's feet already off the ground. The still-warm handgun was pressed firmly against Aaron's temple. Aaron looked like a little dog being picked up by its owner, utterly defenseless. This scene left Nami's mind blank. She stared intently at Wayne, who was holding Aaron, his brow slightly furrowed. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Yet inside her heart, waves of turmoil had already risen. This person, so strong. Chapter 69. The Art of Language. Being held. Aaron was now drenched in cold sweat. His eyes were filled with shock. Just a moment ago, he was about to strike and swat away the electricity pole in front of him when he suddenly felt a chill. Before he could figure out what was happening, he was already lifted off the ground. The warm gun was pressed against his head. A faint threat of death came continuously from that handgun, and Aaron had no doubt it could pierce through his skull. The large hand gripping his neck felt like it could snap it at any moment. The immense power made Aaron dare not move recklessly, because whether it was that handgun or that big hand, either could easily take his life. This outcome left Aaron stunned for a moment. He didn't dare make any large movements, only dazedly turning his eyes to the cold face beside him. Aaron's heart was shaken to its core. This guy's speed had given him no chance to react. He felt a chill and was lifted like a chick. The speed was terrifying. As for strength, Aaron no longer dared to claim he was comparable to Wayne. From the force coming from his neck, it was clear that the person in front of him had just kicked without using full strength. Aaron was completely befuddled. He didn't recognize the person before him at all. He could hardly believe that a completely unknown human could possess such terrifying strength. Now that his life was in the other's hands, even the arrogant Aaron had to temporarily calm down. The threat of death was simply too overwhelming. He was now drenched in cold sweat, and the composure he had before was gone. Seeing Wayne appear, Kaya finally relaxed her tensed heart. Chloe also looked at Wayne with some surprise. This fisherman's strength was definitely not weak. Just moments ago, he had even felt that he absolutely couldn't stop him. This was enough to demonstrate the other's terror. But now, Wayne had effortlessly captured him. The opponent had no ability to resist in front of him at all. Just how terrifying was his strength? Chloe didn't know, but he was truly grateful that he hadn't had the thought of my life is up to me. Not heaven back then. Otherwise, he would have been cremated by now. Not just him. Everyone here was unaware of Wayne's limits, because he had never gone all out. All right, it's time for you to work. Wayne slowly lowered the handgun, pointed at Aaron's temple. waving the gun to bring the dazed crowd back to their senses. They were all a bit confused. Even the three brothers who had followed Wayne the earliest felt the same. They could see that Aaron's strength was not weak. Although they didn't think it was that strong, they might be able to handle it too. But Wayne's handling method was a bit too casual. A single grab, and it was immediate subjugation. With eyes wide open, Adhere even wanted to recite a poem. Wow, awesome. His loud shout also successfully exposed his cultural level. Then, they didn't dawdle, quickly running into the half-collapsed building to loot for treasures. Fortunately, it hadn't completely collapsed. Otherwise, finding money would be difficult. A moment later, it's still me. I found a little treasury. In the ruins, Buggy was laughing wildly. Beneath his feet was a large hole, from which some berries could be vaguely seen. Wow, awesome, Buggy. How did you find that? So cool. Dig it up, dig it up. Wow, so much. How much did they rob? It was confirmed. None of them had high cultural levels. The only one with some culture was Chloe, but he chose silence, knowing that whatever he said would sound a bit foolish. Until a large amount of wealth was finally revealed, only then did Aaron, who was captured by Wayne, finally believe. This group of people is really here to rob him. He was already stunned by Wayne's strength, and now he's even more dumbfounded. You say you are so strong. Just appearing in this small EC is already unreasonable, but what happened? Not only did you appear in the EC, but you're also doing the kind of things that trash pirates do. Real powerful pirates, who doesn't occupy an island and live happily. Why are you going against the norm? Although Arlong was very confused by Wayne and the others' actions, watching this group of people, led by that clown with a nose like a dog, clean him out of all his possessions without leaving a single thing behind, still made him feel heartbroken. Arlong was originally a greedy person. He was greedy, but there was nowhere to spend it. The places he could spend money were practically zero. What couldn't be robbed? Would he spend money on what can be robbed? No. So over the years, Arlong really hadn't spent much money. Wayne was still holding onto the back of Arlong's neck, but he and Arlong formed a stark contrast. One was tense all over, afraid to move recklessly. The other looked relaxed, as if he was just hanging out with a good buddy. Boss, it's done. A total of 600 million. This is all my credit. Waha, when can I be a vice captain? Buggy marched over with a box of money, clanging it down onto the ground. This was a huge amount of money, a super huge amount. Buggy had never owned such a sum in his life, and this was definitely something worth celebrating. Even Wayne nodded in satisfaction. 600 million is really not a small amount. When it comes time to settle up, it's going to take off directly. Arlong really hadn't been idle these years, actually scraping together this much money. When you can take on my kicks, then you could be a vice captain. For now, go call those two spectators outside. Wayne's words immediately made Buggy wilt. Take on your kicks? Come on, don't joke. This guy can kick a sea king to pieces. If I take one hit, I might just see my grandmother, right? Forget it, even if I can't be one. Neither can anyone else. But Buggy was also puzzled about why Wayne wanted to call those two villagers in. Didn't they already have the money? What were they waiting for? It was about time to go home after moving it back. Although he didn't understand, Buggy still wanted to call them. This money is exchange for your life. Do you want it? At this moment, Wayne's words rang in Arlong's ears like a death warrant. At the same time, the grip on his neck tightened slightly, and Arlong couldn't help but groan in pain. Although he was reluctant, this was clearly a profitable deal, because these people could easily kill him and take the money away. Using what was originally their money to exchange for his life, Arlong certainly wouldn't hesitate. He immediately nodded in agreement. At this time, Nami, hearing that Wayne wanted to find Nojiko and Jinzo, was also a bit nervous. But she could see that Wayne's target today was to rob money, so there shouldn't be any danger. Moments later, Nojiko and Jinzo looked at Wayne, who was holding Arlong, who dared not move, with one hand, and their eyes were filled with fear. These people were also pirates. Moreover, they were much stronger pirates than Arlong. If they wanted to do something to Nami or the village, they wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Just a moment ago, they had actually doubted whether these people were here to join Arlong. They were truly blind. They stood before Wayne trembling, looking a bit like students caught in a mistake. You two lift that box of money. The two obediently did as they were told, quite perceptively. After lifting it, they looked to Wayne, waiting for his next instruction. But Wayne's next words left their minds blank. All right, now this money is yours, Wayne said leisurely, but his words left everyone present, one and all, in a state of confusion. Everyone, huh? Buggy. Did I become a clown? Chapter 70, Robbed. Just now, what did they hear? Everyone was somewhat doubtful of their ears, suspecting they were hallucinating. After a moment, Nojiko, who was lifting a huge money box with Jinzo, finally weakly spoke up. You just said this is for us? This question nearly echoed the doubts of everyone present. Everyone's eyes widened, staring intently at Wayne. But Wayne nodded affirmatively and seriously. At this point, Nojiko and the others had no choice but to believe. He nodded. This was actually given to them. Nojiko's face first showed shock, then filled with overwhelming joy. At this moment, Wayne's image in her heart underwent a tremendous transformation. Originally, Wayne, in her eyes, was just a lowly pirate coming to ally with the fishmen. But just now, Wayne had used his powerful strength to overturn that view. And now, he had once again refreshed Nojiko's understanding. The gratitude in Nojiko's eyes towards Wayne had deepened. Their village had long been impoverished. Many people couldn't even repair their broken houses, and the only oranges they grew kept them from starving. With this money, their village, which had been ruined by Arlong, could finally be rebuilt. Today, Arlong had gone and destroyed many houses. They had originally worried about what to do with the villagers who had lost their homes. But now, Wayne had genuinely given them this much money to help them through their difficulties. This was a full 600 million. 600 million. Even Nojiko, who didn't particularly love money, was greatly shocked. Looking at Nojiko, who was so excited she couldn't speak, Jinzo and the others were completely bewildered. Even Kuro was astonished, his face full of confusion. They couldn't understand what their captain was trying to do. Wasn't their goal just to rob money? Why did he turn around and give it to the villagers? What was going on? They knew their captain was someone who meant what he said. If he said it was given to you, then it was yours. He wasn't joking at all. Meanwhile, Nami, who had been standing aside, finally reacted after a brief mental freeze. That bewildered face immediately blossomed into a brilliant smile. Money, money. That was money. A full 600 million berries. Nami, I'm going crazy. After coming to her senses, Nami didn't care about anything else and rushed towards the huge money box. Without a second thought, she jumped right in the box. Luckily, Nojiko and Jinzo were already prepared, which prevented her from falling to the ground. Watching Nami dive into the huge money box, overflowing with joy, they all smiled, and as they laughed, tears began to flow. They were overjoyed. Because of Nami, because Nami had emerged from the shadows, they were filled with emotion. Nami, she had finally come out on top. She could finally laugh out loud, truly happy. The heavy burden that had always weighed on her was lifted today. She welcomed true freedom, a life that truly belonged to her. The two quietly watched Nami, who was laughing wildly in the box, their hearts filled with gratitude towards Wayne. They had not forgotten who was responsible for all of this. They had not forgotten who had lifted the heavy burden. Nami laughed wildly in the money box for a full 10 minutes, starting with unrestrained laughter that even made Wayne's eardrums hurt. As it went on, it turned into an uncontrollable cry. She also realized that her freedom had come. She no longer had to worry, no longer had to fear that the villagers would be killed by that devil. She no longer had to sit in that closed room, suppressing her feelings while drawing various nautical charts just to complete the mission. She no longer had to rush to the distance time and again, exhausting herself for that blood-red bounty. She was free. Everyone quietly watched this scene, and even Nami's eyes had turned red. Apart from Nami's voice, there was nothing else in the room. Wayne did not intervene, just calmly stood in front of them, one hand gripping Arlong, occasionally checking his watch. Until Nami finally calmed down, until all her tears had been shed, until her repressed emotions were completely released, she stepped out of the money box. Looking at Wayne in front of her, her eyes were incredibly complex. This man had once made her suffer greatly, but now she was saved by him. But regardless of how Nami once viewed Wayne, at least in this moment, her heart was filled with endless gratitude. Nami didn't say much, just stared at Wayne with her red eyes. The orange sunlight shone on her, as if proclaiming her liberation. Wayne stood in the shadow of the house, his expression calm. The two just gazed at each other in silence for a long time, until Wayne raised his hand again to check his watch. Nami realized that her benefactor might be off work soon. Knowing this, she naturally couldn't hinder Wayne from finishing his shift. Nami immediately expressed her deep gratitude to Wayne. But even though she had 1,000 words in her heart, all that came out was one phrase. "Thank you," Nami said, her voice trembling, her expression very complex. "You're too polite. That was originally your money. Take it and go," Wayne said calmly, which greatly elevated his image in Nami's heart. He was not a lowly pirate. Although he was doing such things, his heart was not dark at all. Instead, it was bright, hot, and passionate. Nami's nose felt sour again, biting her lip to suppress her tears. Her stunning face, illuminated by the sunset, looked extraordinarily beautiful, making one unable to resist being moved. Nami didn't say anything more. She turned around and walked toward the door with the two people behind her, carrying a large box of berries. Buggy couldn't help but wipe the corner of his eyes, not wanting his tears to fall. "Damn it, that's my money. It's gone." Although he felt very unwilling in his heart, he wouldn't question Wayne's decision. Buggy decided to follow whoever Wayne chose. Since that was the case, he wouldn't doubt the captain's judgment and choices. Watching the three leave, Arlong, who was held by Wayne, widened his eyes and couldn't close them. At that moment, he truly felt that his worldview had been overturned. What did he see? This group of pirates actually took the money they robbed from him and gave it to these villagers? Is this how pirates are supposed to act? Why does it feel like this group is a bit righteous? Is this something a normal pirate would do? That's not a small amount. It's 600 million. Crazy. Really crazy. Arlong's face was flushed with anxiety. Watching Nami walk out, Wayne followed along, still holding Arlong. The others, seeing their boss move, all followed suit. The group bustled out of the entrance of Arlong's base. At the door, Nami, carrying the box, turned back to look. Seeing that Wayne actually came out to see them off, she was at a loss for words. He was truly a good person. "Aren't you about to get off work?" "No need to see us off," Nami said, waving her hand at Wayne and the others. But at that moment, the calm Wayne suddenly revealed a faint smile. And seeing that smile, for some reason, Nami's heart skipped a beat. Before she could think further, Wayne's voice came through. "How can I get off work when I haven't finished working?" This statement stunned everyone. But at that moment, Wayne had already drawn his pistol from his waist and pointed it directly at Nami in front of him. The smile on his face widened. Then he leisurely spoke. "Robbery. Little sister." Chapter 71. I promise. Nami was stunned. No Kigo and Kinjutsu were also stunned. The people around were all stunned. Everyone turned to Wayne, their eyes filled with disbelief. Nami felt a clear sense of dullness in her brain at that moment. She stared blankly at Wayne in front of her, her eyes filled with clear confusion. At that moment, she couldn't process what was happening. Was Wayne joking? He couldn't really be joking, right? He just gave them the money and was going to rob it back immediately, right? Nami's face began to change gradually. She even felt the hot weather disappear, replaced by a chilling sensation. "Why, you're joking, right?" Her voice was still trembling, but this time the tremble was completely different from before. Nami forced a smile, hoping to get the answer she wanted from Wayne's lips. This voice successfully awakened everyone. The crew of pirates all looked at Wayne with incredulous expressions. Just now, they had said that from what they knew about Wayne, he wouldn't joke about such matters, so their boss was really going to rob. How could he be so bad? Just gave this huge sum of money to them, and they were so moved they almost knelt down to him. And now, in the blink of an eye, he was going to take it back. Too brutal, too evil. At this moment, the crew members had a clear understanding of Wayne's wickedness. Other pirates committed crimes directly, but he was different. He was sophisticated. First, do good, then reap the rewards. A genius, although they felt that Wayne's behavior was cruel from the bottom of their hearts. It didn't prevent them from recognizing how impressive this matter was. The captain had said to rob, so why wait? There was only 1 minute left until the damn end of the shift. Under Nami's searching eyes, Wayne said nothing but gave her the answer through action. With Wayne's signal, the group charged forward like tigers descending the mountain or dogs pouncing on prey. Buggy led the way, tearing through everything. The others grabbed axes, knives, and weapons, rushing forward with fierce expressions. "Damn it, put the stuff down. Can you handle this much money? Robbery. Let me do it. Pirates robbing. Anyone who doesn't want to die. Stand straight. Hands on your head. No funny business." Wielding their weapons, the group immediately reclaimed the 600 million berries. They acted as if they had never seen money before. The few of them swept through everything like locusts, leaving nothing behind. Even Kinjutsu's wallet wasn't spared. Only 2 people remained, dumbfounded, still holding the box, looking a bit strange. Nami, with a blank mind, stood in front of them, staring at everything in a daze. Throwing Arlong aside, Wayne simply walked past her. It was as if she was just an ordinary robbery victim, and Wayne gradually walked away with his crew. He left. He really took people and left with the loot. Before leaving, he even plucked 2 blades of grass from the ground and tossed them at her, as if saying something. But in her daze, she couldn't hear clearly. All she caught was something about not speaking meaning defaulting. At that moment, Nami was stunned. She seemed to understand everything. This person, he really just wanted them to keep it temporarily. He wasn't joking with them. He was really robbing them. From the joy of just having 600 million. Nami instantly fell into a pit of poverty. The drop was so great that it almost broke her. Did I just get a 1-minute experience card for 600 million berries? Arlong was also stunned. He thought Wayne was really going to give the money to these people. But what happened? Gave it and then robbed them? What is this? Is it that after going through the trouble of robbing 600 million, once isn't enough? So, they want to do it again? Can it be played like this? Ding, 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 ding. At that moment, it rang. The off-duty bell rang. This sound clearly entered Nami's ears, and her eyes instantly lit up with a glimmer of hope. This sound was so familiar, so pleasant and melodious. It's 5 o'clock. They're getting off work. Nami was a bit excited, because last time at Buggy's place, she had seen Wayne and the others throw away that huge pile of treasure when they got off work. Just like throwing garbage by the roadside. Doesn't that mean this time would be no exception? Nami, who was almost about to break down, turned around excitedly to look at the departing crowd. But all she saw was their increasingly distant backs. Until they completely disappeared, her heart that was hanging finally sank. They really robbed. 600 million. 600 million. They really just gave it and then took it away. Nami's lively appearance quickly withered, and in just a moment, she changed from bright colors to grayish white. Noki and Kinju looked at Wayne as he left, also unable to regain their senses for a long time. So, was the thank you just now premature? After a moment, Kinju, with a confused expression, slowly spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, Nami, whose heart was already shattered, now felt even worse, as if all the fragments had turned to dust. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the work task. Successfully clocked out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 points of physical strength. 41 clock-in points. Ding! Because the host clocked out on time. An additional reward of 10 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly adhered to the laws of Summer Country during work. All the above rewards are doubled. Number of workers. A group of people walked on the way back to the ship. Still the same forest, still the same sunlight. Only the morning sun had changed to the evening sun. Buggy and the others were really happy. After all, this was a full 600 million berries, directly achieving their financial freedom. At this moment, Wayne, looking at today's salary, was also in a good mood. This reward was indeed not a bit less. 25 points of physical strength, doubled directly to 50 points. Gaining 50 points in a single day, what does that mean? This is simply synonymous with having a cheat. The sudden surge in physical attributes, when it was just added to him, Wayne even stepped into the ground and created a big pit. It left the surrounding brothers stunned. Mainly, it was the sudden increase in strength that caught Wayne off guard. Besides physical strength, there were also clock-in points. A full 41 doubled, 82. He could upgrade an ability in just 2 or 3 days. This was simply like opening. Previously, there were at most 20 or so, and today it suddenly exploded. The increase in the number of workers was one thing, but the reason for the contracting also accounted for a large part. And the surging physical strength was the best proof. This also made Wayne immediately decide that in the future, whenever he took on contracting tasks, he would work as hard as he could. Daily work is shameless. Contracting work is life-threatening. It's not that Wayne is keen on working. It's just that the boost in strength feels too good. Having powerful strength in hand is the fundamental way for him to establish himself in this world. After a day's work, Wayne also confirmed one thing. That is, Kaya will really be counted as one of their employees and can indeed receive a salary. In that case, Kaya can indeed stay, but he also needs to ask for her opinion first. If she disagrees, then he would force her to agree. How many on this ship joined voluntarily? Not many. Aren't these things we've done before? They were already very experienced. This matter also made Wayne have to consider how the system's wife determination mechanism really works. After all, this is related to salary. If the determination isn't strict, he would definitely want to find more, but the system shouldn't have such a big loophole. There must be restrictions. He would study it well tomorrow. Wayne turned to look at Kaya, who was struggling to keep up behind him. Sweat was once again beading on her forehead. Just now, Wayne was lost in thought and forgot to wait for her. She didn't even say a word. Kaya, Wayne called softly, and Kaya looked up at him, her eyes full of nervousness. She knew that the next decision would determine her fate. Now, I, as the captain of the white-clad pirates, invite you to join the white-clad pirates. If you don't, I agree. Chapter 72. Expansion and upgrade of the workplace? Kaya agreed without hesitation, without a trace of doubt. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her beautiful eyes looked exceptionally bright. Wayne was slightly taken aback. This was indeed something he hadn't expected. He thought a quiet girl like Kaya wouldn't want to do anything like piracy. Now seeing her agree so readily, even showing a hint of fear of him regretting it, Wayne was momentarily at a loss for words. But since she agreed, it saved him a lot of effort. Another employee was easily acquired. After Wayne nodded slightly, they resumed their actions. However, Kaya, who was walking behind, looked very excited, and it was even obvious that she walked with more strength. But Wayne, who was at the front, slowed down. He didn't need her to walk too fast. About half an hour later, after enjoying the scenery and chatting, the group returned to the pirate ship. Once back, everyone busied themselves, cooking or exercising. Wayne, however, collapsed onto his lounge chair, his whole body radiating laziness. It seemed like he was at work every day, looking quite miserable, but working wasn't really working. It could be considered a vacation. After work, he didn't have to do anything, truly clocking out, and his strength could steadily improve. Such a life, in the pirate world, or any world, was already quite good. Wayne was quite satisfied with his current life. Watching the others work hard and continuously improve their strength, Wayne's eyes also sparkled. Among these people, there were really not many with potential. After all, they were all version cast-offs, and their limits in this life were just that high. Only Buggy could push a bit. If this continued, they would eventually be unable to keep up with his pace. In the East Blue, they could still be arrogant, but when it came to the Grand Line or even the New World, they would really just be there to watch the show. Their upper limits weren't high, and if they wanted to increase their combat power, they either had to eat devil fruits, but that was just an external factor and wouldn't increase much, or it was technology, but that wasn't a good method either. The methods for the indigenous people in the pirate world to increase their combat power were limited. Under the condition of reaching their limits, Wayne didn't have any good solutions. This was reality, a cruel reality. Those without potential, no matter how hard they try, can't become the kings of effort. They will ultimately experience that feeling of powerlessness, that feeling of being unable to progress no matter what. Wayne himself was actually the one with the least potential. When he crossed over, this body was already at its limit. No matter how much he trained, there wouldn't be any progress. This is also why he slacked off immediately after work. There is indeed a system, otherwise, he would only be able to find some corner to survive his whole life. Just at that moment, Wayne suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The system. Yes, maybe the system has a way. The system cannot be viewed with common sense. No matter how little it can offer, it's worth asking first. With a hint of expectation, Wayne silently asked in his heart, "System, do you have any functions to help other employees improve their strength?" No. The system's response was very decisive. Wayne sighed helplessly. It was already good enough that the system could help him improve. Expecting it to help others was indeed a bit unreasonable. System reminder. After reaching 10 employees, you can upgrade the workspace once. After the upgrade, the workspace will have extraordinary effects. Please explore on your own. Chapter 73. Tina is coming? Workspace upgrade. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Wayne couldn't help but be a bit surprised. What is this? The workspace can be upgraded? Their workspaces are constantly changing. What use is an upgrade? He wouldn't be staying in the same place for too long, as he still needed to complete the perfect work reward. This can't be a late-game ability, right? If it were a late-game ability, the conditions for unlocking it shouldn't be so easy. There are already 8 people on the ship. Only 2 more employees are needed to unlock this upgrade option. It's too easy to unlock. The system shouldn't give him a completely useless ability, right? Wait a minute. That doesn't seem right. The workspace isn't just those islands they step on. After all, the place they stay the most is still their ship, right? This ship can clearly be considered a workspace, can't it? If that's the case, then everything changes. First of all, the sudden appearance of this system prompt is definitely related to the question he just asked. So, after the upgrade, the ship will likely help employees improve their strength. It might even increase their potential. This is like moving a top-tier spiritual vein from a fantasy world onto the ship. But this is just Wayne's speculation. The specifics will have to wait until he recruits that 10th employee. With that thought, Wayne opened his attribute panel. Host, Wayne, gender, male, wife, Koya, body strength, 1056 abilities, advanced gunmanship, advanced kick techniques, observation Haki level, blade cultivation level, armament Haki level, check-in points, 2,833. Evaluation, strong strength. Looking at the name of his wife, Koya, Wayne felt a bit speechless. There wasn't much change in anything else, but the check-in points were worth noting. Today's reward for check-in points was indeed a lot. It was originally just over 200, and now was about to reach 300, allowing for an ability upgrade soon. The number of people was increasing, and the easiest thing to obtain next would definitely be the check-in points. This would also greatly alleviate the problem of the frequency of drawing abilities not matching the number of check-in points obtained. Otherwise, by the end, it would just be a pile of abilities without check-in points for improvement, leaving him anxious. With a thought, the system interface disappeared. Wayne, comfortably lying on a lounge chair, took a sip of the drink Koya had poured for him, feeling very relaxed. Koya, don't overwork yourself. It'll be bad if you get tired, he said to Koya beside him. She nodded in response, but she turned and went to the kitchen to help Gigi with cooking. On the island, at the entrance of Arlong's base, the broken door and the almost completely collapsed base buildings looked exceptionally miserable. Arlong, who had been casually tossed aside by Wayne, was no longer there. Nami and the others had also returned to the village. But at this moment, a graceful figure appeared here, dressed in a navy uniform. With sunglasses that couldn't hide her stunning beauty, Tina was calmly looking at the naval base ahead. Beside her, a sneaky-looking naval officer was grinning with flattery. Tina had come with Colonel Mouse to confront Arlong. She didn't have direct evidence to prove Colonel Mouse's crime. It would be straightforward to find the pirate he was colluding with. But now, looking at everything in front of her, she knew this trip was in vain. Do you know who did this? Tina asked Colonel Mouse with an unhappy expression. Just talking to this guy made Tina feel disgusted. Yes, it's that white-clothed pirate crew. Colonel Mouse's words made Tina's eyes light up. The white-clothed pirate crew? Isn't that the pirate crew that Vice Admiral Garp mentioned? Where are they now? On the Western Sea. Everyone, set sail for the West. Oh, right. Happy New Year, everyone. Make sure to be happy. Chapter 74. Human Trafficking. As night fell, the stars began to appear. Tina and her team quickly moved through the forest on the island, her face showing some anticipation. If she could find the pirate that Vice Admiral Garp mentioned, she would definitely bring him back, as this was a secret order given to her by Garp before her departure. She personally hated pirates who burned, killed, and looted, and vowed that if she encountered them, she would definitely help Garp bring them back. Aside from Garp, others in the Navy also knew that Wayne was not a good person. Can someone who robs and traffics people be a good person? Tina hated such pirates the most, who only harmed the people. She would catch one whenever she saw one. After all, Wayne had only been wandering in the East Sea, so the Navy hadn't conducted a detailed investigation on him. Colonel Mouse had already told her that Arlong's base was destroyed by Wayne, apparently to get Arlong's money, which they had robbed entirely. This also gave Tina an understanding of Wayne's strength. Being able to deal with Arlong was not a sign of weakness. But in front of her, a rear admiral, he would only be caught obediently. Her 6 forms and devil fruit powers were not for show. This level of pirate wouldn't even have the ability to resist in front of her. As long as she could find them, their sinful lives would come to an end. While thinking about this, Tina quickened her pace. They were well-trained soldiers, so their marching speed was much faster than Wayne's group. In no time, they arrived at the location Colonel Mouse had mentioned. But here it was empty. Only the vast sea reflected the scattered moonlight, swaying with the waves. Seeing this, Tina knew it was no use. They must have received news of her arrival and fled. They would just have to search again next time. This time, they were lucky. Since Arlong and the others were still on the island, Tina needed to help the residents on the island resolve this significant threat first. Fall back. Sighing helplessly, Tina led her team back to the warship they had come on, with Colonel Mouse following suit. Tina did not go directly to search because she knew there was an informant from the other side among them. Just searching like this would be useless. It was best to wait until the other party came to her. Late at night, the massive rear admiral warship quietly docked on the sea, reflecting the moonlight. The deck was silent. Suddenly, a sneaky figure hunched over, and after confirming that the Night Watch Navy had not noticed him, he quickly disembarked. Arriving at the dense forest by the shore, he found a thick bush and squeezed in. The person took out the snail phone from his pocket and dialed a number. After a moment, it connected. Just got the news. She will leave tomorrow. All right, then there won't be any living people in Cocoa West Village tomorrow. I'll kill, and you clean up the battlefield. It's settled. Click. The phone hung up, and a sinister smile appeared on Colonel Mouse's face. Aaron had lost many brothers to Wayne, suffering heavy casualties, but he clearly understood that he could never be Wayne's match. Therefore, he had no way to take revenge. However, he couldn't swallow this anger and left feeling disgruntled. After learning that Wayne and the others had left on a ship, Aaron decided to kill all the villagers of Cocoa West Village. Wayne had no habit of anchoring his ship overnight. It would only bring him trouble. Aaron didn't care if Nami had anything to do with Wayne. Even just knowing him was enough. All must die. He just wanted to vent his anger. The conspiracy with Mouse was that Mouse would provide him with Tina's information, and he would kill without looting, leaving all the villagers' belongings to Mouse. This was also the reason for Mouse's cheerful demeanor at that time. Lying down and getting a big profit, why not? As for those villagers, what did it matter to him? So many people die in this world every day. What's the difference if a few more die? In a good mood, Colonel Mouse pretended to stretch comfortably. He casually adjusted his pants and got up to leave. But just as he turned around, he saw a faint red light flickering in the darkness. Accompanied by the red light was the gradually wafting scent of smoke. Meanwhile, even in the deep of night, Cocoa West Village was still bustling. In the square where Aaron intended to execute Kenzo, a bright bonfire blazed, casting a slight reddish glow on the surrounding singing and dancing villagers. Today, after Nami and the others returned, they informed everyone that Aaron had been defeated, with a group of fishmen dead, and even the base completely destroyed. The villagers were dumbfounded. When they learned that it was that group of pirates who asked for directions that did all this, the entire village erupted. Some cried tears of joy, while others laughed maniacally. Those stinky fishmen deserved to die. Finally, someone came to deal with them. That damned beast has finally been killed. How come that guy Aaron wasn't dealt with too? He's the one who deserves to die the most. How can you talk like that? They have no blood ties to us, and it's already great that they helped us kill so many fishmen. You're still complaining. Exactly. We should be grateful. The crowd harbored extreme hatred for Aaron's pirate crew, and now that someone had killed a group of fishmen, they naturally felt goodwill toward the attackers. They even began discussing how to repay them. He isn't really helping us. He's doing it for Aaron's money. But we were helped. That's a fact. Maybe Aaron and his crew will leave, because they are down to just 4 people and can't form a crew anymore. What else can they do if they don't recruit humans? Looking at the heavy belly in her hands, Nami sighed helplessly, her eyes filled with reluctance. For her to give money to others felt like it was taking half her life. Forget it. If he wants it, then let him have it. Nami steeled her resolve and gathered the remaining money she had stolen from Luffy's ship and the money she had now, planning to give it all to Wayne the next time they met. Then Nami stared blankly at the bonfire again. She was actually quite grateful to Wayne, as he had truly rescued her from the brink of disaster. She had almost fallen into the abyss once more, an abyss with no end. But now, Wayne had filled that abyss. Redeemed, Nami truly broke through her limits this time, not only giving money to Wayne, but giving it all. The bonfire in Cocoa West Village burned brightly until late into the night before finally extinguishing. Soon, dawn broke. The morning hours are always fleeting. Time flew by, and before long, it was 8:59. Just as Wayne returned to the ship, he received his work task for the day. Ding! Today's work task: human trafficking. Chapter 75. None Left Behind. The ship slowly docked to the shore. On the deck, Everyone stood neatly as they had the day before. However, unlike yesterday, the overall bronze-colored deck now had a bit more vitality. Next to the deck, in a spacious area that didn't affect anyone, a relatively wide soil trough was placed, with several bright flowers blooming beautifully on it. This was done by Kaya yesterday. She felt the ship was a bit too lifeless, so after getting Wayne's permission, she transplanted some wildflowers from the island. Yesterday, Kaya had slept in the boss's office. It was truly torturous for Wayne to squeeze in with those rough men at night. The snoring was thunderous, making it hard for him and Crocodile to get a good night's sleep. The expansion and upgrade of the workspace really needed to happen quickly. It was unbearable to continue like this. Wayne, feeling a bit lethargic and sluggish, yawned widely. But when he glanced at the tasks sent by the system, he immediately perked up. Wayne sensed a hint of contracting work from today's task. He really liked this. Just a simple task of human trafficking. Doesn't that mean the more I capture, the more rewards I get? No problem. Grab. Don't say anything. Just close your eyes and grab hard. Everyone on the island that can breathe will be captured and sold. Not a single one can be spared. Today we'll catch them. Everyone on the island. No one can be left out. We must ensure the villagers are all caught together. Understand? Understand. Understand. The crowd responded, although Kaya's voice was a bit weak. She had successfully become an employee yesterday, so she naturally had to remember and study the employee regulations, preferably being able to recite them verbatim. As a book lover, this was nothing for her, just one night, and she had memorized all the more than 700 iron rules on the ship. She also knew that her pirate crew wouldn't actually capture the islanders for any purpose and would release them after work. But now that they really had to act like bad people and capture others, Kaya still found it hard to shift her identity. Wayne naturally didn't expect her to do much at this stage. He just wanted her to treat the daily tasks as a way to exercise. The group quickly disembarked. This time, the docking position was near Cocoa West Village. After walking so far yesterday, they also wanted to save some energy today. Cocoa West Village. The village South Dirt Road was eerily quiet. Only the rustling sound of leaves stirred by the gentle breeze could be heard. The sun, covered by dark clouds, could not continue to shine, and the air felt stifling. In a small alley, Tina stood quietly with a group of Navy soldiers. Dressed in a red outfit, Tina held a lady's cigarette between her sexy red lips, her sunglasses pushed up to her forehead, slightly lifting her beautiful pink hair. Yesterday, she directly captured Colonel Mouse, who was having an affair with Arlong. Without any unnecessary words, Tina immediately locked Colonel Mouse in a cage. As for their conversation, she naturally heard it very clearly. Finding Arlong was not easy, but if she waited at the place where Arlong was heading, everything would be much simpler. To make it more realistic, she had someone move the warship away from the small island. This was also the reason why Wayne and his group did not see the warship when they landed. The location where Tina and her group docked yesterday was not far from where Wayne and his group were. Now she was just waiting for Arlong to arrive. As long as that guy dared to show up, Tina could take him down in an instant. She truly did not regard a small character like Arlong as a threat. This was the confidence that a major general should have. There was still a significant gap between the headquarters and the branch. But in her heart, Tina was also secretly looking forward to Wayne appearing as well. After all, he had a pretty good relationship with a little girl from Cocoa Village, right? If Arlong attacked the village, he should also step in to stop it. If that happened, it would indeed be double happiness. According to the intelligence Tina received, it seemed that Wayne indeed followed Nami here and helped Cocoa Village deal with the Arlong pirates who had been ruling them. Looking at it this way, Wayne and Nami must have a good relationship, right? Tina maintained her expression and quietly stood here waiting for her prey to appear. As time passed, the village gradually became lively again. The villagers were about to start their day's work, but today they felt particularly relaxed, as if they had endless strength. In front of Nami and Nojiko's door, Nami was standing at the entrance holding a box and talking to Nojiko. They won't come here today. I will go check other villages. At this time, it was already past Wayne and his group's working hours, so Nami naturally thought that Wayne's target was not their village today. She wanted to look for them in other parts of the island. If she couldn't find them, it would mean they had already left, and she could only wait until later to express her gratitude. Nami turned around and prepared to leave, but a loud shout suddenly changed the expressions of her and no Jiko behind her. Arlong is coming. Arlong is coming. Quick, grab your weapons. Hurry, hurry. If he tries to cause trouble again, I'll fight him. The loud shouts and the villagers rushing in one direction made Nami's expression turn ugly. Without thinking about anything else, Nami quickly followed. No one expected that Arlong's pirate crew had dispersed, yet he came back to their village. Nami's steps were hurried, and her heart was filled with worry. Although she hated him immensely, if he wanted to do something to the villagers, she would have to step in now. They had to hurry. Meanwhile, in the square where the bonfire party was held last night, a large number of villagers were gathering. Each of them held farming tools, their faces filled with rage. Not far from them, Arlong, wearing a top hat and with a gloomy expression, along with the remaining 3 cadres, were staring at the villagers with unfriendly eyes. Among them were the 2 fishmen who had attacked Wayne and the octopus, Chopper. Except for Chopper, the other 2 were wrapped in bandages and looked somewhat weak. They did not rush to take action because the villagers were still gathering. But as they hesitated, someone couldn't hold back. In the same alley, several cigarette butts had appeared on the ground. With a stern expression, Tina slowly lowered her sunglasses and then said in a deep voice, "Make your move." Chapter 76. Shock Tina Arlong. What do you want? In the square, next to the charred bonfire, Nami, still holding the box and with an ugly expression, shouted in a suppressed voice. But Arlong remained silent, quietly waiting for everyone to gather here. He wanted to catch them all in one net. As for now, let them make some last sounds. Next to Nami, other villagers were also shouting at Arlong, but he seemed to be completely oblivious, standing there quietly. No, he glanced at the box of money in Nami's hand, and a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. This reminded him of some bad memories, and his expression darkened further. Now that most people had arrived, Arlong no longer hesitated. He strode to a nearby house and reached out to grab it. With Arlong's strength, his well-defined muscles became apparent, and under the terrified gazes of the villagers, that 2-story house was actually uprooted by him. The huge shadow cast over the villagers brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. Everyone's eyes widened, staring in horror at the giant house in front of them. Nami's eyes trembled continuously, filled with fear. She had originally thought that this guy had come to capture her or wanted to steal some more money, but unexpectedly, his goal was to kill everyone. Now that everyone was gathered here, if that house fell, they would surely suffer heavy casualties. Everyone wanted to escape quickly, but having never encountered such a scene before, they were already paralyzed with fear, unable to move at all. Everything came too suddenly. Nami frantically shouted for everyone to flee, but only a few could actually move. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but feel despair. Was she really unable to save everyone in the end? A sense of powerlessness surged from her heart. Just when Nami thought everything was about to end, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Moreover, it was coming here at an extremely fast speed, stirring up a whirlwind and leaving behind a series of afterimages. Nami only saw that the person seemed to be wearing a Navy uniform, and the incredible speed made her excited. The Navy, a strong Navy, was coming to save them. Arlong naturally noticed this scene, but before he could react, the person had already arrived not far in front of him, and in a moment, they would be right next to him. Arlong's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized that the coming person's strength was extraordinary. But after realizing it, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes again. Today he was determined to kill all these people. Arlong threw the huge house he was holding away, and a massive shadow began to close in on the villagers. Tina clicked her tongue. She had thought this guy was going to throw the house at her, but unexpectedly, he chose to target the villagers instead. Was he not afraid that she would take this opportunity to deal with him directly? What a madman. Although Tina thought so, she changed her direction and did not choose Arlong, but instead rushed towards the villagers. She wanted to lock all the people in the square in cages. As long as the gaps between the cages were small enough, they could serve as protection. This was easy for her. As she raised her arm, long barriers began to appear from below her arm. Approaching, Tina only needed to wave her hand to make the barriers appear automatically. But just as she waved, a figure blocked her way. Tina's pupils suddenly constricted, and her otherwise calm expression showed a hint of panic, because her barriers had completely wrapped around Arlong. What should have been a happy occurrence now made Tina's eyes burn with rage, as the barriers she had thrown out were blocked. The villagers in the back would undoubtedly suffer numerous casualties under these circumstances. Looking at Arlong, who was locked in a cage with a cruel smile on his face, Tina wished she could pull out all his big teeth, but now she could only watch helplessly as the giant house fell, her eyes filled with unwillingness. The villagers did not pay attention to the conflict in front of them. Everything was completed in an instant. Their gazes were fixed on the house above them that had completely engulfed them, their eyes filled with fear of death. Nami had already run out, but now she was in immense pain. No, no, Nami murmured to herself, her face pale, looking at the house that was about to destroy everything. Helpless tears streamed from her eyes. Her vision began to blur. The surroundings seemed to fall silent. All sounds vanished, leaving only a buzzing in her ears. But at that moment she saw something. A figure appeared before the villagers as if teleporting. The moment she recognized the person's face, disbelief filled Nami's eyes. How'd he come here? Doesn't he have work? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, a tremendous roar exploded in her ears. Boom! The loud sound made everyone instinctively cover their ears. But then everyone widened their eyes, because the house had vanished, completely disappeared, leaving behind only tiny fragments like fine sand. With the wind blowing, the fine sand was carried away. Everyone's gaze turned to that figure, the man in white, with a calm expression. Hiss! As everyone regained their senses, they felt a chill run from their feet to the top of their heads, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. The scene before them was too shocking, making it difficult for them to remain calm. This guy, he just kicked it, and that huge house disappeared, turned to dust. How could such immense power be achieved? The key question was, did he save us? We were saved. The caged Arlong was also staring at Wayne with surprise in his eyes. This guy is so strong. If it was just destroying the house, Arlong would find it easy. But if it was about kicking such a large house to dust, he had never even seen that happen. How strong is this guy? And why is he protecting these villagers? What does he have to do with them? Doesn't he only know Nami? As a pirate, why would he do something that only the Navy would do? Arlong was filled with questions, unable to understand Wayne's actions. Just a moment ago, Tina, who had a face full of unwillingness, now looked shocked as she watched Wayne ahead, her fists clenched. It was impossible to achieve this level of destruction just with strength. At most, one could smash the house, but turning it to dust like this was beyond comprehension. How'd he do it? Chapter 77. Is he a good person? Tina had to admit that she had a whole new understanding of Wayne. This guy was indeed powerful, but he couldn't possibly be her opponent. He was just a bit stronger. She had observation Haki, so he couldn't touch her. As long as he was trapped in her barriers, no amount of strength would help. Tina didn't believe this guy could break through her undefeated barriers. He was indeed strong, but Haki was an existence that a pirate in the East Blue could hardly aspire to. However, although Tina wanted to capture Wayne, his actions had somewhat changed her impression of him. It seemed he wasn't a wicked person after all. As a pirate, helping her protect the villagers present naturally made Tina think better of him. Arlong's 3 subordinates had just been captured by Tina's vice admiral and were now being tightly controlled by the Navy. Thus, the entire Arlong pirates had fallen into the net. Standing tall, with a serious expression, Wayne's gaze was also fixed on Tina ahead. As a pirate who needed to conceal his strength, he shouldn't have revealed his abilities in front of a Navy rear admiral. This would surely cause his bounty to skyrocket. If it were before, he would have done just that. But today was different. He had to do it. Tina was a person, and the Navy was made up of people too. He was about to engage in human trafficking, and he needed to capture everyone. Moreover, both Tina's identity as a Navy officer and her strength would surely elevate his earnings to a new height today. He absolutely had no reason to give up this juicy opportunity. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that Wayne had the strength to completely defeat Tina. If he couldn't win, then that would be another story. Not just Tina, but Arlong, Choba, the Navy soldiers, and these villagers, he intended to take them all away. Captain of the white-clad pirates, Wayne, the king before sunset, with a bounty of 12 million berries, your strength seems to seriously mismatch your bounty, Tina thought. After packing up Choba and the others, Tina looked at Wayne ahead with a furrowed brow. Dozens of Navy soldiers were lined up behind her, their rifles pointed directly at Wayne. Wayne gently placed his right hand on the sword at his waist. He turned to face Tina, his expression calm, his eyes flickering. Behind him, a group of crew members stepped forward, finally standing behind Wayne. Croco's cat paw swung rhythmically. Monka shouldered his big axe. The GI brothers looked fierce, their large swords eager to move. Even Buggy looked disdainfully at the Navy ahead. Even Kaya stood seriously beside Wayne. The two sides stared at each other in silence. The air seemingly filled with a tense atmosphere. The already oppressive environment, due to the cloudy sky, felt even heavier at this moment. Wayne remained silent. His gaze on the Navy was somewhat fiery. He hadn't looked closely before, but there were over 40 Navy soldiers, more than the number of villagers. This was definitely good news, tremendous news. Wayne could hardly imagine how strong he would be tomorrow. Whether it matched or not was decided by the Navy. What did it have to do with him? Wayne spoke up, and the atmosphere grew even more tense. Just then, Nami appeared between the two groups. She looked anxiously at Tina and said, "You aren't going to capture him, right? He's a good person. He just protected us." Nami naturally noticed that the situation was wrong. The Navy was clearly going to capture Wayne. Just moments ago, this woman's strength had already surprised Nami, and now she realized she was a devil fruit user, and a powerful one at that. Even Arlong was easily dealt with by her. Nami felt that Wayne could not be Tina's opponent and wanted to see if she could convince Tina to let Wayne go. Right now, Nami couldn't clearly define her feelings toward Wayne. This guy was annoying, yet he always managed to help them solve problems. Nami felt she had to do something. That's right. This guy's a good person. The Navy wouldn't capture a good person, right? Navy sister, please let them go. They helped us defeat the Arlong pirates yesterday. He is Nami's friend and definitely not a bad person. Yes, they just look fierce, but haven't done anything wrong. The villagers also recognized Wayne's identity. He was the guy who asked for directions yesterday and had now saved their lives, so they naturally wanted to speak up for him. Hearing these voices, Tina frowned. It was her first time encountering villagers obstructing the Navy from capturing pirates. But she couldn't let a notorious pirate go just because the villagers were pleading. Although she thought Wayne was decent and there might be some misunderstanding, those thoughts could wait until she had captured the people and considered them further. Seeing that Tina seemed to ignore their requests, Nami became a bit anxious. It was one thing for the Navy to not pay attention. After all, they were just doing their job. But why weren't the pirates like Wayne running away? The Navy was coming to catch you. Why could you stand there so leisurely as pirates? Nami felt like she was going to lose her mind. What are you doing? Don't you have to go to work? Hurry up and run. Nami shouted at Wayne, then immediately lunged at Tina, hoping to buy some time. She was still a civilian, just a lunge. The Navy wouldn't do anything to her. The lieutenant stepped forward to block Nami. Tina remained motionless, because Wayne in front of her didn't show any intention of running. She also wanted to see what this guy was up to. Nami, now restrained, was really furious. How foolish. These pirates are so foolish. It's driving me crazy. But upon hearing Nami's words, Wayne seemed to suddenly remember something. Nami was right. It was time to go to work. Stop standing around like fools. It's time to work. With a shout, everyone was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Wayne. After confirming he wasn't joking, they began to take action. After all, these were a group of Navy officers in front of them. They thought they would have to fight the Navy first before they could start working. Seeing the scene, Nami was dumbfounded. No, I said for you to go to work, and you actually take it seriously. Is this a workplace where you just show up? What do you do here? Tina furrowed her brows, staring intently at Wayne. She also wanted to know how this guy, who seemed to clock in and out, planned to work. The villagers looked at Wayne and the others approaching them, their faces showing obvious anxiety. What time is it now? Why does their benefactor look a bit foolish? Hurry up and run. What work now? The Navy won't let you go. You run. We'll help block these Navy officers. In front of the crowd, Nojiko quickly said to Wayne. But Wayne just smiled slightly. No need. Hey, what are you doing? Nojiko was also a bit frustrated. But just then, click, a pair of handcuffs was accurately locked around Nojiko's wrist. Wayne, with a calm smile, said, Miss, pirate kidnapping. Congratulations on being kidnapped. Nojiko stared blankly at Wayne, her big eyes full of confusion. Huh? Chapter 78, Taking Action. When Wayne spoke, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that figure, staring blankly at his serious face. What did he say? Pirate kidnapping? The villagers were incredulous. Who would have thought they were here to kidnap? The villagers were still in a posture ready to launch an attack against the Navy for Wayne. They tightly gripped their tools, their expressions resolute. But now, the moment Wayne uttered those words, their determination seemed to freeze, and their expressions began to change to confusion. Their eyes widened gradually, and their mouths slightly agape. A tingling sensation shot up their spines. Nojiko stared hard at Wayne, her beautiful eyes unblinking, her face filled with pure foolishness. Just like she said, Huh? He wants to kidnap me?" Nojiko could hardly believe it. The man who had just been protecting them suddenly said he wanted to kidnap her. But now she couldn't afford not to believe it, nor could anyone else. The handcuffs were already on, and they were just a step away from bagging her. Perhaps it was just that there were too many people today, making it inconvenient for them to bring so many bags. Otherwise, she might have already been in darkness. "But Yasha, I'm familiar with this. They really don't have that many bags." Not only the villagers and Nami, even the Navy was dumbfounded. What were these pirates doing? Were they committing crimes right in front of the Navy? Had pirates become this rampant? Not only did they not run when they saw them, but they also dared to commit crimes right in front of them? Good heavens, they really are something? The Navy officers widened their eyes, and after the initial shock, their faces filled with anger. This was a slap in the face to the Navy. Tina's expression darkened, her eyes behind the sunglasses filled with gloom. A wisp of smoke rose as she slowly put on her black leather gloves. This guy in front of her was simply unreasonable, actually doing such things in front of her, a Navy major. She felt belittled. He completely disregarded her. This guy was truly a bastard. Taking a deep breath of her cigarette, Tina said in a deep voice, "Go." As soon as she finished speaking, the Navy soldiers, who could no longer hold back, immediately charged out. They were extremely angry, determined to let this group of East Blue pirates, who didn't know how high the sky was, understand what the gap in strength meant. Without saying much to Wayne, Tina headed straight for him. She preferred to talk to pirates in cages. Arlong watched all this with a smirk that he couldn't suppress. They really are foolish. This group of pirates is really foolish. If they had just run, the Navy might not have been able to catch them all. After all, they also had some strength. But what did these people do? Kidnapping villagers right in front of the Navy? Should I say they are brave or foolish? How stupid do you have to be to do something like this? Tina's strength was something Arlong was most qualified to speak on. Wayne couldn't he possibly be a match for this Navy major who had eaten a devil fruit? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Watching Wayne get caught, watching all the members of their pirate crew get caught, was an immensely pleasurable thing for Arlong. The Navy didn't use their guns to avoid harming civilians. The lieutenant was the first to arrive, looking at Wayne, who was grabbing Nojiko in handcuffs. Wanting to drag her away, he threw a punch without thinking. This lieutenant was also quite powerful. The punch even created a whooshing sound as it smashed toward Wayne's face. Just as the fist was about to hit, Wayne moved. His expression remained casual, even a bit lethargic. He turned to look, lightly raising his hand. Bang! A dull sound echoed, the ground rippling slightly as small pebbles were all blasted away. But the lieutenant suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Wayne in shock. His fist had only struck Wayne's palm. But that was not what surprised him. After all, he knew there was a gap in strength between him and Wayne, as could be seen from that kick earlier. What surprised him was that his full-force strike, which even carried inertia, landed squarely on Wayne's seemingly light palm and didn't budge him at all. That palm, not even a twitch. How is this possible? The lieutenant's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with shock. But before he could think further, Wayne revealed a faint smile. A chill shot straight to the lieutenant's forehead. Bang! Another dull crash sounded as a figure suddenly charged and knocked the lieutenant flying. The tremendous force sent him flying more than 10 meters, crashing against a tree before finally stopping. We did it, brothers. This is self-defense. Keel shouted loudly. Then, without hesitation, he charged toward the lieutenant who was gasping for air on the ground, looking extremely fierce with a glinting long knife held in his hand. The collision made the lieutenant's mind short-circuit. The fiery pain in his chest made him start to take this guy, who looked no different from a background character, seriously. Meanwhile, his mind was already in turmoil. This pirate crew was abnormal. Even a background character had such powerful strength, absolutely not normal. With a loud shout from Keel, everyone immediately sprang into action, targeting the Navy, of course. The villagers were not in a hurry. The lieutenant had just struck Wayne and had already determined that everyone on their side was acting in self-defense. No matter how you put it, these Navy soldiers were still under a major, and their strength was considerable. But in the eyes of the other pirates, it was somewhat lacking. Just as Keel excitedly charged at the lieutenant, a graceful figure appeared at his side. A palm struck heavily towards Keel, and a stream of black substance surged from that palm. Tina was also startled. She knew her lieutenant's strength best, but now he had been hit by this big oaf and could not get up for a while. How strong was this big man? The fact that he had no bounty at all was simply unimaginable. This further strengthened Tina's determination to capture the entire white-clothed pirate crew. This group of pirates was too strange. But facing the approaching palm, Keel did not even take a glance. Because his boss was there. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the villagers within a 3-meter radius around Tina were all blown away. The powerful shockwave instantly cleared the area. Tina looked at the ordinary wooden sword blocking her attack. Her pupils slightly constricted. It was one thing that her lieutenant could not shake the opponent, but now, seeing Wayne standing in front of her, not moving an inch, Tina's mind was somewhat shaken. Wayne held the unsheathed wooden sword, his expression calm. Weak or not, Wayne's words left Tina momentarily stunned. Before she could react, a large foot suddenly appeared at her waist. But Tina was already prepared. Her observation Haki had anticipated Wayne's sudden attack, and she twisted her body to try to dodge the kick. However, that foot seemed to know her intentions and was already in her dodging path. Tina instantly felt a tingle of danger. This guy, he can use observation Haki too? Chapter 79. Tina is completely stunned. Tina's pupils contracted wildly, and an extreme sense of danger began to emanate from her waist. Her heart was already ringing alarm bells. This guy could actually launch such an attack. Before the strike even landed, she already felt a faint sting at her waist. If this strike hit her, she might just disintegrate. Tina had no time to be overly surprised, because if she could be shocked for a lifetime. She did not choose to follow her instincts or use some iron block to withstand this blow. She had a vague premonition that if she did, she would be evenly scattered across this land. In the face of imminent death, all of Tina's potential was unleashed. Her feet exploded against the ground. In an instant, she successfully broke through her usual limits, stepping on the ground 30 times in a moment, flashing out of Wayne's attack range. She appeared more than 10 meters away from Wayne, panting heavily, her face pale. Wayne's missed kick, though it did not hit anyone, still created a sonic boom in the air. The loud explosion reverberated in everyone's ears. Seeing Tina retreat to more than 10 meters away, Wayne also retracted his right leg. He naturally did not intend to kill Tina. She was the main source of his salary today, and anyone could go, but she could not. He had only intended to intimidate her a bit. After all, Tina seemed a bit arrogant, not taking him seriously. If Wayne had known that Tina had been thinking the same way just now, he might have laughed out loud. Wayne's strength was absolutely at the level of a rear admiral. Among normal rear admirals, he could be considered a pillar. His physical strength was indeed at the bottom of the rear admiral level, and his Haki was just beginning to develop. But his swordsmanship and kicking techniques were enough to crush opponents of the same physique, and it was an instantaneous crush. Although Tina's 6 styles were used quite well. If Wayne wanted, she could not escape. He had just held back. The retreating Tina stared intently at Wayne, her cigarette already bitten in half. With her brows tightly furrowed, she looked as if she had just been pulled out of water, her whole body almost soaked. She had almost died. Almost died. Cold sweat had already soaked her back, and even her hands were slightly trembling. In that brief moment, she seemed to see herself lying all over the ground. She had truly walked through the gates of hell. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of composure in her eyes. Looking at Wayne, there was even a hint of subtle fear in her gaze. This guy was not someone she could contend with. Thoughts like this kept flashing through Tina's mind, urging her to flee quickly. This was a reflex from being struck. But Tina forcibly suppressed this thought. It was just her unfamiliarity with the enemy that had nearly cost her life. However, if she used her devil fruit powers to contend with him, she might not be without a chance of winning. She could not let him get close again. Moreover, if she left, her subordinates would never be able to come back. During the time she was contemplating her strategy, all the Navy under her command had already been subdued, each person handcuffed and linked together with ropes. Not only the Navy, but the villagers had also been rounded up, and the dumbfounded villagers were forced to line up. With ropes, they were all tied together and could be taken away at any moment. Watching the Navy that had rushed in and were all taken down, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Tina, after being pushed back, dared not act recklessly, making everyone even more stunned. Arlong even began to doubt life itself. No, isn't this reasonable? How can these people be so formidable? Arlong had thought that Wayne could not possibly be Tina's opponent, but now Wayne faced Tina's attack with apparent ease. But Tina? Now she didn't even dare to move. The gap in strength was evident. Sweat appeared on Arlong's forehead, and he couldn't help but feel thankful for his cautiousness yesterday. Otherwise, he might have already been dead by now. This group of people was truly not something he could provoke. Nami was also incredibly shocked by the strength Wayne displayed. But seeing them bundling up all the Navy, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. She had understood. Wayne's task today was probably to kidnap people, right? This was nothing wrong. It was very normal for pirates to do so. Kidnapping villagers to sell could quickly extract a person's value. But the problem was, you even captured the Navy. Are you planning to sell the Navy too? There probably hasn't been a pirate that captured the Navy to sell, right? Mainly because no one would buy them. Is Wayne really that crazy? Is he trying to push things to the extreme? This is simply absurd. Come here. Wayne beckoned to Nami with a calm expression. But such calmness made Nami have no choice but to comply because this guy was serious. He wouldn't play any pity games with her. Last time a cannon almost got shoved into her mouth. Reluctantly, she could only walk over slowly. Do I tie myself up, or do you help me? Huh? Oh, I'll do it myself. Nami's voice also carried a strong sense of helplessness. In this day and age, she had to bind herself when kidnapped. Is there any justice left? Is there still a law? Even though she felt indignant, her body was still very honest. In no time, she had tied herself up securely, joining the ranks of the bound. Now, only Tina and a few fishmen from Arlong's pirate crew remained uncaptured. Tina watched as Nami bound herself, feeling a bit uneasy. However, she didn't dare to act rashly, because with Wei In standing among the civilians, she couldn't launch an effective attack. The range of the long-range attack was large, and the area of effect was broad. She had to wait for Wei In to voluntarily leave those civilians and soldiers. Just then, after Nami had completely tied herself up, Wei In finally shifted his gaze to Tina. Seeing this, Tina tensed her body, on guard for Wei In's sudden attack, always ready to explode in his speed and create distance. However, under Tina's watchful eyes, Wei In did not use his speed to approach her. Instead, he drew a gun from his waist. The moment the flintlock was aimed at himself, a chilling sensation surged through her. Tina's eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief. Her observation Haki was continuously warning her, and an extremely dangerous feeling was wildly emanating from that old flintlock. Staring at the expressionless man holding the gun, Tina was stunned. Doesn't he know how to shoot? Thanks to the great boss who gifted the Admiral certification to the White Eagle aircraft carrier enterprise. Thank you, Big Boss. Thank you, Big Boss. This chapter was reviewed yesterday, and the reason was that I wrote about Tina getting soaked, which was absurd. Chapter 80. Navy, you've been captured. A gentle breeze blew, and her pink hair fluttered. A drop of sweat quietly fell from Tina's chin. She felt a strong sense of threat. The feeling of danger was exceptionally intense. However, standing still and waiting for death was clearly not a solution. The gun in that guy's hand was just an ordinary handgun. Her barrier could easily block his bullets. As long as she paid attention to dodging, he couldn't possibly hit her. If she found the opportunity to bind him with her barrier, she could turn the tables. Looking at Tina in front of him, Wei In slightly frowned. He slowly put the gun away. He realized that the handgun couldn't cause much damage. Tina wasn't weak. At this moment, she could tell that his gun had a flaw in its lethality and would cause her significant harm. And indeed, this was a flintlock, and Wei In couldn't change that fact. He currently had no means to enhance the bullets. At most, he could use Haki, but it was obviously unnecessary. Besides exposing one of his trump cards, it had little effect. It was better to charge at her directly. Wei In's speed had an overwhelming advantage over Tina. At this moment, When Tina saw Wayne put the handgun away, her expression momentarily froze. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes. What was this guy doing? That handgun had a dangerous aura that even she could feel. It was clearly a powerful weapon. Why was he choosing to put it away now? What did he intend to do? Tina es mindra said, pondering we en esots. But after thinking it over, Tina could only come to one conclusion. The other party had a stronger means. Otherwise, he would have shot already. But what could that means be? Was he a devil fruit user? Thinking of this, Tina's body tensed even more, and her expression turned exceptionally serious. She stared at Wayne's every move, not daring to relax even a little. She needed to ensure that even if he had some unknown trump card, she could react immediately. Just then, Wayne moved. As his figure flickered, he vanished from sight. Tina's pupils constricted, her gaze frantically trying to track Wayne's whereabouts. Yes, the moment Wayne moved, Tina lost sight of him. In just an instant. Even with her observation Haki activated, Tina couldn't catch a glimpse of Wayne. As her mind shook, Tina immediately retreated, wanting to create distance. No matter where that guy was, retreating wouldn't be wrong. But with just one step back, her head bumped into something, making a light clicking sound. That crisp sound echoed in Tina's mind, and a wave of the same deathly crisis surged from behind her. It felt like her heart skipped a beat, and her face quickly turned pale. Click! A slow chambering sound echoed from behind her. Wayne's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, followed. Navy, you have been captured. Behind Tina, a man in a white shirt with a faint smile was aiming a gun. The barrel was pressed firmly against the back of Tina's head. As the voice rang out, Tina felt as if all her strength had drained away, becoming powerless in an instant. Her eyes trembled, filled with terror. She was utterly shocked by Wayne's strength. This guy was definitely not just some small-time pirate from the East Sea. He absolutely was not. This strength, capable of crushing her, capable of overpowering her as a rear admiral. How could it possibly exist in the East Sea? The words starting rear admiral flashed through Tina's mind. She was completely stunned. 10 years in the East Sea as a pirate, with a bounty of 20 million, and now a rear admiral's combat power. How could these things possibly connect? What was this man's intention? What was he thinking? Tina couldn't understand. She simply couldn't comprehend. Just as she couldn't understand why a pirate who had been in the East Sea for 10 years would possess the combat power of a rear admiral. How did this guy enhance his strength? But all of this came to a halt as that big hand pulled out a pair of handcuffs from her waist and locked them onto her wrists. She was captured. There was no room for resistance. She was overwhelmingly defeated and captured by the other party. Looking at Wayne, who had once again returned to his harmless, upright persona, Tina's teeth were gritted so tightly that they clicked. For the first time, this question made Tina's defenses break once more. She simply turned her head away, no longer looking at Wayne. But this did not affect Wayne's good mood. Tina's capture meant that this mission was essentially complete. All that was left was to capture the people in the surrounding villages. However, this island was so large that it was impossible for him to capture everyone before 5 o'clock. He would capture as many as he could. As for Tina's strength, Wayne had a rough understanding. Her physical strength was likely only around 600, which was the lowest level for a rear admiral. At this moment, Tina had just recently been promoted to rear admiral. Facing his own physical strength, which was nearing 1001, she truly had no room for resistance. Grabbing Tina and pulling Arlong along, Wayne tossed them both into the captive camp. Looking at the crowd in front of him, still in shock, Wayne shook his head helplessly. After a while, the Navy captives erupted into a chorus of shouts. What the hell? This guy is so fast that even Rear Admiral Tina couldn't react? Can't see him at all. Is this really a pirate from the East Sea? How could he be this strong? These Navy personnel had originally thought this outing was a vacation. After all, following a Rear Admiral in this small East Sea allowed them to do as they pleased. They didn't expect any danger to arise. But now they were all wiped out, and they were all taken down by a small pirate crew in the East Sea. This outcome left them all momentarily stunned. Just a moment ago, they had Tina to rely on to turn the tide. But now, Tina had also been taken down in an instant. They all swallowed their saliva in unison, sighing at Wayne's abnormality. Every time Wayne displayed his immense power, they felt relieved that they hadn't acted impulsively before, grateful that they had backed down quickly. Their boss was simply inhuman. He took down a naval rear admiral in an instant, and this was a rear admiral from the headquarters. Although they were amazed by Wayne's displayed strength, after following him for so long, they could also see that their boss was not a bad person. Even if they hadn't agreed back then, they probably wouldn't have been killed. But this strength still made them very convinced. Nami silently swallowed, her understanding of Wayne becoming clearer. This guy was simply a freak. It seemed there was no one in this world he couldn't handle. But is that really the case? Not at all. This can only be said to be due to Wayne's excellent life planning. He only targeted those who couldn't defeat him. Everything was just so perfect. This is the advantage that information brings. Chapter 81. Why through conditions don't just stand there. Kaya and I will stay here. You guys go to the surrounding villages and bring back some villagers. Oh, okay. With Wayne's command, everyone quickly dispersed to the nearby villages to continue capturing people. There was still plenty of time to do a lot of things. Soon, the area fell silent, and Wayne sat with Kaya in the place where they had their bonfire party last night to rest. Kaya also took out the bento she had prepared that morning. Normally, when Wayne and the others were working, they didn't eat lunch. Seeing the bento Kaya brought out, Wayne was slightly taken aback. I made it this morning. Have some. After Kaya said that, she walked aside to eat alone, perhaps thinking that if she stared at Wayne while he ate, he might not eat. But it was clear she was overthinking it. Wayne finished the bento in just a couple of bites, almost as if he were possessed by Luffy. Kaya was stunned watching him. After a moment of chewing, Wayne picked up the thoughts he had just dropped. How could he turn someone into a wife? He had captured women on the ship several hundred times, but never triggered this wife list even once. And the difference between them and Kaya didn't seem significant. Back then, he simply asked her if she wanted to be his wife, and she agreed, and that was that. Could it really be that simple? Wayne frowned. Forget it. Whether it works or not, I'll just try and see. Wayne stood up and pulled out the gun from his waist, striding towards Nami. Nami was explaining something to Nojiko. Looking relaxed, she knew Wayne's style. He wouldn't take so many people out to sea, nor would he really exert effort to sell them all. He must be working and would let them all go after work. Just as she was talking to Nojiko, she noticed Wayne approaching her, and her expression immediately turned tense. What is he doing? Why does he look a bit fierce? Why is he coming towards me? Haven't I cooperated well? Before Nami could react, a gun was already pressed against her forehead. 3 counts. Agree to be my wife or die. 3. Looking at the cold muzzle in front of her, Nami was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell, man? This step was not in the script. I can't handle this scene. After a brief moment of confusion, Nami regained her senses. Looking at Wayne, who was expressionless and counting down, her heart was in turmoil. At that moment, she wanted to shout, "Are you out of your mind? Who proposes to their wife like this?" But that would likely lead to a bullet hole in her forehead. This guy in front of her could really do anything. Nami didn't dare gamble whether he was joking or not. I'll do it. I'll do it. Nami quickly agreed. After all these years of ups and downs, she had experienced all sorts of bizarre situations. Although the scene in front of her left her dumbfounded, she quickly made the decision to save her life. Beside her, Nojiko looked at Nami in disbelief. Wayne suddenly approaching and asking someone to be his wife was already absurd. But to her surprise, Nami agreed on the spot after only a brief hesitation. What on earth is going on? Not just Nojiko, but everyone else present was staring at Wayne with anger. The villagers had regarded Nami as a treasure, but Wayne actually dared to force her to be his wife. It was simply incomprehensible, and the Navy didn't need to be mentioned. They had already suffered enough being captured, and now the pirate who had captured them was doing such a thing in front of them. They were utterly frustrated. But the one who was hit hardest by Wayne's words was Kaya. At this moment, the bento in her hand had fallen to the ground, but she didn't even notice. She stared blankly at Wayne in front of her, looking at his serious face. This scene, how could she not be familiar with it? This was exactly what Wayne had said to her before. Not even a word changed, and the action was the same, raising the gun, aiming, threatening. In an instant, a wave of sadness flashed through Kaya's heart. An indescribable emotion began to surge within her, and she felt a deep discomfort. If Wayne just liked someone else, she naturally wouldn't have any problem accepting it. After all, it was his right to like whoever he wanted. But now, seeing everything happening to her being replayed with someone else, Kaya felt a suffocating discomfort. Her eyes had unknowingly turned red. The beautiful eyes looking at Wayne also began to grow increasingly complex. But at that moment, Wayne, with a disappointed expression, moved the gun away from Nami. He said nothing, just sighed helplessly. At this moment, in front of him, the system panel stood tall, but in that character attributes interface. The glaring wife slot did not have an additional name. It was still just Kaya. What does this mean? It means it didn't work. Where did it go wrong? Wayne furrowed his brows, constantly replaying everything that had just happened in his mind. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. If it was about attitude, his attitude had not changed at all during both attempts. And if it was about the other person's attitude, weren't both of them being forced? Could it be that Kaya was still a willing participant? Beep. Wife condition. The other party must be willing, have a good impression of the host, and have no strong resistance. The system's voice suddenly appeared. Wayne was stunned. Looking at this clear introduction, Wayne only had one thought. Should I say it or not? This system is like it's sick. Everything has to be explored by yourself. It just can't give you a complete introduction. The wife condition just now might have been triggered because he thought of it, activating its mechanism, which is why this prompt popped up. Otherwise, he might never have figured it out. Aside from cursing this dog system, Wayne had no other way to deal with it. After calming down, Wayne began to ponder. This condition seemed a bit harsh. It required the other party to be willing, to have a good impression, and to not resist. Am I here to work or to date? I'm here to become stronger. Such conditions were extremely harsh for him, almost to the bone. He really had no time for this kind of thing. The wife must be put aside for now and can only be left to fate. If he can meet someone who has a good impression of him, then there is no need to say anything. Just grab them and make them an employee. Chapter 82. Is Wayne lacking love? Next, Wayne asked all the women around him again. This time, he didn't threaten them with a gun, as the restrictions were clearly stated. Forcing someone to agree wouldn't work anyway. Only a willing heart could pass. Then, strange questions began to ring out one after another. The group realized that Wayne no longer used the gun to scare them, and that there wouldn't be any problems even if they refused. So most of Wayne's responses were straightforward rejections. However, there are also some odd conversations. Do you want to be my wife? No, I don't want to. I like someone already. What about you? I'm still young. I'm only 8. And you? Huh? I already have a husband. Having a husband is fine. Huh? Forget it. What about you? Do you want to? A 70-year-old woman leaning on a cane heard this, and her murky eyes even showed a moment of clarity. Surprise was evident in her eyes. Can I too? Forget it. You can't. Wayne decisively rejected the old lady. He didn't want to find a mother. He needed someone who could work. The rejected old lady immediately lowered her head in disappointment, sighing helplessly. The disappointment was quite apparent. I am willing. Just then, a shout rang out. Wayne suddenly looked up, his eyes unable to hide their joy. Is there really someone? But when he saw the middle-aged woman in her 40s, with a face that clearly showed her desperation, the joy on his face instantly vanished. When he saw her starting to run towards him, shocked, Wayne raised his gun and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The crisp sound made the woman stop, reluctantly looking back at Wayne before returning to the group. Wayne felt overwhelmed. She could indeed work, but bringing her back to the ship would be unbearable, with her throwing flirtatious glances at him every day. Leaving work would feel like hell. He even asked the Navy, going through a whole circle, but not one agreed. Although this was quite normal, Wayne felt a bit disappointed not to have recruited anyone. He returned to sit beside Kaya and began to wait for the crew's return. However, the gazes of those around him gradually became strange. Whispers began to arise in the crowd. Could it be that he is lacking love? Wanting to take anyone as a wife. I didn't see this young man was so capable. Definitely lacking love. Look at that girl beside him. She has been worn out by him. Indeed, I just thought that girl looked sickly. It seems that's the case. Wayne's actions certainly seemed a bit odd. But it must also be admitted that the old lady at the village entrance was quite talkative. Tina, who had also been asked once, looked at Wayne from a distance, feeling like she could bite her own silver teeth in frustration. She had lost, and it was because her strength was inferior. But this guy even wanted her to be his wife. The key was that before she could open her mouth to refuse, he had already walked away with a face full of disdain. What is this? He crushed her strength, and now he wants to crush her spirit? Feeling insulted, Tina wished she could get up and give him a punch. But thinking about his terrifying kicks, she felt it might not be something she could endure. This defeat forced Tina to reflect. Her strength seemed too weak. Although this EC pirate was a bit perverse, she had to improve. Having failed in the EC, returning to the Navy headquarters would be a loss of face. She would even be sold by him later. Just thinking about it made Tina feel miserable. Being a Navy officer and being sold by a pirate? This was simply a stain on her life. Right now, she had no ability to resist because this guy had shackled her with sea-stone handcuffs, which she had even brought herself. This was truly like lifting a rock to smash her own foot. Tina now regretted it deeply. If she were sold to some strange place, it would be better to just die. While Tina was preparing for her death, Kaya, sitting next to Wayne, was different. Her ears were completely red. Her eyes were wide open, staring at an empty space in front of her, a faint smoke rising from her head. She naturally heard the villagers' conversations. Wayne heard them too, but he didn't care at all. However, Kaya couldn't. She was already blushing. What lacking love? What kind of nonsense is this? What were these people saying? Why do they think so badly of Wayne? Kaya covered her hot face with her hands. At 18, she naturally understood what this meant. Now she thought they were thinking badly, but she completely forgot that she had just thought the same way. But now, looking at Wayne, who had returned with disappointment and showed no intention of taking anyone as a wife, Kaya couldn't help but feel delighted. Indeed, she might be the only one who had been coerced into becoming a wife. After all, what normal child would agree willingly when someone had a gun pointed at their head? She really must be one of a kind. After a long wait, Keel and the others returned with people. Each person had made quite a haul, with the ropes they were holding binding at least 10 to 20 people. The villagers who had been captured looked ashen. They had no hope for the future. Thus, a large group of over 100 people was formed. Seeing all this, Wayne was quite satisfied. These people would definitely increase his strength significantly. Boss, this is all we got. The others were too far away to find in time. After Keel spoke, Wayne patted his shoulder. Well done. Next time I'll definitely find you a wife. Keel had indeed done well. He had captured twice as many as the others, over 40 people, likely from 2 villages. Oh, seeing Keel's disappointed face, Wayne pulled him over and excitedly said, "You're taking off now. The boss actually brought this up. Don't forget your brother when you have a wife." "I don't even have a wife yet. But you're doing great. I'll help you find one. Find one you can't even bear to look at." "What? Old cat, don't talk nonsense. If the boss really finds me one like that, I'll send you to her room first." Originally happy, Keel was splashed with a bucket of cold water by Crow. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt it was inappropriate and quickly added, Forget it. It's the same with the lights off. As long as it's a woman." Everyone immediately looked at him with disdain, but they had to admire his broad taste. Wayne raised his hand to check the time. It was getting close now. He didn't rush to take people away, but turned around to approach Aaron. At this moment, Aaron, who was squatting in a 1-meter-high cage, looked somewhat fearful of Wayne but still stared at him defiantly. Aaron's review had passed. He was a genuine, vicious criminal, fully meeting the criteria. Wayne stepped on top of the cage and directly followed the process. Draw the gun. Chamber it. Raise your hand and point it at Aaron's forehead. Do you want to be my crew member or die? Hearing Wayne's words, Aaron was first stunned, as if Wayne's words had shocked him deeply. But soon he revealed an extremely crazy expression. Chapter 83. Is this cook crazy? He wants him to submit? He wants a fishman to submit to a human, especially to a human he hates the most. How is this possible? Humans are such a lowly race. Their brains are all messed up. He may retreat because of your powerful strength, but if you want the noble fishmen to bow down to humans, that is absolutely impossible. Arlong's mad face was filled with a frenzied smile. He felt that Wayne was insulting him, severely insulting him. Don't even mention agreeing to anything right now. He wished he could tear Wayne apart. The people around him, seeing this situation, couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing that a bloody scene would unfold in the next moment. Arlong's 3 subordinates looked especially worried. The guy in front of them was definitely not easy to deal with. He had already captured the Navy officers as soon as he arrived, and now seeing their boss like this, it was absolutely impossible for him to submit. Could it really be the end? But Keel and the others were not too worried. They knew Wayne's character, and this was just a scare tactic. However, Nami didn't believe that if she hadn't agreed to Wayne, he would have shot her. It was just a means of coercion. Nami was also aware of this. She knew Wayne most likely wouldn't shoot. After all, he had already let Arlong go yesterday. But deep down, she was hoping Wayne would kill him. If he escaped again, the village might still fall in a crisis. It was clear that Arlong already held a grudge against her. Even if she left, the village would definitely suffer. But with Wayne's character, Nami's expectations began to gradually diminish. After all, Wayne was in control of everything, and she had no say in the matter. At this moment, Arlong's laughter grew louder, and his expression became more twisted. His deafening laughter made Wayne furrow his brows slightly. But he didn't say anything, just waiting for Arlong's response. After laughing for a moment, Arlong finally spoke. His face was extremely sinister, staring fiercely at Wayne. His eyes filled with ferocity and brutality, looking somewhat frightening. Should I laugh at your stupidity or laugh at your foolishness? The fisherman will never submit to a fool like you. As soon as Arlong finished speaking, his hands suddenly reached out from the gaps in the railing, trying to grab Wayne's right hand that was pointing at him. He wanted to pull Wayne closer. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A small hole appeared in the center of Arlong's forehead. A stream of blood slowly flowed down his nose. His eyes still held a hint of ruthlessness. But that ruthlessness was quickly dissipating. Gradually, only emptiness remained. Keel and the others behind him had their mouths agape, big enough to fit 800 fists. Watching Wayne, expressionless as he put down his gun after killing Arlong, a chill ran from the soles of their feet straight to their heads, leaving their minds blank for a moment. No, it can't be you really killed him. You just shot him dead? Without any hesitation? At this moment, past scenes gradually surfaced in their minds. It was also a scene like this with lines like these. Join us or die. Having spent so long on the ship, they thought they had seen through Wayne. But now they were all dumbfounded. He really killed him. If they hadn't chosen the right path back then, they might have already been lying dead in the wilderness by now, right? Was there really no joking involved? So the kindness he showed them was only because they joined him. Outsiders in his eyes were truly just targets to be killed. After witnessing Wayne decisively execute Arlong, the relief among the group was overwhelming. Even Keel was glad he and T continued to mess around in Windmill Village. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing a finger. Their heads would have exploded on the spot. Their boss was still the same boss. If he said he would kill, he would kill. Wayne put away his gun, turned, and grabbed the rope that bound a large group of people. Let us go. With his command, everyone finally reacted, hurriedly leading the others away as well. A large group of people set off towards the seaside. Moments later, only Arlong's lonely corpse remained. That guy Arlong was truly too wicked. Since he was unwilling to come to work, then he should be killed. Wayne had no masochistic tendencies. Since the other party insulted him like that, he had to show some response. On the way, Nami stared intently at Wayne ahead, her expression extremely complex. She really didn't expect Wayne to actually shoot and kill Arlong. This shouldn't align with his work interests, right? As a man who only cared about work, how could he do something like this? Confusion filled Nami's eyes. Wayne's job today was clearly to capture people, but Arlong was already captured. He was supposed to be his cargo. Logically, he shouldn't do this. This action harmed his interests. What was the reason behind it? Nami couldn't figure it out. She couldn't understand why Wayne did this, but no matter what, the village was the biggest beneficiary of this outcome. This made Nami feel even more grateful to Wayne. The box of berries she was still holding in her hand tightened a bit. Later, when he finished his work, she would give it to him. As one of the few who understood Wayne, Nami wasn't worried about these people being sold. It was just a formality. Soon, everyone would be able to return home, and she would be completely liberated because of Wayne. In stark contrast to her was Tina. After witnessing Wayne's cruelty, she became even more worried about her future. This guy could really do anything. She wasn't afraid of anything else, just that Wayne might sell her to some brothel. Now, with sea-stone handcuffs binding her, she couldn't do anything. It wasn't that Tina had a persecution complex. It was just that the only places that would dare to take her, a Navy rear admiral, were probably doing such things. Their intelligence on Wayne also indicated that he could really do such things. The Navy would come to rescue her, but it wouldn't be that fast. By the time she was rescued, it might be too late. Watching Wayne's back ahead, Tina kept thinking about countermeasures, but right now, Aside from hoping someone would come to rescue her, it seemed there was really no other way. A layer of gloom settled over Tina's heart, and her expression gradually darkened. At such a time, how could anyone come to rescue? Even if they came, how could they possibly defeat Wayne, who had the strength of a rear admiral? Before Tina could think more, a sudden sound of wind broke through the air. The surrounding trees trembled. A figure actually appeared in front of the troops, blocking the entire group. It was a young man with blonde hair, dressed in a black suit, holding a cigarette that added a hint of depth to his appearance. "Hey, pirates, where do you want to take these ladies?" As this voice rang out, Luffy and the others, not far away on a mound, suddenly turned to look next to them. But Sanji's figure was already nowhere to be seen. That damn cook. It's almost 5 o'clock. Is he looking for death? Zoro looked down with a worried expression, cursing under his breath, and then his figure flashed as he disappeared from the spot, quickly rushing towards the large army. The previous chapter was a brand new 2,000 words. If you haven't read it, do so quickly. The dim sky made the forest feel even more oppressive. They were already close to the coast, and the sound of the waves was very clear. The sea was vividly in view. A gentle breeze brushed through Sanji's short yellow hair as he took a deep drag on a cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, then turned to look at Nami, Tina, and the others behind Wayne. His serious face instantly transformed into one full of love. Just as he had moved away, he hadn't seen clearly, but he felt that she was definitely a stunning beauty, and that's why he came. Now that I look closely, she is simply the pinnacle among beauties. But soon he reacted, coughed a couple of times, and turned his gaze to Wayne. For now, let's deal with this group of pirates first. None of them look professional. They all have strange appearances, and their strength shouldn't be too formidable. The leader even looks a few points more handsome than him, which made Sanji grit his teeth secretly. But he doesn't seem strong either. He looks rather weak. Saving the beauty from these pirates that popped out from who knows where, gaining her favor, and reaching the peak of life. How perfect! Pirates, with me here, the beautiful lady won't be persecuted by you anymore. Now let her go, or I'll help you let her go. You know, this little combo of Sanji's is actually a bit cool, so much so that Tina feels he is extraordinary. There's a hint of expectation in her eyes. Can he really do it? Wayne looked at Sanji, who was blocking his path, and raised his hand to check the time. 4:58. At this time, to encounter Luffy and the others arriving, this is really unfortunate. Forget it. Let us just solve it quickly. Seeing that Wayne was silent for a long time, Sanji couldn't wait any longer. He had to show off in front of the beauty today. He didn't feel any sense of danger from Wayne at all, and in this situation, the strength of an ordinary opponent is usually negligible. Naturally, Sanji didn't take Wayne seriously. He suddenly kicked off the ground, rushing towards Wayne at high speed, which was indeed fast. Even some villagers couldn't see clearly. But Tina immediately frowned. She could tell Sanji's strength at a glance. He definitely couldn't be a match for this guy. Is he crazy to charge directly at him? Can't he get kicked into pieces? Run. You're not his opponent. At the moment Sanji took off, Tina had already shouted a warning, but Sanji only frowned slightly and didn't heed her advice. However, Sanji's gaze towards Wayne became more serious. As he rapidly approached Wayne, Sanji lifted his leg, just about to kick Wayne's face, but suddenly, darkness enveloped him. It was a leg. How could that guy be so fast? I didn't even have time to lift my foot. Sanji's expression turned to one of terror in an instant. He wanted to defend himself, but it was already too late. An extremely terrifying sense of crisis surged towards him from the front. At that moment, he heard Zoro's hurried shout, "Don't go, you'll die." By the time he shouted, Sanji had already acted, and now it seemed a bit too late. At this moment, Sanji had no doubts about the green-haired guy's words, because images of his childhood, his mother, his sister, and his whole life flashed before his eyes. It was like a revolving lantern. He was kicked out of the revolving lantern. Am I going to die? This guy in front of me, is he really this strong? Strong enough to kill me completely with just one blow. Bang! A huge sound came, and Sanji felt an immense force hit him. He had no strength to resist at all and was instantly sent flying. But Sanji didn't feel any pain. With a muffled thud, Zoro caught him steadily, while Sanji stared at Wayne over there, his expression filled with extreme terror. In the spot where he had just stood, there was a massive depression, clearly several dozen meters wide. A large number of trees around had also fallen, making the entire forest appear much emptier. A figure wearing a straw hat was lying in that pit, smiling as he looked at Wayne. "Cough, Uncle Way." "Shut up," Wayne said unhappily and turned to leave with his people. If it weren't for that kid Luffy showing up, he would have definitely left Sanji on the ground. 2 minutes until quitting time. He didn't want to waste time waiting for them to explain. Just at the last moment, that kid Luffy came in like a plane and used a rubber balloon to block his attack. But it was fine, looking at Sanji's appearance. At least it had intimidated him. Don't interfere with quitting time. He didn't want to deal with these people. That kick just now was only the limit of his current physical condition. He hadn't used any skills. Although skills could be used infinitely, using too many would also take a toll on his body, so he would avoid using them if possible. The villagers and naval soldiers looked at the giant pit, their faces already pale. What kind of power is this? A kick that collapsed the ground. Nami also took a sharp breath at that moment. She had a clearer understanding of Wayne's strength. Before, it was just a hint. The opponent never had a chance to resist, so nothing could be seen. But now, the power Wayne displayed was enough to astonish her. At the very least, she had never seen someone this strong. You really have the nerve to show off in front of him. You've really lived long enough." Zoro looked at Sanji in his arms and couldn't help but scold. But Sanji had an unwilling expression. Am I supposed to just watch him take the people away? I can't do that, I can't. Zoro looked speechless. Is the allure of a beauty really that great? You'd even risk your life for it. But just then, boom, a loud noise came, followed by a cannonball landing not far from Wayne, and the explosion sent dirt flying. The soil splashed and fell from in front of Wayne, reflecting his extremely gloomy expression. In the distance at sea, a massive warship, 5 times the size of Wayne's pirate ship, was steadily approaching the shore. There were many people on the warship, but they were all in action. The cannons on the ship were also aimed at Wayne, and cannonballs were continuously fired. They had noticed that Tina was captured, so it was only natural to bombard Wayne. A glint of joy flashed in the villagers' eyes, and Tina felt the same. She almost forgot about her warship. But her joy was not that the warship could save them, but rather that it could relay information to headquarters. As long as the situation was reported, they would be rescued soon. Watching the warship still bombarding, Tina was just about to shout for them to retreat and find reinforcements, but before she could say anything, Wayne disappeared. Chapter 85. A kick that shatters the ship. A bad idea suddenly emerged in Tina's mind. Her gaze immediately turned towards the warship's direction, but what she saw was Wayne beneath the warship, lifting his leg to kick at the ship's keel. Tina was momentarily stunned. What does this guy want to do? Shouldn't he be going up to deal with the soldiers, firing cannons? Why is he attacking the warship? What is he thinking? Is he really trying to take down the warship directly? The moment that thought appeared, Tina felt it was incredibly absurd. The tonnage of a warship is not something a small pirate ship can compare to completely destroy that massive object. Only an admiral could do it, right? Or those with extremely destructive devil fruit powers. Can he really do it with just his body? A colonel's strength could at most only damage the bow of the ship, but that wouldn't even affect its navigation. Is he lost in thought? Does he think that after defeating himself, he would be invincible? Tina furrowed her brows tightly, staring intently at Wayne's every move. The others were also dumbfounded, not knowing what Wayne was up to, and even Wayne's crew showed puzzled expressions. In the current situation, dealing with the soldiers on the ship would indeed be the most effective. Under the gaze of everyone who couldn't understand, Wayne heavily kicked down onto the battleship's keel. Bang! After a loud sound, time seemed to freeze. The place where Wayne kicked showed no change at all. Only a deep footprint remained. It was as if his kick caused no damage to the battleship, merely leaving an imprint. But after doing all this, Wayne actually stopped his attack. Under everyone's watch, Wayne, with an indifferent expression, turned and walked away, gradually moving towards the pirate ship next to the battleship. His feet left a trail of footprints, but the crowd remained in a daze for a long time. What was he doing? Why did he leave? Ding, ding, ding. Before everyone could regain their senses, the sound of a bell resonated through the crowd. The members of the white-clothed pirate crew were taken aback at first, but after glancing at Wayne and then at the huge battleship, they were at a loss for what to do. However, just as the bell rang again, boom, a tremendous sound erupted from in front of them, the deafening noise instantly attracting everyone's attention. They saw the massive battleship suddenly explode into countless fragments. From the bow to the stern. First, tiny cracks appeared, followed by a resounding explosion. Debris fell wildly into the sea below, and the Navy soldiers on the battleship were no exception. Watching the battleship that had just been fine disintegrate in an instant, everyone was stunned. Tina's eyes widened. Her face was already filled with extreme terror. She could hardly believe what was happening in front of her. What did she just see? That guy only used one kick to completely dismantle the enormous battleship that was like a small mountain. Tina felt a moment of blankness in her mind, unable to regain her senses. The shock of everything before her was simply too overwhelming. Nami, who had just been stunned by Wayne's power, was now completely offline as well. She never expected that what had just happened was not even this guy's limit. He just kicked the battleship, this huge battleship, and it turned into this monster. These two words gradually surfaced in Nami's mind, giving her a clearer understanding of the calm figure that was slowly leaving. Was this really his limit? What is his limit? Nami's pupils trembled wildly, enough to show how immense the impact of this scene was on her. Luffy and Zoro were also dumbfounded. They had no idea Wayne's strength was so top-notch that he could directly blow up such a large battleship. Looking at Sanji in front of him, Zoro, regaining his senses, said in a deep voice, "You save one more? Let me see." But at that moment, Sanji couldn't respond at all. He was deeply shocked by the scene before him. But what he saw was somewhat different from everyone else. Wayne's power was not enough to blow up that battleship. That was absolute. But he did it anyway. What does that indicate? Kicking technique. In Sanji's eyes was a deep shock as he witnessed a uniquely powerful kicking technique. It could actually multiply the power of the body. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Compared to him, he was lacking not just in physical strength. Just that one kick was enough for him to learn for several years. Whether it was the force or the angle, everything was perfected to the extreme. After being heavily shocked, Sanji's gaze toward Wayne began to heat up. A thought emerged in his mind, to become his disciple. Wow. Forgive me for my lack of culture. Really forgive me. Wow, amazing. I'm completely convinced. Truly convinced. Is it just pure technique and power? It really is powerful. The crew members of the white-clothed pirate crew were undoubtedly the most confused among those present. Everything happening in front of them was somewhat overturning their perception of Wayne. Their captain had already become this impressive, looking at the figure in white gradually fading away. They understood what it meant to never look back at an explosion. Cool. Wow. Time to clock out, brothers. We'll be late if we don't hurry. At this moment, Kill suddenly shouted, and then the group quickly chased after Wayne. They were truly so shocked that they almost forgot to clock out. But yeah, supported by Crow, gradually closed the distance to Wayne. Moments later, everyone boarded the ship. Wayne stood at the bow, finally breaking through the clouds as the setting sun shone on him. The sea breeze made his clothes flutter, and he smiled lightly at the sky. Not far from him, numerous wreckage of battleships floated on the sea. Many Navy soldiers were also struggling to swim towards the shore. Whoosh! The sails were lowered. The pirate ship, which could only be said to be small compared to the battleship, gradually moved away. But everything that had just happened was deeply etched in everyone's minds. And the figure dressed in white lingered for a long time. Only the crowd, who still hadn't regained their senses from that blow, remained in place. The shore was still incredibly quiet, until someone remembered why they were still there. Everyone suddenly snapped back to reality. Right? Why hadn't they been taken away? How did they leave? Did they completely forget about them? A group of villagers looked at each other, their expressions utterly bewildered. Even Tina, seamlessly transitioning from shock to a dazed state, looked at the already distant pirate ship, stunned. Am I safe? Just like that, I'm safe. Is it really that casual? Huh. It took Tina more than 10 minutes to finally accept this fact. They had actually been saved so carelessly because that guy forgot about them. As the sea stone handcuffs on her hands were unlocked, Tina wasted no time and immediately called the headquarters. She had to report this news to the headquarters. The king of the setting sun, Wayne, had unfathomable strength. Chapter 86. Upgrading the swordsmanship. Wayne chose to reveal his strength this time because the gains and losses are proportional. Even if he exposed all his strength, it was of no consequence. Hiding his strength had many advantages. but it didn't mean that revealing it would necessarily bring danger. It would only add a bit of risk. He was just a bit stronger. He hadn't done anything heinous, and he didn't even kill Tina this time. So the Navy had no reason to go to great lengths to expend effort on him. Here in the East Blue, sending a major to come is already a bit excessive. If a rear admiral really moved, he wouldn't be afraid. Except for Carp. Relying on his swordsmanship and kicking techniques, it's likely no rear admiral would be his opponent. Moreover, sending an admiral would inevitably leak some news. Admirals are the focus of the world. Even if he managed to stay low this time, he would still have to face Smoker in Logtown, and at that point, he wouldn't be able to hide his strength. It was merely 2 days earlier due to Tina's reason. On the deck, Wayne lay leisurely on his exclusive lounge chair, a relaxed expression on his face. However, one could see some joy in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly clocking out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 29 points of physical strength. 81 clocking points. Ding! Because the host clocked out on time. An additional reward of 16 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly adhered to the laws of the summer country during work. All the above rewards are doubled. Number of people working, 8. The system's rewards have been credited, and Wayne, lying in the lounge chair, could clearly feel his body strengthening. The points given this time were a bit excessive. Previously, my physical strength was only in the low 10s, but now it has surprisingly jumped to nearly 30. Getting off work on time rewarded me with a full 16 points of physical strength. Adding them together, it has doubled to a terrifying height of 90 points. After a day's work, 90 points. What does this concept mean? I probably don't need to elaborate. Wayne guessed that there would be a lot of rewards today, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. The check-in points also erupted directly, reaching a total of 162. Just 2 trips could enhance my abilities. This is contracting work with a team of over 100 people abducted, including more than 40 Navy personnel and a Navy rear admiral. If it weren't for the time being tight at the end, he would have insisted on capturing Luffy and the Navy personnel on the warship as well. But Wayne was already very satisfied with the level of salary explosion today. Calling up the attribute panel, his attributes clearly appeared at that moment. Host, Wayne. Gender, male. Wife, Koya. Physical strength, 1146. Abilities, advanced gunmanship, advanced kick technique, observation Haki level. Sword maintenance technique level, armament Haki level. Check-in points, 4,453. Evaluation, strong strength with 90 points of physical strength. Wayne took a big step closer to becoming a general. And the check-in points finally broke through 300 since he set sail. Without hesitation, he upgraded the sword maintenance technique. Ding! Successfully upgraded by spending 300 check-in points. Sword maintenance technique level has been upgraded to beginner. Beginner sword maintenance technique. Your sword can gradually enhance in its sheath, significantly increasing the power of your next strike. Each day of maintenance can increase total damage by 25. The limit is 1,000. He enhanced the daily damage increase, which was previously 20 and is now 25. The upper limit has also seen a significant increase, raised by a full 200. This is definitely a huge improvement. Now he has maintained it to 760. And with his current Vice Admiral strength, even without any technique, the power is definitely not to be underestimated. But ultimately, something is still missing. He doesn't know swordsmanship. Moreover, he can't learn it. His original body is like this, truly stuck in a rut for 10 years, with no way out. If he could draw a swordsmanship-related ability from the system, even if it were the worst one, it wouldn't matter as long as he spent some points. He could also enhance it. But if he can't get started on that, then Wayne can only watch helplessly. If he learns swordsmanship, then that 1,000 damage increase with one strike would definitely double the upper limit. Now, he can only wait to draw. After one more perfect workday, he could draw a reward. Hopefully, he could draw a skill related to swordsmanship. The next stop is Lowtown. Wayne doesn't plan to take a detour. In the original story, at this point in time, Dragon is around trying to ensure that Luffy sets sail. But now it's different. Luffy hasn't even become a pirate yet, just formed an adventure team. The Navy wouldn't even care about them, and under such circumstances, Dragon has no reason to appear there. Without Dragon, Lowtown is absolutely safe for Wayne. That mere smoker is nothing more than a kick to him. But suddenly, Wayne's expression darkened, his brows furrowed, looking as if he thought of something bad. He almost forgot something. This time, Arlong not only didn't he recruit anyone, but his wife also didn't he come along, which is bad news. He still has to sleep with this group of big men tonight. Is there anything more painful than this in the world? Fortunately, the two islands are not far apart, so he can only endure it. In Lowtown, the big fat female pirate who captured Kobe in the original story might still show up, but now it's uncertain. He has already influenced quite a bit in the East Sea. He can't predict what kind of people will appear in Lowtown, but there should be some vicious pirates, right? He needs to recruit quickly. If this ship doesn't upgrade, he'll have to step down as captain. At the Navy headquarters, inside the marshal's office, Karp, Kizaru, Akainu, the three admirals of the Navy, are currently lying back on the office sofa. Kizaru is reading the newspaper. Akainu has his eye patched down and is taking a nap. Sitting in the middle, Karp has his mouth wide open with a huge snot bubble rising high, looking quite comfortable in his sleep. Bring. At this moment, the continuous ringing of the phone interrupts Karp's snoring and Sengoku's page turning. Even that big snot bubble bursts directly. Huh? Where's this? The first thing Karp says after opening his sleepy eyes makes Sengoku clench his fists. After a moment of confusion, Karp finally hears the sound of the transponder snail. He yawns widely, sits up, and takes out the transponder snail. Click. The call connects, and Tina's appearance gradually appears on the transponder snail. Seeing it's Tina, Karp perks up a bit. Tina is going to capture Wayne, and it was under his instruction. He also told her to contact him as soon as she captured him. Now that she is calling, it should be to notify him. The efficiency is quite fast. It's only been a few days since she resolved the matter. Little Tina is quite capable. As for Tina not being able to defeat Wayne, he never thought about that. Tina is a rear admiral in the headquarters and also a devil fruit user. What is wrong, little Tina? You captured him, right? Bring him directly to the headquarters. I want to have a good talk with him. While speaking, he yawns again, but his words leave Tina on the other end silent for a long time. What's going on? Karp, I'm not his opponent. He is too strong. Chapter 87. Confused Karp. Tina's words make Akainu lift his eye patch and look over. Kizaru and Sengoku also instinctively cast their gazes this way. At this moment, Karp looks at the transponder snail with wide eyes, and he wakes up completely. Clearly, Tina's words have left him somewhat incredulous, but he really finds it hard to believe. Little Tina, you can't be joking. That kid has only been at sea for a few days. How could he be stronger than you? Karp questioned. Wayne has been wandering around the village for 10 years, completely appearing as a street punk. How could he possibly be stronger than a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters? This is simply unreasonable. Karp is the first to express disbelief. The others around him also have some understanding of Wayne and similarly do not agree with Tina's statement. That guy isn't even a devil fruit user. He is just an ordinary little pirate. He probably played some tricks on Tina, right? Winning against Tina, one-on-one? What a joke. Tina, you wouldn't have been tricked by him, would you? The pirates in the East Sea aren't strong, but they do have their tricks. Akainu took off his eye patch and became interested. But when Tina heard this, she shook her head firmly. No, his strength is really stronger than mine. And it's a crushing defeat. I didn't even manage to make a single move against him. Bang. What? Tina's words made Karp slam the table and stand up. Karp's face was full of disbelief, and his eyes sparkled. Everyone else was also momentarily stunned. What does it mean that Tina didn't even get a single move against him? That guy must have at least the strength of a vice admiral. That's the minimum, but he is clearly just a street punk. How did he do it? Has being a street punk for 10 years given him vice admiral strength? This is simply unreasonable. At this moment, Sengoku also realized that something was off. Who would have thought that the kid Karp had been watching for 10 years would turn out to be a dark horse? He stood up and leaned over, taking the transponder snail from the dazed Karp. Tina, do you know what you're saying? Anyone who could defeat you in one move must at least be a vice admiral. That's the fact, Marshal. Tina was also surprised, but he managed to capture Tina in one move. With Tina's affirmation, Sengoku had to take it seriously. If left to grow unchecked, he might become a problem in the future. But would he be able to use Haki in the EC? Sengoku asked. This question from Sengoku made the three admirals feel it was somewhat unnecessary. Where would East Sea pirates learn about Haki? There is no concept of Haki over there at all. No, Tina's answer confirmed their thoughts. However, the second half of Tina's statement made them widen their eyes. But he has observation Haki. What? Carp shouted, almost blowing the roof off with his voice. He was genuinely shocked. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he watched him grow up, but now you're telling me I wasted my time? Originally, with the strength of a vice admiral. Carp's eyes were nearly popping out, but now you're telling me he even has observation Haki. The EC has no concept of Haki. That's common knowledge. If there's none in the East Sea, then how could there be any in the village? That guy stayed in the village for 10 years and learned observation Haki? Are you kidding me? Sengoku ignored Carp's shouting. Hearing that Tina didn't have armament Haki, Sengoku felt relieved. If he didn't have armament Haki, then there were indeed people in the East Sea who could deal with him. Tina, I'll have Smoker take full responsibility for capturing this guy. You should go to Lowtown and meet up with Smoker. You two will handle this together. Sengoku immediately provided a solution. The difference between having armament Haki and not having it is like night and day, especially when facing a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. Even if that guy had the strength of a Vice Admiral, the difference between a Vice Admiral and a Rear Admiral is having or not having Haki. With only the strength of a Vice Admiral and no armament Haki, he wouldn't be able to defeat Smoker. Sengoku thought this matter was settled and was about to hang up to contact Smoker when Tina spoke again. Marshal, I might not be able to go to Lowtown. What happened? The warship I took here was blown up by him with one kick. Blown up? What do you mean? It was completely shattered into pieces from start to finish. What? As soon as Tina finished speaking, Carp's shout erupted again, this time even louder. He snatched the din mushy and immediately asked, one kick? He blew up your warship? He can't even use armament Haki? No, that's right. Hiss. Carp couldn't help but take a deep breath. The three others around him also looked incredulous. Tina's warship was their Navy's standard warship, and they were well aware of its scale. But precisely because they knew, they were so shocked. Without a Devil Fruit ability, without using armament Haki, simply using physical strength to blow apart a warship from start to finish. What kind of concept is that? Wow, the current newcomers are terrifying. While saying this, Kizaru put down the newspaper and picked up his teacup to take a sip, moistening his dry throat. You can't say that. He can't do that. That's right, even Kizaru, as a Navy admiral, couldn't blow up a warship without using any abilities. How ridiculous. Although the remaining few could do it, what was there to be proud of? What was the point of comparing themselves to a newcomer? At this moment, their thoughts were similar to Kizaru's. Are the current newcomers all this terrifying? Until the call was disconnected, Carp still couldn't regain his composure. He couldn't believe that what Tina said was actually done by that kid from his hometown. The gap in Wayan's image was enough to make Carp's old back almost snap. While Carp was doubting life, Sengoku had already contacted Smoker. Wayan indeed needed to be dealt with quickly. However, the only thing to be thankful for was that he did not have armament Haki. Smoker should be able to handle him easily. Lowtown, in the branch chief's office of the Navy base. Amidst the swirling smoke, a male figure sat at the desk like a ghost. 3 large cigars were still puffing smoke in his mouth. Smoker looked at the hung-up din mushy with a puzzled expression. He first pressed the bell on the desk, and soon a woman wearing glasses pushed the door open. However, as soon as she entered, she nearly choked to death. Cough, cough, cough. Koronel Smoky. You're smoking and not opening the windows. Saying this, she quickly went over and opened all the windows. After waiting for a while, the smoke in the room finally dissipated a bit. You need to pick someone up. Where to? Cocoa West Village. Bring Tina here. Dasky quickly set off, but Smoker furrowed his brows as he looked at a bounty notice on the desk. The king before Sunset Way and had been in the East Sea for quite some time, so he naturally knew about this figure. But now you're telling him that this guy has the strength of a vice admiral? Forget it. Without armament Haki, he wouldn't be able to escape from him. Chapter 88. Don't be too stuck on gender, but Smoker wasn't stupid. He wasn't arrogant enough to underestimate the strength of a vice admiral. At the very least, he wouldn't go to sea or look for way in to fight without carrying any sea stone items. That would only lead to a miserable end. Tina's sea stone handcuffs weren't with that guy, which truly fits the style of EC pirates. He probably doesn't even know what that is. After ordering people to search for Wayan's whereabouts, Smoker stopped thinking too much. At the very least, his chances of winning here were enormous. Night gradually fell, and the stars began to appear. In the distant sea far from Lowtown, Wayan's pirate ship was sailing through the waves under the night sky. Having had dinner, Wayan was lying on the lookout tower, keeping watch, feeling somewhat uninterested. It was already time to sleep, and it was gradually quieting down below. The brothers down there started calling for Wayan to go rest, but Wayan preferred to stand guard all night rather than go down to sleep. Just as he was about to politely refuse them, under the moonlight, a sailboat of similar size to theirs gradually revealed itself behind them. A ship? Wayan leisurely picked up a nearby telescope to look back. But this glance made his already uncomfortable mood worsen. The sailboat had a goat's head at the bow. Who else could it be but Luffy and his crew? As soon as Wayan noticed them, they also saw his ship, and several figures immediately appeared on the originally empty deck. Luffy was even standing at the bow, excitedly waving his arms as if he were on drugs. The others were not much different. Their expressions were somewhat excited, but not everyone was very happy. Wayan's Fazdakind. Their ship was already a 10-year-old ship, so naturally, it couldn't compare to the new Mary, and they had actually let them catch up. But now it was their off-duty time, and Luffy had come looking for them. It made it very difficult for them. Wayan was just about to intimidate them into not following anymore, or else he would kick their ship apart. But just as the words were about to come out, he suddenly stopped. The expression on his face froze there. He thought of something, a key detail. Wayan quickly opened the system panel and summoned the recruitment conditions for his wife. Ding! Wife recruitment conditions. The other party must be willing, have a good impression of the host, and have no strong resistance emotions. No, they're really ISNT. A hint of joy uncontrollably surfaced on Wayan's face. It seemed he had caught a loophole. The system only mentioned willingness, but it lacked one very, very important thing. So important that Wayan subconsciously overlooked it. That is, gender. The system did not specify that it must be a female, and there are no restrictions on gender. As a rigorous system, if there were such conditions, they should be stated in the passing conditions. Now that there are none, it proves that this is highly likely to be feasible. As for what Wayan wants to do, he has taken in Luffy. He could even take in Luffy's entire crew, as long as they can pass. Luffy can definitely pass. Although he has nothing to do with the crew's passing conditions, he perfectly meets the conditions for a wife. The wife did not say there is a limit, so it should be possible to turn the entire Straw Hat crew into wives. Thinking of this, Wayan turned over and jumped down from the lookout. He landed lightly on the deck without making a sound. At this point, it was getting late, and a layer of fine dew had appeared on the ship's railing. Others heard the commotion made by Luffy and looked up to see the Mary and Luffy at the bow of the Mary in the distance. They were naturally familiar with Luffy. Even Koya, who had just boarded, knew that Luffy wanted to join them. But their ship rules would not allow this underage kid to join. Their captain was also quite annoyed with that kid. What's going on? That kid Luffy is back again? What do you say, boss? Should we kindly persuade him to leave? The bare-chested Kira had a fierce look on his face. Usually at times like this, Wayan would have them send Luffy away directly, as he personally did not want to get entangled with Luffy. Kira naturally thought this time would be no exception. Kiji had basically started to get dressed and grab his weapon. They had done this kind of thing too many times to be anything but proficient. But at this moment, Wayan spoke up. Stop the ship. As soon as these words were spoken, the three brothers Kira, who were already standing on the edge of the ship, nearly fell into the sea. They even thought for a moment that they had misheard. The three exchanged glances and saw confusion in each other's eyes. What did the boss say? Stop the ship? What's going on? Others who had just boarded the ship also felt something was off. They had seen Wayan's attitude towards Luffy, which could only be described as extremely annoyed. Why now not hurry away, but instead stop the ship? Could it be? A chill ran down everyone's spine, and the three brothers Kira, who had come down from the ship's edge, looked even more shaken. Boss, he isn't going to kill Luffy, is he? Looking at Wayan, who showed no signs of joking, the three gulped hard. Although Luffy was a bit annoying, he was a good person, right? He wouldn't just kill him, would he? After 10 years of interaction, the three naturally had feelings for Luffy. After calming himself down, Kira asked, his voice trembling slightly, boss, why are we stopping the ship? Why stop the ship? Of course, to wait for little Luffy. After Wayan finished speaking, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Looking at Luffy, who was still waving his arms in the back, Wayan felt an immense fondness for him. That gaze was like looking at a beloved wife. Hiss. Everyone on the ship collectively gasped. Their expressions exaggerated to the extreme. Even Buggy's eyes nearly popped out. Wayne's mention of little Luffy almost blew their already limited brain capacity, causing smoke to rise. What does this mean? What does this mean? Just a moment ago, he had told Luffy to shut up. But now he was calling him little Luffy? Wayne's sudden change almost made them feel like they'd thrown their backs out. But no matter how they looked at it, this expression didn't seem like he was going to kill anyone. Kiji hurriedly went to stop the ship, and everyone watched as the Mary continued to approach. However, everyone's gaze occasionally stole glances at Wayne, their eyes carrying a hint of strangeness. At the door of the captain's room, Koya stared blankly at Wayne, her expression constantly changing. She noticed that Wayne's gaze was unusual, as if he was looking at something beloved. A ridiculous thought also appeared in Koya's mind. Could it be that Wayne likes men? Chapter 89, Second Gear? Without making everyone wait too long, the Mary soon came level with them. But on the Mary, it was eerily quiet. Luffy and the others on the deck stood neatly like good babies, heads bowed, just as Luffy noticed that Wayne's ship had stopped. His previous excitement was doused like cold water. All the heat disappeared, leaving only a chill. He realized something was off. Uncle Wei actually stopped the ship to wait for him. At that moment, what Luffy first thought of was not that Wayne wanted to wait for him to have a meal together. He only thought that Wayne was angry and wanted to kill him. It's over. I shouted too loudly. I'm doomed. Luffy immediately became anxious. If it could make him anxious, it was clear that things had turned strange. But having come this far, he couldn't just turn back. Clinging to the hope of what if, he steeled himself and continued forward. The others on the ship also thought that Luffy had shouted too loudly. But Wayne shouldn't directly kill him. It shouldn't be a big deal. Thus, the group slowly approached. However, the closer they got, the more they felt something was off. The reason was simple. Everyone on the other ship was standing at the stern, staring at them. Except for Wayne, everyone else clearly had heavy thoughts. And Wayne? He was wearing a smile that seemed warm enough to last a lifetime. The moment everyone saw that smile, they felt a chill from head to toe, and a tingling tension began to spread wildly. Wayne had never shown such a creepy smile before. That smile seemed to be looking at his employees. In any case, under Luffy's lead, the group quickly arranged themselves into their current formation. Except for Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, Nami was also among them. Wayne had helped her save the village. He had killed Arlong, and all of Arlong's companions had been captured by Tina, freeing the village from oppression completely. Nami was following Luffy to bring Wayne money, oranges, and warmth. But now, she hadn't delivered her warmth yet. Instead, she was the one warmed by Wayne. Watching the group standing silently with their heads down like a bunch of misbehaving elementary school students, Kira and the others quietly observed Wayne's expression. But he still wore a smile that could warm a person for a lifetime. Everyone's tense bodies dared not relax in the slightest. And Kira was even ready to cling to Wayne's leg at any moment, begging him to spare Luffy's life. And just then, Wayne finally spoke up. Little Luffy, don't just stand there. Come sit on Uncle Wei's ship. At this, Luffy nearly knelt down on the spot. Something was off. Even Luffy's oversized slippers knew something was wrong. Little Luffy? What kind of dress is that? It was 10 billion% wrong. Luffy slowly raised his head, his face wearing a forced smile as he looked at Wayne. And he let out a dry laugh. Uncle Wei, bring everyone up. In the captain's room. The already small room was now filled with people. Wayne sat in the first chair he had encountered since his rebirth, observing the Straw Hat crew in front of him. At this point, Wayne had returned to his usual demeanor. He picked up the hot water that Koya had poured and took a sip, but he remained silent. Under the orange light, the atmosphere in the room felt somewhat oppressive. This tense atmosphere made everyone around dare not even breathe. Luffy and the others felt the same. Everyone was waiting for this abnormal Wayne to express himself, and no one could figure out his thoughts. Today's Wayne was too strange. Clang! The cup was placed on the table, making a sound. Wayne finally turned his gaze to Luffy in front of him. Clearing his throat, Wayne went straight to the point. Luffy, be my wife. Wayne's voice wasn't loud, but just enough for everyone in the room to hear clearly. However, the reaction this statement elicited was anything but small. Everyone present widened their eyes in respect. What did Wayne just say? He wants Luffy to be his wife? The crowd's gaze shifted back and forth on Wayne. their eyes filled with disbelief. No way. Their boss Wayne hissing. He thinks of you as an uncle, and yet you have your eyes on his body? This isn't right. Another round of gasps filled the air, and the way everyone looked at Wayne gradually became more complicated. But Luffy just scratched his head, his face full of confusion. What does wife mean? Can it be eaten? Luffy's reaction nearly shocked everyone behind him. In this day and age, there was actually someone who didn't know what a wife was. Such a fool, he wouldn't even know if someone tricked him into being a wife. The meaning of wife is that you can join the white-clad pirates. As soon as Wayne's words fell, a shadow flashed and appeared right before his eyes. With a loud bang, an unsuspecting Wayne was sent flying by Luffy's sudden charge. I'll be your wife. At that moment, Luffy was surrounded by white gas, and even his skin looked unusually rosy, as if he was overly excited. Wayne looked at Luffy, who was sitting on him and tangled around him, with some surprise. This kid, has he unlocked the second gear? In the original story, he only unlocked it at Eni's lobby, and now he's already here? Although it might have something to do with Wayne's encouragement over the past few years, this improvement is still a bit fast, isn't it? Wayne felt it was a bit absurd. Just now, he hadn't expected this kid to suddenly activate the second gear. Otherwise, he would have been knocked away like that. Finally breaking free from Luffy's entanglement, Wayne stood up. Ignoring Luffy's excited and nonsensical chatter, Wayne directly summoned the system panel. Host, Wayne. Gender, male, wife, Koya Luffy, physical strength, hiss. Although he had expected it, when Luffy's name appeared in the wife column, Wayne still felt a bit excited. It's done. It's done. Now, he easily gained an employee and a child worker at that. But strictly speaking, he wasn't really an employee. He was just his wife and not subject to any labor laws. Perfect. Closing the screen, Wayne looked at Luffy and solemnly announced, Luffy, congratulations. You are now a member of the white-clad pirates. Pack your things. We'll work together tomorrow. Everyone, welcome our new colleague. Wayne's words made the surroundings quiet for a moment. Everyone's brains experienced a brief shutdown. This isn't right. Just now, it was still about being a wife. But how did it turn to being a colleague? Chapter 90. Wife Maker transitioning to dream fulfillment? The narrative leap was too large. They simply couldn't react. They completely didn't understand what their boss was trying to make Luffy do. Initially, everyone thought he had some improper intentions towards Luffy. Wanted to play something big, something different, something flashy. But now, he actually said Luffy had joined their pirate crew and was going to work together tomorrow. This leap is a bit too fast and too big, right? Could it be that the boss is playing this card just to bypass child labor restrictions by bringing Luffy onto the ship? Could it be that Luffy's persistence over the years finally moved him? But in any case, since Wayne had already spoken, this matter was absolutely settled. The confused crowd gradually came to their senses, looking at the excited Luffy, and they also expressed their welcome. Among them, the three brothers of the Frankie family were the most enthusiastic. They pulled Luffy out from Wayne's grasp, standing together, with Luffy squeezed in the middle. They were all a bit excited. After all, they had a good relationship with Luffy. We did it. Kid, what do you want to eat, Luffy? Uncle Gigi will make it for you. From now on, we'll be colleagues working together. You did great, kid. The boss has finally been moved by you. Once you join, you have to follow the rules. We'll explain it to you later. Ha ha ha. Luffy, who was being squeezed awkwardly, was still enjoying it. After all, this was the reason he had fought for 10 years. He was finally going to live the life he wanted. He had joined the pirate crew. Watching the lively group, Koya had a somewhat complicated expression, looking dazed and heavy-hearted. Her demeanor was quite out of place with the joyful atmosphere around her, creating a stark contrast. After watching for a while, Koya also revealed a bitter smile. Well, liking men, he just wanted to recruit an employee in this way. Or rather, what kind of person he likes has nothing to do with her. Perhaps when he asked her if she wanted to be his wife, it was also because he wanted to recruit her into the pirate crew, right? But didn't she initially want to join his pirate crew? It seems she didn't have anything to regret or feel sad about. Looking at Wayne sitting nearby, who also appeared to be in good mood, Koya's bitter smile gradually disappeared. Yes, this is already very good. What more is there for her to think about? With this thought, Koya seemed to have come to terms with it. Her thoughts became completely clear. Originally destined to spend her entire life in that small village, now she had the chance to set sail and see the sights that only existed in books. She was delighted beyond measure. In the future, she would cherish and experience the beauty of life even more. Meanwhile, the other members of the Straw Hat crew, after initially being happy for Luffy, had to face the question of where they would go after he left. Luffy was gone. What would they do next? After spending a few days together, they had already regarded Luffy, who had gathered this group, as a companion and captain. Even Sanji, who had just boarded the ship, chose to set sail because of Luffy. Now that Luffy was leaving, the atmosphere gradually quieted down, and Wayne also cast his gaze upon them. He stepped forward to stand in front of them, directly in front of Nami. Now that Luffy had been recruited, the others could naturally be recruited as well. If he could recruit them all, they could be considered an affiliate crew without needing to make any changes. He would provide them with what they wanted, and they would just need to follow him to work. Of course, the premise was that they had to be willing. Nami looked at Wayne in front of her, her expression somewhat tense. After all, Wayne's image in her eyes still carried a bit of a villainous aura. Standing in front of her now, he gave off a strong sense of pressure. Do you have a dream? Wayne suddenly opened his mouth, asking such a nonsensical question. Nami was stunned, and the others were also taken aback. A dream? Why ask about dreams at a time like this? Nami didn't know, so she looked at Wayne in confusion. Speak your dream out loud. This statement was powerful, and Nami was startled. Looking at Wayne's expressionless face, she knew she absolutely had to answer. But it wasn't something to be ashamed of either. After a brief pause, Nami spoke up. I want to draw a complete world map. A very normal dream. But the people around her had strange expressions. It wasn't that they thought Nami was weird, but that they found Wayne strange. What's going on? From being a wife maker to becoming a dream chaser? Previously, I would ask everyone if they wanted to be my wife. But now I'm asking if they have dreams. Everyone felt a bit embarrassed. But after Nami said this, slap, a heavy hand landed on her shoulder. And Wayne's serious voice immediately followed. Be my wife, and I'll help you achieve your dreams. Huh? A gasp erupted around them. And the faces that had just calmed down were now once again contorted in shock. So, it still comes back to the wife thing? The dream was just a pretext. Just a little setup, right? Nami was dumbfounded by this twist. She genuinely hadn't expected it. With a complex expression, she now understood what this question represented. It didn't mean she had to become his wife. Instead, it was an invitation to join this pirate crew. After a brief hesitation, Nami made her decision. She currently had no good way to achieve her dreams, and with Arlong taken care of, she didn't want to stay in the village anymore. She wanted to explore the vast world. But without a ship or companions, was she supposed to be the captain herself? Nami thought better of it. At this moment, Wayne's invitation came at just the right time. It seemed she truly had no reason to refuse. Wayne was a decent guy, and the others on the ship were also acceptable. Not to mention there was Luffy and Kaya. It seemed this was indeed the best decision for now. I agree, Nami said softly. Wayne immediately opened his attribute panel. Host, Wayne, gender, male, wives, Kaya, Luffy, Nami, wives full, ding. Current number of people, 10. Upgrade work area expansion once. Wayne's expression froze. 2 good news and 1 bad news. Nami was in, the work area expansion finally came, but the wives were full. Looking at Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp beside him, Wayne's expression became somewhat complicated. With the wives full, didn't that mean the 3 of them couldn't join anymore? But now he had taken in 2 while leaving 3 behind. Even he felt a bit guilty about it. Not to mention, the 3 of them clearly had intentions of joining. Among them, Sanji was the most obvious. Boss Wayne, I have dreams too. I want to be your wife. Wayne, Chapter 91. Perfect, too perfect. But what could he do with the wives full? Only 3, and it was already full. The system's setting was somewhat absurd. It was too few. Why was it limited to just 3? Wait, 3? 3? 3? 3 wives for concubines? This situation was off. Is there a possibility that 3 wives and 4 concubines could actually work? If I can have 3 wives, then why can't I have 3 concubines? This makes complete sense. Without thinking too much, Wayne preferred to experiment directly. Looking at the impatient Sanji in front of him, Wayne knew without thinking that he was here for the beautiful women on the ship. There might be some dream factor, but Wayne couldn't see it. In fact, Sanji had another layer of thought. He wanted to learn kicking techniques from Wayne. That kick Wayne had unleashed before was too astonishing. Sanji was shocked at the time. Now that he had the opportunity to join Wayne's pirate crew, he was naturally very willing. Ahem, it definitely wasn't he, because of the beautiful women. In his view, or in everyone's view, it was impossible for Wayne to refuse. With Luffy as a precedent, it was quite normal to take in Sanji as well. But Wayne just refused. Sorry, the wives are full. Huh? What? What about taking in a concubine? Wayne's first words left Sanji dumbfounded. The wives are full. Doesn't that mean? But before he could feel too sad, the peculiar word concubine appeared. Sanji knew exactly what it meant, but did he mind? He didn't mind at all. Come on, let us do it. It's just a formality. It won't really make you do anything, but once you do, you can join. Sanji had truly never seen a pirate crew where the joining method involved first becoming the captain's wife or concubine. This was truly outrageous. To be honest, if he were the captain, he would do the same. If the men weren't accepted, they would compete to become part of the beauty team. Host, Wayne. Gender, male. Wives, Kaya, Luffy, Nami, full. Concubines, Sanji. Concubine conditions, voluntary, has a good impression of the host. Looking at the panel, Wayne could only say it all matched up perfectly. The concubine slot had indeed been opened up, and the conditions were just as lenient as for the wives. Most importantly, there was no restriction on gender. It seems this is an open system. Aside from some constraints during work, personal life is completely free. Now that there were 2 men, there were still 2 more. Fortunately, this was about finding employees, not really looking for lovers. Otherwise, Wayne himself would find it absurd. Next, Wayne followed the same approach. Zoro wanted to become the world's #1 swordsman, and on Wayne's ship, he just happened to have many opponents to practice against. So he was naturally willing. Usopp was even simpler. He was originally here to pursue Kaya, and now he had no reason to refuse. Host, Wayne. Gender, male. Wives, Kaya, Luffy, Nami, full. Concubines, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. Wayne was in a good mood, not just because everyone had joined, but also because the concubine slot hadn't shown as full. This meant he could still recruit, but he should only be able to recruit 1 more. 3 wives and 4 concubines, 7 people in total, was already quite enough. Wayne was not the type to be unsatisfied. With this, the work team had directly increased from 8 to 13. Adding 5 people also meant that he could earn 25 more check-in points in a day, which would double to 50. An absolutely huge improvement. After that, Wayne announced that Luffy and the others would become an affiliated crew. After all, everyone had joined, so there was nothing more to say. Luffy would be the captain of the affiliated crew. After all, they had been friends for 10 years, and no one had any objections. Once everyone was brought in, Wayne finally had time to look at what the newly acquired work area expansion upgrade was. Calling up the panel, a clear introduction appeared. Work area expansion upgrade. Select a designated area for upgrading. The upgraded area will gain significant enhancement of employee potential and greatly increase employee training speed. Note, upgrading the area requires 1 day. Please try to keep the work area stable during this period. Extremely powerful. This upgraded area could definitely be considered treasure. If the system claimed it would be significant, it wouldn't be that simple. Wayne wondered if his body's potential could be increased a bit. Not to mention, as long as he could learn some swordsmanship, that would be enough. The most basic swordsmanship would do. Even just a little bit would allow him to activate the system's point-adding procedure. But one thing was a bit regrettable. This thing specified that only employees could enjoy it, which was considered an employee benefit. So, his 3 wives and 4 concubines could only watch helplessly. Well, it makes sense that Luffy and the others couldn't benefit. If they already had top-tier potential, and it was increased further, Wayne couldn't even imagine what would happen. Who knows, in a year or so, they might all unlock 5 tiers. The area upgrade would take 1 day, and since the system didn't recommend sailing during that time, Wayne naturally wouldn't test what would happen if they sailed. All right, Gil, you go to their ship, bring the ship rules, and explain them properly. You don't need to come back tonight. When it comes to the ship, let's find the nearest island to stop and rest for a day, said Wayne. Kiji looked troubled. Huh? But, Captain, we only have a sea chart to Rogtown. Indeed, Wayne only had the map to Rogtown, making it hard to find a nearby island. Do we have to go to Rogtown first? But once we get there, their ship might not be very stable. The Navy will definitely take action. If that is the case, the upgrade will be delayed by several days. I know. Just as Wayne was at a loss, Nami, with a glimmer in her eyes, raised her hand. Everyone looked over at her, although they didn't know why Wayne wanted a rest, since he mentioned it. It must be necessary. I have a map. There is an uninhabited island about 2 kilometers from here, Nami continued. This naturally brought a smile to Wayne's face, as upgrading sooner is better, and he wanted to start learning swordsmanship quickly. He actually forgot about Nami. Nami is a genius in navigation. This made Wayne realize that after interacting with such a novice group for so long, he truly thought they were inexperienced. Not to mention, Zoro could guide him in learning swordsmanship. His fundamentals are solid, so teaching him the basics should be easy. After upgrading, he would start learning swordsmanship from Zoro. Some might find it absurd, but I won't say much. After all, this is something a protagonist can do. It's just hiring an employee or having a wife. We can't force a change in mindset, and if there's a chance, we'll meet again. Chapter 92. The upgraded ship, the giant ship. A day passed in the blink of an eye. While Wayne and the others were enjoying themselves, the Navy in Rogtown was restless. It has been 2 days, and they have not found any trace of the white-clothed pirates, which made Smoker doubt whether they had directly bypassed Rogtown and headed straight for Reverse Mountain. Although Rogtown is a necessary route, not everyone stops here. The guy who has already attracted the Navy's attention is highly likely to choose to escape directly from the East Sea. That guy has been in the East Sea for 10 years and might know it like the back of his hand. If he learns that he is being monitored here, it would indeed be wise to leave directly. But even if he runs to the Grand Line, it won't help, as long as they know which route he chose. They can simply wait on the island he has to pass. Smoker thought he would boast about his strength and choose to confront them. But it turns out he is just a coward. The nature of pirates. Smoker had already lost hope and was preparing to report the situation to headquarters, urging them to pay more attention to the Grand Line. Just then, someone knocked on his office door. Come in. What is it? Colonel, Major Tina and Officer Dasky are about to land. Let her come see me directly. Yes. The office door closed. But Smoker wasn't in a hurry to report to headquarters. Since Tina was coming, he would first understand the situation from her. No need to rush. Smoker and Tina were from the same class, and their relationship was pretty good. However, because Smoker was completely reckless in executing missions, even with his Logia power, his rank had not risen. The two were not far apart in strength, but Tina had already become his superior. However, their relationship was not affected by rank and remained good. At this moment, a warship was speeding through the sea area 1 kilometer away from Rogtown. On the deck, 2 beautiful women were standing side by side. Tina still looked like her usual self, a perfect older sister type, cool and impressive, which contrasted sharply with the silly and cute glasses wearing Dasky beside her. Does Smoker have any arrangements? Tina asked. Colonel Smoker only sent people to look for their traces. But they probably haven't found them yet, Dasky quickly replied, adjusting her glasses. Hearing this, Tina frowned because, according to her speculation, Wayne and the others should have come directly to Rogtown. If that were the case, they should have arrived long ago. Why were there no updates? Tina frowned in thought. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, blocking the sunlight that had been shining down on her. This broke Tina's train of thought, and she couldn't help but look up to the side. What met her eyes was just one word big. A very large ship, at least a third taller than the warship. It's worth noting that the warship is already quite large, and if this ship is a third taller, it must be at least a Yonko-level ship. Tina's eyes flickered with surprise. How could a Yonko-level ship appear in the East Sea? What is this ship for? Immediately, 2 questions popped into Tina's mind, and with these questions, she kept scanning the ship. But because she was too close, she could only see part of it, and she would have to wait for the ship to move further away to get a better look. The ship was also much faster than the warship, easily overtaking it. This left Tina even more stunned. Who on earth could possess such a powerful giant ship? The key was that their destination was also Rogtown. This naturally made Tina even more eager to know what kind of ship this was. The other party had no intention of acknowledging them, and there were no people visible on the ship's deck. Moments later, the giant ship moved farther away. Tina, who was behind the giant ship, finally saw the entire appearance of the vessel. But upon seeing it, She was nearly scared out of her wits. Because on the mast of the ship, which was even larger than the Navy's warship, a black skull flag was fluttering in the wind. Pirates. This is actually a pirate ship. This unfamiliar ship, comparable to a Yonko's vessel, is actually a pirate ship. This was something Tina had never anticipated. Having this kind of thing in the EC was utterly unreasonable. She immediately called for a telescope to look at the pirate flag that was too far away to see clearly. Thud! The telescope fell onto the deck. Tina's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Beside her, the nearsighted Dasky had a puzzled expression, unable to even see the color of the flag. So she couldn't understand Tina's unusual behavior. Major Tina, what's wrong? Tina didn't answer immediately. She was stunned for 2 seconds before quickly pulling out a din mushy and calling Smoker. Her face was extremely anxious, because that ship was clearly declaring its identity to the world. It was the ship of the white-clothed pirates that they had been searching for. On the big ship, several figures were busily working on the deck. What was originally just enough space was now spacious to the extreme. Buggy and the others were crazily exercising. Even the usually refined Kuro was swinging a huge dumbbell as if he had been injected with adrenaline. If Kuro was like this, the others didn't need any more explanation. They were acting like they were on drugs, just like those gym freaks in viral videos, twitching wildly while lifting massive barbells. It looked like they were having a seizure. Beside them, the newly joined wives and concubines were looking at all this with complex expressions. Are they crazy? I don't know. Sanji, I'm hungry and want to have lunch. We just had breakfast 3 minutes ago. Don't push me to do your work. What should we do? We seem a bit out of place. Indeed, they really felt out of place. They had just woken up and found these people going wild, completely bewildered. But this couldn't be blamed on Buggy and the others going crazy. The strength is indeed steadily improving. What once felt a bit strenuous has now become noticeably lighter. What does this represent? It represents that he is getting stronger. His power is increasing. At this moment, they all have a thought in their minds. Once they reach the island, they must grab some powerful exercise equipment. But to be honest, their surprise is no less than that of Luffy and the others. The reason is simple. Their captain has actually started training. This is truly a terrifying thing. For 10 years, Wayne has never engaged in any training. Every day after work, he would slack off as much as he could. But today, he is actually practicing with a long knife. It's abnormal, extremely abnormal. Chapter 93. At Eastport, come to pick someone up, beep beep. A sound came from Wayne's wrist as he was swinging the knife. It was his watch. As the sound rang out, Wayne, who had just swung his last knife bare-chested, also stopped his movements. Wiping the sweat off his face, Wayne picked up a cold drink beside him and took a sip. The refreshing feeling traveled down his throat to his lungs, making him feel as if he had come back to life in an instant. His well-built, muscular body exuded a unique charm under the sunlight. Since last night, he had been swinging the knife. Moreover, he was swinging it with all his strength, each swing causing the surrounding air to vibrate continuously. That was already the 30,000th swing. Otherwise, with his vice admiral physique, he wouldn't be sweating profusely from such a trivial task as swinging a knife. At 11 o'clock last night, the ship was successfully upgraded. The appearance underwent a tremendous change, and at the same time, as an employee, he really felt different standing on the ship. Under Zoro's guidance, he repeated the knife swings all night, and he also had a different feeling towards the knife in his hand. It was as if he had developed an instinctive connection with it. You see, the knife that used to seem no different from a firewood stick to Wayne is now completely different. No matter how he practiced before, it made no difference. This is a significant improvement in potential, and indeed a substantial one. The system is truly terrifying. All right, everyone get ready. We're about to start work. You guys don't need to practice anymore. We'll continue after work. While saying this, Wayne picked up the towel prepared by Kaya to wipe off his sweat, then put on a white shirt. Kaya is now very willing to do such small things. She feels that since she can't do much, she should help the crew with what she can do. Captain, why go back to work? I feel like if I work hard for a few more months, my fruit will awaken. Why work at all? I'll be invincible. Once my fruit awakens, I'll take everyone flying. Becoming the Pirate King is just around the corner. Buggy shouted excitedly. He truly felt that the strength he hadn't improved in 30 years was starting to rise, and the speed wasn't too slow either. They had also asked why the ship had changed and why their strength was improving so quickly. But Wayne just told them not to ask too much. Now, even Buggy has developed such an idea that he doesn't want to go to work. When Buggy said this, Wayne didn't respond. He simply stopped buttoning his shirt and looked directly at him. His eyes were calm, seeming indifferent, but Kill felt a chill. Back then, when his finger was broken, he had seen such eyes before. Captain is getting angry. Captain, Captain, Captain. Kill panicked. Heba is out of it. We were drinking last night. He drank too much. Yes, still not sober. Just talking nonsense. Ahaha. Right. Captain, don't take it seriously. Kill quickly grabbed Buggy's head, almost stuffing it into his own pocket, but fortunately reacted quickly and saved him in time. At this moment, Buggy was being tightly held by Kill, covering his mouth. After coming to his senses, Buggy realized he had just said something foolish. Seeing this, Wayne didn't hold it against him anymore, and his halted actions resumed. Can we not go to work? If we don't go to work, will you support me? All the bizarre effects on the ship come from the system. If he doesn't go to work and gets fired, will the things given by the system still work? How could that be possible? Work must always be done. When the time comes that they are invincible, then he will consider letting the system go. Saying not to work is absolutely taboo on his ship. The fleeting chill just now was clearly sensed by everyone. They also realize that while their captain is usually easygoing and even asks you for knife techniques, if you violate the ship's rules, he can be serious. Dressed, Wayne glanced at the warship behind him and was very satisfied with the upgraded ship's performance. He noticed Tina on the ship, but didn't want to pay her any attention. It was now off-duty time, and there was no reason to act against her. What is important is to work well. Ding! Today's work task. Occupy the Navy base in Road Town. Loot the Navy completely. The system's voice rang in Wayne's mind. Today's mission has been issued. Loot completely. A very familiar term. Wayne unconsciously glanced at Buggy, and an image of Buggy being completely naked flashed through his mind. But this glance scared Buggy so much that his nose turned red. The task is also very simple. Occupy the base and loot the Navy. With their strength, they could just push through. The Navy on the island would definitely not be their match. Luffy even activated his second gear and could easily take them down. Smoker could take them out with one move. But that would be too troublesome and labor-intensive. Although simple, Wayne wouldn't do it that way. That might lead the Navy to despair and potentially flee on the spot. And if they didn't loot everything, it would be a problem if a few slipped through. The main thing is to gather the Navy all together. How to achieve this? Wayne was still thinking about it, but now, isn't there a perfect answer? Looking back at the warship again, Wayne immediately ordered turn. If I tie up the two women on that ship, one Smoker on the island have to comply? Everything can be easily resolved. Force them all to withdraw from the base and leave all their belongings behind, and the mission will be perfectly completed. But today is not without other matters. He also needs to look for people. In the original work, there are quite a few pirates staying in Road Town. The woman with the slippery fruit, Wayne plans to recruit her. If Kill is suitable, he might even consider her as a wife. Although that woman was a mess in the past, she still looked quite good after eating the fruit. It wouldn't be a waste of her. It's just that he doesn't know if she has eaten it or not. Since Luffy didn't beat her, she might not have eaten it. But whether she has or not has nothing to do with him. As long as he can recruit her, it's fine. Also, that kid Bartolomeo seems to be around too with the barrier fruit. Back then, he became a loyal fan of Luffy after witnessing Luffy being executed by Buggy. He can also consider trying to recruit him. Whether he can succeed is uncertain. Work comes first, fighting people comes second. Today, they will loot the entire Navy on the island. Now, let us turn around and invite Tina to come up for some tea. We encountered the white-clothed pirates. They are right in front of us. What? Do you need support? I'll rush over to save you. No need. They aren't paying any attention to us. They are heading towards the town. You take people to intercept, we'll surround them from the front and back. Okay, I'll take people over immediately. Which port are you at? Smoker asked urgently, but the other party didn't respond again, as if they had hung up. Tina? Which port are you at? Seeing Tina hesitate to respond, Smoker hurriedly asked again. This time, the other party replied, but the content made Smoker's expression change drastically. In Eastport, get ready to pick someone up. A light, airy voice came through, the tone even somewhat leisurely. Chapter 94. Execution of a Navy Rear Admiral. The moment Vane's voice transmitted, Smoker's eyes widened in shock. But he didn't have time to ask more. The phone bug on his desk had already drooped its head. The call was disconnected. Smoker's face turned extremely grim. Clearly, Tina had just said that this guy had no intent to attack them. But in just a few seconds, the person on the other end had already changed. What this represented was self-evident. That guy not only managed to approach Tina right under her nose, but also dealt with her silently. This strength was undoubtedly that of a vice admiral. Now that Tina had been captured and the other party wanted him to go to Eastport, it was obviously targeted. If he went directly, he might fall into the other party's trap. But if he ignored it, after thinking for a moment, Smoker did not act immediately. Instead, he gathered everyone and called Sengoku to report the situation first. As a colonel, he normally couldn't contact the admiral directly, but Vane was an exception, permitted by Sengoku. Moments later, the call connected. Smoker immediately laid out the current situation to Sengoku, who gradually furrowed his brows. Captured again? Tina really is too careless. Knowing the strength of the opponent, how could she be captured so easily? But this wasn't the time to discuss that. Sengoku pondered for a moment and instructed Smoker to hold his position. Vane capturing Tina was clearly aimed at the Navy on the island. They should see what exactly he wanted to do. If possible, they should avoid engaging near the coastline. This would reduce some risks. Yes, indeed. Although Tina has sea-stone handcuffs, she said that guy seems not to recognize them. Right, he has no observation Haki, and without seawater, he can't do anything to you. When the fight breaks out, the odds will be greater. After giving a few more instructions, Sengoku hung up the phone, but his frown still hadn't relaxed. Now that Smoker had called him, he suddenly realized that aside from advising him, he couldn't do anything else. The Navy that could quickly reach Lowtown to support was no match for Vane. Besides Smoker, it seemed there were truly no means to restrain that guy, at least in the East Blue. Forget it. Smoker had enough. Why worry so much? With that thought, Sengoku focused on dealing with the mountain of documents in front of him. According to Sengoku, Smoker did not mobilize but waited at the base for Vane's next move. But secretly, he also sent someone to Eastport to keep an eye on Vane. Eastport, the harbor was enormous, capable of accommodating multiple ships simultaneously. But with the arrival of a giant ship, it began to feel crowded. Behind the giant ship, a warship also slowly docked. On the warship, Vane looked at the scene in the port, his expression unchanged. The Navy hadn't arrived. Below were just a group of townspeople stunned by the giant ship. But this was normal. The Navy couldn't just be summoned with a word. This was good. He could take Tina and Dazbone to stroll around the island and look for people. Once he found the target pirate he was looking for, he would throw them a system check and then head to the Navy base. Looking for people, although wandering around randomly could work, it was obviously a bit dull. The most direct and effective way was to attract everyone to one place. When everyone gathered, the target he was looking for would likely come to see the commotion. Moments later, everyone on the ship disembarked and stepped onto the ground of Lowtown. Vane handed the two hostages over to Buggy, who looked eager to do more work. Boss, what are we doing next? Kiji immediately asked. The work plan was all laid out by Vane, and they just needed to follow. Spread some news. Vane's words stunned everyone. Spread news? Isn't our mission to rob the Navy on the island? Why are we spreading news now? Didn't the boss not like having too many people around? Could it be that he wanted an audience while they robbed the Navy? What news? 1 hour later, the white-clad pirates will execute a Navy rear admiral. Vane's plain words caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Execute a Navy rear admiral? Everyone involuntarily glanced at Tina, who had pink hair and was currently gritting her teeth and glaring at Vane. To execute her? When did the boss become so flamboyant? Didn't he fear attracting the Navy's attention before? Why is he now openly executing a Navy rear admiral? This was not in line with his style. Everyone was somewhat surprised, but they had no idea that Vane had already entered the sights of the Navy's high command. If he really planned to kill Tina this time, it would indeed be a huge problem. Although Vane was not afraid of trouble, why create it if he could have a leisurely time? This was just a ruse to lure people in. After a brief moment of shock, Kiji left with several people. Luffy and the others all followed, leaving only Koyaklo and Buggy behind. As they left, Zoro was staring intently at Dazbone, who wore glasses with a very complex expression. "You're looking for death," Tina said fiercely. The execution platform was specifically used by the Navy to execute pirates. Even Pirate King Roger died on it. If Vane dared to execute her, a Navy rear admiral, on it today, it would be like trampling on a Navy's face, even jumping up to stomp on it. After that, he could forget about having a peaceful life. The headquarters might even send out admirals. But facing Tina's unabashed words, Vane didn't even look at her. The soldiers on the warship all disembarked, but without Vane's orders, no one dared to take action. "Go tell Smoker. Remember to come collect her corpse." Vane's cold words sent shivers down the spines of the Navy soldiers. After saying that, Vane led Tina and the others towards the town. First, let the news ferment for a while, then they would walk around. Watching the group gradually walk away, the Navy soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Vane's terrifying strength put too much pressure on them. In front of him, Tina didn't even have a bit of resistance. They exchanged glances and then quickly rushed toward the Navy base on the island. They needed to bring this news back. These pirates had gone mad, daring to execute a Navy officer on the Navy's execution platform. But before them, those sent by Smoker had already delivered the news back. Listening to the message coming from the phone bug, Smoker nearly crushed the phone bug in his hand. Bang! What audacity! This group of pirates. They're really asking for death. Smoker slammed the table and stood up, anger already bubbling over. He had wanted to wait a bit longer, but now he couldn't wait at all. That group of pirates had a clear purpose. They wanted to humiliate the Navy. The situation was already so clear, he didn't need to wait any longer. "Everyone, head to the execution platform." He wanted to see if that guy dared to come. As long as he came, things would be easier to handle. Chapter 95. Do we just bump into each other? What? That kid dares to execute our Navy personnel? At the Navy base. Hearing this news, Carp was dumbfounded. Was this still the Vane he knew? How could he now be doing things that left him utterly astonished? But this was what Sengoku had told him. He could not believe it. "Old dang, let me go catch that guy. I promise to complete the mission." Kapu has already started to roll up his sleeves, his impatience evident. However, Sengoku doesn't seem too worried. "You won't be needed. Smoker will handle them. If you won't let me go, just wait and regret it." "I'll regret it only if you go." The truth is, Sengoku knows all too well what that old man is capable of. If he lets him go, there's a high chance he won't come back for a year or so. One phone call, and it'll be fast soon. We're about to catch them. Can you let someone like that go, and then assign him an easy task? It's simply unimaginable how he would mess things up. But even though Carp says that, he also thinks Smoker is enough. In his subconscious, Wayne is still that little Karami. The events of the past few days were merely a sudden growth spurt. Now, he shrunk back down. "Road Town. Boss, how much are the oranges per pound?" "Huh? No money. Just take them." "Hey, what are you saying?" "I'm just putting some aside. Here's the money." "Huh? Okay, fine." A moment later, the boss looked at the empty fruit shop, his mood somewhat complicated. Then he glanced at the smallest denomination of belly, and his mood became even more complicated. They could have just robbed him, but still chose to pay. They really are good people. Slurp, chew, chew, chew. "Boss, this apple is pretty sweet, want one?" Baki, carrying a huge bag filled with fruits, took out a red apple that was about the same size as his nose and handed it to Wayne. Wayne didn't refuse and took a bite. "Keyo, killo. I won't take care of you. If you want to eat, get it yourself." Baki was munching away, and at this moment, his mouth looked like it did when he swallowed an entire devil fruit back in the day. If looks could kill, Tina and Dasky would have already taken care of their target. This was Dasky's first time seeing Wayne, but she quickly developed a disdain for him. This guy is simply a downright villain. The intel was right. As Wayne walked with them, people around started to gossip. Is that them? The Navy Rear Admiral who's going to be executed? With looks like that, and those legs, what a waste to execute her. What are you doing? You want to take advantage of the situation? Let's go see. The conversations around made Tina grit her teeth, and more people began to gather behind them. Gil and the others were surprisingly quick. Now, basically the whole town knows about this. Some people were skeptical, but once they saw Wayne, they believed it. Naturally, the news spread even faster. Boss, the Navy definitely won't let us kill her like this. There will definitely be a lot of Navy. Are we going to kill her directly? Chloe's eyes flickered with a hint of bloodlust. He wasn't asking this because he was afraid they couldn't win. With their pirate crew's strength, they could definitely walk sideways in the EC. What he cared about was whether they could actually kill someone. Wayne glanced at him, but didn't speak. His subordinates, after all, were no good people. They weren't good people to begin with. But Wayne didn't care. He was a shackle in everyone's hearts. As long as he was alive, these people would never dare to act recklessly. Don't kill her. Killlo. You've survived for so many years. You should know how to survive by now. Wayne's words made the red glow in Chloe's eyes fade quickly, and he immediately understood Wayne's meaning. Killing the Navy would bring trouble. Only in situations where they had no choice would they take action. Chloe also realized that Wayne's intention to publicly execute Tina was not for the sake of making a show. He figured out that Tina was just a decoy. The boss probably had something else he wanted to achieve through her. Was it to attract a crowd? Chloe's eyes sparkled. Boss, I was too rash. Wayne's expression remained normal, but he felt a bit pleased. Chloe was indeed clever. His mind was quite sharp. The Navy would definitely have someone stopping them. Smoker was probably already leading the entire Navy waiting there for a long time. But with Tina in their hands, the Navy wouldn't act until the very last moment. Not far ahead was the execution platform, but Luffy and the others still hadn't returned. Not even one of them. Where did they go? Forget it. As long as they come back before heading to the Navy base, I won't bother with them. Meanwhile, at a street corner in the town, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and the three brothers were gathered, looking panicked. How is it? Did you find them? No. Completely can't find those two idiots. We didn't find them either. Upon hearing this news, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, Luffy and Zoro were lost. It was normal for Zoro to get lost. But Luffy getting lost was a bit worrisome. If he just wanted to find food or fell asleep on the ground, that would be okay. But if he went off to do something else, it would be bad. With his clueless brain, even after Gil explained the ship rules to him all night, he only understood half of it. He would occasionally blurt out some strange thoughts that stunned Gil. Now that he was missing, if he broke the laws of the summer country, the perfect workday would be ruined. Gil and the others clearly knew the severity of the situation. They were now as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Find them. Go look again. If we can't find them, we're all done for. After Gil finished speaking, everyone scattered once more. They somewhat agreed with Gil's words. After all, Wayne's attitude towards work was extremely serious. Just now, Baki's mere comment about not showing up for work had already radiated killing intent. If Luffy messes everything up, who knows what will happen? Running on the street, Gil kept looking around, hoping to see that figure appear. But suddenly, in his frantic run, he bumped into something. A surprised cry rang out as Gil fell to the ground. The person he bumped into was completely pinned under him. Can't you watch where you're going? You trying to kill me? The woman under him, with a stunning figure and beauty, shouted angrily. But Gil was staring at her, seemingly not hearing her words at all. No, I have to work. Okay. No, just one more look. Just one. All right, just one more. Just this once. An intense inner struggle was happening in Gil's mind. The woman beneath him was simply too enchanting and tempting, her skin flawless and smooth. He had never seen such a stunning beauty in his life. Gulp, swallowing hard. But Gil's head prevailed over his lower instincts. The critical moment snapped him back to reality. Sorry, I have something to do. If we meet again, I promise to make it up to you. Chapter 96. Armament Haki? Stop right there. Seeing Gil run away, Yarlita picked up the huge wolf fawn club from the ground and chased after him. Meanwhile, a pink-haired little dwarf beside her stood frozen in place. Moments latte. Both of them disappeared without a trace, and a bespectacled Kobe suddenly woke up. I am free. Execution platform square. Beneath the execution platform, a large number of Navy personnel had surrounded the area. The gray-white stone floor, covered in dust from years of neglect, was now being kicked up by their presence, giving the entire square a dusty appearance. Smoker stood above the execution platform, his face looking quite grim as he stared at the road ahead. On the only white jacket, several large cigars were strikingly conspicuous. Smoker was not carrying his weapons. He stood there empty-handed, with an unfriendly gaze, waiting for Wayne's arrival. At that moment, the area was crowded with people. Most were civilians, but there were also quite a few pirates mixed in. After all, this was the first time a pirate dared to publicly execute a Navy captain, and these rookie pirates certainly did not want to miss it. Just then, The street in the distance began to liven up. From afar, a large crowd was approaching. Naturally, this made Smoker tighten his grip on the cigar in his hand, as it seemed like Wayne had brought his people. However, as they got closer, he realized that was not the case. Those people were merely bystanders and had nothing to do with the white pirates. In front of the crowd, a few figures were stepping forward. Dressed in white and carrying long swords, Wayne's expression showed no signs of disturbance, yet he exuded an unmatched dominance. It was as if everything here was beneath his notice, radiating a sense of contempt for all. Behind him, Kuro walked side by side. Tina and Dashiki were being led by Kuro, while the back was Buggy, carrying a massive package. Upon seeing this scene, Smoker's cigar lost its flavor. It was one thing for those guys to chain him up, but that guy named Wayne had such an audacious gaze. A fire ignited in Smoker's heart. He had never been looked down upon like this. Regardless, he was here to fight Wayne. His goal was to execute Tina, so there was no need for him to waste words. Without hesitation, Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke under everyone's watchful eyes and charged straight at Wayne. A long white tail flame lingered in the air. Smoker's speed was not slow. He crossed the distance in an instant, now just half a step away from Wayne. His fist, wrapped in layers of smoke, aimed directly at Wayne's cheek. However, at that moment, Wayne did not defend himself or counterattack. Instead, he pulled Tina to his side. Seeing this, Smoker felt a surge of joy inside. Although it was reasonable for Wayne to threaten Tina, he surely did not expect that his fist could disperse. Smoker could easily bypass Tina and strike Wayne behind her. A hint of disdain flashed in Smoker's eyes. It seemed he had overthought it. This guy clearly did not know his abilities, so this battle would naturally have no suspense. Tina looked at the aggressively charging Smoker with a calm expression. She knew Smoker's abilities and understood she would not be harmed. Was he really a pirate from the East Blue? He probably didn't even know what a Logio was, let alone how to attack with it. Tina seemed to have already envisioned the scene of Wayne falling to the ground, and she turned her head with a hint of a smile, eager to see how this guy who had persecuted her twice would be beaten up. The people behind Wayne were also startled by Smoker's abilities. This person could fly, but only Buggy understood what was happening. He wanted to warn Wayne, but it was already too late. Smoker's fist approached Tina's face, but did not hit her. Instead, it quickly split to either side and finally rejoined behind Tina's head, charging toward Wayne's face. Smoker thought Wayne would panic, but he remained calm. You really can act. I hope you can still be so arrogant later. Just as the fist tore through the air, about to collide. Click! A sound of something being opened echoed. In front of Smoker, a fist shadow blurred past at an absurd speed, and he almost couldn't see it. The air even produced a sound of explosion, and the overwhelming force made Smoker break into a sweat. But it was useless. That incoming fist had no Haki, which naturally implied something. It couldn't hit him. Foolish guy. Just as Smoker's thoughts settled, everything in front of him plunged into darkness, and he felt no pain at all, for he had peacefully entered today as dreamland. Boom! A visible shockwave erupted from Smoker, centered on him. The surrounding people were blown away by the powerful airflow, unable to open their eyes. Tina, who was closest, had her hair blown into disarray. After a loud crash, Smoker was sent flying at a speed far exceeding his earlier approach, crashing violently into the execution platform's iron frame. This impact instantly caused the entire execution platform to collapse. The area around the platform immediately became shrouded in smoke, obscuring the situation within. Tina's wildly flying hair gradually fell, but her mood could not return to what it was just moments ago. Her eyes widened slightly, filled with confusion and bewilderment. What had happened? Tina just wanted to know what had occurred. Did this guy know Haki? But just now, she didn't see any trace of Haki at all. How could he hit Smoker without it? At this moment, Tina's worldview began to shake violently. Her mind was struggling to comprehend. What happened? Smoker was knocked away? Captain Smoker. How is that possible? Was that shockwave serious? Did that punch explode the air? The white pirates. Was this the king before sunset? Even Smoker was not his opponent. The crowd around immediately erupted in exclamations, staring at the dissipating smoke. When they saw Smoker lying on the ground, bloodied and unmoving, their gasps grew even louder. After all, it was with one blow. One blow had taken down Captain Smoker, who seemed invincible in the eyes of the townspeople. Kaya behind Wayne gently covered her mouth, her eyes trembling as she looked at Wayne's back. Kuro noticed the opponent's unordinary strength at a glance, but he had no way to counter it. If it were him, he would probably be lying on the ground by now. How did the boss just do that? Boom! The package on Buggy's back fell to the ground with a muffled sound. His expression was exaggerated to the extreme, his right finger pointing at the fallen smoker while his left hand bit his own fingers. Clearly, he was frightened. Hey. This. The boss knows Haki. Chapter 97. Do you have a choice? To knock away a Logia user. Although he did not see any traces of Haki, Wayne's punch was a bit fast. But since he could knock him away, didn't that mean he had Haki? Hiss. Haki. He had randomly encountered a pirate in the East Blue. And this pirate even knew Haki. This was truly insane. Is this still the East Blue? Have I been stuck in a new world all this time? Wayne's use of Haki was almost overwhelming for Buggy. But at this moment, Tina finally noticed something was off. Her handcuffs were gone. Connecting it to the sudden click sound just now, Tina immediately understood everything. It turned out that it wasn't her worldview that was problematic, but that this guy had just removed the handcuff from her and cuffed them on his smoker. Everything made sense. But how did he know about Seastone? Tina furrowed her brows tightly, because she had not shown any signs of helplessness in front of Wayne before. It was as if she was just a normal person who had been captured. How could a pirate from the East Blue know about these things? Not only was she completely unfazed in the presence of Smoker in his smoke state, but she even knew to use Seastone handcuffs against him. How could this be like someone who had lived in a remote village for 10 years? This was a matter of intelligence. It really couldn't be blamed on her. After all, Wayne didn't show any signs of knowing about the Seastone handcuffs either. Seeing Tina's unusual behavior, Buggy's left hand, which was almost bitten off, suddenly relaxed. Looking down, he noticed that the handcuffs on Tina's hands had mysteriously vanished. Could it be? Buggy was taken aback again. Could those be Seastone handcuffs? But apart from that, there seemed to be no other possibility. Damn, I followed all the way and didn't realize those were Seastone handcuffs. How did the boss figure it out? Tina's actions were also quite normal. After all, being honest in front of someone who could completely overpower you is definitely the right thing to do. How did the boss find out? How could he know about the Seastone handcuffs? At that moment, Buggy suddenly felt that his advantage of having seen the world was completely useless in front of Wayne. Why does he seem to know more than I do? Is he even a local? This is outrageous. The fish is coming. Sure enough, Smoker was wearing a pair of dark handcuffs. Tina's expression immediately turned grim. Now that Smoker had been handcuffed, didn't that mean they had no chance of winning? The only key was in Wayne's hands. Bang bang. Wayne patted Tina on the shoulder. Tina's gaze shifted back to Wayne's face. But on his face, Tina couldn't see a hint of emotional fluctuation. If anything, it was just a leisureliness. The execution platform is gone now. This is going to be troublesome. After saying that, Wayne pulled Tina and walked toward Smoker. Along the way, a large number of Navy soldiers continuously cleared the way, all staring at Wayne with frightened eyes. At times like this, perhaps only Dasky would dare to stop him. But now she didn't have that condition. In the eyes of these soldiers, the invincible Smoker was taken down in one move, so naturally. They wouldn't have the courage to face such an enemy. The surrounding crowd also felt a bit astonished. However, even if they were to go up, they wouldn't dare to act. It's human nature. Understandable. But what does this guy want to do? Does he want to kill Smoker too? If that's the case, the entire East Blue might change drastically. As they got closer, Wayne lightly kicked Smoker's head twice, causing a few drops of blood from Smoker's head to splatter onto Wayne's slippers. This immediately made him feel displeased. Smoker, who had been kicked twice by Wayne, actually woke up. Wayne had clearly not used all his strength. Otherwise, even Smoker's iron head wouldn't have stood a chance. Opening his eyes and seeing a blood-red world in front of him, Smoker's consciousness instantly awakened. He quickly tried to get up, but his whole body had no strength at all. It was then that he noticed Wayne in front of him and the handcuffs on his hands. The moment he saw the handcuffs, Smoker's expression changed dramatically. Seastone handcuffs? How did this guy know about Seastone handcuffs? When did he put them on me? I didn't notice at all just now. Smoker was a bit dazed, but this also made him realize why he had been hit just now. However, the current situation had instantly turned upside down. He was bound by Seastone, unable to use any of his abilities, and Tina was no match for that guy at all. Were they all going to die here? With bloodshot eyes, Smoker looked up at Wayne in front of him, his gaze still defiant. Wayne didn't care and instead proposed a condition that he couldn't refuse. The execution platform is gone, and I have no mood to execute you. If you are willing to exchange all the valuables of the Navy on the island, I can let you go today. Wayne's words made Smoker pause for a moment. Then his eyes brightened. He didn't know why this guy in front of him would propose such a condition, but he knew this was their only chance to survive. He could die, but he couldn't decide the fate of the many Navy soldiers behind him. They all had families behind them, just some valuables. He could completely accept that. After all, their lives were already in this guy's hands. Proposing such a condition was essentially giving it away for free. Killing them all. Wouldn't he still be able to take the money? After a moment's thought, Smoker agreed. Okay, but how can you guarantee that you'll let us go? When Smoker asked this, Wayne almost wanted to laugh. Isn't that question a bit ridiculous since it's being given away for free? Wayne pulled Tina and turned to walk toward the Navy base. Smoker watched his back, waiting for his answer. A moment later, an extremely calm voice rang in his ears. Do you have a choice? As the words fell, Smoker's eyes quickly dimmed. He knew that this question was pointless, but he still wanted to fight for his men, even if the one he was fighting for was a villainous pirate. Chapter 98. A flash of anger. Wayne walked ahead, sunlight piercing through in front of him, causing Smoker to squint slightly. In this square, just a small encounter had led to the Navy's complete defeat. Or rather, they never had the qualification to resist in the first place. The group gradually moved towards the Navy base, bustling Navy soldiers watching the calm Wayne in the front. They only felt an insurmountable sense of power emanating from him. Their lives were completely under the control of the person in front of them. As long as that person wanted, no one could survive. Wayne's pace wasn't fast. After all, he had Kaya with him. But now Kaya didn't seem as powerless as before. Perhaps it was because she had finally stepped out of the sealed room for over 10 years, or perhaps she had opened the door in her heart. In any case, she was recovering well. During this time, Wayne and the others had been doing their best to protect her. She was treated like a national treasure of the summer country. Now, Kaya could walk normally, and her speed caught up, but she still couldn't sustain it for too long. Whenever possible, Wayne would try to let her walk less. Though Kaya wanted to prove that she no longer needed to be given special attention, she also understood that Wayne's slower pace was a way to buy time. So she didn't act. In the crowd, just now, Wayne had already found Bartolomeo with green hair. He wasn't a pirate yet, just a gang leader from a certain neighborhood in town. Wayne immediately used the system appraisal on him. As for Yarlita, who had eaten the slippery fruit, Wayne didn't find her, which made him frown. Could it be she didn't come? Indeed, she hadn't appeared. Most likely, she hadn't arrived in Lowtown at this time. If that's the case, if Bartolomeo fails the appraisal, this trip to Lowtown would be for nothing. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't turn everyone into his wife. The primary condition for turning someone into a wife was to conquer him first. Wayne didn't have time for such things. Originally, he could have relaxed during his off hours, but that wasn't Wayne's intention. He wanted to get stronger as quickly as possible, as fast as he could. After all, his current strength was really not enough in the world of pirates. But unfortunately, effort seemed useless, which is why he lay flat every day. But now effort pays off. With greatly increased potential, he finally felt something while practicing his sword. Not practicing hard enough would be a waste of this potential. Let him squeeze out time to build some favorability. What a joke. Also, after upgrading the workplace expansion, he can now assess 2 people at the same time to determine their qualifications to board the ship. But unfortunately, Yarlita didn't come. There was no one else to use. Wayne also released the handcuffs on Dashki, leaving only Smoker needing to wear them. At this moment, Dashki looked at the heavily injured Smoker beside her and felt a bit worried. Colonel Smoker, are you okay? Should I help you bandage it up? It's fine. His nasal bone was completely shattered, and his facial bones were not spared either, but this was not the time for bandaging. If he exerted a bit more strength, my head might just shatter completely. The fate of the entire naval branch was in Wayne's hands, and Smoker truly had no mood for bandaging. However, his words left Dashki momentarily stunned. Is the injury that serious? At this moment, Smoker only appeared to have some blood on his face, and he had even stopped the bleeding. But who would have guessed that he had sustained such severe injuries beneath the surface? nasal bones and facial bones shattered. It was already extremely serious. Fortunately, it hadn't affected other vital areas. Otherwise, it could have been fatal. But that guy just threw one punch. And the damage was this great? Moreover, from Smoker's tone, it seemed he hadn't even used his full strength. If he had gone all out, would the colonel have died instantly? Dashki only knew that Wayne was quite powerful, but she never expected him to be this strong. Even her most respected Smoker was taken out with a single move in front of Wayne. How could such a person be a pirate in the East Sea? At this moment, Dashki was filled with the question that everyone had once pondered. At this time, Wayne, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Everyone followed suit. And at this moment, he was like a general leading an army into battle. However, the scene was somewhat strange. Wayne, having stopped, turned his head to look into an alley nearby. Inside, one person was being surrounded and beaten by a group, with the blows being delivered mercilessly. The green-haired one on the ground could only protect his head in an attempt to save himself. You can't even keep up with people, right? What's that on your neck? Did a zombie get into your head? Green algae head. Useless. I've been looking for you forever. Sometimes I really want to kick your head off. Pull the rope. Don't say anything. Just pull the rope from now on. The assailants were still justifying themselves while beating, and the scene was quite harmonious. Buggy and the others looked on in disbelief, their lips twitching. What is going on? Even if you got lost, it shouldn't be this bad. Crocodile turned to look at Wayne, and at Wayne's gesture, he went to save Zoro's life. Moments later, a few of them arrived in front of Wayne. Wayne looked at them with a frown. For some reason, he always had a sense of foreboding, a feeling that something good was about to be ruined. Looking at the crowd and not seeing Luffy, that sense of foreboding intensified rapidly. Suppressing the mindset that was already starting to crumble, Wayne asked in a deep voice, "Where's Luffy?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Even the Navy behind and the onlookers following noticed that something was off. The atmosphere here seemed to suddenly become serious and grim, as if something significant was about to happen. The few people who heard this question changed expressions, but no one dared to speak. Gil is not here. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke up. He got lost. Bang! The moment his voice fell, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the ground beneath Wayne's feet. The crack quickly spread into the distance, shaking the buildings along the way, but fortunately, they didn't collapse. However, whether they collapsed or not seemed unimportant. At this moment, Wayne's expression was extremely dark, and it seemed as if there were clear flames of anger in his eyes. But the anger appeared for just a moment before disappearing. Wayne suppressed his anger and asked again, "Have you searched the restaurant? Is there any commotion on the island? Are there places where the water is deeper than 2 meters? We've searched everywhere, but didn't find him. We only found Zoro. He was sweating profusely, fully aware of how his captain treated work. Failing to perform during work hours was the one thing he could not tolerate. But that guy Luffy, I should have tied him up." He regretted it immensely at that moment. The other crew members were similarly anxious. Originally, Wayne seemed to them to be a leisurely captain. It seemed nothing in this world could truly anger him. But just now, his rage almost erupted. If that uncontrolled power that shattered the ground had hit them, they would have split open on the spot. That kid Luffy is finished. Is the consequence of not working properly this severe? Chapter 99 Yorlita. Why are you helping me? The words of Gil made Wayne sigh. There was no helping it. He couldn't blame them. Bringing Luffy on board, who knew if it was good or bad. If he ended up getting expelled by the system for not showing up for work, it would truly be picking up sesame seeds and dropping watermelons. Where's Gil? Gil had given Luffy a whole night of lessons on ship rules. If he had done well, then even if Luffy got lost, he wouldn't have done anything against work principles. Gil went to find Luffy and hasn't come back. This made Wayne sigh again. Forget it. Since the system hasn't issued any alerts, that kid should be okay. Maybe he just fell asleep in some dump. Let's not worry about him for now. He glanced at Zoro, who was bruised and battered, then glanced at the oddly breathing sword at his waist, and Wayne couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. The lost fool actually ended up in that store. Truly, it must be destiny. Just as everyone was about to set off, a loud bang suddenly erupted from shop ahead. Immediately after, a figure flew out from it. Glass shards and wooden splinters flew everywhere. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman walked out of that shop, carrying a club similar to Kaido's on her shoulder. Run. You think you can get away after hitting me? I'll smash your head open. The person stood at the shop's entrance, glaring at Gil in the distance. The club in her hand was almost as big as she was, a stark contrast to her physique. She was extremely beautiful, but gave off a rough vibe. At this moment, she noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off and turned to see a crowd staring at her. She inexplicably felt a wave of panic. What's going on? Why are there so many people here? Still unclear about the situation, Yarlita immediately spotted Wayne at the front. Just one glance made her eyes widen in fear, filled with extreme terror, as if prey had seen its natural enemy. Upon seeing Yarlita, Wayne's previously gloomy mood eased a bit, and he threw an assessment her way. Seeing Yarlita's expression of utmost fear, Wayne felt puzzled. Have I seen her before? Why is she so afraid of me? Logically speaking, she shouldn't be this scared upon seeing a pirate with a bounty of 20 million. Wayne was confused, but Yarlita had a deep impression of his face. Back then, she had led her crew to raid on Cocoa West Village, but before they even reached the shore, she witnessed a scene that nearly shook her soul. A massive warship was instantly shattered under that man's kick, exploding into countless fragments. That was a warship. How could a person possess such immense power? Yarlita, who was shocked, immediately called for someone to quickly turn around, and Vane's face was deeply imprinted in her mind. This was someone she couldn't afford to mess with. She really couldn't. Now that she encountered him here, she wanted to escape, but for some reason, her legs wouldn't move an inch. Boss. At this moment, the guy who had just been knocked away by her suddenly spoke up. His tone was somewhat anxious. Boss. Who is he calling boss? Who's his boss? Could it be that he's scared of me and wants to acknowledge me as his boss? Yarlita frowned tightly. She wasn't in the mood to play the role of a boss. She just wanted her legs to move quickly. Still haven't found it? No, not yet. But I've already told him the rules, and I even gave him a test paper, which he surprisingly scored full marks on. It should be fine. Although Keel was somewhat confident, it wasn't much. After all, who could truly understand Luffy's thought process? Forget it, don't worry about him. Let's head to the naval base. As for this woman, Vane looked at Yarlita with an exceptionally calm gaze. Just as he was sizing her up and thinking about how to deal with her, Keel stepped in front of Vane with small steps. Boss, it's fine. She just hit me with a stick. I'm not hurt. I just rushed too much and accidentally bumped into her. Glancing at the blood trickling down Keel's forehead, Vane didn't say anything. Really, it's fine, boss. I fell by myself. Keel hurriedly explained again. Bind her up. Take her away. After saying that, Vane stepped over Keel and walked ahead. Keel, feeling relieved, quickly found a rope to bind Yarlita. But he didn't forget the rules. You volunteer to be tied up, right? Hurry up and say you volunteered, or you're dead. As he asked, he quietly whispered the correct answer. Dazed, Yarlita paused for a moment, looking at Vane's back, and could only nod. Keel's expression brightened, and he skillfully completed everything. He couldn't help but feel a bit fortunate. As long as the boss didn't say to kill her, it was fine. Although it was impossible for the boss to kill, he was still scared. Carrying Yarlita on his shoulder, Keel hurriedly followed. As for why they were binding her, Vane was afraid she would run away. Although he didn't know why she looked like a mouse seeing a cat as soon as she saw him. This fear might lead her to leave the island directly. That was not what he wanted to see. Yarlita, slung over Keel's shoulder, looked at him up close with a complicated expression. She never expected that this guy was with that terrifying person. That man was his boss. If she had known earlier, she would never have dared to lay a hand on Keel. But just now, why did he help me? Yarlita softly voiced her doubt. Why did you help me? Huh? Keel was taken aback by Yarlita's question. He couldn't exactly say it was because of lust. Could he? What if the boss got mad at him? I don't really have a reason. I just hit you. Why are you helping me? Well, I bumped into you too, so we're even. Who wants to be even with you? Should I let you bump back? Is that okay? Dream on. You bumped me, but didn't bump back, so you can't blame me. Let me hit you with a cannonball. Then you have to run first. Be careful. It's best to not have any ulterior motives. Our boss can kill without blinking. If there's a next time, I wouldn't dare stop him. You say. Yarlita had no intention of escaping because she truly didn't want to die. The power gap was too large. She feared that as soon as she took a step, she would already be lying dead on the ground. Her slippery fruit allowed her to easily break free from the ropes, but she wouldn't do it. Keel, on the other hand, was in a good mood. After all, the boss asked him to tie someone up, and since today's task wasn't just tying someone up, it was likely to bring this person onto the ship. This was something that excited him greatly. Ikeel seemed to see the hope of getting rid of the single life. Chapter 100. Strip everything, not leaving a single piece. Upon arriving at the naval base, Vane immediately ordered everyone to start looting. There was no need to exchange anything because this was a trade he had already made with Tina. All the assets of the naval base. Smoker was also quite perceptive. He was handcuffed and handed over all the base's savings. The others quickly moved boxes of berries out in a flash. Don't say it. The naval base is still quite wealthy. After all, the Navy has to pay bounties for pirates, so they have some money. Watching Vane and the others move box after box, Smoker had been prepared, but it still hurt a bit inside. Das Bones and Tina felt the same way. Captain, it's all counted. A total of 110 million berries. Nami said urgently. Being someone who loved money, her eyes had already changed to two berry symbols. Luffy and the others called Vane Captain, while his crew referred to him as Boss. Vane was too lazy to correct them. Getting used to calling you boss is a bit awkward. Okay, you take care of this money. Really? As soon as Vane finished speaking, Nami almost jumped up with excitement. This was 110 million. She had struggled for so many years and had never saved this much money. Now that this huge sum had fallen into her hands, it was indescribably delightful. I will keep a close watch. Not a single cent will be lost. After saying that, she slammed the box shut like a thief and tightly hugged it in her arms, showing her determination that she wouldn't die and the box wouldn't be lost. Upon hearing Nami mention that number, Smoker's heart ached even more. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so frugal. Now, all of it had gone to these pirates. But now that they had taken the money, they should be leaving, right? This guy shouldn't be untrustworthy, right? Although Smoker was anxious inside, what had to come would still come. So he directly asked, "Can we leave now? I hope you keep your promise." But his words only made Vane laugh. Leave? Where to? Didn't you promise? Smoker clenched his fists, the last shred of hope shattered. These pirates were indeed deceiving him, but he had no choice. In the current situation, he could only fight with them. Now Smoker was powerless. The highest combat power in the room was Tina. Tina was equally furious. She never expected Vane to be so despicable. She quickly put on black leather gloves and prepared to activate her fruit. Das Bones held his knives with determination, but looked a bit dazed. The momentum was intense. Just as Smoker was about to shout, Vane interrupted him. "What is the matter? I said all the property of the base. This is just the beginning, and you want to dismiss me? We're just getting started. Get to work." "Oh." With Vane's words, the crew immediately sprang into action. Under the bewildered gazes of the Navy, they began to collect property. Time passed second by second, and the entrance of the naval base began to get crowded. Item after item was moved out. Tables, cabinets, sofas, chairs, cables, cigars, vibrating beds, small toys, cannons, guns, and so on. Everything was there. These were still considered normal, although Smoker and the others' eyes were wide open. They could barely accept it. After all, these were valuable items. But when things like toilets, rice cookers, bowls, urinals, leather shoes, leather pants, underwear, socks, and other miscellaneous items were brought out, Smoker was dumbfounded. His expression went from shock to confusion, then from confusion to having his worldview shattered. Not just him. All the Navy personnel were stunned. At this moment, they only had one thing they wanted to say. Huh? These pirates. Have they really gone crazy from poverty, or what? What are you doing? You even moved our toilet out. Is there no toilet at home? Even without a toilet, you don't need to move more than 20 of us, right? Can you even use them? And what about these clothes? Are you planning to take them back to wear yourself? Are you guys okay? But they were somewhat embarrassed. Smoker was even more unable to look. After all, his underwear was inside, and it was even unwashed. The guy who took out his underwear laughed at him. Wow, didn't expect that. Pretty flashy. This big red pair of shorts, I've never worn. This made him even more uncomfortable, feeling like he wanted to die. But just when the Navy thought this was Wayne and their limit, they realized they had no limits at all. Windows, doors, wall tiles, floor tiles, and even their lawn trees were not spared. And when those people finally tore down the big iron gate at their front door in front of them, they realized these people were probably just part-time pirates. Their main job was cleaning. They really did a thorough job. It must have been hard work for them. All the Navy was still immersed in that huge shock, unable to come to their senses for a long time. "Boss, we're done," Gil reported seriously. Wayne turned around and said, "Well, I have to admit, their business abilities are indeed skilled." The Navy was now just an empty shell. However, he noticed that he hadn't seen any food items. Didn't the Navy buy anything to eat? Not even a bag of flour was in sight. But Wayne trusted Gil's professional abilities and didn't ask further. He looked at the time. There was still a little while before the end of work. But not much time left, so he had to hurry up. "Now you can leave, right?" Smoker said with certainty. He now believed that Wayne had really come for money. After all, people who weren't after money wouldn't do something like this. They would pick up the sesame seeds that fell on ground. They would even check if the cow dung was real before letting it go. Such a person was only after money, and now that all the money was gone, not a drop left, they should leave, right? There was no reason to stay anymore. "Leave? We haven't finished robbing yet." Wayne's words stunned Smoker again. "What do you mean? Haven't finished robbing?" Looking back at the ground that had already been dug 3 feet deep, he didn't understand what else could be robbed. Others were also confused. They really couldn't imagine what else could be robbed. At that moment, Wayne slightly raised his hand, waved his index finger, and a cold voice followed. "Strip everything bare. Leave nothing behind." Chapter 101 Smoker, a star you star. As soon as Wayne finished speaking, the entire scene fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if they had heard the most absurd words. What did he say? Strip everything bare, leave nothing behind? The Navy's generals looked terrified. They didn't expect these people to actually have something to rob. They even wouldn't spare the clothes they were currently wearing. Really? Are they that short on money? This phrase was almost said through gritted teeth. After all, everyone was encountering such an absurd situation for the first time. The 2 women in the crowd showed visible panic in their eyes. These men mostly thought it was outrageous, but it hadn't reached the point of fear. But Tina and Dasky were different. Being exposed like this in front of so many people was even more unbearable than being killed. What to do? Resist? But just looking at that guy, who was as indifferent as a mannequin, made them have no desire to resist. The result of a violent outburst would probably just be getting knocked out and stripped. It must be said that this was indeed something Wayne could do. Hearing this, Gil and the others had already started to act, but Zoro and Nami were still in a daze, slow to take action. Of course, some were confused, but some were so excited that they couldn't move. "Captain, is what you said true? Strip? All of it?" Sanji was about to burst. Just thinking about it made him not dare to think too much. Tina and Dasky could be considered above average in appearance. They could be considered beauties. With 2 beauties doing this, Sanji was the first to jump up in support. His legs felt like they were as heavy as a 1,000-pound stone. He couldn't move at all. "Nami, Kaya, you 2 take them to that room over there. Make sure to check thoroughly. Don't leave anything out." After Wayne finished speaking, Tina and the 2 let out a huge sigh of relief. At least it's in a room. "Smoker, sorry, we'll go ahead. You take care of yourself." Tina gave Smoker a glance, and then followed Nami and the others. But all 4 were puzzled. "What do you mean, don't leave anything out?" They had already stripped all the clothes off. What else could be left? It wasn't that Wayne was being cautious. It was just that the number of toys that Gil and the others had just made was quite a lot, so he had to be careful. If the mission failed because of this, it wouldn't be good. Watching the 4 leave, Sanji's reluctance was about to overflow. It was painful. What was there to look at with just a bunch of big guys left? The surrounding onlookers and readers also looked disappointed, almost having their pants taken off, only to be told the show was canceled. Really inconsiderate. At this moment, Smoker was on the verge of breaking down. He never expected that his lifelong reputation would be ruined here. But seeing the few crew members with extremely skilled techniques gradually approaching him, Smoker couldn't help but say that line. "Do I have to strip? If I don't strip, are you going to kill me?" As soon as Gil's voice fell, he grabbed Smoker's jacket. Then swish, swish, rustle. Smoker, completely naked, was fresh out of the oven, but he wasn't the most unfortunate. His position was at the very front of the Navy soldiers, so the crowd behind couldn't see him. Even someone with his mindset found it hard to control his reddening face. Is it that fast? He hadn't even reacted when he was already stripped. These pirates were simply indescribable. They didn't look like pirates at all. All the clothes that were stripped off were thrown at the entrance of the Navy base, and the pile at the entrance grew larger. Tied up, Alrita saw the white scene in front of her and was also somewhat taken aback. They really stripped him? This super powerhouse, who could kick a warship into pieces, would do such absurd things? This completely contradicted her image of a strong person. and the skilled techniques of Gil and the others clearly indicated that this wasn't their first time doing such a thing, which made Alrita even more confused. What is this pirate crew's main job? While she was pondering, Gil had already resolved all the Navy with Zoro, Usopp, and a Sanji who looked like he had eaten a mouthful of shit. Among the Navy, the only one with any strength left was Smoker. But Smoker was also tied up with Sea Stone, so he had to cooperate. They all said they could die, but not socially die. Yet now, in the face of real death, they found that social death seemed acceptable. Meanwhile, in a room resembling a security office, Nami and the others came out. In their hands were 2 sets of clothing. If you look closely, well, they had everything. Nothing seemed to be missing. At the moment Sanji saw these clothes, he had already imagined all the scenes inside, and his head started to smoke. His face turned red, and his eyes were already dazed. Seeing the scene, Wayne helplessly rubbed his forehead. Sanji was a good guy, but he was too easy to be killed. Fortunately, he hadn't experienced the island of men and women. Otherwise, this guy would have definitely gone to heaven by now. Looking around, Wayne was satisfied as he glanced at the empty naval base behind him. Beep beep. A faint sound rang out. Wayne looked down at his watch, and a faint smile appeared on his face. All right, retreat. After he spoke, Wayne stepped forward. The others immediately followed. Ahead of Wayne, the bare naval soldiers continuously stepped aside as he advanced. This was the case for the Navy, and the onlookers were no exception. Everyone was making way. No one dared to say anything or make even the slightest movement. Just now, Wayne had already demonstrated with absolute strength the truth that whoever moves will die. Dressed in white, the orange-yellow sunset shone through Wayne's shirt, casting light upon his figure. With one hand resting on a knife at his waist, Wayne walked step by step. Behind him, everyone followed closely. This scene looked just like a leader leading people to battle in a martial arts world, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. All eyes were focused on them. Some had dark expressions, some harbored deep hatred, but there was also admiration. The green-haired Bartolomeo looked very excited, watching Wayne gradually move away. He was almost ready to shout out loud. Is this what pirates are like? How can they be so different from those savage pirates? They're so cool. If I could join a pirate crew like this, it would be so awesome. Imagining himself as one of them, Bartolomeo was already feeling exhilarated. But this was ultimately just a fantasy, though it didn't hinder his admiration. They've left. They've left. Smoker sighed heavily, looking somewhat despondent. He hadn't expected that guy to have a trick up his sleeve, knowing about Sea Prism Stone. Forget it. At least I'm still alive. Why didn't they take anything? A confused Navy soldier asked. Smoker was taken aback and immediately looked up at the entrance of the base. At this moment, the entrance was completely blocked by a small hill, and that hill was still intact right there. Looking at that hill, Smoker's expression changed drastically. They didn't take the stuff? It seems that's the case. Smoker fell silent, sinking into deep contemplation. What are these guys up to? What on earth are they doing? A surge of unnamed anger began to erupt in Smoker's heart, and after his emotions reached a peak, he suddenly stood up and shouted in the direction Wayne and the others had left. Damn it, they dismantle things without taking them. What the hell is wrong with you guys? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill below his waist. Realizing what was happening, he immediately squatted back down, looking at the chaotic mess that completely blocked the large door. Not only the door, but Smoker's heart was also tightly blocked. So damn blocked. Even he, who usually didn't curse, couldn't help it, showing just how much this situation bothered him. Chapter 102. Luffy's Adventure. Ding. Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the work task. Successfully clocked out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 33 points of physical strength. 112 clock-in points. Ding. Because the host clocked out on time, an extra reward of 17 points of physical strength. Ding. Because the host strictly followed the laws of Xia country during work, all rewards above are doubled. Number of people clocking in, 13. Walking on the way back, Wayne looked at the system's notifications and let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, that guy Luffy didn't cause any trouble. Not only did he not cause any trouble, but he was also counted among the number of people working. I just don't know where that kid ran off to. I'll have someone look for him later. If they can't find him, there's nothing to be done. After relieving his anxiety, Wayne was still shocked by the salary sent by the system. After doubling, he got 100 points of physical strength and 224 clock-in points. Terrifying. That was a terrifying number. Suddenly recruiting 5 people, Wayne knew the rewards would definitely be significant. But he didn't expect it to be so much. This had slightly surpassed the rewards for contracted work, which was quite terrifying. The rate of improvement was getting faster and faster. Everything was growing exponentially. The number of people was constantly increasing, tasks were gradually becoming more difficult, and correspondingly, the rewards were also skyrocketing. The further he went, the faster the improvement. Panel. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared in front of him. Host. Wayne. Gender. Male. Wife. Koya. Luffy Nami full. Concubines. Sanji 0. Usopp. Physical strength. 1246 abilities. Advanced marksmanship. Advanced one-legged kick technique. Observation Haki. Trash level. Beginner sword maintenance technique. Armament Haki. Trash level. Clock-in points. 3,693. Evaluation. Strong strength. 1246. 3693. Wayne was very satisfied with these two numbers. Powerful strength had arrived as expected, a full 100 points of physical strength, which was an extremely terrifying boost. He initially thought that reaching 5,000 points of physical strength for a general would be a long way off. But now it seemed it wasn't that far away. The clock-in points could be upgraded again, but Wayne didn't plan to use it now. At present, he could draw lottery again. First, he would see what ability he would draw before deciding. If he drew something good, then he would enhance that ability. If he drew something bad, then he would wait. He had a premonition. The sword was almost there, in front of sword maintenance technique and swordsmanship. It was obvious that improving swordsmanship would greatly increase the damage of sword maintenance technique. Which one to upgrade first was no longer a question. The system was truly powerful. Wayne once again marveled at the effectiveness of greatly enhancing employee potential. At this moment, everyone had already arrived at the port, where their large ship was docked. After a moment, everyone came to the deck. But at this time, there was an unexpected guest on the deck. Moo! The unexpected guest shouted, expressing its own grievances. Yes, it was a cow. There was a water buffalo on their deck. What the hell is going on? Where did this cow come from? Which bastard dared to